Chapter 1. In a dilapidated house somewhere in Rog Town, Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes. Is this the Edo Tensei? No, it is the form of a living being, the cycle of reincarnation. Huh? What are you talking about, you armored freak? A little girl with her hair tied in a bun said impatiently from within the room. Little brat, where is this place? Ignoring the girl's retort, Madara asked expressionlessly. Hey, is it really necessary to be so rude when asking for someone's name? I am your savior, the girl exclaimed angrily. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara, who had been lying on the bed, instantaneously appeared before the girl, gripping her neck and lifting her off the ground. There is no reason that allows an ant to bind a beast. Gratitude is no exception. As the girl struggled and beat against his arms, her face grew redder from suffocation. Just before her complexion turned purple, Madara released her. The girl knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Speak, little brat. Which ninja village do you belong to? Madara demanded coldly. Ninja village? What are you talking about, you jerk? Attacking the Navy is a grave crime. The girl suddenly erupted, seizing a blade from the table and, in an instant, darted towards Madara, slashing down. Rude old man, repent properly. Without a flicker of emotion, Madara's eyes suddenly lit up, intrigued by the girl's martial arts. Despite lacking hand seals and not unleashing chakra, her speed rivaled that of the body flicker technique. At the moment the blade was about to strike him, he extended 2 fingers, pinching the edge of the blade between them, much to the girl's incredulous gaze. What seemed like a simple motion required no effort, as if casually pinching a leaf. Yet, despite the girl's frantic struggles, she could not withdraw the sword. Hey, little brat, what do you call that martial art you just used? The girl, still exerting herself to pull the sword free, completely ignored Madara's question. Her face flushed as she remained undeterred. Stubborn little brat, Madara thought to himself, casually releasing the sword. The abrupt release caused the girl to lose her balance, and the unleashed force propelled her into the wall. Adjusting her position midair, she kicked off the wall, charging once more at Uchiha Madara. Madara, seemingly uninterested in this playful exchange, suddenly unleashed his chakra, an overwhelming aura crashing down upon the girl. The terrifying pressure stunned her, causing her to plop down onto the ground. Even the walls of the house trembled under the weight of this dreadful force, cracking under the pressure. Conqueror's Haki? The girl, now seated on the floor, looked up at Uchiha Madara in terror, struggling to rise. But under the apocalyptic aura emanating from him, she found it impossible. Madara intended to say something further, but the wall beside him suddenly shattered, and a massive iron fist, carrying a terrifying wind pressure, struck towards him. A deep blue skeletal figure materialized beside Madara, intercepting the punch, but was still sent flying, embedding him into the wall. Vice Admiral Karp, the girl exclaimed, her voice melodic yet fragile. Though uninjured, being smashed into the wall incited considerable anger within Madara. A mere pebble. His eyes flashed crimson as he raised his hand to form seals. Not so fast. From behind the shattered wall came a booming voice. A burly man with an explosive hairstyle charged in, halting the standoff between Madara and Karp. Calm down, Karp. We must first ascertain the situation. He then turned his gaze to Uchiha Madara, questioning. With such a formidable presence, why do you find yourself at an execution site? A remnant of Roger? Madara remained unmoved, his arms still crossed as he coldly replied. Uchiha Madara. He did not specifically respond to the explosive-haired man's inquiry, instead continuing to fixate on Karp. Such powerful martial arts. Let the dance begin, Junior. Upon hearing this, Karp's pupils contracted as Madara's eyes began to spin, morphing into an eerie pattern. The ethereal blue skeletal figure surged forward with a punch, met by Karp's own strike. The tremendous shockwave blew the roof away, while an army of Navy personnel clad in white uniforms surrounded them in layers. Madara appeared entirely unfazed by the encroaching Navy, forming seals once again. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song. For colossal fireballs resembling dragon heads soared towards Karp, while he simultaneously formed seals. Genjutsu, Nirvana Temple. A cascade of pure white feathers descended, causing numerous Navy personnel to collapse as though mown down like wheat. How can one such as you act with impunity before justice? Suddenly, a gargantuan golden Buddha manifested behind Uchiha Madara, unleashing a terrifying shockwave towards him. Madara's skeletal guardian transformed into an enormous skeletal giant to block the blow, gazing curiously at the golden Buddha before him. Buddha? Reminds me of a certain opponent. Intriguing. Very well, allow you to witness that man's ninjutsu. With that, Uchiha Madara formed one-handed seals. Would release, tree binding, eternal burial. A multitude of trees erupted from the ground, encircling the golden Buddha. Just then, Carp, who had dispersed the dragon flame song, reappeared, his fist crackling with red lightning aimed at Madara. The tremendous force sent the skeletal giant stumbling back, numerous cracks appearing upon its ribs. Observing the fissures on Susanoo, Uchiha Madara paused, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! Such formidable strength! In terms of power and speed, you have surpassed those little ones known as Kage. As he spoke, sinewy muscles began to emerge on the skeletal giant, ultimately weaving into a two-headed, four-armed muscular titan. It is indeed my oversight to rely solely on the first form. Carp, is it? Let's see you dance. If you can shatter the second form, you may yet witness the true power of Uchiha Madara. The giant conjured blades in its hands, slashing towards the recently unshackled golden Buddha, while three blades aimed at the grim-faced Carp. Fistbone meteor. Carp, enveloped in Haki, began to engage in a frenzied exchange with Susanoo, while the golden Buddha withstood the colossal sword with its shoulder, unleashing a radiant shockwave towards Susanoo. What do you take justice for? A resounding palm struck firmly against Susanoo, the terrifying shockwave propelling the second form of Susanoo far away. Uchiha Madara, maintaining control over Susanoo, planted the sword into the ground, gradually dissipating the shock before looking up at the duo before him. Justice? How tedious! What this world requires is power. It needs individuals like you two who can dance freely before me. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. With that declaration, Uchiha Madara raised his hand, forming seals to unleash a torrent of flames, entirely disregarding the numerous unconscious Navy personnel within the vicinity. Brute. Buddha shockwave. The golden Buddha hastily raised its hands, manifesting a shockwave to shield against the sea of fire, then paused, realizing the flame's temperature was unusual. Meanwhile, Carp assumed an odd charging posture beside the golden Buddha. Fistbone. Charge true strike. Carp, ignoring the flames, propelled himself towards Uchiha Madara with a punch. Uchiha Madara, while maintaining the great fire annihilation, controlled the four arms of Susanoo, using them to block Carp's powerful blow. However, he seemingly misjudged Carp's enraged strength. The four-blade shattered, and the head of Susanoo was left with a massive hole, the wind from the punch bearing down on Madara's face. Left with no choice, Madara had to cancel the great fire annihilation, unleashing his chakra to block Carp's formidable strike. He was sent flying, while Susanoo gradually faded away. Uchiha Madara skidded for over 100 meters before finally halting, once again forming seals as if to launch another attack. Sage art. Wind release. Light. Stop it. Uchiha Madara, displeased, turned to the figure that interrupted his battle light was the little girl who had earlier claimed to be a savior. She stood trembling, brandishing a knife between Carp and Madara, her eyes filled with resolve. Enough. The trouble was brought upon by me, and thus it is my duty to resolve it. White-eyed wolf uncle, I will not allow you to bring shame upon the Navy. Carp and Sengoku exchanged complex glances at the girl before them. Zhi Yuan, Uchiha Madara, expressionless, regarded the girl, bruised and battered from the battle, yet still resolutely standing. After a long moment, under the tense gaze of Carp and Sengoku, he slowly retracted his fingers from forming seals. How boring. You have interrupted the enjoyment of battle. A naive little brat. Carp and Sengoku finally caught their breath. The man before them, clad in ancient battle armor and introducing himself as Uchiha Madara, exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, intensified by his myriad of chaotic abilities, which placed immense pressure upon the duo. Remember this, little brat. Uchiha Madara coldly addressed Gion. What you perceive as wrath is merely the frivolity of adults, and your childish fury is nothing but an absurd spectacle, rendering you laughable. Sengoku, however, wore a complex expression. Could such a level of combat truly be dismissed as mere play? This audacity and spirit were hardly inferior to that of the man known as the strongest in the world. Gion, too, bore a look of complexity, contemplating various outcomes, yet she never anticipated that Uchiha Madara would label her actions as absurd. The insult stung, and the fact that such a formidable warrior would halt his assault due to her perceived folly left her feeling impotent with indignation. Carp quickly interjected to ease the tension. Although he was unafraid of Uchiha Madara, there was no need to provoke him in such a setting. The numerous ordinary Navy personnel under their command would fare no better than lambs to the slaughter under Madara's hand, and they had no confidence in rescuing so many from his grasp. Ha ha! Well, since Madara has stated it's merely a jest, let's regard it as such. But truly, Madara, your strength is quite extraordinary. Yet Gion remained visibly unconvinced, struggling to accept Carp's reassurances. But he just attacked so many innocent Navy personnel. Such a person is clearly a despicable pirate. At her words, the atmosphere plummeted to a frigid silence. The reason Carp and Sengoku had chosen to acquiesce was largely due to the overwhelming capability for mass slaughter that their opponent wielded. Gion's remarks, however, escalated the tension to an adversarial level once more. Sengoku thought to himself that this could lead to another confrontation. Uchiha Madara was undeniably an excessively arrogant and prideful individual. Such an accusatory stance would undoubtedly provoke him further. As he contemplated this, Sengoku stealthily moved a few steps closer to Gion, positioning himself to protect her should conflict arise. Just then, the previously silent Uchiha Madara spoke. It was merely to restrain that golden fellow. Such an attack was nothing he couldn't withstand. And besides, I am a ninja. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene, even halting Sengoku's train of thought momentarily. The situation seemed to transcend his expectations. This arrogant and proud man did not strike one as the type inclined to offer rational explanations. Shouldn't he have erupted in fury, declaring that she had no right to question him, and then launched into a furious display? Why had he suddenly begun to reason? Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Uchiha Madara was taken aback by his own sudden explanation, which he found somewhat embarrassing, prompting him to change the subject with a stoic demeanor. Let this farce end here. I seek information, yet I cannot place my trust in you. I desire information, yet I remain skeptical of its reliability. Should you fail to provide it, I shall resort to violence. Thus, you must find a way to earn my trust in your knowledge, or I will be compelled to strike. This was the essence of the proud yet subtly menacing tone that perfectly aligned with Carp and Sengoku's perception of Madara's figure of arrogance, pride, and a penchant for battle. Adhering to the principle of not revealing psychological expectations in the face of adversity, Sengoku spoke up. What do you propose we do? After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Madara replied, I will select one of your subordinates and extract their memories. It shall not endanger their life. In the face of the situation, Sengoku appeared troubled, casually handing over his subordinates to others, which would undoubtedly tarnish the Navy's reputation. However, refusing to cooperate could provoke an immediate declaration of war, while life is undoubtedly precious. The dignity of the entire Navy must not be desecrated. It is out of the question. At most, I can capture a pirate for you, but my subordinates are not mere commodities. Where would you have me place my old face? Carp, unfazed by such concerns, outright rejected the notion, asserting that betraying a comrade was something he could never bring himself to do. Thus, I hope you will not find yourself begging me for a choice later. Uchiha Madara wasted no time in idle chatter. A flash of red ignited in his eyes as he activated the Mangeki Sharingan, summoning a colossal blue armored figure behind him, Susanu's third form. Although Uchiha Madara was arrogant, he was not a fool. The second form would be ineffective against the full strength of Sengoku and Carp, while the complete form's destructive potential was far too great to control. His aim was to pressure the opponent into agreement, not to engage in a fight to the death. After all, he indeed owed a debt of gratitude to this little girl named Zhi Yuan. It would be ungrateful to begin a massacre. Observing the unfolding situation, Both Sengoku and Carp could only steel themselves, for such immense combat power, if unleashed, would inevitably lead to casualties, effectively pushing the opponent into opposition against the Navy. Enough! Let me handle this, Zhi Yuan exclaimed loudly, tears of grievance welling in her eyes. She felt utterly wronged. Having saved someone with good intentions had inadvertently caused the Navy such significant trouble, forcing her to become merely a tool for obtaining intelligence. Uchiha Madara regarded the teary-eyed girl with an impassive expression, secretly exasperated by the stubbornness of these individuals that it was merely basic intelligence. I have no intention of killing anyone. In Madara's eyes, merely expressing a desire for something before seizing it was already a considerable concession. Ultimately, he reluctantly spoke. You have 3 days to bring forth someone of your choosing for me to verify the information. In exchange, I can assist you in eliminating one person. He cast a glance at the pitiful Zhi Yuan, adding, however, the debt of gratitude owed by this little girl is hereby nullified. Were it possible, Uchiha Madara would prefer not to concede. Yet, given that it was a life-saving favor, repaying it in this manner would not be so bad. That it would be fair to repay the life-saving grace with his reputation as the Shura of the ninja world. A privilege reserved for those who are deemed gods among ninjas. Upon hearing this, Carp's expression brightened with joy, eager to agree. Capturing a mere pirate was hardly a challenge in this cursed era, where pirates were abundant. A simple outing could yield a shipload. However, Zhi Yuan, her eyes reddened, gritted her teeth and interjected, "No, I will handle this myself. You, of all people, fear owing others a debt of gratitude, don't you? I intend to make you owe me a lifetime." This left Carp and Sengoku momentarily at a loss. Why was this girl so obstinate? Uchiha Madara was no pushover. How could she be certain he was the type to care about such debts? Madara himself felt a wave of bemusement. How brazenly foolish, mere grains of sand, speaking so audaciously. Without further ado, he seized Zhi Yuan by the neck, his eyes swirling faster and faster in the manjiki, gradually expanding like ripples as he activated the Rinnegan. Reaching out with one hand towards her waist, human path, he directly extracted a portion of her soul to interpret it before returning it entirely. Through this exchange, he acquired a significant amount of intelligence. Carp and Sengoku watched with bated breath. Although Madara had claimed there would be no danger to her life, the notion of memory extraction sounded perilous. Moreover, he had directly drawn her soul out. Carp nearly lost his composure, ready to intervene, but Sengoku restrained him. Carp whispered fervently to Sengoku, yet refrained from making any further moves. After all, this was the younger sister of Little Crane. If anything happened, both of them would be in deep trouble. In an instant, Madara released Zhi Yuan, beginning to process the vast amount of information flooding his mind, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The Navy? The pirates? The world government? How intriguing. Although he spoke of intrigue, Madara's heart was filled with confusion. This was an entirely new world, where everything he had ever pursued seemed like a fleeting illusion. The failed Moon Eye plan, Black Zetsu's deception, and of course, Hashirama. Zhi Yuan landed with a cough, surprisingly feeling no discomfort, not even a hint of unease. Uchiha Madara was not Nagato, and their control over the Rinnegan was not on the same level. There were indeed distinctions between the original and the modified. Before Madara could make his next move, Zhi Yuan suddenly knelt before him, exclaiming loudly, "Please accept me as your disciple, Mr. Madara." This caught Madara entirely off guard. It was well known that members of the Uchiha clan were notorious for being stubborn and unyielding to coercion. Such a sudden display left him momentarily speechless. "Little girl, as an ant, what are you fantasizing about?" Uchiha Madara coldly remarked. Yet Zhi Yuan remained kneeling, raising her voice even louder. "Please, in light of your kindness, accept me as your disciple, Mr. Madara." Madara's expression shifted abruptly. "I see," as he said. "Are you threatening me?" Zhi Yuan did not acquiesce to Madara's tone. "No, this is a pure supplication. I earnestly request that you accept me as your disciple, Mr. Madara." Madara's face grew increasingly grim. If Zhi Yuan dared to repay kindness with malice, he could easily dismiss this favor. However, her unyielding compliance left him at a loss for words. Carp and Sengoku shared a moment of astonishment. What was this unfolding drama? Unlike Carp's sheer bewilderment, Sengoku felt a flicker of secret delight. If this could be a means to keep Uchiha Madara within the Navy, it would be marvelous. His temper may be fiery, yet he was undeniably powerful, even in a hypothetical scenario where Uchiha Madara refused to serve the Navy. Simply being Zhi Yuan's mentor would ensure he would not cause undue trouble for them or become a pirate. With this thought in mind, Sengoku quickly interjected, Ahem, Mr. Madara has only recently recovered, and he is likely still fatigued. Zhi Yuan, do not press him too hard. Zhi Yuan shot Sengoku a puzzled glance. She had only just devised a method of retaliation against Uchiha Madara that would humiliate him without provoking his wrath. She did not understand why Sengoku chose to interrupt at this moment. Sengoku, however, paid no heed to Zhi Yuan's confusion and continued, Mr. Madara, first and foremost, has just recovered from illness. Secondly, you mentioned you are a ninja. I possess some knowledge regarding ninjas, from the land of Wano, correct? Strong, resilient, enduring humiliation for their goals, shadowy wanderers. They are heroes of the People's Armed Forces, AS, the world's largest law enforcement agency. The Navy has always upheld justice. And we welcome heroes from all walks of life. Why not, Mr. Madara, stay with us for a while? Without allowing Madara a chance to refuse, Sengoku continued, we are somewhat familiar with the situation in Wano. While the people are formidable and numerous, the information flow is somewhat restricted. Zhi Yuan is still young and lacks sufficient intelligence reserves that, on the other hand, the Navy is always eager to provide heroes like you with various information. With Zhi Yuan's intelligence as a foundation, you would possess the ability to assess the information we provide. Perhaps you could stay with the Navy for some time. During this period, our mightiest Vice Admiral, the heroic Carp, could accompany you. What do you think? Uchiha Madara found himself overwhelmed by this flurry of flattery. Previously, as the formidable Shura of the ninja world, he had never encountered such tactics. Aside from schemes and life-or-death struggles, he had never seen Sengoku's style of persuasion and felt reluctant to decline. He merely nodded, maintaining his aloof facade. Seeing Madara nod, Sengoku's heart swelled with joy. Unlike the naive Zhi Yuan, he was soon to become a fleet admiral, well-versed in the intricacies of human relationships. Uchiha Madara, clearly a compliant individual, was someone he could easily maneuver. After all, he had even managed to placate the celestial dragons. How much easier would it be to handle Uchiha Madara? Haha, as long as Mr. Madara agrees. That's splendid. Hey, Carp, hurry and fetch a couple of decent sea beasts. Tonight, I shall share wine with Mr. Madara and discuss heroes. Carp was momentarily taken aback. Why was this flattery directed at him? Why must he accompany it? He would also have to provide the food. With a flick of his hand, Madara utilized the technique of the Nirvana Temple to release the majority of the Navy from the illusion that bound them. After all, since a truce has been declared, it's inappropriate to let so many people lie there. However, Sengoku ignored Garp and directly took Madara back to his own residence. Mr. Madara, you may not know that our Navy caught the most heinous pirate in the world some time ago. Gold. Roger, who is known as the Pirate King. He will be executed soon. This is truly a momentous event in the world. So, we were sent here in advance to stand guard. Seeing that Sengoku was being so polite, Madara didn't feel right about maintaining his aloofness. With a poker-faced expression, he struck up a conversation. The Pirate King sounds quite interesting. Can I have a fight with him? Ha ha ha, as expected of Mr. Madara. Most people would tremble in fear at the mention of Roger. How could Sengoku fail to notice that Madara Uchiha and Tsuru's disciple, Tsuru, one didn't want to take on an apprentice and the other didn't want to find a master? Tsuru did all this just to annoy Madara, so he deliberately interrupted what had happened before to stabilize Madara Uchiha first. Then, he would deliberate on the matter slowly. In Sengoku's eyes, a person like Madara Uchiha, who values human relationships, doesn't reject things outright, and seems a bit soft-hearted, is like a duck in the mouth. How could he let it fly away? Besides, during Roger's execution, such a crucial moment, having a terrifying combatant like Madara Uchiha wandering around would probably keep Sengoku awake at night. It would be better to find an excuse to let Garp keep an eye on Madara Uchiha. But it seems that just Garp isn't enough. Well, he'd better find an excuse to bring Zephyr here too. It's really a headache just before Roger's execution. First, there was Shiki, and now it's Madara Uchiha. All the hidden monsters are coming out one by one. Just 2 more days. Endure for 2 more days and it'll be fine. Well, it's time for the era of pirates to end. This world needs justice. Justice that reigns supreme. When Garp returned from hunting, Sengoku found an excuse to secretly look for Tsuru. Although Madara Uchiha can't be trusted yet, even a potentially spoiled piece of fat is still fat. One can't just turn a blind eye to it. Privately, Sengoku sneaked up to the door of the treatment department and gently knocked on it. A disgruntled voice came from inside. Come in, Mr. Sengoku. Sengoku heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Tsuru, with her straightforward temper, would scold him away. After all, he needed her help now. Ahem, little Tsuru, how's your injury? Tsuru ignored Sengoku's question and said coldly, just like Madara Uchiha. There's nothing wrong with my body. But I'm a bit sad. I plan to have a good talk with Sister Tsuru about your performance today, Mr. Sengoku. Your performance today doesn't match the image of the Fleet Admiral in my heart. Sengoku broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had a plan. Otherwise, all of Tsuru's anger would probably be vented on him later. Ahem, little Tsuru, regarding today's matter, well, it was because of certain reasons. After all, the prospective Fleet Admiral is just a prospective one. It's understandable that there are some deficiencies, right? Tsuru continued in a sarcastic tone. Then I'll trouble the Fleet Admiral to explain it well to others. After all, in the Navy, everyone knows how powerful the great Fleet Admiral Sengoku is. Sengoku explained while breaking out in a cold sweat. Ahem, a prospective one that the final choice of the Fleet Admiral is still uncertain, that we're all working for justice. How can we be so mercenary? Tsuru ignored Sengoku's words and continued talking on her own. Judging from the high-handedness of Fleet Admiral Sengoku today, it's not as polite as you claim. Let me guess that you're eyeing that ungrateful old man, right? So, you've come here as a lobbyist. Let me guess what comes next. It's time to resort to coercion and inducement, asking me, a young female Navy officer, to sacrifice myself to gain powerful support for the organization, right? Sengoku was sweating profusely. This little girl was really daring to say anything when she was angry. If others heard this, who knew what they would think of him? Would he still be able to be the Fleet Admiral then? Oh yes, a prospective one that keep a low profile. Tsuru isn't stupid at that time. Her thoughts couldn't keep up with Sengoku, the old fox, but she couldn't stop thinking about it. It was easy to figure it out that a prospective Navy Fleet Admiral, about to execute the Pirate King and ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral to reach the peak of his life. Suddenly, he saw Madara Uchiha, a man who wasn't a pirate, but was extremely powerful. It was just like when Cao Cao saw Guan Yu. Tsuru also admitted that with Madara Uchiha's powerful combat ability, it would be worth enduring some grievances if he joined the Navy. But that didn't stop her from venting her anger on Sengoku. As Sister Tsuru said, men are all scoundrels. This made Sengoku grit his teeth in annoyance. What was all this? Where did this 12 or 13-year-old girl learn such sarcastic words? And he couldn't beat or scold her because he was indeed coveting Madara Uchiha's strength. For the sake of justice and the peace of the sea, Tsuru, I know you're angry now and may not understand my actions, but think about it. With our relationship, would I harm you? I'm actually helping you. Tsuru rolled a cute pair of eyes, indicating that she didn't want to pay attention to Sengoku. As Sister Tsuru said, men always look like this when they need something from others. Look, let's not talk about Madara Uchiha's strength for now. Let's just talk about helping you get revenge on him and vent your anger. Don't you want to have some control over this ungrateful Madara Uchiha? Tsuru was still young. Hearing this, she couldn't hold back anymore. After all, she had been so wrong today. She saved this ungrateful man, got herself all injured, had her memories completely exposed, and even shed tears. Seeing that Tsuru was interested, Sengoku quickly continued. There was hope, little Tsuru. You may not trust Garb's character, but you can't doubt my experience. A person like Madara Uchiha seems fierce at first glance, but in fact, he has a thin skin, right? How do you kids describe such people? Proud but easily flustered, Tsuru sniffed and said, yes, exactly. He's proud but easily flustered. Look, if he becomes your master, do you think such a person would treat his apprentice badly? Although it's not easy to win him over. Once he is, he'll definitely be easy to get along with. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. How can a father not love his daughter? Maybe we'll have to endure some grievances at the beginning. But once we have him in our grasp, it'll be up to us. The entire Navy will be on your side. Then he'll be helpless. You can make him look bad at will. You can say, Master, I want the moon today, and Master, I want the sun tomorrow. Can't you torture him? All things are difficult at the beginning. Endure some hardships today and enjoy a comfortable life for the rest of your life. Right? Tsuru's eyes sparkled, and her mind was full of scenarios of making Madara Uchiha, that ungrateful old man, work like a slave. Immediately, she slapped her thigh and said, let's do it. Seeing this, Sengoku immediately leaned over to Tsuru's ear and whispered something. After listening, Tsuru and Sengoku exchanged a look and both gave a sly smile. Definitely capture him. The scene changed to the temporary command post in Logue Town. Garp was chatting with Madara Uchiha while munching on senbei. Ha, brother Madara, how did you come up with that big bone? Is it a devil fruit ability? After reading the information in Tsuru's mind, Madara Uchiha also had a general understanding of this world and accepted the persona of a Wano ninja given to him by Sengoku. It's a family-inherited secret technique that requires a special bloodline that I in the past. Madara Uchiha definitely wouldn't have bothered to explain such a question. Now, due to the blow of being betrayed by Black Zetsu, and the sense of aimless confusion after realizing that this wasn't his world, he was driven to communicate with the people around him. Coincidentally, Garp, a member of the D-clan, was known for his love of laughing and carefree nature. The two got along quite harmoniously. I saw both you and the kid use that special technique, something like teleportation, called shave. Oh, you mean shave? That's one of the 6 powers of the Navy. All officers at the basic level are required to master it. These two people didn't say anything of real substance. They just exchanged some obvious nonsense. Uchiha Madara, who had Gion's memories, instantly learned shave. Mainly, among the 6 powers of Gion, he only learned shave. After the two of them exchanged lots of nonsense for quite a while and started to feel bored, Sengoku led Gion, with red-rimmed eyes as if she had just cried, into the scene that as soon as Uchiha Madara saw Gion, he felt a headache. He simply couldn't fathom what was going on in this little kid's mind. Coupled with her slightly swollen and red eyes, it really made Madara's state of mind collapse a bit. As soon as Gion entered the room, she pitifully called out Master to Madara. Uchiha Madara's face darkened. Just as he was about to say something, he saw that poor little face of Gion about to burst into tears, which made Uchiha Madara's blood pressure soar. Immediately, Uchiha Madara formed a hand seal and used a body flicker technique to run away. Meanwhile, Carp slightly looked up at the rooftop. Sengoku showed a look of having succeeded in a scheme and nodded to Carp. Carp looked utterly confused but understood what Sengoku meant and just sat there without any action. There was no need to specifically go up to the rooftop to monitor Uchiha Madara. His terrifying aura didn't even know how to be concealed in Carp's eyes. The place where Uchiha Madara was located was as obvious in terms of its aura as if there was a sun there. Sengoku, with a smile on his lips, led Gion away. He exchanged a look with Gion, and the meaning was clear. Go to see him later. Well, this was the battle plan formulated by Gion and Sengoku. The acting pitifully operation. After the previous experiment, it showed that this method was highly feasible. People like Uchiha Madara seemed to be loners, cold, arrogant, violent, and dictatorial. However, he placed great importance on so-called gratitude and emotions. Having a bit of the flavor of the kind of loyalty among the Western Sea gangsters. Having climbed to his current position, Sengoku had seen a lot of people. Uchiha Madara's strength was definitely greater than Sengoku's. But in terms of human relationships, due to his overwhelming strength and excessive self-assertiveness, Uchiha Madara was inferior to Sengoku, who had to deal with both superiors and subordinates every day. At night, Uchiha Madara was lying alone on the rooftop of the 2nd floor that he knew that Carp was sent by Sengoku to monitor him. It was obvious that the Navy attached great importance to the execution of the so-called Pirate King. But Madara didn't really care. He was just a bit lost at the moment. After the battle at the Valley of the End, he had lived alone underground for who knew how long without feeling such intense loneliness. Even when he could only eat rats on some days and military rations on better days, he still felt that he had lived a fulfilling life at that time. He had his own aspirations and goals, aiming to achieve true peace through the Moon's Eye plan. Then, after being reincarnated by Kabuto using the Edo Tensei and fighting against the allied shinobi forces, although there was a bit of a sense of bullying the kids, he still felt happy. He enjoyed fighting and even relished the deep fear and despair in the eyes of the allied shinobi forces when they heard his title as the Azura of the shinobi world. He saw Onoki, the little one, being shocked by the heavenly starfall, and the 5 Kages fighting him at the risk of their lives, especially Hashirama's granddaughter. Although her strength was a bit lacking, her spirit was truly worthy of being Hashirama's granddaughter, and she deserved the title of Hokage. Then there was the master of taijutsu who fought him while emitting red steam, and Naruto and Sasuke, the sons of the era. That little one with the same face as Izuna, he didn't disgrace the Uchiha name. Although they were his enemies, he didn't resent anyone who had fought him. On the contrary, he found it interesting because of these battles. Even when he died due to a sneak attack, he didn't complain about the injustice. He didn't think Naruto and Sasuke could have defeated him. He only felt that he had lost due to his own carelessness. In the end, you won, Hashirama. Your will, or rather, the will of fire, has been successfully passed down. I was still planning to drink with you, Hashirama. Just as Madara was still reminiscing about the past and feeling the maddening loneliness in this world, a small figure was sneakingly lying on the side of the stairs. Quietly observing him, Uchiha Madara coldly drove her away. Get out of here, kid. But Gion didn't care. After all, she was still in a state where her great cause was yet to be achieved. She was determined to make the hateful Uchiha ingrate fall at her feet. Whether it was her gingham dress or princess dress. Master, aren't you bored all by yourself? Uchiha Madara got extremely angry, he thought. Do you know how awesome it is for me to reminisce about my once failed, but still legendary life? Why do you have to come and interrupt? Then he thought, it wouldn't work if this little kid kept bothering him. Well, it was a bit boring anyway. Dio, you want to hear my story? Hearing this, Gion's eyes lit up. Sure. No one has told me a story since I was 10. Madara's eyes also brightened, and he began. The place where I used to live was in constant war. My father died, my family died, my clansmen betrayed me, and my younger brothers all died. Later, I even killed my best friend. I lost the battle, but he died, and my ambition and I survived. There were also some interesting customs in our place. Gion's big eyes sparkled. Although Uchiha Madara was really bad at telling stories and there was no feeling at all, it was still better than nothing. She quickly played along. What interesting customs. We like to fight with our best friends and kill them. Fight with our teammates and kill them. Fight with our seniors and juniors and kill them. Fight with our fellow disciples and kill them. In this regard, although I had achieved quite a lot, I still couldn't compare with my best friends. Well, this left Gion stunned. So, all the ninjas in Wano country were a bunch of lunatics, right? Seeing Gion at a loss for words, Madara curled his lips and struck while the iron was hot. My best friend's will is called the will of fire, and those who inherit it are called Hokages. Among them, the one who made it famous, the third Hokage, is Sarutobi Hiruzen. He has 3 disciples. One disciple always avoids him, one despises him, and one always wants to take care of him in his old age. Gion tilted her head and said, the last disciple seems quite good, doesn't he? The corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up even higher. The third disciple of the monkey was first driven out of the village. Then he bided his time for decades. Finally, he came back with the monkey's master and my best friend. And the 3 of them successfully sent the monkey to his end. Gion, it's truly a great act of filial piety. The disciple who liked to avoid the monkey was Jiraiya. He listened to the slander of the toads and also took in some disciples. In the end, his own disciple stabbed him 6 times and threw his body into the deep sea. Gion. Then, as the will of fire was passed down, the 4th Hokage, Jiraiya's disciple, also took in a disciple. In the end, he and his wife were skewered by his disciple Dado, and he also killed the 3rd Hokage's wife. By the way, Gion. The disciple who killed the monkey was Orochimaru. Later, he also took in a disciple. Then he was stabbed to death by his disciple's elder brother, but that guy was lucky and came back to life later. His disciple did kill his elder brother, which could also be considered a kind of inheritance. That elder brother who was killed had once killed his own parents. Gion. One can only say it's brotherly love and a happy family. Well, kid, let me tell you a secret. I was once a candidate for the first Hokage. Gion, are you crazy? The reason I didn't become the Hokage was that I was afraid of dying at the hands of my disciple. So, I swore that I wouldn't take in a disciple. If I ever had a disciple in the future, I would kill them immediately, just in case. Uchiha Madara looked at Gion menacingly, as if he couldn't wait to get rid of her. Gion. Woo. Who? So touching. It's so moving. Uchiha Madara. Seriously? Uchiha Madara had thought of many possible outcomes. He had thought that the little kid would be scared away, scared to cry, not be afraid, not believe him, stand up for justice, or get extremely angry, and he had made plans for all of them. Only this reaction he didn't expect. Did I say something that was worth being touched about just now? Kid. You. Uchiha Madara Gion Gion Uchiha Madara Hashirama, Izuna Gion, Sengoku Gion Sengoku, Sengoku Sengoku 2. 0 Uchiha Madara Gion Hashirama Gion Uchiha Madara Gion Uchiha Madara Gion Uchiha Madara Garp Sengoku Garp Uchiha Madara Garp Uchiha Madara Garp Uchiha Madara Gion Gion Garp Uchiha Madara Uchiha Madara as the warlord Sengoku exhaled. He held in one hand the booger-picking carp, while in the other he grasped the sword sheath of the filial sun's sword, filled with the fiery spirit of Gion, watching Sengoku storm away. Cursing under his breath, and realizing that he had forgotten to return the filial sun's sword, or rather, the command knife, to Sengoku, Ban vowed that he had never before desired to be a villain so intensely. After a moment, Sengoku, accompanied by the spit-covered carp and the silent yet fiery Gion, approached Uchiha Ban. The two bowed simultaneously, offering a perfunctory apology in unison. Ban took a deep breath, acutely aware that his blood pressure was rising. Ultimately, he was left with the helpless Sengoku by his side, while Carp and Gion departed with hearty laughter. Watching their retreating figures, Ban slowly inquired, "How long do you believe you can hold your position as marshal? Or perhaps, I might fall before my term ends," Sengoku sighed. "And how long do you think your master will last? I have not taken her as a disciple," observing the unyielding Uchiha Ban before him. Sengoku could not conceal his disappointment that Ban's blood pressure surged further. He became increasingly convinced of his thoughts. The Navy truly was afflicted with madness. Suddenly, he recalled someone with whom he was perpetually at odds, Senju Tobarama, who always seemed to mirror Ban's current mood. Ban envisioned himself as Senju Tobarama, fantasizing about being surrounded by three Hashirama that oh no, that thought was not to be entertained. Meanwhile, Gion was eagerly trailing behind Carp, suddenly realizing that the Vice Admiral appeared to be an unfathomable treasure trove. After a night of contemplation, she had managed to leave her master speechless. Yet Carp had nearly provoked both her master and Sengoku to the brink of suffocation with apparent ease. As thoughts swirled in her mind, Gion abruptly raised her hand, exclaiming, "Vice Admiral Carp, I have a question." Carp was taken aback. Gion had not seemed particularly fond of him before, so why was she initiating conversation today? "What is it, little Gion? I wish to know how Vice Admiral Carp managed to infuriate both my master and Marshal Sengoku with such effortless ease." Upon hearing this, Carp burst into laughter. "Ah, I see. Ha! That, of course, is the result of employing my wisdom, orchestrating events with meticulous execution." Gion turned away in annoyance. "Humph, if you won't share, then don't bother with such evasive remarks. Everyone in the Navy knows Vice Admiral Carp lacks intellect." "It's utterly infuriating." Carp was momentarily taken aback. Was this girl truly so difficult to deceive? Clearing his throat, he jested, "Just a joke, little Gion. Remember, the most important thing is sincerity, wholeheartedness without treating others as mere pawns." Gion's spirits lifted upon hearing this, realizing they had finally arrived at the crux of the matter, and she eagerly engaged Carp in discussion. She solemnly produced the sheath of the filial son's sword, gravely inquiring whether he wished to learn. "Ahem, little Gion, let me impart a vital lesson. One can tempt fate without meeting demise, rather than ensure death through recklessness. That I wish to live a few more years." As evening approached, on the eve of Roger's execution, a tall man with a full head of purple hair hastily arrived. It was Zifa, urgently summoned. Tomorrow marked the day of Roger's execution, and Sengoku had his own duties. Unable to accompany Carp to remain with Ban to prevent any potential betrayal from Uchiha Ban during the execution, Sengoku decided to summon Zifa as well, ensuring two powerful admirals watched over Uchiha Ban. Zifa, perplexed, had originally been tasked with maintaining order at Twin Cape during the execution. However, Sengoku's urgent summons had brought him here in haste. Upon arriving at the base in Log Town, he discovered Sengoku in animated conversation with a man clad in ancient battle armor, occasionally bursting into laughter. Upon noticing Zifa's arrival, Sengoku beamed. "You have arrived, Zifa." He then proceeded to introduce Uchiha Ban. "This is Mr. Ban, a highly esteemed guest of the Navy. I called you here to accompany Vice Admiral Carp in ensuring Mr. Ban's safety during tomorrow's execution." Zifa's pupils constricted at this revelation. Was it truly necessary for him and Carp to guard someone? This implied that the man known as Uchiha Ban possessed at least the combat prowess of an admiral. Did it not? Uchiha Ban, however, displayed no signs of disturbance. He understood the significance of Pirate King Roger's execution. Recognizing the importance of his ambiguous status in this setting, he bore no dissatisfaction. "Ha, Zifa, you have come too. I assume for my brother Ban." Carp, arriving at the scene just in time for a meal, remarked it was no wonder these three managed to converge at meal times. Upon seeing Carp's arrival, Uchiha Ban's expression darkened, his demeanor becoming increasingly unstable. Zifa raised an eyebrow, instinctively turning his gaze toward Uchiha Ban. Such an ominous aura was not something just anyone could exude. Yet before Ban could unleash his fury, a small figure leaped out from behind Carp. "Oh, master, were you missing me?" Uchiha Ban's breath hitched. Why was this little rascal everywhere? However, it was somewhat reassuring that she was not carrying that so-called sword sheath of the will of fire this time. Ha! Brother Ban, seeing how much Gion adores you, why not join the Navy? Carp seized the opportunity to speak. Such a suggestion from Sengoku would have been overly tense, but Carp's casual tone rendered any rejection inconsequential. I refuse. Carp, unfazed, casually threw an arm around Ban's shoulder and continued to chatter. Brother Ban, our Navy offers excellent benefits. For a powerhouse like you, just spending a little time with us, and a vice admiral position would be guaranteed. If you desire, a chance at admiral is not out of the question. However, I wouldn't recommend the admiral role. You'd have to protect those insufferable celestial dragons. Carp. X2 Carp laughed heartily, waving his hand. Ha 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 ha. Apologies, that last comment doesn't count. Just pretend you didn't hear it. Zifa's subordinates, accompanying him, were left dumbfounded by Carp's outrageous words. Was this truly permissible? Ban, intrigued, was aware of the celestial dragon's notoriety. However, Gion was still young and only understood that they should not be provoked. Now that Carp had brought it up, it piqued his curiosity. World nobles? Great names? Why do you fear such vermin? Would it not suffice to eliminate them? Zifa, Sengoku. Carp erupted into laughter again, finding Ban's defiance immensely entertaining. Sengoku began to explain the reasons behind the celestial dragon's untouchability, managing to convey the message to Ban. Yet, he failed to notice the increasingly bright spark in Ban's eyes, so striking those vermin could attract formidable foes. How fascinating! For Ban, the notion that striking a celestial dragon could summon an admiral-level warrior intrigued him greatly. This meant that whenever he grew bored, he could simply find a celestial dragon to slay, thereby inviting a powerful ally like Carp to join him in revelry. Observing the eager Ban, Sengoku felt a twinge of bitterness. He was beginning to feel a headache coming on that if Uchiha Ban truly became part of the Navy. Would it be a blessing or a curse? This fellow's haughty disposition was not unlike that of the notorious pirates, such as the Golden Lion or Roger. Sengoku even imagined a serene afternoon where Uchiha Ban, donned in a Navy admiral's uniform, would find himself bored without any pirates to chase, casually trampling a celestial dragon underfoot and compelling Carp to engage in a brawl. The mere thought sent a shiver down Sengoku's spine. Gazing at Carp, who was laughing heartily with Uchiha Ban, he felt that just one Carp was already more than he could handle. Adding Uchiha Ban into the mix might very well lead to his untimely demise in the office of the marshal, leaving him with no opportunity for retirement. Uchiha Ban, too, felt a twinge of discomfort. He found it difficult to adapt to the personalities of the people in this world. Why did they all behave like that fool Hashirama? So carefree yet utterly oblivious? However, to become enraged and lash out over such matters felt like an overreaction. After arriving in this world, he had indeed lacked a clear objective. Even he didn't have the slightest thought of returning to the Naruto world. He felt that his performance in the Naruto world had come to an end. In this world, the only people he knew were Carp and his bunch of crazy people. The group noticed Uchiha Madara, who was deep in thought in front of the bonfire. They all tacitly kept quiet. Sengoku and the others were also a bit nervous. They knew that Uchiha Madara was truly contemplating the feasibility of joining the Navy. Shiwa was crouching in front of Uchiha Madara, hugging her calves, and looking at the thoughtful Madara with curiosity. After a long while, Madara let out a long sigh. Sorry, I won't join the Navy. Hearing this, Sengoku's face darkened, and he was somewhat disappointed. However, this was within his expectation. After all, they had only known each other for a few days. How could it be so easy to persuade a powerful figure like Uchiha Madara? Just as Sengoku was about to say something to ease the atmosphere, he heard Uchiha Madara continue that I'm a ninja, that I intend to inherit my dear friend's will and establish a ninja village. Sengoku was stunned for a moment. It seemed that there was still a glimmer of hope. He quickly asked, What do you mean by that, Mr. Madara? Madara was holding Shiwa's sword and constantly stirring the bonfire in front of him. The firelight flickered on his face. That I hope to cooperate with the Navy. Ninjas need to make a living. That we can cooperate with the Navy in the form of mercenaries. The entrusted tasks include, but are not limited to, assassination, escort, theft, war, and intelligence gathering, etc. Sengoku's eyes lit up. This was just like the CP department. It could be the Navy's own CP department. Fleet Admiral Kong had once told him that there were some shady matters that the Navy couldn't handle. If it weren't for some people's objections, he would have wanted to establish a CP-like department in the Navy. Looking at Uchiha Madara again, he was as powerful as an admiral. As a ninja, he was professional in handling shady affairs. Sengoku immediately understood the so-called cooperation. You, Uchiha Madara, were new to this world. You had no money and no land. Establishing a force would surely require land. And you would definitely use the Navy's land. Secondly, you needed stable and high-quality members. What about the Navy's recruit training camp? Using my land, eating my food, and using my people. Although it was called cooperation, wasn't it just a looser special department of the Navy? And they could get a combat power equivalent to an admiral for free. People would be paid according to the tasks they completed and wouldn't take unearned pay. Was there any better deal than this? It was just like having a pillow when you were sleepy. In short, it was just giving Uchiha Madara a name, and the rest still belonged to the Navy. Thinking of this, Sengoku seriously said to Uchiha Madara, Mr. Madara, I can represent the Navy to have a detailed discussion with you about our cooperation. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Amidst the intense discussion, Sengoku chattering non-stop and Uchiha Madara nodding from time to time. Madara put forward a framework that he and Hashirama had agreed upon in his previous life in the Naruto world. He didn't care about the rest of the details at all. And Sengoku, who was beaming with excitement, filled them in. The Navy would provide the initial location for the Leaf Village at the old site of the Navy's recruit training camp near the Navy headquarters. As for personnel selection, Madara, the first Hokage of the Leaf Village, could freely select one person from each batch of the Navy's recruit training camp. The Navy would not provide any funds to the Leaf Village. All the funds for the later development of the Leaf Village would be borne by itself. Note, for the assassination of designated pirate practitioners, the commission would be 20 higher than the amount on the wanted poster. Uchiha Madara abandoned the self-contained political structure of the Leaf Village in his previous life and instead chose the principle of having fewer and healthier children as the main development policy. Finally, Sengoku, the prospective fleet admiral of the Navy, and Uchiha Madara, the Hokage of the Leaf Village, the Navy's first cooperation unit, reached a mutually beneficial strategic agreement. Meanwhile, Sengoku immediately wrote out the first entrusted task for the Leaf Village. The Navy's first cooperation partner, which was to assist Navy Lieutenant General Karp and Admiral Zifa in maintaining the order of the execution of Gion. Roger, the Pirate King, actually. They were still under the supervision of the two. Haha, Brother Madara, welcome to the Navy, we're on the same side from now on. Karp started laughing heartily while patting Madara on the shoulder. In Karp's eyes, Madara had agreed to join the Navy. He was just a bit proud. Everyone was very happy about what happened that night. Madara found his temporary goal, and Sengoku was glad that a powerful figure like Uchiha Madara had joined the Navy, the family of justice. Late at night, when Shiwa, the little girl, tried to invite Sengoku out on the pretext of discussing the battle plan but failed and was firmly rejected by Sengoku, the little Shiwa looked at Sengoku in disbelief. Looking as if she had been betrayed, Sengoku's agreement with Shiwa was to maintain a good relationship between Uchiha Madara and the Navy. Now that Madara was one of their own, there was no need to maintain the relationship. The matter of helping the little girl succeed in becoming an apprentice and taking revenge on Uchiha Madara had long been forgotten by Sengoku. Karp and Zifa were also pulled in, and the four of them talked all night in front of the bonfire. The little girl, who instantly felt betrayed by everyone, was so angry that she couldn't sleep all night. The next morning, she had to go on the mission with 2 big dark circles under her eyes. Sengoku didn't know that the little girl had written 2 full pages of a report to Lieutenant General Tsuru to complain. In the year 1499 of the Grand Line calendar, on the eve of the execution of Gold. Roger, the Pirate King, Karp, Zifa, and Madara were assigned to guard the outer perimeter of the execution square. Uchiha Madara was extremely interested in the so-called Pirate King, but unfortunately, their position only allowed them to see Roger enter the venue, not the execution. With a crunch, Uchiha Madara casually crushed a pirate who came to disrupt the execution. He said to Karp and Zifa, "Do you want to go and watch Roger's execution ceremony?" After Karp punched a little unknown pirate away, he picked his nose and said, "He's my old friend. Without you, I'd definitely find a hidden place to see him off for the last time." Zifa said he didn't care. He didn't have the special feelings for Roger that Karp had. After all, Roger was just a pirate. 2 votes in favor, 1 abstention. Let's go and have a look. Uchiha Madara turned around and was about to go to the execution ground when Karp stopped him. "Leaving your post without permission is a serious crime. Sengoku will kill me." Uchiha Madara curled his lips. "Who says the 3 of us are leaving our posts without permission?" Then he pulled the 2 of them into the shadows, formed a seal with one hand, and created 3 clones. 1 of them turned into Karp and another into Zifa, and sent them back to their original positions. Carp was amazed and laughed while exclaiming, "Brother Madara, your ability is so convenient. Ha, let's go quickly. Come back after watching. Don't let Sengoku find out. Yo, master, it's 3 votes in favor." Hearing this, Uchiha Madara suddenly felt something was wrong. That he looked up at Shiwa, who was peeping at them from the second floor balcony. For a moment, he felt a great deal of pressure. Hee, master, watch my wall of fire. Then Shiwa leaped into the air, shouting wall of fire, and plopped down on Uchiha Madara's neck. Uchiha Madara was instantly stunned at Uchiha Madara, the Asura of the ninja world, the archenemy of the god of the ninja world, the mastermind behind the 4th Ninja World War, and the most ambitious man in the ninja world, had experienced everything in his life. Well, he really hadn't experienced this. A man who could make others pee their pants just by standing behind him, let alone having a little brat sitting on his neck. Uchiha Madara visibly trembled. The terrifying aura and killing intent on him began to burst wildly. He wanted to kill this little bug who dared to humiliate him countless times, but suppressed his impulse again and again. Madara silently recited in his heart, "I've died several times. Don't be impulsive. This little girl is half an benefactor. Can't kill her, can't kill her." Carp and Zifa were terrified. They thought that if this monster went berserk, they probably couldn't control him. "Little ancestor, how dare you?" Without knowing that she had been dancing on the edge of death, Shiwa was still swinging her little legs on Uchiha Madara's neck. Whoosh, giddy up. Giddy up, let's go. Madara stiffly, like a rusty machine, lifted the little girl off his neck and put her on the ground, saying in a voice even he didn't understand clearly, "Walk by yourself." Then he walked straight towards the execution ground, even forgetting to hide his figure. At the same time, on the other side of the venue, Sengoku showed a contented and sly smile and put down the binoculars in his hand, sure to capture. Finally, Madara and Gion and their party arrived at the execution ground. They walked to a relatively secluded corner and began to silently await the arrival of the Pirate King. Due to her short stature, little Gion couldn't see clearly. In her eagerness, she climbed onto Madara Uchiha's neck again, causing Madara's body to stiffen once more. However, this time he didn't grab Gion down. The solemn bugle sounded. On one side of the square, 2 squads of soldiers holding the world government flags walked out expressionlessly, and in the middle was Madara Uchiha's pupils constricted. No, something was wrong. It wasn't an escort in the sense of a captive. A man with such charisma would never exude the aura of a loser. He stood there, and the 2 squads of men beside him were more like an honor guard. It was as if he were the ultimate victor of this war. The so-called Pirate King, Gold. Roger, with the kind of charisma he exuded, deeply attracted Madara. Madara murmured to himself, "Is this the king among heroes?" Roger wore shackles. But Madara felt that those fetters were more like the ornaments he had chosen for himself. Like a king's last dance on the stage. How could a king perform his last act without proper adornments? Roger slowly scanned the crowd, as if surveying his subjects. Finally, his gaze fell in the direction of Madara Uchiha and the others, and he calmly stared at them. At first, Madara thought Roger was looking at his old friend Carp. But as the gaze lingered, Madara saw those eyes that were firmly fixed on him, and that smile he couldn't forget. Madara didn't know how to describe Roger's smile. Was it charisma, ambition, pride? This so-called pirate had all the qualities of a king. Both of them had reached the peak. Madara's peak was like a god who could cover the sky with one hand, while Roger was more like a king who owned the whole world. Madara couldn't help but think of the evaluation of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger, a man who possessed wealth, fame, power, and the entire world. Gold. Roger. A smile involuntarily spread across Madara's lips, different from Roger's infectious kingly aura. At this moment, Madara was more like an Asura looking down upon the mortal world, arrogant, belligerent, and with a hint of disdain that inadvertently showed. This was the collision of 2 world-class apex beings. Moments later, Roger withdrew his gaze. As calm as if he had just greeted an old friend, he turned around and continued walking on his own path. As Roger climbed onto the execution platform and sat cross-legged, his powerful aura enveloped the entire area, like a carefree king ready to have a chat with his subjects. Suddenly, someone below the stage shouted almost at the top of their lungs, "Pirate King, where did you hide all your treasures? You've obtained it, right? The legendary great treasure, One Piece." There was a moment of silence. No one had expected someone to loudly question Roger about the location of One Piece. But gradually, everyone present became enthusiastic, and their eyes burned with anticipation as they looked at Roger. Sengoku panicked and quickly shouted into his din mushy, "Execute him immediately." as the blade beside him rose. Roger burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, my treasures, if you want them, you can have them all. Go and find them. I've left everything there. Along with the sound of the blade piercing his body, that wild smile was forever frozen there. There was a thunderous roar in the field, as if to celebrate the arrival of a brand new era. Sengoku, Carp, Zifa, and other Navy officers' faces turned extremely ugly. That damned guy, with just a few words before his death, had directly initiated a crazy era. Carp gritted his teeth and growled. Is this the reason you chose to turn yourself in? Roger. Bastard. Madara Uchiha also looked at the fallen king with a complex expression. Gion, who was sitting on Madara's neck, was also full of shock. Although Gion was young, it didn't stop her from being deeply impressed by the man on the execution platform. Madara noticed the change in the little girl's breathing on his neck. It seemed that she was starting to worship the man. Immediately, he released his aura, interrupting Gion's feelings and forcing her back to reality. The end of an era is worth savoring, but don't lose your ability to think. Kid. Gion immediately came to her senses, and at the same time, she was in AWE.is this the charisma of the Pirate King. Then, thinking of the shock when Madara released his aura to interrupt her, she pouted. Stupid master, no sense of romance at all. Madara was also speechless. He grabbed Gion and put her on the ground, then directly turned around and left. That little girl talking about romance, if he ignored her any longer. She might even steal a ship and sail out to sea. After Madara left, Carp and Zifa also left with gloomy faces. Gion couldn't understand why the atmosphere suddenly became so gloomy. The Pirate King had been executed. Right? In the afternoon, the cleanup work didn't require the participation of vice admirals and admirals like Carp, Sengoku, and Zifa. The group directly boarded the warship and began to return to Marineford. The atmosphere was extremely dull all the way. Except for Madara Uchiha and the little girl Gion. Madara didn't care at all. A fierce man who had fought from Sengoku's era to the peaceful era of the ninja world. Would he be afraid of a crazy era? Afraid of death? Some people, their very existence was the era. Gion still had the idea of filial piety is the most important virtue in her head. All she could think about was family harmony and the will of fire. Whether the era went crazy or not was not a concern for a little kid like her. Madara Uchiha apparently had some interest in the sea. After fighting all his life, the number of naval battles he had participated in was countable on one hand. Fighting in a small pond was nothing compared to the vastness here. Madara had been extremely excited these days. The life of drifting on the sea was extremely boring, and he was looking forward to the appearance of an enemy. Admiral Sengoku, a pirate ship has been spotted ahead. Sengoku looked at the listless people on the ship and shouted into the cabin, Madara, there's an enemy that it's 3 million berries, dead or alive, with a loud bang. Madara Uchiha rushed out of the door, nodded indifferently. All right. He casually threw away the doorknob in his hand, jumped off the ship, and ran on the water towards the pirate ship opposite. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the pirate ship. He formed hand seals with both hands and spat out a huge fire dragon towards the pirate ship. Then he leaped high into the air and crashed down on the pirate ship like a meteor. The fire dragon hit the ship's side and caused a violent explosion, making the ship tilt. Immediately afterwards, Madara crashed onto the deck, and the huge shockwave blasted nearly half of the enemy crew into the air. A bearded man seemed to be the captain of this pirate ship. He pointed at Madara with one finger and said, I am. Before he could finish his sentence, with a thud, his head was grabbed and crushed by the initial form of Susanoo, and he became a headless corpse. Blood splashed everywhere, and a crew member beside the unlucky captain was pierced through by the flying skull. Madara jumped onto the bow of the ship and scanned the area. He found that this small group of pirates had been completely scared out of their wits, which made Madara, who had been pent up for several days, feel disappointed. Was this the so-called 3 million berry pirate? Such a lack of courage would release tree-binding eternal burial. Huge roots grew from the hull, coiling around the entire pirate ship like giant snakes. With a tight squeeze, the pirate ship was like an orange being crushed, and it slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Then Madara looked at Carp, who was eating senbei on the warship. Ripples appeared in his eyes, and in an instant, he was beside Carp. His original position, a half-eaten bag of senbei slowly fell. Using his eye power as a mark to create an effect similar to the Flying Thunder God technique, it unexpectedly worked very well, ignoring the shocked Navy on the ship with their jaws dropped. Madara returned to the cabin while thinking about how to improve the technique, leaving only the sleepy-eyed old Carp on the deck, searching for the half-eaten bag of senbei. Carp snatched Sangoku's donut and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, "Did you see my senbei?" Sangoku glanced at Carp, who was pretending to be stupid, and rolled his eyes. "Stop pretending. If you have the energy to grab things. Why don't you agree to be Madara's sparring partner?" Carp scratched his head. "That guy's close. Combat ability is average, but his abilities are too strange. Fighting with him is just about defending all the time and then being tossed around. It's not fun." Madara Uchiha came to the cabin. Instead of going back to his own room, he walked straight to Zifa's room and knocked on the door. "Mr. Madara, what can I do for you?" Zifa is still the kind of person who values courtesy. This is also the reason why Ben always turns to Zifa when he has problems. Sengoku is extremely busy, and that old scoundrel Garp spends his days either spreading rumors or sarcasming others. "I'd like to learn about the so-called Haki." Zifa was first taken aback, then smiled and agreed. "Haki? I noticed that you've been using Conqueror's Haki quite well. That I didn't expect you actually don't know about it." "No problem. I'll give you my notes on Haki later." Ben nodded. Zifa was really reliable. During the days he was on the sea, Zifa would answer all of Ban's various odd questions one by one. "That's not what you call Conqueror's Haki. It's just a way of combining aura with chakra." Zifa was also extremely curious about Ban's fighting methods. He wasn't a devil fruit user, yet he possessed all sorts of strange abilities covering a wide range of aspects. As if he were omnipotent, Ban had also tried to teach Zifa how to refine chakra, but Zifa couldn't even sense it, let alone practice it. Ben didn't make any more explanations. He took the notes Zifa gave him and went back to his room. Originally, Ben planned to have a cursory study of Haki after arriving at the Marine headquarters, but he couldn't stand the little girl pestering him every day. If he didn't tell her, she'd just stare at him pitifully. Of course, Ben could completely ignore the little girl's feelings. However, he couldn't stand the situation where after the little girl got angry here, Garp the old guy would start spreading rumors about him all over the world, saying that he was a heartless bastard who didn't even care about his own daughter. So he decided to learn a bit to shut the little girl up. Also, the little girl wasn't his disciple, nor his daughter. Haki is something that powerful people can master very quickly. Uchiha Ben used his Sharingan to memorize the notes. After a night of experimentation, he initially mastered armament Haki and observation Haki. He didn't have much trouble with observation Haki. He learned it after trying a few times with the clone technique. As a ninja, Uchiha Ben already had excellent perception, with a great deal of combat experience. Observation Haki posed no difficulty for him to get started. What was really troublesome for Ben was armament Haki. Ninjas are known for their high attack but low defense, covering a part of the body with will to increase attack and defense. He always habitually pursued greater attack power and ignored defense. After all, in the Naruto world, even a detonator could kill a jounin. Everyone focused on pure offense. Raikage was one of the very few in the ninja world. Everyone tried to dodge. If they couldn't dodge, they'd use substitutes. If they couldn't use substitutes, they'd summon a summon to take the hit, use skills to withstand the attack, or at worst, use a clone to take the blow. Did armament Haki really have to face the enemy head on and take hits? After much deliberation, Uchiha Ben finally learned armament Haki as an unbranded hardening technique. In Ban's eyes, using armament Haki as an attack method was too one-dimensional. When he fought with Garp and Sengoku, he noticed that although its attack and defense were excellent, its long range and control means were almost non-existent. To put it bluntly, he could play with Garp all day long just using the great fireball jutsu and the substitute technique. If it weren't for the little girl, he really didn't need to delve deeply into armament Haki. Ban's own combat mode was already very mature, and there was no need for major changes. Thinking of this, Uchiha Ben shook his head, shaking off the dullness from a sleepless night, and strode towards the deck. He used to stay in his room all the time just to avoid the little girl. Now, it was all out in the open. Uchiha Ben, am proficient in 2 types of Haki, although Tsuru was young. Having grown up under Tsuru's guidance, she didn't develop any bad habits. Instead, she was extremely diligent and would start training on the deck very early every day. "Kid, your power is too scattered. A sword strike like this can't be called Iajutsu. At most, it's just a powerful slash." Uchiha Ben taunted Tsuru, who was posing in an II stance and gathering strength. Tsuru stuck out her tongue at Uchiha Ben and made a face, saying, "Master is just a stupid guy who doesn't know anything. Don't come and disturb my training." Ben was momentarily at a loss for words, but he couldn't bring himself to explain that he wasn't ignorant anymore, and just stood there stunned. "So this little girl really don't give me any face at all. Is this fair to me staying up all night?" Hearing this, Uchiha Ben's face darkened, and he turned to leave, but then he felt a gust of wind pressure behind him. "There's an opening, master. Take this." Ban's face remained calm, But he also let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He casually grabbed the blade and lifted Tsuru, who was hanging on the hilt again. In front of him. I've told you, this isn't Iajutsu. With that, he stabbed the blade into the cabin door behind him, hung Tsuru on it properly, picked up a mop, cut it with wind style, and created 4 wooden clones and got into position. I'm not good at swordsmanship, but my family does have some unique skills. Uchiha style, sword leap flame, combined with his powerful body flicker technique, Uchiha Ben instantly split into 4 and flashed in front of the 4 wooden clones. After standing up, the after images left by the body flicker technique slowly returned to his main body. Although he used a mop stick, there were sword wounds on the necks of the 4 wooden clones that had just cut through the windpipes. Then, golden flames suddenly spurted out from the wounds and burned them to ashes. After throwing away the mop, he walked towards Tsuru, took her down, put her on the ground, and left, leaving Tsuru standing there blankly. Staring at the mop stick Uchiha Ben had thrown away. At this time, Sengoku and Garp, who had been peeping from the side, also walked out. Sengoku patted Tsuru's head and said, "That's very good swordsmanship. It can be used in combination with shave. It suits you well." Tsuru still couldn't figure out how Ban did it. "But it was just a wooden stick," Garp said carelessly, "but it was a wooden stick in Ban's hand. He may not be a great swordsman, but he's definitely a sharp sword. Wieldered in his hands. Anything will be extremely sharp." Tsuru was a bit confused, but Sengoku's next words made her put this confusion aside. "Little Tsuru, the cost of this mop that Ban broke will be deducted from your pocket money. That's 100,000 belly." Tsuru instantly blew up. Isn't this just bullying an honest person? Her monthly pocket money was only 150,000 belly. 100,000 belly. It was just a mop, and it was broken by master. Sengoku pushed his glasses, and a glint of wisdom flashed in his eyes. Once a teacher, always a father. A son should pay his father's debts. After saying that, he pulled the laughing Garp and went to find fishing rods to go fishing, leaving Tsuru with a completely shocked expression, standing there in a daze in the wind. After a long time, Tsuru silently picked up the mop stick that Ban had left there. Just as she picked it up, 4 wooden clones appeared in front of her, but they had 4 faces of Sengoku. Instantly, Tsuru's anger erupted. "You dirty old man, take this." Tsuru tried to imitate Ban's stance. After getting ready, she tried to use shave to create 4 after images. She took a deep breath, took a step, and used shave. Splash! The little Tsuru, who was trying to fly before she could even walk, tripped over her own feet and fell. Looking at the broken mop stick in front of her, a flicker of sadness flashed in Tsuru's eyes. But incredibly, the seemingly ordinary mop stick slowly grew back together in front of her. Tsuru took a deep breath and picked up the mop stick again. The weather today was fine. The sun was warm, and the sea breeze was especially cool. The only drawback was that the warship wasn't very quiet. Splash, splash, splash. Ban, who was meditating on the bed, listened to the continuous splashing sounds, and the smile on his lips was very content. Zifa, who was constantly writing various training plans, smiled very gratifyingly. Sengoku and Garp, who were standing on the deck holding fishing rods but couldn't catch any fish, were smiling extremely wickedly. Garp put his arm around Sengoku's neck and said, "I bet that little Tsuru will take at least 5 days to learn this sword technique. I'm betting a month's worth of senbei. I bet she won't learn it in the end. There are still 5 days until we get back to Marineford. Ban's sword technique may seem simple, but using a stick to perform 4 slashes simultaneously with shave isn't something that can be learned in just 5 days." As Sengoku and Garp were talking, words appeared on the fishing rod in front of them. 3 days. Garp burst out laughing. Brother Ban really has confidence in Tsuru. "Well, I'll happily accept these senbei." No other words appeared on the fishing rod again. However, merely from the words 3 days, it is not difficult to discern how highly Madara regards Gion. Blinking body movement combined with Iaido, if mastered, could be the path for most swordsmen to reach the realm of swordmasters. Even Sengoku couldn't help but marvel at Madara's confidence. With just that single sword strike, it would be impossible for the young officers of the main force to learn it even if given 5 days. Moreover, Gion is just a little girl in her teens. They also hope that Gion can learn it, but reason tells them it's an impossibility, not to mention the difficult to master techniques and the proficiency in shave. Even so, called age and gender would become insurmountable barriers for little Gion. The speed, power, angle, footwork, force application, and timing of the swordsmanship casually performed by the Azura of the ninja world are as difficult as ascending to the sky for Gion at this moment. All she can do is keep failing and getting up again. In the shadows, Madara Uchiha's eyes alternated between brightness and dimness, as if something was troubling him. This moment, Madara's consciousness was wandering in his own spiritual world. Just now, he felt that there seemed to be something extraordinary in his mind. Found it that a towering, sky, obscuring giant tree with white silk threads hanging down, moving without wind, suddenly appeared in his mind. Is this the soul form of the divine tree? Madara Uchiha suddenly looked stunned. Seeing the branches on the divine tree that resembled cocoons, were they offerings? After the failure of the infinite Tsukuyami, wasn't the divine tree also transferred by those two kids? Why would it appear in my consciousness? Madara began to rack his brains to recall the details of the Fourth Great Ninja War. When he became the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, he didn't feel any discomfort at all. Madara remembered clearly that whether it was when he became the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, during the battle, or at the moment of his defeat and death, his consciousness had never shown the slightest fluctuation, looking up at the divine tree in front of him. So, after my death, is this the reason for my resurrection in this world? Madara suddenly stretched out his hand towards the offering on the divine tree in front of him. Devapath, Pretapath, Chibaku Tensei, he directly pulled one of the offerings in front of him. Gently exerted force to peel open the huge cocoon and lifted out the person inside. Looking at the terrified face in front of him, Madara frowned slightly. He seemed not to know this person. And the person wasn't wearing a ninja headband. Just as he was still wondering about the origin of the corpse in front of him, the area in front of the divine tree rippled like a mirror, forming a water-like mirror that started playing some scenes. A cold voice was heard. Would release. Tree binding permanent burial. Countless branches shot up into the sky, forming an enclosed space. Then the branches gradually tightened, and all the people in the space were crushed to death. Madara looked down again at the face of the corpse in front of him and understood. This was a crew member of the pirate group he massacred during the day. So, is it that the people I kill in the outside world will become offerings for the divine tree in my mind? But Madara didn't really care about this. The divine tree, or the 10 Tails, required a huge number of offerings. If he wanted to kill so many people at once in this world, he was afraid that he would have become the world's public enemy by then. A small number of offerings could at most be used to create some white zetsu. Those strange creatures with mediocre combat power. Since he wasn't going to start a war, he had no use for them. The divine tree seemed to have guessed Madara Uchiha's thoughts and quickly stretched out a branch with a seed emitting a gentle white light on it. Madara Uchiha picked up the seed at first. He was a bit confused, but the next second, his pupils shrank slightly, and a trace of delight crept onto his brow. But is this a chakra seed? As someone who often interacted with the outer path, Gedo statue in his previous life, Madara Uchiha had a high level of understanding of the divine tree. So, the people I kill in this world can be absorbed by the divine tree and then converted into chakra seeds, which can allow people in this world to learn chakra. Thinking of this, Madara Uchiha got up to leave, but was blocked by the divine tree. The branch slowly reached in front of Madara's face and trembled slightly. Do you want me to touch the branch? Madara Uchiha didn't think twice and directly grabbed the branch of the divine tree. In an instant, a large amount of information flooded into his mind. It turned out that from the moment Madara became the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails in his previous life, a seed of the divine tree had fallen into his consciousness. With the killings during the Ninja World War, it accumulated energy. After his death, a part of the 10 Tails' body carried his soul into the heavenly Yomi, and then reached this world first. He landed at the bottom of the sea, after absorbing the souls of a large number of marine creatures at the bottom of the sea, combining a part of the tree core and sap. It barely helped him create his current body and then went into a slumber. It wasn't until today when he started killing people to obtain nutrients that it woke up. However, due to the loss of the tree core and sap, the original body of the divine tree that had crossed over initially died. Now it needed Madara Uchiha to help it reshape its body and then jointly ascend to the 6 paths and return to the ninja world. Become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails and return to the ninja world again. Stop joking. You ignorant tool, our stage has already ended. The existence of the divine tree and the chakra seeds really brought Madara a big surprise. Originally, due to the difference in the energy they used, there were great obstacles in teaching the little girl the he had to specifically learn and try to convert the abilities that used chakra into Haki. Well, with the chakra seeds and the chakra refining technique, it's enough for the little girl to learn for a while. Besides the 3 body techniques, I'll also select a few ninjutsu suitable for her. Don't get me wrong. This is just a part of repaying a debt of gratitude. The little girl is not his apprentice. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Madara Uchiha left the consciousness space, there came a rapid knocking on the door. Master, I've encountered a problem. Open the door quickly. Speak of the devil. Madara Uchiha hadn't even had time to select the ninjutsu when the little girl showed up uninvited. Madara Uchiha was just about to get up and open the door when he found that the door was already open. The little girl, covered in wounds and looking dirty, rushed in. Oh, right. I pulled off the doorknob when I rushed out. Looking at the little girl who rushed in a hurry, Madara Uchiha expressionlessly picked her up by the back of her neck and put her outside the door. Gion. As he closed the door, he silently recited in his heart, would release. Handle restoration. A large number of trees quickly grew at the broken part of the doorknob, taking on the shape of a simple doorknob. I didn't allow you to come in. How rude, little girl. Knock again, Gion. This damn sense of ritual. Are you a Virgo, master? After going through the process again, he finally let the little girl in. Speak. What's the matter? Gion suddenly put her hands on her hips and showed a smug expression. Hee. I've learned the swordsmanship that master taught me. Madara Uchiha was a bit surprised. How much time had passed since he taught her? An hour? Are you sure? Gion nodded. Yes, that I learned it in less than 3 days. I just told Admiral Karp and Admiral Sengoku about it, but they didn't seem very happy. Hearing this, Madara Uchiha was stunned. 3 days? He clearly had only communicated with the Divine Tree for a very short time. How could 3 days have passed? But there was no change on Madara's face. Oh, show me. Gion's face turned a bit pale, and she put her index fingers together and said, actually, I'm still a little short. It's just that every time after I finish, I just can't make the dummy's neck catch fire. While saying this, she carefully glanced at Madara. If the other person's face changed, she was ready to run away at any time. Madara didn't show any strange reaction. That was just a habit of his, from the beginning. He didn't think Gion could learn it. What was important were the force application and footwork. After all, she didn't even have Chakra, the delayed Chakra explosion technique. Think about that after you master Chakra. Gion seemed to have discovered a blind spot and asked in confusion, but teacher Zifa told me that master's abilities can't be taught to me. Madara stretched out his hand, and a wooden spiral flower bud appeared in his hand. As the flower bud slowly opened, a seed emitting a gentle aura was revealed inside. Chakra seeds. With this, you can use the same power as me. Zhi Yuan stared blankly at the seed in front of her. Gradually, various abilities of Madara Uchiha emerged in her little mind. Let you witness that guy's jutsu. Would release. Tree binding permanent burial. Merely gravel. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. This world demands power. What it truly needs are people like you two who can dance freely in front of me. Well, behold the true power of Admiral Zhi Yuan. At this thought, tears of excitement welled up in her eyes and trickled down her cheeks, imagining herself returning to the Navy headquarters and uttering these lines under the admiring gazes of her companions. Zhi Yuan's eyes fixed on Madara Uchiha were filled with infatuation. Madara Uchiha felt a bit uncomfortable under the little girl's stare. He handed the chakra seed in his hand to Zhi Yuan. Eat it directly, and then go back to rest. After getting in good condition, I'll teach you how to refine chakra. The little girl took the chakra seed. The words Zifa had once said to her echoed in her mind. Madara, San's inheritance is the power capable of forging legends. If it were to appear on the sea, it would surely drive countless people crazy. Chapter 12. Development strategy. After swallowing hard, she asked, Master, this shiny seed is very precious, isn't it? Madara Uchiha looked extremely impatient. As if one more word with the little girl would cost him his life. This isn't something you should concern yourself with. I just happen to have one at hand. Eat it and leave. Don't disturb me here. Hearing this, Zhi Yuan popped the chakra seed into her mouth and flashed a big smile at Madara, which left him a bit dazed. Then she turned around and skipped away. Madara secretly let out a sigh of relief. If the little girl had staged a scene of profound gratitude, he really wouldn't have been able to stand it. He turned around to look for paper, intending to select ninjutsu for Zhi Yuan. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted from behind. The little girl leaped onto his back, grinning from ear to ear. Ho, master, you're the best master in the world. Madara was stunned again. Why? He thought he hated it most when someone was behind him, but the little figure on his back didn't arouse his disgust. Instead, it brought him a touch of warmth. A faint, warm smile that even he wasn't sure of appeared on Madara's lips. Oh, what a silly little girl. Madara didn't say much more, but even he didn't notice that there was a hint of tenderness in his voice. He turned around and ruffled the little girl's hair. All right, go back and rest quickly. Don't forget tomorrow's training. Watching the little girl skip out of the room, Madara stared blankly at her departing back. Is this what it means to have a bond? This feeling of someone standing behind you? Hashirama? Early the next morning, on the warship's deck, Garp, Sengoku, Zifa, and Madara surrounded Zhi Yuan in a circle, looking at the men around her who were like pillars blocking the sunlight. Zhi Yuan felt extremely pressured. The oppressive aura of these four top-notch masters in the world was overwhelming. Madara looked at the other three beside him helplessly. It was clearly his apprentice. Well, His task to teach the little girl to refine chakra. What were these three old men doing here? Especially Zifa. Why did he bring a pen and paper? And that old Sengoku was even more outrageous. He had even brought two Navy-specific recorders. Madara suddenly regretted telling them they could come and watch this morning. Just watching was fine, but their eager to learn looks were really out of place. He had already said that without the chakra seed, they couldn't learn. Didn't they have even a bit of trust? Chakra was the product of an average mixture of one's spiritual energy and physical energy. The mixture of the physical energy and spiritual energy produced by 130 trillion cells in the body was called physical strength. Physical strength was the foundation for performing body arts. One could transform physical strength into chakra within the body. After a ninja extracted chakra, they could use jutsu through seal forming. Under normal circumstances, it took quite a long time for an ordinary person to refine chakra. However, for someone like her who had directly consumed a chakra seed, it wasn't that troublesome. All she needed to do was to feel the chakra in large amounts, let her body get familiar with it, and then start producing chakra independently with the stimulation of the external chakra. So he came up with the simplest and fastest method. At first, Zhi Yuan was listening intently as Madara Uchiha explained the principle of chakra to her. But later, the more she listened, the more something seemed off. It sounded a bit like training armament Haki. Zhi Yuan looked at Madara Uchiha and forced an ugly smile. Master, I think I'd better learn the slower method. After all, haste makes waste. Madara Uchiha ignored Zhi Yuan's words. As he raised his finger, a vast amount of pale, purple chakra rushed towards Zhi Yuan like a waterfall. Completely unprepared, Zhi Yuan was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by the chakra waterfall. Without time to think about anything else, she quickly struggled to her feet, steadied herself, and silently began to feel the chakra. Under the nervous gazes of Garp and the other two, within just a few minutes, Zhi Yuan's breathing gradually steadied, and her body stopped trembling as violently as before. After a while, a faint blue chakra began to appear on Zhi Yuan's body, and she started to resist the downward, flowing chakra waterfall. Madara was stunned at first, then quickly enhanced his perception. Immediately, a look of joy spread across his face. Fire and lightning. Typical Uchiha attributes, although it was only a tiny amount of chakra, just a thin layer covering her body. It greatly alleviated Zhi Yuan's current situation. Seeing this, Madara withdrew his chakra. All he wanted was for the little girl to sense the chakra. There was no need to push it to the extreme. A large consumption of chakra was a rather serious matter for a beginner like Zhi Yuan who had just mastered it. After all, there were numerous cases in the ninja world of people dying from chakra exhaustion. Right, Kakashi? He took out the prepared ninjutsu scroll and gave it to Zhi Yuan at the same time. He warned Garp and the other two the refining of chakra doesn't matter, but ninjutsu is a ninja's bottom line. If you dare to peek, be prepared to be killed by me. To be honest, he really didn't want to mention such a common sense issue specifically, but the unscrupulous behavior of these three old men today really scared him. Among the ninjutsu Madara had chosen for Zhi Yuan, besides the seal, forming methods, and the basic three body techniques, substitution technique, clone technique, transformation technique, there was also the Uchiha clan's exclusive fire release, Great Fireball. As the number one fire release clan in the ninja world, the Uchiha's fire release ninjutsu was naturally a notch above that of other ninja clans. The C rank fire release, Great Fireball. Compared with the Hokage line's fire release, Flame Bullet, both requiring 5 seals. However, the chakra flow route was more stable, the range was appropriate, it was easy to master, and the power was more impressive. It was sufficient to temporarily fill the little girl's mid-range combat gap. He had already prepared a rather complete system for the little girl, a combat system that combined ninjutsu with swordsmanship. Now, all that was needed was to proceed step by step. Madara didn't directly teach the little girl many powerful ninjutsu. Since she had just started learning ninjutsu, she should focus more on the basic seal forming. Overly complex ninjutsu would do more harm than good to her. Hearing from Garp and the others that they were about to reach the Navy headquarters, and establishing the village hidden in the leaves required a large amount of funds. Madara was about to get busy. He intended to arrange the little girl's subsequent training schedule while there was still time. For a ninja, the speed and accuracy of seal forming were extremely important. Before reaching the Kage level, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the ninjutsu doctor, had to form seals honestly. Regarding the matter of establishing the village hidden in the leaves within the Navy, Madara was actually at a loss. When the original Leaf Village was founded, he and Hashirama had left everything to Tobarama. He had no idea about the procedures and steps required to establish a village. Previously, his and Hashirama's role was to intimidate. They would beat up anyone who disobeyed. It was the same in the Uchiha clan. They basically didn't participate in political affairs. Suddenly being asked to be the village head, he didn't know what to do. But he couldn't just do nothing. In that case, if he couldn't handle the details, he'd focus on the big picture. Similar to the Akatsuki organization back then, it had a small but elite group of members. High-level freedom but highly concentrated funds, and only engaged in major operations. He, Madara Uchiha, had three things to do in the Navy: get people, get money, spread the will of fire. The little imp clutched the scroll tightly and hurried back into the cabin's room. Master said, "We must absolutely not let Vice Admiral Karp see them, or they will be doomed." Securing the door and drawing the curtains, he nestled under the covers and cautiously unfurled the scroll in his hands. As if it contained a radiant light. As he gazed upon the densely packed characters, each detailing the principles of seals and their precautions, along with a multitude of annotations, little Zhi Yuan felt utterly bewildered. What was this? Why were there so many words? Staring blankly at the scroll, he resembled a creature lost in a melon field, unable to find any melons. Oh no, this is so difficult. Zhi Yuan has miscalculated. Ever since Zhi Yuan began his foray into ninjutsu, he had only observed a few times at the start and had not pursued it further. As for physical techniques, he relied on the Karp trio, rendering his own teachings unnecessary, standing on the second-floor balcony. The sea breeze swept in, and Madara couldn't help but exclaim how delightful life was without Karp. We shall soon arrive at Marineford. All personnel, please prepare and disembark in an orderly manner. The gangway slowly descended, and Zhi Yuan stood beside Uchiha Madara, secretly tugging at his sleeve while discreetly observing Madara's expression. Confirming that he was not angry, Zhi Yuan boldly reached out to touch Madara's hand. A small, pudgy hand stealthily grasped Madara's large palm, causing him to stiffen momentarily. He looked down at the little imp beside him, surprisingly not pulling away, merely huffing before continuing to await the gangway's descent. "Hey, Master, how about I take you to my favorite beverage shop? We could also sneak into Sister Crane's tea house to steal some tea leaves, though it's bitter and not very pleasant. Sister Crane treasures them, and I think you might like them. Hee. Vice Admiral Karp has never succeeded in stealing." Zhi Yuan chattered on about the weapon shop in the commercial street, where countless exquisite swords lay. Lamenting how the stingy owner wouldn't even let him touch them, he could only gaze from afar. "And should we visit Zhi Yuan's school? I have many little brothers there, including a bothersome fellow named Chatan. However, he always annoys me with his strange remarks." The little imp was unusually excited, chattering incessantly as if his long-suppressed nature had finally found release upon returning to Marine headquarters. Madara quietly listened as the little imp introduced everything about himself. Although he possessed Zhi Yuan's memories, he preferred to hear the enthusiastic ramblings of this joyful little creature, who seemed to have found his treasure. As they descended the gangway, amidst the welcoming crowd, a figure stood out, contrasting sharply with the others, a tall, cold-faced woman emanating an aura of danger as she stared intently at him. Madara felt puzzled. It was merely his first visit to Marine headquarters. So why was someone glaring at him in such a manner? Yet, being Uchiha Madara, he refused to lower himself to inquire about the situation. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted, recklessly sweeping across the square, causing both Marines and civilians to tremble, some barely managing to stand while others collapsed in fear. The cold-faced woman targeted by Madara also turned pale, her body slightly bending as she unleashed her own aura to resist him. Not only was it the woman before him, but increasingly more powerful presences began to rise within Madara's enveloping aura. A smirk appeared at the corner of Madara's lips. Was this a welcoming ceremony? It seemed somewhat juvenile, yet it bore a hint of novelty. Well then, if at first Madara's aura resembled a beast hunting its prey, then the collective aura of the Marines formed an elite battalion standing against this behemoth, barely managing to maintain a balance. However, what followed was akin to the sky collapsing. Chakra and murderous intent surged forth, accompanied by an unfathomable spirit and an arrogance that belittled all. It was as if a deity, provoked by mere ants, unleashed its wrath upon the world. Even Zhi Yuan, who stood beside Madara, feeling the divine fury akin to the heavens crumbling, turned pale, clutching Madara's arm tightly, initially intending to continue his display of might. Madara halted upon witnessing Zhi Yuan's frightened expression, deciding against escalating his aura further. Nevertheless, the ordinary Marines nearby were akin to plastic bags caught in a storm, blown away by the shockwave. Madara, Sengoku, Karp, and Zephyr quickly reacted, dispersing their auras to counter Madara's tsunami-like presence. Madara cast a glance at the three blocking his path and silently retracted his aura. holding Zhi Yuan's hand. He walked step by step towards the woman who had targeted him. Little one, didn't your guardian teach you not to indiscriminately unleash your aura? The cold woman swiftly adjusted her stance, gazing defiantly at Uchiha Madara. Noticing her unwillingness to back down, Madara raised his hand, but just as the three were about to intervene, Zhi Yuan grasped Madara's raised hand tightly. Master, don't bully Sister Crane. Madara was momentarily taken aback. Sister, this was the woman Zhi Yuan referred to as the tea-loving Sister Crane. If one only considered appearances, this tall, beautiful woman hardly seemed to be over 30. She looked nothing like a woman nearing 40. Coupled with Carp and the others constantly referring to her as Sister Crane, Madara had envisioned her as a middle-aged woman, not realizing she was so youthful. While Madara pondered this, the others were oblivious to his thoughts as Sengoku hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Grasping Madara's arm, Mr. Madara, please calm down. There seems to be a misunderstanding. The situation is as follows. Zhi Yuan had been living with Vice Admiral Crane, and she secretly boarded the ship for the mission to Logetown. As her guardian, Crane is understandably concerned for Zhi Yuan's safety, which is why she appeared somewhat upset, but it is not directed at you. Carp quickly chimed in to help explain. For Madara's wrath at Marine headquarters would be far more terrifying than that of the Golden Lion. Indeed, that's exactly it. After all, Zhi Yuan didn't even call Sister Crane to inform her of his safety, and when Sister Crane called, he didn't answer, which only fueled her anger, feeling a tad awkward. Madara realized he had indeed misunderstood the situation. However, given the circumstances, he turned to Crane and said, "This time, I misjudged. Therefore, please be more cautious next time." Crane shot him an irritated glance, thinking, what nonsense. You were clearly in the wrong. Why should I be the one to exercise caution? Yet, her focus was not on Madara at that moment. Grabbing Zhi Yuan by the ear, she dragged him away with a cold expression, casting a fierce glare at Carp and Sengoku as they departed. Madara, expressionless, instructed Sengoku to lead him to the chosen site in the Hidden Leaf Village. After most had left, a few of the still-sober individuals began to clean up the mess left behind. Mr. Carp, who was that man just now? His terrifying aura felt like a descent into hell. A tall, thin young man approached Carp, tugging at his hair. Carp scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless as he explained to the young man. He is a man who embodies the principle of justice that can overshadow the heavens with a single hand. Ha ha ha, you little imps need to be cautious. Don't provoke him, or you'll end up in a world of hurt. Hey, Kazan, I'm talking to you. You punk, show some respect, Carp exclaimed, delivering a heavy punch to Kazan, who was still staring at Madara's receding figure. That hurts. Mr. Carp, shut up, you brat. The following morning, Madara continued his work in the Hokage office of the Hidden Leaf Village, formerly Zephyr's office. Dealing with the mobile blackboard that was to arrive yesterday on credit, which would serve as a major source of revenue for them in the future. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door, followed by a cold voice. How rude. No knocking like that. Accompanied by the little imp's cries, Sister Crane, I know I was wrong. Please don't pull my ear. Madara remained unmoved, continuing to fiddle with his commission board. Muttering, the door is open. Come in. As soon as the door opened, Xiao strode in, carrying gifts in one hand and the ear of the little imp angrily in the other, gazing at Uchiha Madara, who stared back wordlessly and intently. She suddenly realized her current behavior was inappropriate. Hastily releasing the ear of Zhi Yuan, she bowed slightly to Madara and said, Good day, Mr. Madara. Let me introduce myself. I'm He, the elder sister of this child. Gion, I was unaware that you had become her master yesterday. I accidentally offended you. Please forgive my rudeness. Uchiha Madara looked at the woman who still towered over him. Even when bowing, that he felt rather helpless. What was wrong with the people in this world? Did they all take hormones to grow so tall? Old guys like Garp and the others were also nearly 3 meters tall. Any random Navy member he met was taller than him. Always having to look up at people was extremely uncomfortable for the proud Uchiha Madara. Don't mind it. The so-called apprenticeship was just a jest from Sengoku and the others. I merely saw that she had some potential and gave her a few pointers. Uchiha Madara waved his hand nonchalantly and spoke indifferently, as if he didn't care about the little imps going or staying, although it was just a polite remark for the sake of face. He regretted it immediately after saying it. The little imp's eyes reddened visibly, and big tears were about to fall. Madara felt a twinge in his heart, but still said expressionlessly, if you only have such a state of mind, go back. Don't mention the apprenticeship again. Hearing Madara's words, the little imp realized there was still a chance. She quickly held back her tears, wiped her face casually with her hand, sniffed hard, and when she thought it was okay, She showed Madara a big, silly smile with red, rimmed eyes like a blooming flower. He also recalled the instructions from Sengoku and Garp. Uchiha Madara's strength is unfathomable. He is arrogant and proud. In dealing with people, he responds better to soft approaches than forceful ones. When you go to present the apprenticeship gift this time, be extremely careful not to say anything offensive to him, or you may end up with more losses than gains. Uchiha Madara actually attaches great importance to Zhi Yuan, and Zhi Yuan also adores Mr. Madara very much. However, this man sometimes doesn't mean what he says. You still need to be cautious this time. It doesn't matter if he refuses, but remember not to make things worse. He then realized that there was still a chance to turn the situation around. Before it got too tense, she tried to smooth things over. You're right. Mr. Madara. Zhi Yuan's temperament is a bit wild. I'll definitely educate her well when we get back. It's just that Zhi Yuan has deep affection for you regarding the apprenticeship. She keeps insisting that she must become your apprentice, so please overlook the past and accept this child. Madara heaved a sigh of relief. He was in a difficult position because of his stubborn pride. Seeing that he had offered him a way out, he quickly took it. Well, then so be it. Seeing Madara nod, he was overjoyed and quickly presented the apprenticeship gift in her hand. Madara took it with one hand and found it was a calligraphy copybook. Being no ordinary person, he directly opened it in front of the two of them and spread it on the table. The justice that covers the sky with one hand. The characters were a bit strange. It was obvious that they were not written smoothly. Some strokes were even crooked. As a piece of calligraphy, it was rather standard. His face turned green. She had clearly checked it last night. Originally, it contained the calligraphy she had personally obtained from Fleet Admiral Kong. How could it have become such an unsightly mess here? Madara looked at the words thoughtfully, just as he was about to explain. Madara spoke before her. He thought it was bad. She estimated that Uchiha Madara would be angry, feeling insulted. However, Madara slowly said to the somewhat guilty little imp, "Go and have it framed. Also, write another copy of the Will of Fire and bring it to me tomorrow. Hang one behind the desk and the other on the left hand wall." Only then did the little imp change her guilty expression and show Madara another big, silly smile. Then she said to he, "It's quite interesting. I'll accept this gesture." After that, he instructed the two of them to let Zhi Yuan come for training tomorrow. He had some matters to attend to today and didn't say much more. He simply drove the two of them out. He stared blankly at the calligraphy in Zhi Yuan's hand. Was the apprenticeship successful? She and Sengoku had racked their brains all night to come up with strategies, but none of them were used. Even from entering to request the apprenticeship to leaving, it took less than 10 minutes. When she saw that so-called calligraphy, he felt her heart pounding. She was still terrified of Uchiha Madara's imposing display of power at the dock yesterday. If he had gotten angry because of this, things would have been a disaster. Then, as if remembering something, she glared angrily at Zhi Yuan, intending to settle the score with her. Zhi Yuan also noticed his look and quickly started to explain before she could act. Cough, cough, cough. Sister, don't do it yet. Zhi Yuan has something to say. Seeing his impatient look, as if she just wanted to beat her up to vent her anger, Zhi Yuan quickly began to explain on her own. Lieutenant General Garp said that a master like this doesn't care much about material things. So, we should focus on the emotional aspect. Lieutenant General Sengoku's ideas were all bad ones. What happened last night was all Lieutenant General Garp's doing. It has nothing to do with Zhi Yuan. He then remembered that she had indeed seen Zhi Yuan writing and drawing in the study last night. At that time, she was a bit relieved, thinking that the child finally behaved more like a girl. She never expected it was for this. Just now, she was still wondering how this little girl, Zhi Yuan, could have switched things under her Kenbunshica Haki. As soon as she thought of the sneaky way old Garp had swapped the calligraphy, everything became clear in an instant. Gnashing her teeth, she cursed. "Garp, you bastard. Just wait for me." She glared at the little imp, Zhi Yuan, who looked like it had nothing to do with her, and said, "First, I'll go and kill that senseless old bastard, Garp, after apologizing to Mr. Madara. Then I'll deal with you, little bastard." Yeah. Then she left Yuan behind and rushed angrily towards the Fleet Admiral's office, looking at he, who was almost exploding with anger, and her flickering back as if the god of death was looming behind her. The little girl silently mourned for Garp. Then she picked up the calligraphy and ran away quickly. At the same time, she made up her mind. I'll go home first and write another calligraphy. Then quickly frame it, and then go straight to Master and ask him to take me in. I won't go home for a while. With Sister he in this state, if I dare to stay at home tonight, Master might abandon me before I can kill him. Just thinking that she could openly inherit the Will of Fire and assassinate her master in the future, Zhi Yuan's little heart was filled with excitement. A new life of father-daughter harmony. The future Admiral Zhi Yuan is coming. Just as she took 2 steps, Zhi Yuan suddenly thought, no, should I borrow the sword of the filial son who kills his father first? After all, it's Sengoku's reserve sword. Even if it's broken by the angry master, she won't care. Thinking of this, Zhi Yuan quickly ran towards Sengoku's office. She could put aside the calligraphy for now. Inheriting her master's will of fire was the most important thing. Sometimes things happen very suddenly. For example, he, who had just beaten Garp, immediately received an urgent one, your mission to go out. She didn't even have time to care about the bruised and battered Garp in her hand and quickly ran home. She dragged Zhi Yuan, who was doing artistic creation in the study, and rushed to Uchiha Madara's office. It had to be said that he, as a Navy, was really efficient. In just 10 minutes. She left Madara looking utterly confused and little Zhi Yuan. With a face full of ink and still holding the half-written the will of calligraphy, Madara looked at the little imp beside him, and Zhi Yuan also looked at Uchiha Madara. Seeing Madara silent for a long time, Zhi Yuan silently held up the half-finished calligraphy in her hand. Well, it'll do. I think it's okay. What do you think, Master? Madara looked at the half-written calligraphy and the black handprint on it. After some strange mental preparation, he still chose to keep it. This one is still a bit. Well, then have it framed later. Did you buy the picture frame? There were 5 days left before Zhi Yuan started school. By this time, Zhi Yuan had lived in Madara's house for nearly half a month. At first, they were extremely uncomfortable and restrained around each other. Later, Uchiha Madara couldn't bear it anymore and started scolding Zhi Yuan for all her actions. Is this what you call chakra? This kind of childish thing can't keep you alive on the battlefield. What have you been doing every night? Messing around with your useless stuff? If so, you might as well go back home and wait to get married. Uchiha Madara, dressed in dinosaur pajamas, sternly rebuked Gion in front of him without a trace of expression. Gion was standing in a horse-riding stance, trying her utmost to unleash chakra, although Gion's little face had turned pale from exhaustion. Her mouth was as sharp as ever. Humph. Once I catch up with you, I'll immediately inherit the will of fire and show you, stupid master, the power of the sword of the filial son who slays his father. Uchiha Madara wasn't one to tolerate such talk and retorted right away. This father-daughter, like pair, had been bickering like this for almost a month, and neither of them would yield to the other. The last person who said they wanted to kill me has been dead for nearly 100 years. At your current rate, you won't even come close to me before you die of old age. Actually, Gion wasn't completely devoid of thoughts. Even a fool would be driven into self-doubt after being scolded like this, let alone a smart girl like Gion. After all, compared with the various names that Madara mentioned, she felt so bad that she wished she could dig a hole and hide in it. Madara always said that when he was a child, he started fighting on the battlefield before he was 10. And that he could easily kill a large number of people like her. He also talked about Kage and Anoki of the Tenshozen clan. Oh yes, there was also the person he mentioned most often, Senja Hashirama. Madara said that guy could heal a wound instantly without any treatment after being stabbed. This was just too absurd. How could anyone be that powerful? Even Vice Admiral Garp, who was known as the strongest in the Navy, couldn't do such a thing. Sometimes Gion suspected that Madara was simply making up stories to deceive her. Where could there be so many powerful people in Wano country? According to Madara's description, many people he had fought with were at least as powerful as an admiral, and some were even more powerful. However, recalling Madara's fierce appearance when they first met, when he single-handedly fought against Garp and Sengoku, she thought Madara had no reason to lie to her. Madara looked at the little girl lost in thought, and then turned around and went into the kitchen to cook. Well, this was his new task now. Originally, Madara didn't really care about such things. He used to just go to the Navy canteen and grab some food to fill his stomach, but this little girl had never suffered like this. As a family member of a Navy Vice Admiral, she was used to having meals prepared by the family nanny at home. At the very least, she would go to a restaurant. Since she came to Uchiha Madara's home, she had been having an irregular diet. When she finally got something to eat, it was either cold bread or leftover food. How could she stand this? She made a fuss with Uchiha Madara for nearly half a month, which forced Madara to take her to restaurants every time, but going to restaurants all the time wasn't a good solution. Madara was busy teaching her at home every day, and didn't have any income. He only had the 3 million berries he earned on the ship, and it was obvious that the money wouldn't last long. Madara was really angry. This wasteful little girl had almost spent all the money in just half a month. If he could put aside his pride, he could easily get some money from Garp and the other 2 old guys. But if he could do that, he wouldn't beat Uchiha Madara. Driven to desperation, he finally decided to try buying and cooking food himself. However, everyone has their limits, and Madara felt that he had reached his limit. He stared intently at the fish in the pot. He hardly remembered the last time he was so nervous. Was it when he pierced the fish through while cleaning its internal organs? Or when he accidentally put too much salt? If neither of these was the case, then it must have been when Hashirama almost committed suicide right in front of him. Uchiha Madara looked at the dark, purple, bubbling liquid surrounding the fish head in the pot with a cold gaze. He was a bit confused. He had followed the recipe in the book. He just put a little more seasoning and cooked it for a little longer. Why did it turn out to be like the venom of a mountain salamander? Gion finally finished her morning exercise and walked into the kitchen weakly, wanting to see what was for breakfast. Then her innocent heart was severely shocked. She looked at Uchiha Madara in disbelief. Master, I admit that I might have been a bit lazy during my training and always talked about the will of fire. But isn't it a bit too early for you to kill me now? I always think that the so-called will of fire you mentioned should at least mean that the master and the apprentice have similar combat abilities. But in this situation, I won't accept it even if I die. Uchiha Madara looked at his masterpiece, slowly closed the pot lid, and said to Gion, one must not waste food. Gion looked at the stubborn Uchiha Madara with a speechless expression. Are you even listening to what you're saying? Madara's face darkened, and he grabbed Gion and walked out the door. That's not food. It's for poisoning garp. Let's go to the restaurant today. A thin waiter came up to greet them. What would you two like to have today? The two of them said in unison, pan, fried river fish, and steamed rice with a topping. Gion and Uchiha Madara looked at each other, and both silently raised a question mark in their minds. The world of pirates was full of seas, so the price of freshwater fish was always extremely high. With just one word from Gion, at least 50,000 berries would be gone. As for Uchiha Madara, he might be thinking about living on the remaining 500,000 berries for 10 years. I don't care. I'm still growing. I want to eat river fish. It's not good for kids to eat too much. Gion thought, what the hell? After a lot of bickering and negotiation, they finally ordered a large portion of pan, fried sea fish. Madara thought at least it was cheap, and it didn't matter if the taste was a bit off. Gion thought at least it was meat. That old guy Madara's idea of making the future Admiral Gion fill her stomach with rice was just inhumane. No wonder the ninjas in Wano country liked to kill their masters. They brought it on themselves. Madara looked at the cleaner, then his faceplate, and silently took a sip of his chopsticks. To be honest, although the sea fish had a slightly inferior taste, it was really well cooked. Gion looked at Uchiha Madara with a longing look. Master, you always say that your Sharingan can copy other people's ninjutsu. How about you go to the kitchen later and try to copy how to cook? Uchiha Madara was momentarily at a loss for words. Copying cooking skills with the Sharingan. What a joke. He wouldn't even bother to activate his Sharingan for a ninjutsu that wasn't at least of A rank. Now she wanted him to activate it just for cooking. Wasn't that simply an insult? Uchiha Madara was about to say something, but Gion's next words broke him. Think about the anti-garp dish just now. With a cough, ninjutsu, Thesla's confusion jutsu, the master and the apprentice hid in the restaurant kitchen for nearly an hour. They were so hungry after learning that they finally bought 2 big sesame cakes from a street stall at the door before leaving. Having copied a large number of cooking-related skills with the Sharingan, Madara was now full of confidence. He thought he had this in the bag and immediately took the little girl to the seafood market. Planning to pick a fateful sea fish to take home and try cooking, Uchiha Madara, who was very confident in the skills he had just learned, directly chose a fish as big as Gion. Thinking of treating the little girl to a good meal, the fish cost a whopping 6,000 berries. Madara's heart ached. Looking at the excited little girl beside him, Madara had a headache. How did Hashirama raise such a creature? This was much more difficult than fighting. Madara recalled his childhood and always felt that he wasn't as troublesome as Gion. She was like a mischievous spirit, apart from eating and sleeping. She either annoyed him or insisted on talking about the embarrassing will of fire. Madara always felt that this little girl was the biggest obstacle to him realizing Hashirama's will in this world. When they got home, Gion started her daily regular training, after mastering the basic 3 body techniques and hand seals. Gion had made no progress in the fireball jutsu. Seeing her perform the fireball jutsu with 6 seals in 5 seconds made Uchiha Madara's blood pressure skyrocket. He once suspected that this little girl was just deliberately trying to mess with his mind. Seeing this, Madara changed the daily training plan. Gion had to spend at least 2 hours practicing hand seals every morning. Madara usually left Gion to her own devices after teaching her. He didn't care anymore and was busy communicating with Zephyr to create combat ninjutsu more suitable for this world. But there were only 12 seals, practicing for 2 hours a day for a month, and you're telling me she can only do 6 seals in 5 seconds. Of course, it's not entirely unfeasible. Zhi Yuan's great fireball technique is truly potent in terms of power. Judging solely from the destructive force, the great fireball released by Zhi Yuan can already reach the power level of a regular B-grade ninjutsu. As a candidate for a great general carefully cultivated by Crane, Zhi Yuan possesses monstrous talent and constitution. How could her learning speed be slow? Regarding the regular great fireball technique, she can actually control it with ease. The reason why she concealed it from Uchiha Madara is mainly that Zhi Yuan had witnessed Uchiha Madara using the great fire annihilation technique. After spending many days together, Zhi Yuan also had a general understanding of the power of ninjutsu. The B-grade great fire annihilation technique used by Uchiha Madara far exceeded her description of a B-grade ninjutsu, and even showed a tendency to approach the S-grade. This made Zhi Yuan firmly believe that the power of ninjutsu varies from person to person. Then, it must be that the stronger the person, the stronger the power of the ninjutsu they use. The reason why her hand seals are always so slow is that she always tries to inject more chakra into the great fireball, with a large amount of chakra injected with each seal. The speed of hand sealing is greatly affected. Madara, who was a battle maniac in his previous life, actually noticed this situation at first sight. Zhi Yuan always used an excessive amount of chakra when performing hand seals, which made the hand sealing extremely slow. She should be pursuing greater power. In fact, Madara thought it was a bit of a lose-lose situation. After all, the great fireball technique is only a C-grade ninjutsu. No matter how much it is trained, there is an upper limit, and no matter how hard one tries, it won't become an A-grade ninjutsu. The power of B is already the limit of the great fireball technique. Then, the only way out is to modify the ninjutsu, change the chakra flow pattern of the great fireball technique to meet her needs. However, this is already as difficult as creating a new ninjutsu. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara murmured, "Well, kid, can you achieve this surprise?" With a momentary body flicker, he arrived at the seaside where Zhi Yuan was training and watched the kid continuously spitting great fireballs into the sea. This is what Madara noticed as a difference between people in the pirate world and the Naruto world: the recovery speed and physical fitness. Under normal circumstances, even a lower-ranked ninja of the Uchiha clan couldn't use C-grade ninjutsu more than 5 times continuously, and they would need a lot of time to rest and recover. But this kid was using the great fireball technique as casually as spitting. After getting tired, she just took a break, and her chakra was actually restored. With this level of recovery ability, Madara thought that in the ninja world, only the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan could achieve this. However, their chakra recovery speed was completely based on their extremely large total amount of chakra. If a ninja's chakra recovery per second is 1%, Zhi Yuan's shown recovery ability is at least more than 5%. Such wanton waste of chakra didn't cause her to be exhausted. Even Uchiha Madara couldn't help but sigh at Zhi Yuan's strong physical constitution. While Uchiha Madara was still thinking, suddenly a huge explosion sounded. Looking over, the explosion radius of the great fireball released by the kid actually exceeded more than 5 times the normal situation. Uchiha Madara used a momentary body flicker to arrive beside Zhi Yuan, who was pale-faced and barely standing, ignoring the weakness caused by the large-scale consumption of chakra. Zhi Yuan excitedly shouted at Uchiha Madara, Master, did you see that? I succeeded. My great fireball technique has reached the B-grade, right? This isn't the great fireball technique." The next words from Uchiha Madara made her freeze for a moment and feel a bit down. But then her mood quickly turned from sorrow to joy. This power has reached the B-grade and is extremely close to an A-grade ninjutsu. After you get proficient in it, you can completely use it as an A-grade ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara didn't expect this surprise to come so soon. Zhi Yuan actually transformed the C-grade great fireball technique to this extent in just 1 month. Even compared to Kakashi, who created the Chidori alone when he was a teenager, Zhi Yuan's talent was no less. Although one was creating independently and the other was just modifying, but it should be known that Zhi Yuan wasn't a ninjutsu major. She also had a large amount of sword skill and body skill training every day. Under such circumstances, being able to complete the transformation of the great fireball technique, she could already be called a genius. Seeing Uchiha Madara still in a daze, Zhi Yuan was a bit dissatisfied. She puffed up her cheeks and shouted at Madara, "Stupid master, pay attention to me quickly. I'm so smart that can't you praise me?" Madara also came back to his senses and slowly nodded at Zhi Yuan. Not bad. Although Uchiha Madara's praise seemed a bit perfunctory, Zhi Yuan was still very happy. Uchiha Madara was a very strict person. After training with him for a month, this was the first time he had praised her. Hearing Uchiha Madara say so, Zhi Yuan immediately tried to push her luck. Master, can you give my ninjutsu a name? This is the first ninjutsu I've come up with on my own. Yes. Zhi Yuan had thought about giving her improved Great Fireball technique a resounding name. But after coming up with many names, she always felt they were a bit too childish, so she started to count on Uchiha Madara a name. Compared to the Great Fireball technique, it has a better explosive ability. Then, let's call it the Dragon Flame Explosion Bomb. Looking at Zhi Yuan beside him, who was looking at him with full admiration, Madara simply came up with a name casually. Anyway, she didn't know there was a technique called the Dragon Flame Song. As long as it sounded good, Zhi Yuan, who was already extremely tired, suddenly perked up. She started to shout and jump around Uchiha Madara. Wow, General Zhi Yuan finally has her own ninjutsu. Evil pirates, taste my fire release. Dragon Flame Explosion Bomb. She had already started imagining that when she went back to school in a few days and showed her ninjutsu, the Dragon Flame Explosion Bomb, to her friends, the way they would look at her with admiration. Uchiha Madara grabbed the frolicking Zhi Yuan by the collar and took her home. What are you thinking? I haven't even made lunch yet. Zhi Yuan secretly glanced at Uchiha Madara, who was carrying her, and secretly cheered herself up. I, Yuan, future general, will inherit the will of fire. Just you wait, master. At noon, the master and apprentice stared at the black lump in the pot and fell into deep thought. Is this the result of the Sharingan's copying? Master, Uchiha Madara's face looked a bit solemn. Miscalculation. I could only copy his movements, but I forgot that the positions for placing seasonings are different. Seeing Uchiha Madara deep in thought looking at the pot, Zhi Yuan carefully took a step back. She wanted to escape this sad place before the kitchen black hole in front of her said that sentence. Unfortunately, she was still a step too late. We can't waste food. Suddenly, a large number of branches grew from the ground and trapped Zhi Yuan, who was trying to turn around and run away. With a panicked look on her face, Zhi Yuan looked at Uchiha Madara, who was making hand seals, and started to struggle frantically. No, I'm the future General Zhi Yuan. I won't end up like this. Let me go. You old kitchen black hole, evil Uchiha. Watching Uchiha Madara silently take out a plate and scoop up the black bubbling lump from the pot one by one, Zhi Yuan felt more and more terrified. She suddenly realized that this old man seemed to be serious. He really planned to eat that Satan's dinner. The sound of the spoon constantly hitting the pot wall made Zhi Yuan even more afraid, like the doomsday bell in hell, announcing the departure of General Zhi Yuan. Help, Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Sengoku, Teacher Zifa. Someone is trying to murder the future flower of the Navy. Help, this master has gone crazy. As Zhi Yuan struggled, suddenly there was a slight crack in the branches that were binding her. Zhi Yuan's face immediately brightened. It seemed like there was hope. Then she heard Uchiha Madara's emotionless voice. Would release. Tree binding, eternal burial. The thin branches that were originally binding Zhi Yuan suddenly thickened. A large number of branches appeared and almost occupied the entire dining table, firmly imprisoning Zhi Yuan. Just then, Uchiha Madara walked out of the kitchen slowly, carrying Satan's dinner, with an evil wind from hell seemingly swirling around him. With a panicked look on her face, Zhi Yuan struggled hard but found it useless. She could only stare blankly as Uchiha Madara got closer and closer to her. Wah, master, I was wrong. I'll never mention the will of fire again. I'll definitely take care of you in your old age. Please, spare me. This really won't do. The plate of peculiar delicacies drew ever closer to Shurzwan, its frightful aroma permeating the air and causing tears to stream from Shurzwan's eyes. Master, why don't you eat first? The Sengoku general remarked, recalling the adage that filial piety comes first in all virtues. You should eat first. After all, what sense does it make for a disciple to dine while their master goes hungry? I beg you, I'm truly not hungry. Just move it a little further away from me. After a prolonged moment, within the humble abode of the Uchiha clan, Shurzwan lay prostrate on the table, her face contorted in despair. Tears welling in her eyes as a pale violet liquid oozed from her mouth. One hand reached out, grasping at the air as if trying to reclaim her lost sense of taste. It seemed that Shurzwan, the general, had descended into a state of uncleanliness. Uchiha Madara observed the theatrics of Shurzwan and rose to tidy the table. Internally, he lamented, surprised that dish soap could be mixed with seasonings. Shurzwan had hoped that after spending some time with Uchiha Madara, she would gradually learn to cook, delighting herself with an array of culinary creations each day. However, it now appeared that she had been overly naive. Even if Madara were to eventually produce delectable dishes, she likely would not live to see that day. Madara himself felt somewhat embarrassed. He had not anticipated that his cooking would turn out so unpalatable. After just a couple of bites, the little imp had begun to foam at the mouth. Even he had silently surrendered after merely 2 mouthfuls. Madara pondered how it was possible for such harmless ingredients to combine in a way that evoked a sense of impending doom. Thanks to that devilish dinner, even a sip of water now tasted like divine nectar. While Zhi Yuan lay despondently on the table that in silence, Zhi Yuan vowed that when she grew stronger, she would bind her master to the dining table and force him to consume an entire pot of that accursed meal. Zhi Yuan, the general, would surely repay her grudges. As she contemplated this, she mustered her remaining strength to rise and stagger into the kitchen, diligently noting down all the seasonings used in that infernal feast. Only then did she collapse onto the kitchen floor, finally succumbing to slumber. Unfortunately, an evil Uchiha did not allow her to rest for long, seizing her with a firm grip. You're about to start school. And before that, their essay test. Zhi Yuan, bleary-eyed, rubbed her eyes. Let me sleep a little longer. What test? Fight me. Zhi Yuan froze momentarily before beginning to struggle vehemently. You evil Uchiha, your nefarious intentions are unmistakable. You truly wish to eliminate me and, upon Sister Crane's return, claim it was a training mishap, thus evading the fate of being buried by the mighty Zhi Yuan. With a couple of loud thuds, the once flailing Zhi Yuan found herself standing obediently beside Uchiha Madara. Her face adorned with a pleasing smile. Master, considering how adorable I am, could you perhaps let me off the hook? This disciple has only been yours for a month. If you were to deal me a fatal blow, you would be left without a disciple. Think about it. Without me, you'd be unable to rise early each day to prepare breakfast, tidy up the house, or watch me engage in my antics. No. Without me, you would be left to hunt down those foul-smelling pirates. How could that possibly compare to having the delightful and fragrant Zhi Yuan by your side? As Zhi Yuan spoke, she began to realize her words sounded increasingly absurd and hurriedly altered her tone. Meanwhile, the glint in Uchiha Madara's eyes grew ever brighter, as if he were contemplating the viability of her proposition. The previously stoic corners of his mouth began to curl into a smile. Envisioning a life devoid of Zhi Yuan, seeing Madara's interest piqued by her words, Zhi Yuan felt a pang of panic. Surely this wicked Uchiha could not be serious. All right, I yield to the master's command. Zhi Yuan shall comply. Instantly, the light in Madara's eyes dimmed, a hint of disappointment flickering across his countenance. Zhi Yuan noticed this and breathed a sigh of relief, silently thanking her quick thinking. Otherwise, this master might have resorted to violence. Truly, he was a cold-hearted Uchiha. Observing the complex emotions playing across Zhi Yuan's face, Madara discerned her thoughts with uncanny clarity, internally cursing himself for allowing this girl to learn of the nickname that Tobirama had bestowed upon him. Now, this troublesome girl incessantly referred to him as the evil Uchiha. It was becoming her catchphrase. If Karp and his ilk were to catch wind of this, the entire navy would undoubtedly learn of it. And what of his dignity then? Initially, he had intended to go easy on her during their sparring session, but contemplating the situation, he decided to exert a bit more force, lest this girl grow too bold with her tongue. The proprietor of the tavern was already aware of the evil Uchiha. If this troublesome girl were to start school, he might find himself switching allegiances entirely. Zhi Yuan felt an unexpected chill, as though someone were plotting to harm the future general. Unbeknownst to her, Madara lurked behind, his aura increasingly ominous. Oblivious to the malicious intent shadowing her, Zhi Yuan skipped along, her mind still set on the notion that this was merely a test. When the time came, she would feign a pitiful demeanor, and surely that wicked Uchiha would let her off the hook. With that thought, she reached out, grasping at the air, and a plethora of symbols resembling tadpoles materialized before her. Smoke erupting forth in Madara's hand appeared a colossal scythe, aimed directly at Zhi Yuan. That I will show no mercy. Channel the killing intent you would wield against an enemy, or you may very well perish by my hand. As the words left his lips, he instantaneously vanished from sight, reappearing behind Zhi Yuan as he swung the scythe downwards. Feeling the fierce gust of wind at her back, cold sweat broke out on her brow as she braced herself for impact. Killing intent. He truly means to kill me. Move, hurry and move. As the weapons clashed with a sharp clang, the massive blade of the scythe loomed ominously over Zhi Yuan's forehead, and she could even feel the icy blade piercing her skin. Just as she was about to cry out, Madara delivered a kick that sent her flying, charging toward her once more. In a seamless repetition, he struck from behind again, cleaving downward, and Zhi Yuan exploded into a cloud of smoke, leaving only splintered wood in her wake. Madara smirked, impressive seal speed. With a flick of his ear, he sent the side slicing backward, swiftly severing a gigantic fireball that had been launched at him. As the fireball shattered, he steadied the scythe vertically before him, and from the remnants of the explosion emerged a small figure. Uchiha style, sword flame leap. The blade blazed with golden flames and struck at the scythe's handle. Precisely where Madara had held it moments before, the flames erupted, aiming for Madara's eyes. Madara tilted his head, evading the flames, but Zhi Yuan vanished from his sight once more. What? Zhi Yuan split into four, each wielding a flaming sword. Attacking Madara from four angles simultaneously, Madara twirled the scythe in a graceful arc, unleashing a circular wave of energy that repelled the four Zhi Yuans charging at him. With his left hand, he reached back and grasped the Zhi Yuan, preparing to ambush him. Interesting. Speed is lacking. Is this the fifth shadow clone formed by a combination of body flicker technique and transformation technique? He hurled the captured Zhi Yuan to the ground, where her head met the surface with a spider-web-like crack. Yet the sensation of her presence abruptly vanished. The fifth is a shadow clone? No, it's a false entity clone created through a combination of body replacement and transformation techniques. Fire style, Dragon Flame Bomb. With no time for further contemplation, he swung his scythe, unleashing an orange-red fireball from above. However, this fireball differed from the initial one. Upon splitting, it erupted into a massive explosion, prompting Madara to retreat. As he stepped back, Zhi Yuan completed her build-up and charged at Uchiha Madara like a small leopard. Peach, amidst the brilliant white sword light lay a hint of soft pink, tracing gentle arcs through the air, reaching Madara's face in the blink of an eye. The scythe remained within the explosion's radius, and Zhi Yuan's strike, delivered in haste, could not be defended against by mere flesh. Madara, with no choice, enveloped his hand in Chakra, catching the blow. This is where it ends. Well done. Uchiha Madara displayed what he thought was a smile, yet in reality, it still seemed as expressionless as ever. Gion stared blankly at Madara in front of her, eyeing Madara's bewildered gaze. Her eye sockets gradually reddened. She let go of her sword and threw herself into Uchiha Madara's arms, bursting into tears. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was utterly at a loss. He truly had no idea how to handle this situation. After a moment of fumbling, he silently placed his hand on Gion's head and gently stroked it. After a long while, "Woo woo woo woo. You scared me to death. That I thought you really wanted to kill me." Gion sobbed intermittently in Madara's arms. Then she pulled her face out of Madara's embrace, looked up at Uchiha Madara, and pointed at the red dot on her forehead as she complained tearfully. "Look, you've scared me half to death. I thought I was going to be disfigured. Stupid master, I hate you so much." Then, regardless of Madara's reaction, she buried her head back in Madara's arms again, sobbing intermittently. Clearly still in shock, Madara gently stroked Gion's head and consoled her in a voice that could perhaps be called gentle. "It's over. I've already said it was just a test." The sudden, slightly gentle voice left Gion in a daze. She even forgot to cry and looked up at this man with a perpetual poker face in front of her. She unexpectedly noticed that there was a faint smile on Uchiha Madara's lips. Although this smile was extremely subtle, Gion, who had lived with Madara for a month, still keenly detected it. So, Master can actually smile. However, it looks so awkward. At this thought, Gion's emotions were in disarray. Meanwhile, her strange look made Madara a bit uncomfortable. He had no idea what she was finding strange. "Master, you've scared me like this. Can you give me some compensation?" Since her emotions had settled, Gion didn't try to keep crying. Instead, she was more concerned about Madara's smile just now. Madara was a bit puzzled, but afraid that she would start crying again. He decided to appease her and silently nodded. "Then can you smile again?" "I didn't see clearly just now, Madara." "Did I smile just now?" Madara thought to himself. Then he stood up, pulled Gion out of his arms, and said to her, "Since you're fine, then get up. Don't think about such silly things." But after he said that, he found Gion still looking at him expectantly. Madara felt his face flush and quickly turned around. "Go home and take a bath quickly. You still have to practice later." Gion noticed that Uchiha Madara had turned around and his tone had become sterner. Her big, bright eyes immediately narrowed like a sly little fox. "Hee, is Master shy? Don't be shy. Smile. Come on, just smile once, okay?" As she was speaking, she suddenly found her feet leaving the ground. When she looked up, Uchiha Madara was glaring at her with a dark face. Cough, cough, cough. "I was just scared, Master." Seeing Gion acting like this, Uchiha Madara felt a sense of revulsion. He threw Gion aside and went home on his own. Gion followed behind him merrily. They walked towards home one after the other. On the way, Madara, noticing the dull atmosphere, thought of something to say. So eager for compensation. Hearing this, Gion was overjoyed and quickly nodded her head so fast that it was almost a blur. Yeah. Madara also nodded and said, as compensation, I'll cook dinner tonight. Gion, are you sure about what you're saying? The two continued walking. After this remark, Gion didn't mention compensation at all. When they got home, seeing that Gion didn't pester him for compensation anymore, Madara secretly let out a sigh of relief, but then his body stiffened as if he had thought of something. He said to Gion, in the Navy, what would happen if a vice admiral died? Gion was sitting at the table, propping her head up with one hand, and said indifferently, it might be a bit troublesome or cause some problems. After all, vice admirals are one of the important in combat forces in the Navy. Uchiha Madara was holding an apple in each hand, peeling them as he dropped a bombshell. What if it's Garp? Vice Admiral Garp. Gion exclaimed in surprise. Vice Admiral Garp is a hero in the Navy. Although he only holds the position of Vice Admiral, his status is no less than that of an admiral. If something happened to Vice Admiral Garp, the Navy would probably be in an uproar. Madara slowly exhaled and asked, what do you think of Garp? Is he easy to talk to? Gion looked at Uchiha Madara strangely and said in confusion. Not bad. I think Vice Admiral Garp is very amiable. He usually fulfills most of my requests. Madara slowly nodded and again dropped a bombshell. In that case, I'll go and ask him. Gion. She looked at Uchiha Madara, who was expressionless in front of her, and shocked. In no way. What's wrong with Master today? Did he take the wrong medicine? First, he smiles, and then he asks someone for help. These are things he would never do. Master, are you joking? Uchiha Madara took a deep breath, as if making a decision, and slowly stood up. That of course not. It's just a small matter. I'll go and ask Garp if I can trouble him too. Daidati knows too much. Gion. Without paying any attention to the bewildered Gion, Madara directly pushed open the door and left. On the night Madara left, a huge explosion came from Vice Admiral Garp's office. No one knew what had happened. The Navy headquarters announced that some pirates had disguised themselves and infiltrated Marineford with the intention of assassinating Vice Admiral Garp. In the end, Vice Admiral Garp killed the pirates. But he was also slightly injured and was being treated in the headquarters hospital. All the Navy could only sigh about the ferocity of pirates in the great age of pirates, who dared to attempt to assassinate the strongest Vice Admiral Garp. Of course, the real situation was that after Madara failed in his attempt to silence someone, almost everyone who knew Madara heard a rumor that Madara liked to smile but was just a bit shy. People were even encouraged to ask Madara to smile more. On the night Garp was discharged from the hospital, the audacious pirates attacked again, launching a second assault on Vice Admiral Garp. The newly appointed Fleet Admiral Sengoku was furious and immediately issued an order, assigning Uchiha Madara, the leader of Konoha, the Hokage, who had a strategic cooperation with the Navy, to investigate this matter thoroughly and restore justice to Vice Admiral Garp. It was said that Vice Admiral Garp, on the grounds of wasting Navy resources, had repeatedly tried to get Fleet Admiral Sengoku to revoke the order, which made all the Navy sigh with admiration. That Vice Admiral Garp's selfless spirit was what the Navy should truly emulate. In the following days, almost every day, audacious pirates would attempt to assassinate Vice Admiral Garp, and each time they were repelled by Uchiha Madara, who suddenly appeared, and Vice Admiral Garp working together. Even Gion, Uchiha Madara's only disciple and the younger sister of Vice Admiral Tsuru, participated in these battles. She was often found bravely fighting the pirates in Garp's office and protecting Garp's property with dignity. Unfortunately, Gion was still too young and inexperienced compared to the pirates, resulting in a large number of Garp's privately hoarded senbei and donuts being stolen by the pirates. Of course, only a small number of Navy high-level officials knew the real truth. Uchiha Madara gained the admiration of some Navy personnel, not to mention anything else. Just the fact that he could chase and fight the strongest Navy, Garp, was enough to convince them of his strength. Among them was Garp's son, Monkey D. Dragon as Garp's son. Dragon harbored deep resentment towards Garp. He also deeply hated Garp's educational method of beating people at every turn. After this incident, Dragon immediately became Uchiha Madara's biggest fan. He would visit Uchiha Madara's house every now and then, shouting that he wanted to become Uchiha Madara's disciple. In order to become Uchiha Madara's disciple, Dragon went to a lot of trouble. He followed the little brat Gion around all day. After communicating with her for some time, he successfully established the great filial piety alliance of the Will of Fire with Gion. Uchiha Madara was practicing cooking Satan's dinner in the kitchen when a spiky-haired young man in a cloak of justice barged in without even knocking and greeted Uchiha Madara. Ha! Hey, master, didn't you go and beat up my old man today? Uchiha Madara began to regret for the first time why he had beaten Carp just because of some long, lost face. He didn't gain anything from it. Instead, he got entangled with Carp's son. Immediately, Uchiha Madara felt a sharp pain in his head. That damned old Carp had given birth to such a troublesome little fellow, who was like a piece of dog, skin plaster, and couldn't be shaken off. Madara's disciple was only the little girl. If this guy kept pestering, he would beat him half to death and throw him outside. Just as Ri was about to say something, after a series of clattering sounds upstairs, Zhi Yuan came running downstairs in her little dinosaur pajamas and shouted at Ri, "Wow, junior brother Ri is here. Did you bring something delicious for your senior sister?" Ri reached out to stroke Zhi Yuan's head and casually placed a big bag of snacks in her hand. Then he gave a soft cough. This was the secret signal agreed upon by the two. Every time Ri brought snacks to Zhi Yuan, as long as he coughed once, Zhi Yuan would speak nicely for him. In exchange, Ri had to bring her enough snacks to last at least 3 days so that Zhi Yuan could survive on Uchiha Madara's cooking. Zhi Yuan stuffed chips into her mouth with one hand. Her cheeks puffed out like a hamster's as she mumbled, "Master, look how sensible my junior brother is. Can't you just accept him?" Madara cast a glance at Zhi Yuan. This little girl kept talking, but her hands never stopped. When Madara looked at her, she became vigilant and quietly blocked the snack bag in front of her. Madara felt a bit disheartened looking at Zhi Yuan like this. His cooking had improved a lot, but this damned girl would never eat his food a second time. "If you eat properly, I'll consider it." The moment Zhi Yuan heard this, she poured the remaining chips into her mouth, picked up the snack bag, and stuffed it back into Ri's hand. "Commander Ri, I still think we need to keep our distance." Ri just gave a bitter smile. Zhi Yuan was also a bit flustered inside. It was just a few words she said to him, and this evil old Uchiha guy was trying to get her life again. Mainly, Uchiha Madara had been pestering her these days to try his so-called Satan's cuisine, saying that there was nothing wrong with his cooking and insisting that she give it a try. Did whether it was okay depend on just words? Every time he brought it over, it was purple and bubbling. Madara himself wouldn't even touch it. The only use for that stuff was probably to put it on Commander Carp's plate. Madara walked up to Ri, stretched out his hand, indicating that he wanted the snacks. Ri's face lit up. He thought Madara was about to accept him and quickly handed over the snacks. Madara directly stuffed the snacks into Zhi Yuan's hands, then grabbed Ri by the collar and threw him out of the door. It was obvious that Zhi Yuan still didn't want to eat Madara's cooking, which made Madara a bit annoyed. Ri just realized what had happened when he was sitting on the ground. "Master, this isn't fair. You took my snacks and still kicked me out. At least let me stay for a meal. I'll come back tomorrow." "Really?" Halfway through his words, seeing the glint in Madara's eyes, as if he thought of something, Ri shivered and stopped the words that were about to blurt out. He stood up, dusted off his pants, and left. Madara was a bit disappointed but didn't say much. After returning home, he dived back into the kitchen to research his cooking. While Madara was contemplating whether to pour some chocolate sauce into the fried fish to enhance the flavor, Zhi Yuan walked in. "Master, I'm going back to school tomorrow. Do you know where my school bag is?" Madara was taken aback. School bag? Did one need that for school? Then he shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Zhi Yuan looked at him with a questioning look on her face. "If you don't know, why don't you go and buy one? How can I go to school without a school bag?" Madara also gave Zhi Yuan a questioning look. The two stared at each other for a long time. Finally, Madara couldn't stand it anymore and said to Zhi Yuan, "Do you think Carp might have one?" Zhi Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then, as if she thought of something, she nodded reluctantly. "Probably. Then I'll get it ready for you. It's at Carp's place. Wait for me to fetch it." As he said this, Uchiha Madara walked out of the door in his apron. Seeing this, Zhi Yuan shook her head and sighed. "Alas, Master and Commander Carp have such a good relationship. I hope he can fetch a decent bag." Ri was walking home absent-mindedly at this time. His attempt to become Madara's disciple had failed again today, although it was only the 3rd day. Uchiha Madara's attitude really made him feel unconfident. As he was walking, he suddenly felt as if there was someone behind him. He quickly drew his sword and turned around to look behind him. Under the dim light, Uchiha Madara walked out silently in his blood-stained apron. "Master," as Uchiha Madara got closer, the pressure Ri felt became greater. He tightly grasped the sword in his hand, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It wasn't that Ri had poor mental strength, but having witnessed Madara chasing and beating his father, he really didn't have much desire to resist. Seeing Ri scared like a sweating wooden man, Uchiha Madara was quite satisfied with his reaction. This was how a normal person should react when seeing him. Sure enough, his little girl was not a normal person. Sometimes Madara suspected that the little girl didn't even have nerves. "Help me with something." Ri was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. "Help?" This really perked him up. There were only a few possibilities for Madara to ask him for help. And the most likely one was that Madara was going to beat his father. So, called filial son, Ri showed great enthusiasm in cheating his father. Then he nodded, no problem. Master, just tell me what to do. Madara was quite pleased with Ri's attitude. To be honest, this kid was really good in terms of being filial. He might be more suitable for that, so Caldwell of Fire than sure one. Take me to your home. I left something at Carp's place. Leave it to me. Ri's face lit up when he heard this, and he shouted loudly. At the same time, he thought to himself. Just as I thought, using the excuse of leaving something to enter my home, then ambush and attack my father in advance, and destroy all the things my father likes during the fight. Thus giving him a double blow both physically and mentally. How ruthless, truly worthy of Mr. Madara. Thinking of this, Ri thought that he couldn't just stand by. Someone was going to beat his father, and he must help out to show his value. Secondly, if he did this well, Mr. Madara might accept him as a disciple. In that case, he would have a protector when rebelling against his father. This feeling, yes, this was a revolution. At this thought, Ri wiped the smile off his face and walked towards his home with a heroic look on his face, just like Uchiha Madara's, with a kick. Ri opened the door and walked in with his chest out. Madara couldn't quite understand Ri's current state. He always felt that there was a smell of bullying others under the protection of someone powerful on Ri now. But Madara was too lazy to think about it. He walked into the house and plopped down on the sofa. Seeing this, Ri quickly poured a cup of hot tea for Madara. Master, just stay here. I'll take care of those small things. Ri slapped his chest loudly, put down the teapot, and then walked towards the second floor, straight to Carp's room. Madara began to feel that he couldn't understand Ri more and more. He hadn't said his intention from beginning to end, but Ri actually guessed his purpose directly. It seemed that he needed to get to know this rascal son of Carp better. After about 10 minutes, Ri came downstairs carrying a regulation-style backpack on his back. This made Madara think more highly of him. He had actually guessed what Madara wanted. Ri secretly placed the backpack in Uchiha Madara's hand and gave him a meaningful look. Come on, master. Here it is. All of my father's things are in here. He'll probably be home soon. It'll be convenient for you to take the next step later. Madara was a bit surprised. How did he know what I was thinking? But he didn't refuse. This way, he didn't have to ask later. That old Carp was very stingy with his things. It would be very troublesome to get this backpack from him. Waiting was always boring. Madara sized up Carp's kitchen. He thought it was much bigger than his own. If he could cook in it, he was sure he could do better. Seeing that Madara still hadn't spoken, Ri showed an understanding look and pointed at the kitchen beside them. I'll hide there later. We'll take action once the cup is broken. Let's take my father down in one go. In Itachi's heart, there was an ocean of questions. He couldn't comprehend what Ryu meant. However, his face remained expressionless. Seeing this, Ryu assumed that Itachi had acquiesced and walked into the kitchen, picked up a mop, and found a place to hide. After a while, loud laughter sounded outside the door. Ha ha ha, Ryu, are you back? Don't stay inside. Come out and have a bout with me. Today, I've told exactly 30 people about Itachi's embarrassing incidents. I can even envision his grim face. Ha ha ha. Noticing no movement inside the room, Carp was somewhat surprised. Although Ryu was quite rebellious, he basically wouldn't ignore him. Without much thought, he walked towards the room. As soon as he entered, he saw Itachi Uchiha with a gloomy face, still wearing a blood-stained apron, sitting on the sofa and coldly glaring at him. Cough, cough, cough. Itachi? Why are you here? Oh no, what I just said was a joke. I wasn't spreading rumors about you. Carp was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Why was Itachi in his house? He quickly began to explain what he had just said. This was his home. If Itachi went berserk here, his house would probably end up as ruins, but the situation exceeded Carp's expectations. Itachi didn't attack directly. Instead, he silently stood up, picked up his backpack, and prepared to leave. When passing by Carp, Carp was so nervous that he assumed a defensive posture. Carp's leg accidentally bumped into the table, and Itachi's water cup was knocked to the ground. The sound of breaking glass echoed. Master, your disciple has come to assist you. Die, old man. A shadow in the kitchen flashed towards Carp, brandishing a mop. With a pop, the mop hit Carp on the head. The mop broke, and the mop head remained on Carp's head. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Itachi Uchiha, who was on the verge of showing an expression due to surprise, and Carp, whose face was gradually turning darker, stood still like statues. Ryu also sensed that something was amiss. He looked up at the two and gradually had an idea in his mind. It's over. After about a minute, Itachi Uchiha was the first to recover. He nodded to Carp and walked out of Carp's house with his backpack on his back. Ryu looked as pale as a ghost and said to Carp, Dad, if I say it's a misunderstanding, Will you listen to my explanation? From the room behind, suddenly came Carp's roar, "You damn pirate. Take this punch from me." Although Itachi Uchiha remained expressionless, the elation in his heart was indescribable. So the old troublemaker finally got his comeuppance today. Carrying his backpack, he walked briskly on the way home. If it weren't for maintaining his aloof persona, he would probably have started singing when he got home. He handed the backpack in his hand to Zhi Yuan, and then plunged into the kitchen again. Zhi Yuan felt strange. It seemed that Master still had that poker face as usual, but why did it seem like he was smiling? She casually opened the backpack in her hand and was stunned for a moment. It was as if she saw a golden light flashing from the backpack. Wow, what are these? So dazzling. Pastries from the Imperial Front Hall. Limited edition donuts from AKO's dessert shop. These are extremely hard to buy. And is this the sunbae specially made by the Imperial First Class to celebrate Admiral Sengoku's succession, which was reported in the newspaper some time ago? Zhi Yuan drooled as she read out the names. These were all treasures, and many were the kinds that money couldn't buy. She skipped towards the kitchen and bumped into Itachi's arms. "Master, you're the best." Itachi wiped his hands on his apron, a bit puzzled in his heart, but he still placed his hand on Zhi Yuan's head. "What's wrong?" Zhi Yuan looked up at Itachi Uchiha, and the strong admiration in her big eyes was almost overflowing, which made Itachi quite pleased. "The snacks you brought back are all so precious. They're the kind that's hard to buy even with money. Did you raise Vice Admiral Carp's house to the ground to find so many high-class snacks?" Itachi was stunned at first, then as if he had thought of something, he stroked Zhi Yuan's head again and said to her, "Then go and eat them quickly. Consider it a pre-school celebration. Don't leave a single one. Can you do it?" Zhi Yuan patted her little chest. "Absolutely no problem." Watching Zhi Yuan's departing figure, Itachi clenched his fist tightly, extremely elated in his heart. "But that's right. That's right. I bet someone won't be able to sleep tonight. I know who it is, but I won't say." That night, in the quiet night, there came a heart-wrenching scream. "Where are the things? Where are my things?" Ryu, with a bruised face after being beaten, was summarizing his deficiencies in today's incident and consoling himself in his heart. Revolution can't be all smooth sailing. This is just a small sacrifice for the great revolutionary cause. Just as he was thinking like this, there was a loud bang, and Carp burst through the door. With red, rimmed eyes and gasping for breath, Carp rushed in like an enraged gorilla. Ryu seemed to think of something when he saw the enraged Carp. Just as he was about to explain, a huge fist shadow was reflected in his pupils. Early the next morning, Itachi Uchiha originally didn't plan to accompany Zhi Yuan to school, but looking at her big, expectant eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say no. Itachi Uchiha carried a huge scroll in one hand and held Zhi Yuan's hand with the other. He looked so imposing that it seemed as if he was going to cause a bloodbath among these kids. Many parents secretly led their children away from this strange figure. Itachi Uchiha. In fact, Itachi was thinking, why does this little kid have so much luggage when she's so small? It took the two of them almost an hour to pack the luggage last night. The Naval Academy that Zhi Yuan attended was a boarding school. Students could go home for 4 days a month, and they ate and lived in the academy for the rest of the time. Parents couldn't visit without special circumstances to ensure her future living quality. Zhi Yuan was determined and packed half of her home at once. Anyway, she didn't have to carry it herself. Itachi did all the work. When they reached the entrance, they saw a purple-haired burly man, who was Zifa, the honorary dean of the Naval Academy. Zifa walked up to them and handed Itachi a document. Itachi looked down and saw just a few words on a white paper and Zifa's official seal. All necessary procedures for the Naval Academy. Zifa, well, this is so naval. While greeting them, Zifa asked in confusion, "Ha ha ha, Mr. Itachi, what about Zhi Yuan's luggage for this trip?" Itachi casually picked up the scroll. "It's all in here. There was originally a suitcase, but it couldn't fit everything, so had to use special means." Itachi had a good impression of Zifa, so he was more willing to talk to him. He would rather fight than argue with Carp. As for Sengoku, since Itachi wasn't fond of playing politics, he always adhered to the idea that too much talk leads to mistakes. Only in front of Zifa, this honest man who loved teaching, did he show some courtesy. Zifa was also quite surprised. Wow, how many things did she bring? It even made Mr. Itachi use special means. Itachi helplessly patted Zhi Yuan's little head beside him and said, "If I hadn't stopped her last night, she would probably have brought the living room sofa, but she was quite obedient and only brought a small one." Hearing Itachi say this, Zifa was also a bit embarrassed. He always heard from Carp and others that Itachi spoiled children, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. Which parent would bring a sofa for their child to school? Zifa wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said to Itachi, "Mr. Itachi, you don't need to go in. Zhi Yuan is already a third Great student. The academy has a rule that only freshmen can have their parents accompany them. The rest have to fend for themselves. Itachi nodded. Sure, one had already told him this, and he didn't have any problem with it. He himself had been on the verge of death several times at this age. It was just about being independent. And Itachi wouldn't be overly particular about it. He casually placed the scroll in Zhi Yuan's arms. Oh, you still remember the seal I taught you to take out things yesterday? I've pasted notes on each seal on the scroll. Take what you need. Zhi Yuan hugged the scroll, which was bigger than her, and swayed it. Since the scroll blocked her completely, she could only show that she remembered in this way. Well, as long as you remember. Go in. Watching Zhi Yuan carry the scroll, which was even bigger than herself, into the academy, I heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, this little ancestor had left. Without time for further thought, Madara approached Zifa just as the latter was about to leave. Remember the improved body technique I mentioned to you last time? I've now got a semi-finished product, and I need your advice on it. Zifa was taken aback for a moment. And then he recalled what Madara Uchiha had said to him at that time. This technique called paper drawing is very strange. It transforms oneself into a state of weakness to dodge attacks. However, if one wants to launch a counter-attack, they need to change the state again, which will have a significant impact on the battle. Zifa, don't teach Zhi Yuan this technique. If necessary, I'll make some changes to it. Zifa had also explained to Madara at that time that as one of the 6 styles, the main function of paper drawing was actually to serve as a precursor to observation Haki. But Madara still insisted that Zifa not teach Zhi Yuan this technique. Among the 6 styles of the Navy, shave, iron block, paper drawing, moonwalk, sky foot, and finger pistol, Madara only allowed Zhi Yuan to learn 2 of them, shave and moonwalk, and strictly prohibited her from learning the rest. Zifa had a deep impression of this matter. At first, he didn't quite understand it, but later he figured it out. Techniques like sky foot and the advanced flying finger pistol, which were specifically designed to supplement the Navy's long-range attack capabilities, were like useless chicken ribs in Madara's eyes. However, Zifa still couldn't understand why Madara didn't allow Zhi Yuan to learn iron block and paper drawing. You mean the paper drawing you said you were going to improve? Yes, I once said that this paper drawing technique has major flaws. Actively making the whole body weak to increase perception ability is like suicide in a battle against a powerful opponent. Even as a transition to observation Haki, it's unqualified. As the two talked all the way, they arrived at the training ground. Madara motioned for Zifa to attack him. I won't use observation Haki. I'll only rely on basic perception. Zifa was also quite curious about what tricks Madara Uchiha could come up with, so he immediately threw a punch at Madara. Madara's body stiffened for a split second, and then he dodged Zifa's punch with extremely small movements. Zifa didn't attack again, but stood still, carefully pondering Madara's previous movements. Just now, for a moment, Madara's muscles became extremely stiff, somewhat similar to the iron block, but then they returned to normal. Why is that? Looking at Madara with a puzzled expression, he waited for an explanation. Madara didn't have the patience he had when teaching Zhi Yuan, without waiting for Zifa to think it through on his own. He directly explained the principle. At the moment of judging the opponent's attack, tighten all the muscles in the body and enter a highly concentrated state to enhance perception. It's somewhat like an iron block that lasts only 0.1 seconds. Using the high concentration perception provided by these 0.1 seconds, strengthen the instinctive dodging, creating an effect similar to observation Haki, compared with the original paper drawing, which was used as a transition to observation Haki. This method was more suitable for actual combat. In a battle where neither side had observation Haki, 0.1 seconds wasn't a significant drawback. Meanwhile, in the state of tightened muscles, one could have better defense and wouldn't be seriously injured if hit while using paper drawing. I've also prepared a matching body movement technique, different from the natural movements when using observation Haki. I've added a large number of horizontal movements to make up for the movement deformation after the moment of stiffness. Zifa stood still and began to silently analyze the information Madara had provided. Having long been immersed in teaching the 6 styles, Zifa almost immediately understood the advantages and disadvantages of the revised paper drawing developed by Madara. At the same time, he also raised his own question. As you said, the new paper drawing you've developed is indeed far superior to the original one in actual combat and various practical applications. However, it also brings many problems. It's completely trading difficulty for practicality. The learning cost of the new paper drawing is too high. Its learning difficulty is nearly twice that of the original paper drawing. If we add the matching body movement technique you designed, the learning difficulty of the new paper drawing is more than twice that of the old one. Madara didn't seem to care. He already knew why Zifa had raised this question. Is there a problem? Of course, there is a problem. The new paper drawing has overly high requirements for the learning personnel's talent. Zifa's voice trailed off as he spoke. He also realized that he had fallen into his old habit. The new paper drawing created by Madara wasn't intended for popularization in the Navy, but for Zhi Yuan. So, did Zhi Yuan lack talent? As the sister of Crane and the disciple of Madara Uchiha, Zhi Yuan had monstrous talent and physical fitness. The high threshold of the new paper drawing was no problem for her at all. Zifa felt a bit dejected. He had forgotten that the new paper drawing was created by Madara Uchiha, not affiliated with the Navy, and there was no intention to spread it externally. How could Madara not know the excellence of the new paper drawing? He was just regretting that the entire Navy had missed out on such an excellent new move. Have you come up with a name for the new paper drawing? I call it Zhi Yuan's dance. Hearing this, Zifa smiled bitterly. Was this move, which could enhance the overall strength of a faction, only designed to ensure the smooth progress of Zhi Yuan's subsequent training? Well, this was so typical of Madara Uchiha. Zifa still held a glimmer of hope. Do you have any plans to spread Zhi Yuan's dance externally? Madara shook his head, seemingly disdainful. A technique of this level isn't worthy of my spending too much time on it. Hearing this, Zifa smiled bitterly again. It was indeed his thinking that was too idealistic. The temptation of Zhi Yuan's dance was just too great. If it could be popularized, it would overall strengthen the middle level combat power of the Navy. Zifa understood Madara Uchiha's decision not to spread Zhi Yuan's dance externally, but that didn't stop him from feeling disappointed. While Zifa was still lost in his thoughts, Madara spoke. If you can persuade the little girl, what she does with this technique has nothing to do with me. Zifa looked at Madara Uchiha in surprise, then squinted his eyes and said in a teasing tone, "You don't care about a technique of this level? I bet you've even thought about how Zhi Yuan will use this move to win people over in the future, right?" Madara was taken aback, and his face flushed slightly, just as he was about to speak. Zifa didn't give him a chance. "Let me think. You're well aware of the prospects and target group of this technique. Zhi Yuan's dance is like an insurmountable gulf for those who don't have Haki. This technique is extremely attractive to geniuses at this level. If one wants to become stronger among their peers, then Zhi Yuan's dance is a must. Learn. The high threshold of Zhi Yuan's dance just helps you screen out the young geniuses. The various admirals in the Navy should be more than willing to let their favorite subordinates or family members learn this move. Just with this one move, Zhi Yuan can gain a large number of connections among the future mainstays of the Navy. Even an old man like me, who is obsessed with the 6 styles, being asked for advice is part of your plan, right? You need others to know the superiority of Zhi Yuan's dance. So who has the most influence in terms of the 6 styles? It's exactly me. Spreading the news of Zhi Yuan's dance through my mouth will reduce a lot of resistance in people's recognition and make it easier for Zhi Yuan's dance to spread. You came to me today for this. For me to personally recognize Zhi Yuan's dance, right?" Madara was somewhat speechless. No wonder Zifa was such an honest man. Although it was the truth, why did he have to say it out loud, being exposed face to face? Madara Uchiha felt a bit embarrassed and turned to leave. Zifa quickly grabbed Madara Uchiha and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Don't be angry. I'm just such a straightforward person. I'm not as smart as you and can't think things through so comprehensively. Once I think of something, I just blurt it out." Madara's expression softened a bit. He wasn't used to Zifa's tone, which was like that of an old friend, although they hadn't known each other for long. This tone was really similar to that of someone in the past. "I support you in this matter." Zhi Yuan's dance can only gain popularity in the Navy, even if it's entirely up to Zhi Yuan. It's just a matter of delaying the promotion. Since Zhi Yuan started school, Madara Uchiha felt that there was something missing in his life. Was it companionship? Was it the noise? No, he felt that his life only lacked troubles. Was this what life was like without the little girl? It was so wonderful. After no longer having to take care of Zhi Yuan, Madara Uchiha finally began to manage Konoha. To be honest, Sengoku had almost forgotten that Uchiha Madara still had Konoha in mind. He even thought that Uchiha Madara had become a full-time father. Sitting in his own office, a tall and lanky young man with purple spiky hair walked in and bowed slightly to Madara. "Mr. Madara, here is the commission compiled by Marshal Sengoku. Please take a look." What was called a commission was actually a wanted poster with just 2 lines of comments. Madara casually took it and glanced at it. Name: Rostov the Siberian Dumpling Bounty. 350 million berries. Comments: has attacked naval ships several times. Dead or alive. Ability: animal, type devil fruit, cat form, snow lynx form. Name: Dorley saw the Remoth Camel Monster Bounty. 75 million berries. The bounties in the commission varied greatly. For devil fruit users, the Navy still mainly aimed to capture them. However, In troubled times, strict measures were needed. Pirates who had actively attacked the Navy and caused heavy losses to it. Sengoku still wanted to mainly kill them to establish authority, but it was not allowed by the rules, so he just dumped all these cases on Uchiha Madara. Recently, the front line pressure in the Sabaody archipelago area has been great. Marshal Sengoku hopes that you can take at least 4 commissions with bounties over 100 million berries to relieve the pressure, seeing the thick stack of wanted posters in his hand. About 50 or 60 of them, Madara didn't specifically pick out any. Instead, he said to the young man in front of him, "Go and tell Sengoku to prepare a ship. It doesn't need to be very big. Just enough. You also come with me to the Sabaody archipelago." The young man looked a bit embarrassed. After all, Mr. Madara in front of him was not part of the Navy. Theoretically, he couldn't be ordered. But Marshal Sengoku had said to respect him, so he couldn't make a judgment. For a moment, he stood there awkwardly with an embarrassed look on his face. "The words are not for you. Go back and convey the message to Sengoku. Come to me with the transfer order later." The young man replied with a rather ugly expression and then left. Uchiha Madara didn't care about the embarrassed look on the young naval officer's face. He got up and went home to prepare some things. This time, he estimated that he would be on the sea for some time. He planned to bring some seasonings and practice well on the ship. He wanted to give Kazuki a surprise when she came back. After about 20 minutes, when Madara returned to the office, the young man seemed to have been standing at the door for a long time. But his figure was still upright. The young man recalled what Marshal Sengoku had said to him. "Malamar, since Madara has a request, you just need to comply. Don't worry about the rules. Those things are just nonsense for Madara. You just need to treat him like Garp." Seeing Uchiha Madara walking towards him with a small scroll in hand, Malamar quickly saluted. "Lieutenant, junior grade of the Navy headquarters, Malamar, pays respects to Mr. Madara." Madara didn't really care about the change in the attitude of this young man named Malamar. He guessed that Sengoku must have said something to him. Without even looking at Malamar, he walked past him. "Let's go to the dock." Hearing this, Malamar quickly followed. Actually, it wasn't that Madara didn't want to talk to Malamar. It was mainly that Malamar's nearly 2.5 meter height made it difficult for Madara to look at him directly. He wasn't used to looking up at others. Due to Madara's request, to ensure the efficiency of the journey, Sengoku directly asked Malamar to commandeer a colonel's warship. It had to be said that the discipline of the Navy was really strict. The colonel whose ship was commandeered received the transfer order. Although he was very puzzled, he still chose to execute the order immediately. A group of people set off in a grand manner towards the Sabaody archipelago. Malamar handed Madara a justice cloak. "Mr. Madara, please put on the cloak. Also, please don't stand on the deck in an apron." Madara looked down and only then noticed that he was still wearing that pink and delicate apron. He silently took the cloak and put it on, then untied the apron and put it into the scroll. Standing on the deck, watching Marineford getting farther and farther away, Madara asked Malamar, "How long does it take to get to the Sabaody archipelago from here?" "At full speed, it takes about 4 hours." "Okay, then go at full speed. Call me when a pirate ship appears in the field of vision." "Yes. By the way, where is the kitchen on this ship?" Oh. Malamar was stunned for a moment, and then quickly called the commandeered colonel. "Colonel Ryan, please take Mr. Madara to the kitchen." After about 20 minutes, the chef's loud shout came from the kitchen. "Mr. Madara, please don't boil the steel wool in the pot anymore. Stop being so worried. I thought it was an onion. Don't bother me." At first, when Madara came to the kitchen, the chef was a bit afraid of this cold-faced man. But when he saw Madara pour dish, washing liquid and salt into the pot at the same time, he immediately forgot about the difference in status. Jessie was originally a very beautiful and gentle cook. After marrying Colonel Ryan, she even made Ryan extremely envied among the officers. But looking at this man in the justice cloak in front of her, she felt that she had encountered the greatest disaster in her life. She had never seen anyone so persistent in cooking with cleaning tools. Madara looked solemn. He thought to himself that after returning to Marineford, he must propose to Sengoku to reconsider the renovation funds for the warship's kitchen. Looking at the dish that was turning dark purple again, Madara fell into silence. Clearly at home, he could already make it light purple. But after coming on the ship, his level had directly dropped to the initial level. Just as he was thinking, a hissing sound came from the pot that a hole was corroded on the side of the pot. And the black, purple liquid slowly flowed out. The cook beside him started shouting again, which made Madara a bit annoyed. "Mr. Madara, how on earth did you manage to make such a terrible thing with the things in the kitchen?" "Oh, my pot. That was an anniversary gift from Ryan." Then Madara was driven out by the beautiful cook with a black face, and the pot with a hole in it was also driven out with him. Madara was a bit helpless. He felt that the structure of the kitchen here was very unreasonable. He had taken the wrong seasoning several times, which greatly affected his performance. Madara planned to go back and report to Sengoku, asking him to reconsider the renovation funds for the warship's kitchen. Just as Madara was standing in front of the door, considering whether to go in again, Malamar's voice came. Mr. Madara, a pirate ship is approaching. Madara walked onto the deck and looked at the pirate ship charging straight towards them. On the pirate flag, 2 blood red claws were crossed in front of a skull, judging from the size of the ship. It was no less than a regular naval warship of the school grade. Malamar stepped forward to report. The Siberian pirate group is one of the most ferocious pirate groups in the Sabaody archipelago in the past 3 months. They have attacked naval warships several times and even joined forces with several pirate groups to form a fleet to attack a naval branch. The captain is named Rasta. He has the animal type cat, type devil fruit, Link's form. He is a rare pirate in the paradise who has mastered 2-color Haki. He has been entrenched near the Sabaody archipelago for nearly a month, often robbing merchant ships and attacking naval warships. The Navy has launched 3 encirclement and suppression operations against them, but all ended in failure. Madara recalled the bounty poster that was placed first in the commission, the man who was laughing wildly while stepping on the corpses. At this time, Colonel Ryan also rushed out and made a pre-battle mobilization. All hands, get ready for battle. Bear the name of justice. Throw these dirty scumbags into impel down. The naval officers on the warship let out a deafening roar. Uchiha Madara, who had been standing beside Malamar, suddenly moved and walked beside Ryan, who was shouting with his arms raised. Tell your men to prepare for salvage work. Also, leave no one alive on this trip. Remember to cut off the heads of all the pirates. I need to take them back for delivery. Ryan frowned slightly. Uchiha Madara's sudden words would deal a considerable blow to the morale. Before he could get angry, Uchiha Madara suddenly disappeared. Just as everyone was wondering and starting to look for him, Malamar suddenly shouted, "There!" Hearing this, everyone looked over and a white line appeared on the sea, rushing towards the pirate ship at high speed. On the pirate ship on the other side, Rasta was sitting high on the deck, indulgently playing with a skull in his hand that seemed to have been torn by the claws of a fierce beast. He also said to the people around him, "Remember this Navy guy? On the first day when we arrived at Sabaody archipelago, this so-called just naval officer pointed a gun at my head and arrogantly declared, 'Evil pirate. Your journey ends here.'" A chorus of mocking laughter erupted on the ship. Even I didn't expect that my subsequent strike could create such a magnificent work of art. I can't forget to this day the look in his eyes, filled with fear and hatred. It was simply exquisite. I personally chopped off his head and meticulously scraped every bit of flesh from it with a carving knife. It was pure bliss. I can't help but marvel at the wonder of this world that could produce such an artistically perfect skull. As he got more and more excited, he even picked up his wine glass and poured it over his head. Then he gently put down the skull, and his hand slowly glided down his cheek, then to his neck, collarbone, and the alcohol-soaked clothes. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hands were covered with a sticky substance that could be either dirt or blood. He brought his hands to his mouth and gently licked it. The veins on the other hand, which was gripping his sword, bulged. It took him quite a while to calm down. Rosted's eyes were glazed, as if he had just emerged from a dreamlike world and was still not fully conscious. Report: a naval ship has been spotted ahead. Only then did Rosted come to his senses. In a daze, he stretched out his hands and gently and evenly smeared the sticky substance on his neck. Then he held his hands high in front of him. "Men, prepare for battle, for the most magnificent works of art in the world." Captain. All the crew members drew their swords and got ready for a boarding battle on the ship's side. This was a tradition of the Siberian pirate group. As an extremely cruel and war-hungry pirate group, they disliked using cannons and guns. What they pursued was the feeling of bloodshed in every sword strike and every punch. At this time, the lookout on the mast suddenly shouted, "There's something coming straight at us up ahead." Rosted paused and turned to look. There was a white line on the sea approaching them at an incredibly terrifying speed. Just as he was about to say something, a loud rumble echoed, and dust and dirt scattered across the chaotic deck. A man in a naval cloak and battle armor appeared on the ship. His eyes were blood red, and dark Tomo gradually emerged. "How ugly you are, you filthy scum." Rosted's pupils constricted. Having attacked naval ships several times and escaped unscathed, he was no fool. He could smell extreme danger from this man who was not very tall. "Who are you?" Madara casually walked over and sat down on Rosted's chair decorated with white bones. He propped his chin up with one hand and looked at everyone. "What a nostalgic smell. Are you rats that crawled out of the sewers?" Surrounded by pirates on all sides, he showed not a trace of panic. Looking at Rosted's dark, brown face, Uchiha Madara gently waved his hand. Out of the familiarity of the smell, I'll give you a chance to amuse me. Start dancing. Rosted's eyes flickered with indecision. He slightly waved his hand to his side, signaling his subordinates to kill this domineering man who dared to sit on his throne. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara curled his lips. As expected, he has the character of a rat. He formed hand seals, would release, would clone. Thick wooden logs extended from his body and took on a human form beside Madara. The clone looked up at Rosted with the same domineering face. My clone only has 1/10 of my strength and won't use any of my abilities, only physical combat. If you can defeat him, I'll spare your lives. The look of annoyance flashed across Rosted's eyes. This arrogant bastard. Clone Madara held a ninja sickle and slowly walked towards the pirates. The cold, killing intent spread, and all the pirates involuntarily took 2 steps back. Rosted angrily shouted, "What are you all doing? Are you looking for death? Attack!" The pirates raised their weapons and roared as they charged forward, just as their swords were about to strike Clone Madara's face. He suddenly moved. His body stiffly shifted to the side, dodging the blow. More and more pirates surrounded him, but Clone Madara didn't launch an attack. He awkwardly dodged all the attacks, although not very flexible. His movements were full of mechanical beauty. Even with the continuous attacks of more than a dozen pirates, they couldn't even touch him. He was like a dancer on stage, gracefully performing an unknown dance. As the frequency of the attacks increased, the Sharingan in his eyes spun rapidly. His stiff posture and uncoordinated movements became faster and faster, and a large number of phantoms appeared around him. Shiki no Mai, Madara himself was sitting on the chair, watching with great interest. He was extremely satisfied with the practical performance of Shiki no Mai, even when fighting a large number of enemies simultaneously. There were no serious flaws. Seeing this, Madara gently clapped his hands. This test was a complete success. Quickly deal with these rats and then go to the kitchen to learn some skills. Hearing the clapping, Clone Madara swung his ninja sickle, and blood splashed among the crowd. Strangely enough, not a single scream was heard in this fierce battle. At this moment, death was full of the art of war. In an instant, only a few of the nearly 100 pirates on the ship were still standing. Some pirates broke down and cried at the sight, while others fled in a frenzy. But they were all killed by Clone Madara one by one. Only Rosted stood still on the spot. Blood flowed down the deck and pooled at Uchiha Madara's feet. Madara looked at Rosted with great interest. "Kid, you seem to really enjoy this. At this moment, Rosted's face was flushed, and he was gasping for breath. His eyes were bloodshot, but he still stared fixedly at Uchiha Madara, although there was a bit of fear in his eyes. There was more of a pilgrim, like piety. He tore off his clothes, and silver, white hair began to appear on his burly body. He said incoherently, It's so wonderful. This scene is simply the most beautiful painting in the world. Art. If I could lie in such a wonderful pool of blood." Suddenly, he calmed down. He placed one hand on his chest and bowed deeply to Uchiha Madara. "Please forgive my previous blindness. You are a true dancer. A person as noble as you. Please allow me to be part of this beautiful painting. I can feel that I've been born for this moment." Madara sat on the chair and lowered his head slightly, as if granting his request. Rosted then crouched on the ground, assuming a hunting stance like a wild animal. Black armament Haki wrapped around his claws, and he vanished in an instant. Clone Madara tilted his head slightly. A sharp claw wind flashed past his ear, cutting down the mast behind him. The moment the mast fell, dust filled the air. A black shadow flashed wildly in the dust, and Clone Madara kept shifting and dodging within a 3-meter radius around him. From time to time, he swung his ninja sickle, and each swing sent a shower of sparks flying. The two figures intertwined in the dust. Claw winds and slashes crossed, and the entire deck was severely damaged. The bodies of many dead pirates on the ground were torn into pieces by the aftershocks of the battle. Gradually, the dust settled. Clone Madara still stood there expressionlessly, holding his ninja sickle. Blood slowly dripped from the sickle's blade. Beside him, Rosted, crouching like a wild beast, was covered in deep wounds. Blood kept flowing, and the massive blood loss made his face pale, with a tinge of excited redness. If I'm only at this level, I probably won't even be qualified to perform on the same stage as you, right? Then, as Rosted said, he grabbed his own shoulders and tore forcefully. Blood gushed out of his arms as if it were free. His whole body spasmed irregularly, and the muscles all over his body began to swell violently. His body size doubled before finally stopping. Beast rampage. He crouched in front of Clone Madara like a giant beast. Uchiha Madara also watched the transformed Rosted with great interest. Releasing the brain's restrictions on your body by harming yourself. But how long can you last in this state? It's just a short-lived dance. Boring. Rosted and Clone Madara moved at the same time. The huge figure and the small figure passed by each other. Clone Madara stood still and shook the blood off his ninja sickle. Roar! A pained roar came from behind. Both of Rosted's arms were severed, and he rolled on the deck, blood splashing everywhere. This made Uchiha Madara frown slightly. This so called tolerance all there is. After a while, the warship and the pirate ship began to draw closer slowly. The navy on the warship started to throw out harpoons to link up with the pirate ship. Rosted finally recovered from the excruciating pain. With his arms gone, he crawled on his knees in front of Uchiha Madara, his eyes brimming with fanaticism. Honorable dancer, I praise your kindness. I hope you can hang me on the deck until the last drop of my blood flows out. To add the final stroke to this magnificent picture, Waratobi and Ryan also flashed to Uchiha Madara's side. Looking at the hell on the pirate ship, the young Waratobi covered his mouth, barely holding back his vomit. Even the battle-hardened Ryan turned pale at this moment and looked at the not-so-tall figure that Rosted was kneeling towards with a trace of fear. Uchiha Madara got up expressionlessly. At this moment, perhaps you can be considered a qualified supporting actor, but you've had too many flaws. Can one in killing of the weak be regarded as art? As Uchiha Madara spoke. The corner of his mouth curled up, ending with death. You're not worthy. However, as a supporting actor wailing in failure, you might be passable. Hearing this, Rosted's face turned deathly pale. The crazy hatred in his eyes burst forth. He stared at Uchiha Madara viciously. The dancer who was insulting his art. He wished he could devour Madara alive and roared crazily at him. Damn you! You deserve to die. How dare you insult my art like this? I curse you. I curse that you'll live in the disdain of the gods every day from now on. There'll never be a place for you in the afterlife's hell. Watching Rosted roaring at the sky, Uchiha Madara turned around and left. The wooden clone of Madara twirled the shuriken in his hand, and it disappeared. He instructed Waratobi and Ryan. After all this is over, cut off his head. As he spoke, he gradually turned into a lifeless piece of wood. Rosted beside him seemed to have heard the most terrifying words in the world. He struggled to get up, but it was in vain. The moment he tried to rise, Ryan subdued him to the ground. He could only scream madly at the wooden clone that had turned into wood. Kill me. Please, kill me. Ryan and Waratobi glanced at each other, and then looked in the direction where Uchiha Madara had left. A flicker of fear in their eyes. Normally, captured pirate ships should be taken back to Marineford or a nearby naval base. But Madara thought that towing a broken ship might slow down their journey. So he directly ordered to sink the pirate ship. After all, Uchiha Madara was just a lone old ninja trying to earn money to support his family. He didn't have the time to abide by the Navy's complicated rules. He didn't need to capture pirates alive, just cut off the heads of those with bounties and dispose of the others on the spot. Waratobi gradually began to understand why Madara had said that the ship didn't need to be too big. After all, just the heads wouldn't take up much space. Normally, the Navy would bring back a large number of pirates in the ship's hold on each voyage, but Uchiha Madara was just a ninja after the bounties. So just taking the heads was enough. The group set off on their journey to Sabaody once again in a grand manner. Waratobi also found an opportunity to report Uchiha Madara's actions during this trip to Sengoku. Sengoku didn't have many feelings about it. In his eyes, Uchiha Madara was just such a person. He also gave some instructions, sending Madara to Sabaody this time. We took advantage of the fact that there are no celestial dragons there now. But you still need to be a bit more careful. Try to keep Madara away from those troublesome nobles. Otherwise, if he slaughters all the nobles from various countries in Sabaody in one go, it'll be quite a headache. Try to operate in the more chaotic areas. Remember, don't take him to the commercial street. Waratobi nodded. This Mr. Madara clearly seemed like a lawless person that he needed to try his best to keep Madara from coming into contact with things that were likely to arouse disgust. And also keep him away from those self-righteous fools. Although Waratobi was just a cadet, admiral, he had heard something about the Sabaody archipelago, the island of failure, and the island of new beginnings. It was filled with a large number of gray area transactions, such as arms dealing, drug trafficking, robbery, fighting among criminals, and human trafficking. Basically, any illegal activity one could imagine was present in Sabaody to some extent. Their target this time was only the lawless zones of islands 1 to 29 and the Navy-controlled islands 60, 69. At the same time, they also had to try to avoid the slave auctions. Thinking of this, Waratobi felt a headache coming on. He looked at Uchiha Madara, who was trying to break through the blockade of the beautiful cook at the kitchen door. The cook was actually a bit panicked. She hadn't expected that this somewhat cold but polite, seeming gentleman could slaughter over 100 people without blinking an eye within just a few minutes. but thinking of the tragic state of her and Ryan's commemorative pot. The cook still firmly blocked Uchiha Madara outside the door. After failing to sneak into the kitchen several times, Uchiha Madara finally gave up. He walked onto the deck somewhat dejectedly and basked in the sun. Waritobi and Ryan also came up to join in the fun. Mr. Madara, I heard from Admiral Sengoku that the justice you uphold is called the justice of covering the sky with one hand. Madara didn't open his eyes and continued to rest with his eyes closed on the deck chair. His lips moved slightly. That's the result of Sengoku's misinterpretation. He asked me my view on justice at that time. What I meant was that when one is strong enough to crush everything, one is justice itself. He kept trying to recruit me into the Navy at that time. That's how it was prettified by him out of flattery. Waritobi was stunned upon hearing this. He could hardly imagine that the upright and valiant Admiral Sengoku would flatter. Ryan, seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, quickly tried to make up for it. By the way, Mr. Madara, what kind of mission did you accept this time that made such a powerful person like you take action personally? It must be a very extraordinary mission, right? Madara got a bit impatient. He took out a stack of wanted posters from the scroll and threw them at Ryan. Just bring back the heads of all the people on it, but don't bother me. Ryan and Waritobi were rebuffed. They left awkwardly, holding the stack of wanted posters. Ryan opened them and was shocked. The people on them were either this year's supernovas or extremely vicious criminals. There were only a few with bounties below 100 million. It almost included all the well-known pirates in the first half of the paradise that on Island 15 of the Sabaody archipelago. As soon as Uchiha Madara and his group landed, they saw a group of pirates striding over menacingly. The leader was a man with a scar on his face. Obviously drunk, he carried a big sword and walked straight towards Uchiha Madara. He pointed at Madara's nose and cursed, "Navy, get out of here. The lawless zone doesn't welcome you dogs in uniforms." Seeing that Madara remained unmoved, the scar-faced man got furious. "Did you hear me? You little..." Before he could finish his words, his whole body disappeared. Even his subordinates were splashed with blood all over their faces. According to Uchiha Madara's habit, he should have smashed the head. But after all, this person was clearly a pirate. Making money was no disgrace. The Sharingan appeared in his eyes. He directly cast a genjutsu on the few still, stunned people in front of him and said to one of them, "Cut off everyone's heads and put them away." All of the scar-faced man's subordinates knelt in a row. The man Madara had instructed took out a sword and cut off their heads one by one, placed them neatly, and finally slit his own throat and committed suicide. After doing this, Uchiha Madara turned to look at Waritobi. "This is the lawless zone?" Waritobi nodded reluctantly, with some bad premonitions in his mind. "Is might right?" Waritobi nodded again. "Then, since there's not even a decent presence here, can I kill them all and take them back?" Waritobi was completely stunned, just as he feared. Madara wasn't in the Navy and didn't have to abide by the rule of leaving captives alive. If he really started killing, he probably wouldn't even be able to stop him. Mr. Madara, although this is the lawless zone, there are also civilians living here for various reasons. Indiscriminate killing is not allowed. Spot nodded. He was just speaking casually, but if he really took action, it would inevitably involve some innocent people. From now on, you go to gather intelligence. Identify all the wanted pirates on island number 29 and divide the areas. I'll take a stroll and deal with them all tomorrow. After saying that, Spot intended to leave, ignoring the two Mouses with bitter smiles on their faces. They then realized they had fallen into Spot's trap. In fact, Spot didn't have the right to directly command all the naval officers present. His status was merely that of a cooperator. So he blocked the way in advance, clearly meaning that if they didn't want him to carry out an indiscriminate massacre, they should prepare all the intelligence he needed for him. Seeing Spot about to leave, the Mouse rushed forward, while Lane went to sort out the information of the pirates on the entire island. No. 29. The reason why the Mouse approached Uchiha Spot was very simple, which was to explain to the other party that regarding the placement of pirate ability users, they couldn't simply eliminate them all. After the Mouse's eager and flustered explanation, Uchiha Spot finally reluctantly accepted his proposal, albeit rather unhappily. He felt that the Mouse was adding to his workload. It should be known that the Navy has a reason for capturing rather than killing pirate ability users. After all, once an ability user dies, his devil fruit will immediately be reborn somewhere in the sea. That if they kill blindly without thinking, more and more people will obtain the power of the devil fruit, and their ambitions will surface, increasing the pressure on the Navy. Take the undersea prison for example. 90% of the inmates inside are ability users, which is almost equivalent to 1/5 of the total number of devil fruits in the entire sea. If the Navy suddenly announced that all the ability users imprisoned in the undersea prison would be executed, it would directly have a huge impact on the stability of the world. This is why the Navy specially built a prison to detain and accommodate ability users. Otherwise, no one would want to spend money to support a group of good-for-nothings. But for the sake of the stability of the sea, the Navy has no other choice. Killing recklessly without thinking at all won't solve the fundamental problem if one day someone kills all the pirates in the undersea prison. There is no doubt that this person will become a center of the world. A large number of devil fruits flowing out will surely become the fuse for the inflation of ambitions and bloodshed. Although the mouse repeatedly emphasized not to wander around, there really wasn't anything interesting on islands number 129. He wanted to buy some souvenirs for Zhi Yuan. There really wasn't anything worthy of notice on island no. 29. There were just all kinds of conflicts. It seemed that the only local specialty that could be taken away was heads. On island number 49, the famous specialty shops and sightseeing areas in Sabaody. In contrast to the chatting passers-by, Spot seemed rather out of place. Spot was walking aimlessly. A graceful woman timidly approached him and said in a very soft voice, "Sir, would you like to have some fun? I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Hearing this, Spot looked at her coldly without saying a word. Seeing Spot didn't respond, the woman gritted her teeth and continued, "I know your concern. You may think I'm dirty. But this is really my first time doing this. I'm very clean. I live nearby. You can make inquiries at will." Spot still remained silent. The woman looked a bit disappointed. She was very beautiful, normally. She wouldn't have to worry about having no customers. But she was in urgent need of money now, so she charged an extremely high price. She could only search for suitable targets in the commercial street every day. Just as the woman was about to leave, Spot spoke. "Price." The woman suddenly turned to look at Uchiha Spot. Her big, watery eyes were filled with hope. "Sir, it's 6 million berries. 6 million berries for 3 days. The woman seemed a bit lacking in confidence. 6 million berries could buy a decent slave, yet she was asking for 6 million berries for 3 days of her service. Actually, many people had inquired about the price. Those who came to the commercial street to have fun weren't too short of money. However, this price made too many men back off. Uchiha Spot didn't even bother to learn anything about the woman in front of him. He just needed a guide. You don't need to do those boring things. 6 million berries. Within 3 days, help me choose a gift for my disciple. A gift she'll definitely like. The woman seemed a bit hesitant. She couldn't be sure if the powerful-looking man in front of her was taking advantage of her. Spot also noticed her hesitation. "Come with me to the naval headquarters to get the money. I don't care what you need the money for. I just need you to do the job well." The woman's face lit up, and she kept bowing to Uchiha Spot. "Sir, my name is Nicole Harkins. Thank you for your generosity. I'll definitely do a good job on the task you've assigned." Spot nodded and took Nicole to find Lane and the mouse. After all, he was really broke. He had less than 300,000 in savings. This time, the mouse and the other one, who were busy sorting out information and extremely distressed, saw that Uchiha Spot went out for a short while and then brought back a beautiful woman. They were quite puzzled. After getting along with him for some time, they thought Uchiha Spot wasn't a man obsessed with women. However, they still prepared 6 million berries for Nicole. The things Spot wanted to do weren't something they could interfere with. Spot said to Nicole, "Solve your own problems and come back here before nightfall." Nicole was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Spot to hand over the money to her so easily. At the same time, she was also a bit puzzled and asked Spot, "Aren't you afraid that I'll run away with the money?" Spot glanced at Nicole coldly and said, "In this world, no one can bear the consequences of deceiving me." Nicole's face blushed slightly. She bowed deeply to Uchiha Spot and left with the money. After about an hour, Spot was lying on a deck chair, looking at the information sorted out by the mouse. Looking at the stacks of intelligence reports in front of him, Spot had a headache. If possible, he really wanted to carry out an indiscriminate massacre. Suddenly, Nicole ran back with the bag of berries in her hand. Her eyes were a bit red, but there were no tear stains. She ran all the way to Spot and knelt down in front of him with a thud. Spot asked expressionlessly, "You don't want to do this business anymore?" "I don't like people who go back on their words." Nicole bit her lips tightly. Blood trickled down the corner of her mouth. She said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Mr. Spot, I want you to help me kill someone." Spot was stunned for a moment and then asked mockingly, "Just with the 6 million you took from me just now?" Nicole didn't care about Spot's mockery. She had even prepared to be killed before coming back. 6 million berries, plus my life, my future, my everything will belong to you. I know you're kind-hearted. You're the only one who has been willing to help me these days. I don't want to trouble you either. But I have no other choice. Please. Spot then began to show some interest. Such a hardship that can make a person say such things. Tell me, if it arouses my interest, I might take this commission. As Nicole told her story in detail, Spot roughly understood the situation. She was originally the owner of a souvenir shop in Sabaody. She wasn't extremely wealthy, but she had a small fortune point 2 years ago. She still had a loving husband and 2 lovely sons. At the beginning of the Great Age of Pirates, a large number of pirates appeared in Sabaody. Her husband was killed by pirates while protecting her, and the shop was ransacked. Under such circumstances, she had to start living independently with her 2 young sons. Her eldest son was 10 years old. He was sensible from a young age and didn't want the family to eat through their savings. After his father's death, he found a job delivering wine. Although he didn't earn much, it could still feed the family. Later, during a delivery to Island Number 1, he was captured. The other side asked for 2 million berries to ransom the eldest son. Nicole sold all her property and scraped together 2 million berries to redeem her eldest son. However, due to the long time needed to raise the money, the eldest son was brutally attacked by the people from the slave auction. One of his eyes was gouged out, and one of his hands was chopped off. He returned home in such a miserable state and soon passed away in depression, although deeply sorrowful since she still had her younger son. She had to suppress her pain and carry on with life, taking care of her younger son. As bad luck would have it, just 3 days ago, when she returned home from work at the store, she found the shabby rental house empty. There was only a note from the slave auction on the table. At that moment, she collapsed. 0.6 million berries within a week. Such an astronomical figure weighed heavily on her, making it difficult for her to breathe. She had no idea how she could earn 6 million berries within a week. In desperation, she had no choice but to resort to this extreme measure. Fortunately, she met Ban. When Ban, under the pretext of doing business, gave her enough money, she felt that the world still favored her. She rushed to the slave auction with the money. However, she was then told that her younger son couldn't bear the torture and had committed suicide. Her 6 million berries could only buy back her son's corpse. At that moment, she completely broke down. From that second on, this poor woman lost everything. Those damn scoundrels. The flying squirrel beside Ben was so angry that his face turned red. The Sabaody archipelago, being the island closest to the Navy headquarters, was actually so full of corruption. This made him feel that the justice he stood for was being insulted. Ben remained expressionless. He said to Nicole, "I don't like people standing behind me, but this is your only chance." Hearing this, Nicole kowtowed heavily to Uchiha Ban. Blood trickled down the stone slab. "Please take me in, Mr. Ban." Ben casually took off his justice cloak and handed it to the flying squirrel. He said to him, "From now on, this is a personal feud." The flying squirrel's face stiffened. He wanted to say something to stop Ban, but looking at Nicole, whose forehead was still bleeding, he just couldn't bring himself to say the words to stop him. He could only watch as Uchiha Ban swaggered off with Nicole. After a long while, the flying squirrel punched the table hard and took out his den mushi. "Hello, Admiral Sengoku. Mr. Ban has gone to storm the slave auction." At the entrance of the slave auction, Nicole, with red-rimmed eyes, stood beside Uchiha Ban. "Sir, that man's name is Reese. People on the streets call him Black Dog." Ban glanced at Nicole. He originally didn't want to pay her any attention, but considering that she was his first subordinate since coming to this world, he patiently said coldly, "I don't care what he's called. Those who have offended Konoha should be completely eradicated." He walked forward expressionlessly. The attendant at the auction entrance, seeing Uchiha Ban with an air of distinction, walked up smilingly to greet him. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you? I believe this world doesn't need your existence." Hearing this, the attendant's pupils constricted. Just as he was about to say something, he was sent flying, crashing into the wall and creating a large hole. Lying on the ground, he was clearly on the verge of death. The guards of the slave auction also rushed over upon hearing the commotion. They surrounded Ban and Nicole tightly. As an ordinary person, Nicole wasn't afraid in such a situation. Instead, she stared at everyone with hatred in her eyes. At this time, a slightly sleazy dwarf with a mustache walked up to Uchiha Ban obsequiously and said, "Sir, is there some misunderstanding here? Offending our slave auction for no reason isn't a wise thing to do. We have powerful backers. If it weren't for Uchiha Ban's strong aura, he wouldn't have been so polite." Ben ignored the dwarf, seeing the hatred in Nicole's eyes as she looked at the dwarf. Ben knew who this man was, Nicole's enemy, the so-called Black Dog, Susanoo. Without any warning, a huge blue skeleton emerged, holding a great sword. It began to reap the lives of those present. Black Dog, who was closest to Ban, was undoubtedly cut in two at the blue great sword. The soaring flames, the splashing blood, and the continuous screams all happened right in front of Nicole's eyes. After all, she was just an ordinary person. Her face turned a bit pale, and her body trembled slightly, but there was a look of gratification in her eyes. These demons who had taken everything from her deserved death, looking at Uchiha Ban, who was massacring expressionlessly beside her, with admiration in her eyes. Nicole thought, Mr. Ban is unexpectedly a gentle person. In just a few minutes, Uchiha Ban had killed the nearly 100-strong guard team. Just as Ban was about to destroy the slave auction, a laser suddenly hit the left arm of the Susanoo. A dazzling light gathered in front of him and gradually formed a tall figure. Ban looked at the man, who, despite his tall stature, had an extremely sleazy face. Kizu, is it? Kizura glanced at the bloody and tragic scene in front of the auction. He said to Uchiha Ban in a strange tone, It's only been a few minutes since I arrived. You're truly terrifying, Mr. Ban. Ban didn't care about Kizuru's words. Tomo appeared in his eyes, and he said coldly to Kizu, Do you think you can stop me? Although Kizaru was speaking to Ban in a joking tone, the solemn look in his eyes and the cold sweat on his temples betrayed him. He had heard that Ban was very powerful and had made some mental preparations. But facing Uchiha Ban directly still put a great deal of pressure on him. You're truly full of charisma, Mr. Ban. However, could you please stop here? The slave auction is deeply involved, and it even extends to the celestial dragons. This will make it very difficult for Admiral Sengoku. Looking at Kizuru, whose face was getting increasingly ugly, Ben joked, Then, do you want a chance to dance, kid? Hearing this, Kizuru immediately tensed up and got ready for battle. Alas, if possible, I really don't want to fight Mr. Ban. Although he said he didn't want to fight, Kizara still chose to launch an attack first, even if there was only a glimmer of hope. He had to try. Yada no Kagami. A rain of light spheres shot towards the Susanoo, bombarding the dark, blue skeleton and pushing it back. Ripples appeared in Uchiha Ban's eyes, and he suddenly appeared beside Kizuru. Eye technique, dimensional leap. The Susanoo in front of Kizuru suddenly disappeared. Sensing something was wrong, Kizaru quickly took up a defensive stance. Shinra Tensei, a terrifying repulsive force erupted from Ban as the center, blasting Kizuru away and slamming him hard onto the ground. The huge shockwave flattened half of the slave auction. After getting up, Kizaru silently adjusted his state. He didn't want to be instantly defeated by Ban due to a slow reaction. If that news spread back to the Navy headquarters, he'd be a laughingstock for life. Kid, aren't you quite talkative? Ignoring Ban's taunts, Kizaru searched his mind for a way to break the deadlock, but thinking about Ban's various abilities, he felt a bit hopeless. Just the abilities Ban had shown since coming to the Navy made him feel helpless. Clones, teleportation, different forms of the blue giant, fire and trees, soul extraction, and the repulsive force field just now. At this moment, Uchiha Ben seemed like an all-around fighter in Kizaru's eyes. It seemed there was nothing he couldn't do. Ben summoned his ninja sickle and walked step by step towards Kizaru. Kizaru could only muster up the courage to face him reluctantly. Aim no Murakumo. The aim no Murakumo and the ninja sickle clashed continuously. Kizaru was almost completely overwhelmed by Ben from start to finish. Dust flew everywhere. Kizaru looked down at the wounds on his body. His strength is so exaggerated. It's so fast that I can't even elementalize and advance to dodge. In a battle between a Logia user and someone who mastered armament Haki, the Logia user usually used pre-emptive evasion. Unless there was a huge gap in strength, it was difficult for a Logia user to receive direct damage. Looking at Kizaru in front of him, Ben suddenly realized that he didn't really need to fight him to a decisive end. Try to stop me. He stretched out his hands forward and murmured in a low voice, would release tree world dissension. As the chakra was continuously infused, a multitude of giant trees sprang up from the ground, gradually enveloping the entire number 1 island in Kizaru's powerless gaze. In just a few dozen seconds, the entire No. 1 island of Sabaody transformed into the semblance of a primeval forest, the exclusive island for the human auction house. The majority of the people on number 1 island were slave workers. This allowed Madara to raise the human auction house to the ground without having to worry about killing the wrong people. Although the commotion was huge, in fact, Madara didn't kill many people. He merely destroyed most of the buildings on number 1 island. Now, Kizaru looked at Uchiha Madara with a hint of resentment in his eyes. If you had this great weapon, you should have taken it out earlier. If you had summoned this large-scale forest from the start, I wouldn't even have glanced at you. Madara also felt a bit awkward. He had acted on impulse, and only realized after a while that it was actually unnecessary. He should have just used a large-scale ninjutsu to prevent Kizaru from interfering. One could only say that Kizaru had endured the beating in vain. Madara turned to Nico and said, Let's end it here. There are other matters. Nico didn't regard it as an order this moment. She only felt that Madara was extremely gentle. He had avenged her and was now consoling her. Kizaru also walked up with a bitter smile on his face. Nico looked at Kizaru warily as he approached. This man looked so lecherous and had just fought with Mr. Madara. He definitely wasn't a good person. Mr. Madara, you've really caused a huge stir this time. I'm afraid the notice from the Navy headquarters will arrive soon, Kizaru said. Madara wasn't overly concerned about the trouble mentioned by Kizaru, but it did remind him that he needed to finish his current task quickly. Under the pressure, Sengoku might recall him. Madara formed a single hand seal and created a large number of wooden clones, instructing them to cooperate with Flying Squirrel and the others to carry out the extermination work promptly. After all, this was all about money. After this incident, he estimated that he wouldn't be able to come out for some time. He had to quickly fill his pockets with money. There was a young girl at home to support, and money was truly essential. Madara himself swaggered towards the commercial street with Nico. Kizaru watched the two walking further away, feeling rather helpless. He couldn't defeat Madara, nor could he control him. But since the mission had been assigned, he had no choice but to follow. Kizaru made a phone call, asking the Sabaody Navy branch to clean up the mess, and then he followed Uchiha Madara. In fact, he was also a bit curious about what a man as powerful as Uchiha Madara would care about. Looking at the dazzling array of commodities along the way, Uchiha Madara only felt dizzy. He used to always receive souvenirs from Hashirama, so he thought about buying a gift for the little one. But he didn't know that buying a gift could be so difficult. In fact, Nico, who had just avenged her great hatred, was still in a very low mood. She just forced herself to cheer up to satisfy her benefactor. Mr. Madara, is your disciple a boy or a girl? How old is she? What are her usual hobbies? Is there anything she particularly cares about? What's her usual dressing style? Is there anything she likes to eat? Does she like small animals? Are there any taboos? A barrage of questions were thrown at Madara, making him dizzy. After thinking carefully, he found that he knew so little about Shine that he could only try his best to maintain his aloof persona and reply coldly. A girl. She's 12 years old. She likes swords. I don't know about the rest. Nico didn't expect to get such an answer. She covered her mouth and laughed softly, thinking that Madara was so careless. How can you be such a master? You don't even know your disciples' preferences. Facing Nico's teasing, Madara felt a bit awkward and just continued to look at the various commodities in front of him. Kizaru wanted to strike up a conversation, but after being glared at by Nico, who thought it was a covert glance, he didn't get any closer. He thought to himself, how does Mr. Madara manage to be so popular with women? I really didn't expect that a man as domineering as him would be confused about choosing a gift. After much thought, Nico first selected a delicate pocket watch as a gift. It might not be outstanding, but at least it wouldn't be disliked. Madara didn't understand Nico's idea of pre-selection. He thought Nico had already chosen the gift, and they could go back after paying. He waved at Kizaru behind him, signaling him to come over. Kid, pay the bill. Kizaru looked at Madara with wide, open eyes. Well, I've been working so hard for this salary. You really just ask like that? After paying the bill grudgingly. Kizaru found that Nico didn't intend to stop. Instead, after realizing that he was paying, she became even more excessive. At first, she still looked at the prices, but later she just bought gifts to spend money. Kizaru kept giving Nico meaningful looks, signaling her to stop. After just 20 minutes of shopping, his monthly salary as a rear admiral had been spent. Nico noticed Kizaru's looks, but ignored them. She turned to Madara and said, Mr. Madara, I think when we don't know the preferences, we should buy more gifts as alternatives. This way, there's a higher chance of making your disciple satisfied. Madara thought about it and found what Nico said made sense. If he just bought something randomly and the little one didn't like it, it would be troublesome. It was better to buy more in reserve. He replied, all right. The moment Madara spoke, Kizaru's face turned green. He was now sure that Nico was taking the opportunity to retaliate. Relying on Mr. Madara's lack of concern about money, she was spouting all sorts of nonsense and taking the chance to empty his wallet. The key was that it was he who had suffered in this matter. Kizaru was extremely aggrieved. He had been having a great time slacking off in his office today, planning to clock out at an appropriate time, and then was called here by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. First, he got beaten up, and now he had to pay for a month's salary. The three of them swept through the shops and finally arrived at their last destination. The Sabaody Doghouse. A pet shop that stood out in the highly developed commercial Sabaody archipelago. The pets in the doghouse had unparalleled influence in the first half of the paradise. It was even once rated as the world's best pet shop. When they entered the shop, the three were dazzled by the various pets. As they pushed the door open, hundreds of kinds of pets were lined up. almost meeting all people's needs for pets. While Nico was still hesitating whether to buy one as an alternative, the usually stingy Kizaru unexpectedly bought a parrot with bright green feathers and named it Spring. The fact that a pet could catch the eye of a rear admiral like Kizaru was enough to show the strength of the doghouse, while Nico was still hesitating. Uchiha Madara also made his choice, an ordinary yellow dog. But Uchiha Madara always felt that there was something very familiar about this dog, as if he had just seen it. Nico frowned slightly as she looked at this ordinary yellow dog. It could be a pet, but she thought it was a bit lacking as a gift. However, since it was personally selected by Madara, she didn't feel comfortable saying much. Purred at Kizaru's din mushy rang. Kizaru immediately realized that his savior might have come and quickly answered the call. Hello, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. This is Kizaru. Are you next to Madara? Give the phone to him. Kizaru held up the din mushy and leaned towards Madara in a lecherous way. His obsequious appearance made Nico feel disgusted. Hello, Sengoku. It's me. The din mushy's expression suddenly became a bit ugly. Madara, the trouble you've caused this time is a bit serious. Return to Marineford for now. I'll continue to assign tasks after I've dealt with this matter. Madara was a bit glad that he had immediately started the net closing plan. Otherwise, if he went back empty-handed this time, he would really be penniless. The mission in Sabaody is almost completed. I'll return by tomorrow. After saying that, he ignored Sengoku on the phone, grabbed the dog he had just bought, and led the two beside him back to the dock on No. 29 Island. As soon as they arrived at the dock, the pungent smell of burning made Nico frown. Rows of heads were neatly arranged on the deck of the warship, in a large pit beside it. The pungent smell of burning corpses filled the air. Kizaru was also slightly stunned. He wasn't unfamiliar with death, but this scene that resembled an incinerator still made him a bit disgusted. He asked Madara. Mr. Madara, isn't this a bit too much? Been said differently, I won't claim to be just. These people have taken more lives than you can see. I believe they deserve to die. There aren't enough handcuffs. The ability users have had their limbs severed and been thrown into the cabin to be a bit more careful not to let them die, or else Flying Squirrel will bother me again. Then, as if recalling something, Ban instructed Kizaru, get Flying Squirrel and the others to reimburse the money spent today. Also, prepare a room for Nicole. From now on, she's a member of Konoha. Upon hearing this, Kizaru was overjoyed. So he wasn't being extorted? Did that mean his 2-month salary was saved? He immediately saluted Uchiha Ban in an awkward manner. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Ban. This left Ban utterly confused. What was all this about? What had he done? Nicole beside Ban was also shocked and ashamed. She realized she had misinterpreted Mr. Ban's intentions. After Kizaru walked away, Nicole quietly approached Ban and kept bowing in apology. I'm really sorry. I'm rather dull-witted. I presumptuously guessed your meaning. I thought you were using that person's bothering you as an excuse to mete out punishment. I deliberately spent quite a lot of money thinking to vent your anger. I never expected to cause you such a huge loss. I'm truly very sorry. Ban was completely stunned. He stared blankly at Nicole, who kept apologizing in front of him. And the words Nicole had just said kept echoing in his mind. What did she mean? So he didn't have to pay that money. Just because of his one word, such a large sum of money was gone. This money would have been enough to take the little brat out to restaurants for several months, although he felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Ban didn't show it in front of Nicole. He waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. After returning to his room, Ban began to feel heartache. Just thinking about such a large sum of money slipping away made his heart ache so much that he could hardly breathe. As Ban sat on the chair, sighing deeply, he looked down and found that the yellow dog he had just bought was looking at him with a contemptuous look, while Ban was still having a battle of wits with the yellow dog. Nicole was lying on the small window, staring blankly at the sea. She thought she was so despicable. There was no one in this world who loved her anymore, and there was no one she loved either. Besides regret, she had left nothing else. Although she outwardly showed great admiration for Uchiha Ban. In fact, she knew that her so-called admiration was just the last straw supporting her to survive in this world. Nicole truly thought that Ban was very gentle. He had given her hope when she was in despair and avenged her when she was full of anger, but for a stranger she had only known for less than a day. She couldn't open her heart completely. She didn't know the meaning of her existence. She needed a reason that could deceive herself and allow her to survive in this cold world. This reason could be a high-sounding rescue, loyal service, or a transcendent forgetting. But these were not the results she wanted, since she had once had a perfect family and tasted the sweetness of life. She was greedy. She didn't want to live a dull life from then on. She even felt that she was just going through the motions, the shyness when she first met Mr. Ban, the joy when she got the money later. and the grief and indignation when she learned of the child's death. These were all real emotions at first. It was not until she didn't feel relieved after avenging her great enmity that she realized how shallow her so-called emotions were. She wouldn't even actively recall her husband and child. As she stared out of the window, the will to die gradually emerged in her eyes, along with a hint of shame. The will to die in her eyes became more and more firm. Nicole picked up a pen and paper. Mr. Ban, I promised to leave everything to Mr. Ban, but I might break my promise. But such a gentle Mr. Ban, as you will surely understand me. Right? I'm just an ordinary woman. The world that belongs to me has disappeared. I don't want to live in this colorless world anymore. I'm sorry, Mr. Ban. Also, I hope the gift I chose for your disciple will satisfy her. Please forgive my willfulness, but as a woman, especially a woman who has a bit of confidence in her appearance, I still want to act coquettishly in front of gentle you. Such a gentle you will surely agree. Right? I originally wanted to help you take a little revenge on that tall naval officer, but I didn't expect that you don't have our narrow-mindedness, as upright as you are. You never even thought about such a thing. Normally, since I've received such great kindness from you, I should serve you as a slave, but I probably can't do it. Please don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't want to serve you. You are the last ray of light in my life. If I could, I'd be willing to give my life for you. I just don't have the courage to live in this colorless world anymore. As a bad woman who has deceived Mr. Ban, please allow merciful you to let me choose the most painful way to die as atonement. If only everything could start over, I hope we never meet. Signed, Nicole Harkins. Full of apologies after writing the letter, she looked at her last words in this world with great reluctance, carefully folded the letter, placed it on the table, and gently stroked it. She found a bucket, went back to the bed and lay on her side. She cut her wrist and put it into the bucket, thinking that perhaps this way, when Mr. Ban found her, it would look more decent. As time passed, in another room in the cabin, the yellow dog, which had been staring at Uchiha Ban, suddenly became a bit restless and kept biting at Uchiha Ban's trouser leg. Ban frowned slightly. He thought it was just venting. He gently tugged at the dog, but it still didn't let go. Let go, you stupid dog. Seeing that Uchiha Ban remained unmoved, the yellow dog became even more restless. Its body gradually began to change. Its original sandy, yellow fur turned black and white, and its size and strength also began to increase. After transforming, the yellow dog no longer bit at Uchiha Ban's trouser leg. Instead, it turned around and began to bite at the door handle. Its huge biting force easily crushed the door handle, but it still couldn't open the door. Seeing this, Uchiha Ban began to understand. It wanted to go out. For some unknown reason, Ben still opened the door for it. The yellow dog rushed out in a single bound, but after running a few steps, it came back again and began to bite at Ban's trouser leg. Do you want me to follow? Ban followed the yellow dog all the way to Nicole's room. When he reached the door, Ben immediately noticed the faint smell of blood. He kicked open the door and walked in. Looking at Nicole, who was lying pale on the bed due to blood loss, and the letter on the bedside table addressed to Mr. Ban, Ban first walked forward. A green light appeared on his hand to heal the wound on Nicole's wrist. Although the wound was healed, her increasingly weak breathing proved that Nicole was not far from death. Ban didn't choose to treat her immediately. Instead, he sat down at the table and carefully read the letter Nicole had written to him. After a moment, Ben finished reading the letter. To be honest, Ben didn't have many feelings. He had witnessed too much death. His heart was like a dead piece of soil, and Nicole's letter was just a drop of rain, which could do nothing in the face of the desert. But it made Ben feel a long, lost sense of hesitation, because the noise when he kicked open the door was quite loud. Kizaru and the others soon came after hearing the sound. Walking into the room, they saw Nicole lying bloodless on the bed, with a small bucket of blood beside the bed, and Uchiha Ben sitting at the table, holding the letter in his hand, with an unpredictable expression on his face. Flying Squirrel seemed to have misunderstood something. He put his hand on the hilt of his sword and looked coldly at Uchiha Ban. Mr. Ban, I think you need to explain the current situation. This shows that Ban had left a bad impression on Flying Squirrel, this young naval officer. Instead, he was considered rather bloodthirsty. Kizaru was deep in thought. He didn't think Ban would do what Flying Squirrel imagined. After all, he was an extremely arrogant man. Normally, if someone dared to question Ban so directly, Ben definitely wouldn't explain a single word and would just start fighting. But for some reason, perhaps due to Nicole's letter, Ban surprisingly didn't get angry. Instead, he silently handed over the letter in his hand. Kizaru, Wuxing, and Lane gathered together after reading the suicide note written by Nicole. They were also silent for a long time. It was Kizaru who spoke first. Well, Mr. Madara, what's your decision now? Madara thought for a while. I can save her, but is it really good for her to stay alive? Lane also sighed slightly. This world is like this. For some people, death may not be terrifying, and living may not be a pain. Madara seemed a bit distressed, having lived through 2 or even 3 lifetimes. He understood better than anyone what a life without a goal was like. The 3 of them fell into silent contemplation as those who had long been involved in wars. They had all seen people who had lost their faith, and many who had lost everything. They had experienced the feeling of a comrade gradually losing their life in their arms, and truly believed from the bottom of their hearts that for some people, living was a kind of torment. Even they themselves had once harbored the will to die, so they could more easily identify with Nicole's emotions that a world without colors is more like hell. Madara could easily save Nicole, but it would be meaningless to just bring back her body. He saw the shadows of his former comrades on the battlefield in Nicole. After much deliberation, Madara still decided to respect Nicole's choice. Just 1 second before Madara made his decision, Wuxing exploded. I won't agree. She just needs a reason. This is just a low point. Deciding her life or death just because of a letter from an emotionally unstable person is to deny the meaning of life. I absolutely won't agree. Hearing the words of this young man, Wuxing, the 3 of them fell into deeper silence. Apparently, Wuxing's words didn't convince them. With Nicole's current state of mind, even if she came back to life, death would only be a matter of time. Could they save her every time? For a person, once their heart is dead, then they are truly gone. Seeing that the 3 in front of him remained unmoved, Wuxing started to get anxious. Ms. Nicole did give up hope in the trough of her life, but she hasn't done anything wrong. Maybe all she needs is a chance. What if she wakes up and wants to live on? Then what's the difference between our current actions and murder? How is it different from those pirates who trample on life that we condemn? Indeed, I'm very young. In your eyes, I'm just a kid. I haven't experienced as much as you all, but that's not a reason for you to give up on life. Even I, a presumptuous kid who has gone through nothing, know the preciousness of life. You who have experienced more hardships, endured more pain, and are more mature and steady than me, how can you despise life so much? As Wuxing spoke, his eyes began to redden that he couldn't understand why these 3 people, who were supposed to be his comrades under the same justice as him, were so indifferent to life. Madara admitted that the naive but pure will of this young man had somewhat touched him. After exchanging glances with Kizaru and Lane beside him, he said to Wuxing, I can save her. Hearing this, Wuxing was overjoyed. He wiped away his tears and bowed deeply to the 3 of them. Madara then said, I'll save her body. You save her heart, but if you can't, then you'll be the executioner at the end of her life. Wuxing solemnly saluted the 3 of them and roared loudly, I guarantee to complete the task. Watching Nicole's complexion gradually turn rosy under Madara's treatment, Wuxing's hanging heart slowly settled. After confirming that Nicole was out of danger, Wuxing immediately found a chair and sat outside Nicole's room. At the same time, he activated his Kinbunshika Haki to constantly monitor Nicole's breathing state, ensuring that he could talk to her as soon as she woke up. Meanwhile, he also began to think in his mind about what exactly he should do to help Nicole establish a goal to live on. Madara didn't want to disturb Wuxing. He pulled the other 2 into the room and told them what had happened to Huanggo. He threatened Huanggo to transform into the previous form again, or else he would make it into dog meat soup. Huanggo obediently complied. After all, for a dog, the most important thing is to be observant and then rely on its master's power. Finally, Lane found a tattered devil fruit illustration book, which confirmed Huanggo's fruit, the Zoan-type wolf fruit, husky form. The moment Lane uttered this name, he was also a bit speechless. What the hell? A dog eating a dog-type Zoan fruit? You think your purity is not high enough? Madara also found it rather amusing when he heard this name. Nevertheless, this stupid dog had indeed contributed a lot to saving Nicole in time. Generally speaking, Uchiha Madara's first voyage lasted barely 24 hours. He set off in the morning of the first day and was recalled early in the morning of the next day. He went and came back quickly. In just 1 day, he brought back bounties worth nearly 2 billion berries, which were piled up on the deck. When the warship slowly sailed into the dock, the sailors on the surrounding warships were stunned. A pot-bellied middle-aged naval officer stared blankly at the warship and murmured, Is that Lane's ship? What on earth did this kid take? He's so fierce. Indeed, what Lane and the others did had a great impact on the other sailors. It made it seem as if the others had only caught a few insignificant criminals on their trips. Lane stood at the bow of the ship, feeling extremely proud that he was now just waiting to get off the ship and show off his achievements to his old friends when the merits were being counted. As soon as the warship docked, Wuxing and the medical team even rushed ahead of Madara. They hurriedly took Nicole to the military district hospital. After all, Madara was not good at treatment. All he could do was to prevent Nicole from dying. But he wasn't sure if she would recover. His so-called treatment was simply to inject a large amount of life energy and then leave her alone. Wuxing stayed outside the ward for several consecutive days. He was a very pure-hearted person. He thought that even if the chance of comforting her could only increase by 1,000th, it was still worth it to be able to talk to her as soon as possible. He firmly believed that the meaning of life was never to be simply trampled on. Wuxing, who was dozing off outside the ward, suddenly sensed a slight fluctuation in the air inside the room. He immediately rushed in hurriedly. Although he was full of thoughts about how to make Nicole live on, he felt a bit nervous when he actually stood in front of the hospital bed. Nicole slowly opened her eyes and stared blankly at the pure, white ceiling above her head. The hospital? Sure enough, I didn't die. Seemingly aware of someone beside her, she turned her head with difficulty. What came into view was that young and nervous face. This child is that young naval officer who was following Mr. Madara at that time. Sure enough, around a gentle person like Mr. Madara, there will always be equally gentle people. Wuxing, seeing Nicole's gaze, said nervously, Ms. Nicole, hello, my name is Wuxing. I'm a student in the reserve of naval officers. Maybe because she had just woken up, Nicole found that she couldn't make a sound. She could only try her best to give Wuxing a warm smile. In fact, she didn't know why she did this. Maybe it was because she didn't want to disappoint this child. Seemingly inspired by Nicole's warm smile, Wuxing gained some confidence. Standing beside Nicole, he said, Ms. Nicole, I know you've just woken up, and some words may not be appropriate at this time, but I've thought about it for a long time and still decided to say it. Please, give me a chance to finish speaking. As Wuxing spoke, he bowed deeply to Nicole. A flash of panic crossed Nicole's eyes, but it was quickly covered up. She still maintained a gentle smile. I was also one of the first witnesses to what happened on the ship that day. I've also read the letter you wrote to Mr. Madara. After these days of pondering, I've understood your feelings at that time to some extent. I don't know if it was Wuxing's illusion, but when he mentioned the letter to Madara, a faint blush seemed to flash across Nicole's pale face due to excessive blood loss. I'm an orphan. My parents were killed by pirates in front of me before, when they were dying. They still told me to live well. I'm not telling you my background to show how pitiful or unique I am. On the contrary, there are countless people like me in the Navy. To be honest, I can hardly recall the appearances of my parents. The only thing I still remember clearly to this day is the words, "You must live on well." When I was young, I had grand aspirations, such as preventing tragedies like mine from happening in the world. I also felt envy. Why could they all be happy while I could only huddle in a corner, licking my own wounds alone? I even resented my parents. Despite their greatness and their fairy tale, like love for me, I thought they shouldn't have left me alone in this world. I've experienced confusion, disappointment, envy, panic, and despair, yet I've never once considered death. In this world, as people go about their lives, they're constantly losing loved ones, friends, and companions. They may pass away at any moment. However, their departures will only serve as signposts guiding me forward. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't possess the might of Mr. Ban, the astuteness of Senior Huang Yuan, or the steadiness of Senior Lane, but I'll carry my will and keep moving forward. This is the color I've found for myself. Name justice under the burden of life. Ms. Nicole, you've never done anything wrong. It's the world that's persecuting you, and it's also the failure of us Navy personnel. The meaning of life is definitely not to give up casually. So, I earnestly implore you to give yourself a chance to live. Looking at the serious and solemn expression on the young man's face, Nicole felt a twinge of pity in her heart. This was just an underage boy. She knew that Wuxu had stayed behind to persuade her. She made up her mind that after Wuxu finished speaking, she'd pretend to be reinvigorated. After reassuring the young man, she'd look for an opportunity. Moving her parched lips, Nicole let out a faint and hoarse voice. Okay. Hearing this, Wushu's face lit up with joy, but then he was filled with some doubts. Could a desperate person who had given up everything really be so easily persuaded? Ms. Nicole, you're not lying to me, are you? After asking this question, Wushu also realized his inappropriateness and quickly waved his hand at Nicole. You've just woken up and need to rest. Since you've decided to live, please take good care of your body. We can talk about other things after you've recovered. After saying this, Wushu bowed again and rushed out of the room, seemingly eager to share the news with others. After Wushu left, the gentle look in Nicole's eyes gradually faded, replaced by profound exhaustion. This young man must have meant well, but this kind of kindness was a bit too heavy for someone like her. The double exhaustion of body and mind soon sent Nicole into a deep slumber. When she opened her eyes again, she had no idea what time it was. The light in the room was rather dim. In a daze, she seemed to see the familiar red armor. Nicole gently rubbed her eyes and asked softly, "Mr. Ban, it's me." Nicole struggled to sit up and then tried to get out of bed. Seeing this, Ban waved his hand to signal her to stop. "That I'm truly sorry for the trouble I've brought you regarding the matter of your attempted suicide. Young man Wushu has taught me a lesson, and I've recognized my mistake. Please rest assured, Mr. Ban." Looking at Nicole, who was smiling, Uchiha Ban said, "I've said that I hate deception. The chance you called cheating has been used up. Think carefully before you answer." Hearing this, Nicole first blushed. Then her face turned pale as if she'd thought of something. After a moment of indecision, she stammered, "Mr. Ban, what do you mean by that? I've recognized my mistake. How could I possibly deceive you again? Remember your words." Ignoring her flustered look, Ban got up and was about to leave. Seeing Ban about to leave, Nicole was also seized with panic. Mr. Ban had been helping her all the time, yet she deceived him again and again. This made Nicole feel extremely remorseful. She felt like an ungrateful wretch. Just as Ban pulled open the door, Nicole suddenly shouted, "Please wait, Mr. Ban." Uchiha Ban took his hand off the doorknob, turned around, and stood at the door, coldly staring at Nicole. Nicole's expression was extremely complex. After a moment of struggle, she bit her lip hard, mustered up her last bit of strength, and knelt on the sickbed, starting to apologize to Ban. "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Ban. I broke my promise, and my agreement with young man Wushu was just to comfort him. I'm just an ordinary person. I really don't have the courage to live anymore." Ban's expression remained unchanged. Nicole knelt on the bed, not daring to raise her head. After a long time, Ban closed the door that he'd opened and sat back in front of Nicole. "I don't care whether you live or die. All I care about is the reward for the commission." Nicole didn't say a word. With her head firmly pressed against the bed, the atmosphere froze. Finally, Ban spoke first. "Woman, you're bringing shame on me." Hearing this, Nicole was jolted and quickly looked up at Uchiha Ban, hurriedly explaining, "Mr. Ban, you're the person I respect the most. I definitely have no intention of insulting you." Hearing this, Ban's face darkened. "Then, by playing tricks on me again and again. What do you take the Uchiha name for?" Nicole was rendered speechless. What she was doing now was nothing but constantly playing games with Ban. She'd promised to hand everything over to Mr. Ban, then attempted suicide, and after waking up, she deceived Wushu. It was obvious that Wushu had passed the false news to Ban. Nicole knelt on the bed, looking utterly confused. Due to excessive nervousness, a large amount of sweat soaked her hospital gown, gradually outlining her graceful figure. At the same time, because of Ban's words, she was so anxious that she was breathing rapidly and on the verge of tears. A hint of charm began to show. Seeing this, Uchiha Ban, sitting opposite Nicole, also looked a bit uncomfortable and stiffly turned his head slightly towards the window. Nicole also noticed Ban's embarrassment. Looking down at herself, she grabbed the quilt and held it in front of her. Her face was flushed, and with tears in her eyes, she looked at Uchiha Ban. Feeling that the atmosphere in the ward was becoming increasingly awkward, Ban left a word and got up to leave. Nicole suddenly shouted at Ban, "If it's Mr. Ban, I'm okay with it." Ban's body stiffened, and he ignored Nicole's words. "Give me an answer tomorrow." Then he strode out, but Nicole always felt there was a sense of hasty retreat in his back. Nicole seemed to think of something. She slowly lay on the bed, wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, let out a deep sigh, and said with a bitter smile, "You're really very gentle, Mr. Ban." After the room fell completely silent, Nicole quietly stared at the direction where Ban had left, her eyes full of complexity, and gradually fell into deep thought. Early the next morning, Nicole asked the nurse to contact Wushu, saying that she needed help with something. After Wushu arrived, the two had a short conversation. Then, Wushu left the hospital with a strange look on his face and headed to the marshal's office. Report. I'm Wushu. Come in. Wushu entered the marshal's office and found Zifa, Carp, and Huang Yuan there. A look of hesitation flashed across his face, as if he was in a dilemma. Seeing this, Sengoku waved his hand at Wushu. "Just say what you have to say, Wushu. There are no outsiders here." Wushu finally said Nicole's idea with some embarrassment. Then, there were 4 stunned faces in the marshal's office. Sengoku was the first to react. He looked at Wushu in disbelief, and even suspected that his ears were playing tricks on him. Could such a ridiculous thing really happen? You mean this woman, named Nicole, doesn't want to live, but out of guilt, she contacted you and plans to be Ban's maid for a few years, and then commit suicide? Carp burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Ban is really something. Even at his age, he can still pull off such a thing of deceiving feelings. Ha ha ha." Zifa was still arguing vehemently on Ban's behalf, but halfway through, he simply couldn't hold back any longer. "One can't put it like that. Although Ban always exaggerates his age, just look at his face. One would believe he's only just turned 30, right? Ha ha ha. Carp also looked extremely gratified. Ban and that little rascal and his family had given him quite a hard time recently. Who asked this fellow Ban to always act as if he were second only to the heavens? Well, now, stuffing such a young girl into his home, he probably won't dare to show up in front of us for some time. Ha ha ha. Even Borsellino couldn't resist stroking his chin and teasing a couple of lines. Truly worthy of him R.ban.to deceive someone's feelings. How dreadful. Flying Squirrel looked at the gloating group in front of him with a black look on his face. Suddenly, he began to think that perhaps it wasn't without reason that Mr. Ban always berated the top brass of the Navy, after Ban settled the issue of the commission fee at the logistics department. He spent a full 2 hours at the market before selecting a river fish that caught his fancy. He thought to himself, the taste of the food I cooked before always fell a bit short. It's very likely due to the ingredients. With such high-grade ingredients this time, I'm sure I can cook a perfect meal. When the little rascal comes back, I'll really amaze her and stop her from spreading the word that I always want to poison her. When Ban returned home, he found that the door to his courtyard was actually open, and the yellow dog was lying in front of the house, completely unresponsive. Ban was furious. You're a dog that ate the dog fruit. With such a double blessing, you still can't learn to guard the house. Ban wasn't particularly concerned about someone entering his home. He was just annoyed by the dog's idleness. In the entire Navy, how many people dare to enter the home of Uchiha Ban? However, he now suspected that old Carp was lurking somewhere, lying in wait for him. Just as Ban was still puzzled, a clear voice came from the room. Mr. Ban, you're back. Why are you standing at the door and not coming in? Nicole, wrapped in his exclusive pink apron, walked out with a spatula in one hand and greeted him with a smile. Ban looked at the courtyard several times before confirming that this was indeed his home. Then the question arose, why was this troublesome woman, Nicole, in his home and using his kitchen set? How dared she? Why are you here? Hearing this, Nicole smiled slightly. As your servant, isn't it only natural for me to be in your home? Ban's accusatory tone faltered on the spot. Thinking about it, it did seem reasonable. However, after a moment's thought, he still said, the object of your service should be the entire Konoha, not me. Nicole tucked the spatula behind her back, stood at attention in front of Uchiha Ban, and said with a hint of pride, of course, it's the entire Konoha. I've applied for a direct line den mushi from Marshal Sengoku. From now on, I'll serve Konoha as your exclusive advisor and secretary. Ban. Also, since I'm a part of Konoha, the Navy has no obligation to provide me with accommodation. I can only stay at your place temporarily. But don't worry, I'll definitely contribute in a way that justifies my lodging expenses. All right, stop standing at the door. Come in, and I'll help you take off your shoes. As Nicole said this, she reached out to grab Ban's shoulder, then jumped 3 meters away in fright and warned Nicole, I'll do this myself. You can stay here temporarily, but don't disturb me. Ban's mood was rather complicated at the moment. He felt that he was being targeted. Why were there always such persistent people around him? The little rascal who pestered him to become his apprentice. Sengoku who pestered him to join the Navy, Dragon, the second pestering apprentice, Seeker, and this troublesome woman, Nicole. He made up his mind that after he finished cooking this river fish, he would immediately go to Sengoku to buy a house for Nicole. If this woman kept staying in his home, Ben didn't even dare to imagine what his life would be like. Adhering to the principle of not wasting ingredients, Uchiha Ben entered the house and then went into the kitchen. Out of habit, he reached out to grab an apron. Turning his head, he saw that the lovingly bought apron from his little rascal was being worn by this woman, Nicole. Nicole clearly noticed Ban's gaze. Then, with a mischievous smile, she puffed out her chest and walked towards Ban. Oh dear, does Mr. Ban need an apron? But this apron is a bit hard to take off. Well, how about Mr. Ban helping me? It appeared, the legendary charge. Nicole used a charge on Ban, and the effect was outstanding. Just as Nicole wrapped her arms around Ban's arm, the sensation on her arm made Ban shiver. He even used the substitution jutsu to escape from Nicole's embrace and stared at the woman in front of him, who was still smiling and pretending to be innocent with a grim face. Stay away from me, or I'll kill you. Nicole looked at Uchiha Ban, who was trying to look calm, and covered her lips with her hand and laughed. All right, I'll do as Mr. Ban says, seeing that Ban was really getting angry. Nicole didn't continue to pester him. She turned around and went to look for tools to do the housework, leaving only a graceful back for Ban. Ben watched Nicole skip away wearing his apron. He covered his face with one hand and took a deep breath. Finally, he had no choice but to use the transformation jutsu to create an identical apron for himself just for show. After all, When cooking, the atmosphere was very important. Without this apron, he felt that the food he cooked wouldn't taste good. Ignoring Nicole, who was pretending to clean but actually peeping at him, Ben held the fish firmly in his hand. Took a deep breath, and his expression gradually became solemn. He removed the fish scales, slit open the belly, and removed the internal organs. Chakra surrounded his fingertips, and he smoothly removed every fish bone. Then he formed hand seals and summoned a large amount of clean water to wash the fish. He made incisions on both sides of the fish with his fingers, after putting the fish into a basin. Cold sweat dripped down Uchiha Ban's temples. The most crucial step was coming. He put cooking wine, salt, shredded ginger, dish, washing liquid, and a dozen steel wires peeled from a steel wool pad into the basin. Chakra burst out from his palm, creating a huge pressure to thoroughly blend the flavors of these ingredients into the fish. The chakra in his palm gradually stabilized. The view in the basin became clearer. Looking at the fish with not a single bubble on its surface, Ben let out a long sigh. Truly worthy of being high. Great ingredients. It was the first time he had achieved a bubble-free result in the marinating step. He put oil in the pot. After the oil was hot, he carefully took out the fish and put it into the pot to fry until both sides were golden brown. However, Ben made a small mistake in this step. The heat seemed a bit too high, and the fish's skin looked slightly blackened. Ben sighed slightly in his heart, as expected. It seems this is my bottleneck. He added salt, sugar, exploding tags, soy sauce, shurikens, dark soy sauce, cooking wine, mountain pepper, fish venom into the pot in sequence, and turned up the heat to the maximum to reduce the sauce. At the same time, he started another stove. He poured minced ginger and garlic, Chinese prickly ash into it to stir, fry until fragrant. Then he poured in expired milk, rice crackers, kabayaki sauce, carp's tea, 5 drops of concentrated sulfuric acid, tomato ketchup, and half a cigarette that Dragon had smoked. He kept stirring until the sauce gradually thickened and finally turned into a polluted white colored on the other side. The fish in the pot on maximum heat kept absorbing the sauce and gradually turned into a deep, shiny black, purple color. Uchiha Ban swore that this was the purest black, purple color he had ever achieved in his long cooking career. That it was crystal clear. He put the fish on a plate and then poured the prepared sauce over the fish. That familiar evil wind from hell blew again. The strange white color was instantly contaminated by the black, purple fish. The white was like a fierce tiger, and the purple was like a dragon. First, they fought against each other. After a long time, and under Uchiha Ban's nervous gaze, they began to gradually neutralize. Gradually, the white and black completely disappeared, leaving only the purest purple in the plate, with bubbles constantly bursting. Like surging magma, Uchiha Ban then let out a long sigh of relief. He picked up a chopstick, dipped it in a drop of the sauce, and held it in front of his eyes to examine. The pungent smell constantly tried to corrode Ban's chakra protection and attack his eyes. Finally, Ban showed a satisfied expression. Then he threw away the chopstick, picked up the fish plate, and walked towards the living room. What he didn't notice was that the chopstick he had casually thrown away gradually melted into pus in Nicole's horrified gaze, and even a small hole was corroded on the ground. Uchiha Ban sat down at the dining table, prepared the bowls and chopsticks, and grinned when he saw Nicole still staring blankly at the kitchen. Humph, this ignorant woman. Is she deeply shocked by my unparalleled cooking skills? Ignoring Nicole's horrified gaze, Ben picked up a piece of fish and put it into his mouth. Just before the fish entered his mouth, he seemed to see that familiar figure. Was it you, Hashirama? After that, he couldn't quite remember what happened next. Mr. Ban, Mr. Madara, wake up. Don't scare me, Mr. Madara. Of course, Madara wasn't knocked unconscious by his own cooking. Although the fish dish was indeed highly poisonous, it was no match for him with Hashirama's cells. His sudden collapse was mainly because the divine tree pulled him into the consciousness space. After obtaining his consent, the divine tree directly yanked his consciousness in, looking at the emotions revealed by the divine tree. Madara faintly sensed that there was something important. Facing the extended branch, Madara, with prior experience, deftly grasped it and began to receive the information transmitted by the divine tree. Excess life energy? Unable to absorb? Waste? It turned out that Madara's journey to sobriety had resulted in excessive killings. The formless divine tree couldn't absorb it all at once and could only absorb 40% before it couldn't continue. If something wasn't done with this energy, all that energy would be wasted. The divine tree called Madara here to discuss the use of this life energy. When Obito became the Sixth Path Sage, he had great difficulty retaining his own consciousness under the will of the ten-tailed beast. In contrast, when Madara became the Sixth Path Sage, he completely suppressed the will of the ten-tailed beast with his own will. This also made the divine tree have a very high recognition of Madara. Meanwhile, to make Madara understand the importance of the divine tree, it had been a month since Madara last discovered it. And Madara hadn't come to see it on his own initiative. This made the divine tree feel somewhat frustrated. Even the Tsutsuki clan regarded the divine tree as a precious treasure, but Madara seemed to have cast it aside. So, it decided to show Madara its unique, one, of a kind creativity, can convert excess life energy into any chakra-based substance that meant it could even create Sharingan out of thin air? No, it would be better to directly endow the young one with the Uchiha bloodline. Non-Uchiha using the Sharingan had too many drawbacks. Madara was pleasantly surprised upon learning this news. He had been worried that many of his unique techniques required the powerful dynamic vision of the Sharingan, and observation Haki wasn't sufficient. So, he couldn't teach the young one. The sudden appearance of the divine tree was truly an unexpected delight for him. Madara Uchiha had always been skeptical of the divine tree. Even though the divine tree claimed to have saved his life and created a body for him, he still harbored doubts. He hadn't forgotten the lesson the Black Zetsu had taught him. Madara Uchiha would never become someone else's pawn again. He ordered the divine tree to prepare the seeds of the Uchiha bloodline. Madara felt that he had to go back quickly. He still remembered that the last time he stayed a little longer in the consciousness space. 3 days had passed in the outside world. In the outside world, Nicole placed Madara's head on her ample thighs, pushed aside her hair, and quietly gazed at Madara's cold face. At first, Madara's unconscious state had really frightened Nicole. She quickly called Sengoku, who promptly sent a doctor to examine him. However, the result was, this gentleman is just sleeping very soundly. Thinking of the doctor's slightly puzzled tone, Nicole's eyes narrowed with laughter as she gently stroked Madara's cheek. You're really good at causing trouble for others, Mr. Madara. The evening sun slowly shone through the window and gradually filled every corner of the room. Nicole, wearing a short blouse, faintly revealed her curvy figure in the sunlight. She gazed at the unconscious Madara with an almost doting look. Suddenly, the rather abrupt sound of the door being pushed open disrupted the beauty of this scene. Madara, who was lying on Nicole's lap, gradually opened his eyes, staring blankly at Nicole, who was smiling at him. Madara was momentarily in a daze, but soon, the screen from the doorway brought him back to his senses. Master, what are you doing? Was that the young one's voice? Madara quickly turned his head towards the doorway. There he saw Shiho, carrying a scroll larger than herself, standing at the door, staring blankly at the two of them in an ambiguous posture. For a moment, all three of them were stunned, and the air seemed to freeze. Madara was at a loss for words, but Nicole smiled at Shiho. Welcome home, Miss Shiho. If possible, I'll help you change your shoes after Mr. Madara wakes up. Hearing this, Shiho was startled. With a scowl, she put down the scroll behind her, suddenly grabbed the umbrella at the door, and in an instant, appeared beside Madara Uchiha and struck him hard. Die, you perverted old man. A moment later, Madara Uchiha, with a large bump on his head, sat on the sofa, scowling at Shiho, who was being held down on the ground by the Susanoo, and looking defiant. Stupid kid, get the situation straight, I'm also a victim. Hearing this, Shiho immediately made a facial expression just like Madara Uchiha's emotionless 1.0, if being a victim means lying on a beautiful maid's thighs. Madara was extremely angry upon hearing this. He kept saying it was an accident, this damned kid. Little did he know that at this moment, Shiho was cursing Madara in her heart. Damn perverted Uchiha old man. Usually, he acts so proper at home that I've only been at school for 3 days, and he already brings such a beautiful maid home. This womanizer, if I'm at school for a month, will there even be a place for me at home? As she thought about it, she glared at Madara Uchiha fiercely, leaving Madara looking utterly bewildered. On the other hand, Sengoku was looking at the complaint documents from nobles of various countries on his desk and the news article that stated Madara's deeds. A mysterious Navy man massacred the 29th Island, fought against Rear Admiral Kizaru, destroyed the human auction house, and freed over 1,000 slaves. Sengoku's head ached. He could only say that it was indeed Madara Uchiha. He could cause such a huge stir on his first mission. This time, a man knocked on the door and reported, Marshal Sengoku, the king of the Frank Kingdom has just sent a greeting letter. Sengoku waved his hand helplessly, signaling him to put the letter on the table. He had no intention of reading it. Apart from the trivial content, the rest was nothing but blaming Madara Uchiha for destroying the human auction house. His action had touched the interests of too many people. Although he only massacred the guards, in the business of the human auction house, it was like making a hole in the nobles' money bags. If an auction house couldn't even guarantee safety, who would do business with it? Moreover, in terms of the terrain destruction, It even caught the attention of the world government. The entire number 1 island now resembled a tropical rainforest. The wood release techniques Madara created weren't ordinary wood. Their hardness was more exaggerated than steel and extremely difficult to deal with. The people of the human auction house had tried almost every method, such as burning, cutting, and using large-scale engineering equipment. In the end, they had no choice but to continue putting pressure on the Navy. Sengoku even sent Sakazuki there. Sakazuki's magma had some effect on those woods, but he just punched a couple of times casually and then came back to report. At the same time, he reported an even more troublesome matter to Sengoku. The trees Madara created on the No. 1 island were linked to the vitality of the number 1 adamantium mangrove. That meant if all the trees on the island were destroyed, the mangrove that supported the number 1 island would also die directly. This was why he didn't choose to continue clearing the trees. That is to say, if Madara Uchiha didn't take action, the number 1 island would remain in that state forever. Moreover, Akainu didn't oppose Madara Uchiha's destruction of the human auction house. Instead, he somewhat supported it. The existence of such a filthy place was a complete insult to his sense of justice. Although it was publicly said that Madara Uchiha fought against Kizaru as a high-ranking Navy official, Akainu also knew the truth. Kizaru was simply beaten up badly. So, he had been hiding at home for several days and recently heard that he had taken on a long-term mission to avoid the limelight. After a rather disjointed explanation, Shiho finally accepted Nicole as a maid, although her face still looked rather sullen. Seeing Shiho's gloomy face, Madara tried to change the topic and began to introduce to Shiho the numerous gifts he had bought during his journey to Sabaody. One by one, the gifts were presented: shoes, clothes, pocket watches, luxury items, ornamental knives, snacks. It was truly a wide variety. Who knew how many things a serving front, line rear, admiral could buy with 2 months' salary? However, Gion's expression remained unchanged all the time. While Uchiha Madara was still reciting the introductions of the gifts there, Gion waved her hand impatiently with a vexed look on her face. Shut up. You evil old Uchiha man. None of these things here were chosen by you, right? Seeing this, Uchiha Madara stopped reciting. Then a glint flashed in his eyes as if he suddenly thought of something, and he dashed out of the room in a flash. Gion thought the old man couldn't stand it and had run away. Then she heard a great commotion in the backyard. Finally, accompanied by helpless wails, Uchiha Madara dragged in a yellow dog, put it right in front of Gion at once, and nodded at her. I chose this dog. It hasn't been named yet. Gion looked up, scrutinizing the whining dog in Madara's hand suspiciously. Then her eyes brightened slightly and she nodded vigorously. Well, a gift with such a lack of taste just seems like something you'd choose. Madara was a bit speechless, although he knew Gion was just venting her anger. Couldn't this dead girl talk properly? He let go of the dog and threw it on the ground, then introduced the dog to Gion. This is a quite rare breed. It's a dog that has eaten a devil fruit. Huh? Gion's look at Uchiha Madara began to change, as if she were saying, are you serious? Can it talk? No. Can it breathe fire? No. Can it fly? No. What can it do then? It can turn into a dog. Gion now thought Madara must be crazy. No, not Madara. It must be herself who was crazy. That's why she accompanied Madara in playing this boring word game. Seeing that Gion thought he was joking with her, Madara waved his hand at the dog on the spot, gesturing for the dog to transform in front of her. Then, the dog yawned deeply. It had understood that it was just a tool for this red-eyed guy to curry favor with this young girl. Since it was all about currying favor, why let this red-eyed guy act as an intermediary and make a profit? It could just curry favor with Gion directly. Thinking of this, the dog ran straight to Gion's side, rubbed against her hand, and then began to shake its fur. The yellow fur swayed, and the black and white colors gradually blurred. Its body also began to grow and gradually turned into the appearance of a husky with 2 blue eyes. Seeing this, Gion's eyes also lit up. This appearance was much better than the previous one. She reached out and stroked the dog's head. Finding that the dog didn't resist, Gion liked the husky even more. Come on, a dog that has eaten a devil fruit worth a fortune. This is so cool. If a beautiful young girl like me walks this dog on the street and it suddenly transforms, won't it attract all the attention? Madara was a bit annoyed that he had been directly abandoned by the dog. He gave the dog a furtive glare, but unexpectedly, the dog wasn't intimidated at all. It turned around and hid behind Gion, looking at Uchiha Madara defiantly. Madara's eyes instantly blazed with hostility, but then it disappeared without a trace as Gion's gaze turned towards him. Uchiha Madara's sudden change of expression made the dog stun for a moment. It smelled a hint of revenge. Could this old guy be planning to get back at it? But it didn't have time to think further. It only felt a huge pulling force on its hind leg. The dog's face changed. This feeling, it was the familiar Uchiha pull. Gion didn't really want to pay attention to Uchiha Madara now. She wanted to take the dog out for a walk, but there was no rope at home. And she really didn't want to stay in this house filled with the sordid smell of adults. Just like Uchiha Madara, she grabbed the dog's leg and ran out with it.at this moment. The dog suddenly remembered that although it had a new and smaller owner, sometimes being small might mean being even more rough-handed. Gion was different from Uchiha Madara. She didn't have such delicate control over her strength. With the force bursting out from her chubby little hand, at that moment, the dog felt as if its leg was about to break and started wailing desperately. The dog clutched the ground tightly with its two paws and was dragged along. It looked at Uchiha Madara with a nearly pleading look in its eyes, but soon its heart went completely cold, for it saw a flash of malicious red light in the evil Uchiha's eyes. Micro-sensory manipulation. One of the uses of the advanced Sharingan illusion is to slightly alter one's own perception unconsciously. This was the main reason why Gion was so rough-handed. Originally, even if Gion was rough-handed, she would adjust her strength after hurting the dog. But after Madara's illusion modification, no matter how Gion adjusted, as long as it was the strength exerted on the dog, it would remain constant at a certain value. A threshold that was just enough for the dog to feel close to pain but not get injured. Looking at the wailing dog leaving and Uchiha Madara with a smile on his lips. Although Nico didn't know what had happened, her sixth sense told her that the dog's wailing was definitely related to Madara. Mr. Madara, please don't mind. Miss Gion is just a bit excited. I'll have a heart-to-heart talk with her after dinner. It should get better. Madara looked at the equally overly dramatic woman in front of him, and his smile gradually faded. Do you think it's because of whom that the current situation has occurred? Regarding Uchiha Madara's blame, Nico just covered her mouth and chuckled. Who asked me to be Mr. Madara's person? Since Mr. Madara saved me, he has to be responsible for me. Uchiha Madara felt even more headache and could only say coldly, tomorrow I'll beat up Flying Squirrel. Also, don't you have Den Mushi? Call him now and ask him to prepare a residence for you. I'll pay. No, Konoha will pay. Tell him this is a diplomatic request. In response to Madara's words, Nico just nodded with a smile, but had no intention of taking out the Den Mushi at all. She turned around and went to clean up the mess Madara had left in the kitchen. When he saw her enter the kitchen, Madara suddenly remembered his nearly perfect fish. He turned to look at the dining table and found that it had been thoughtfully packed in a thermal lunchbox. However, there was a sign similar to a pirate flag pasted on the lunchbox. Madara, I always feel it's not necessary that if not, I can give it to Garp to eat. Mr. Madara, can we have sukiyaki for dinner? Yes. Madara stared blankly at the lunchbox in his hand. His expression gradually became determined as he placed his hand on the box, sealing evil spell seal that a large number of runes crawled all over the lunchbox, sealing it tightly like chains. Uchiha Madara examined the seal in his hand. After confirming that there were no damages, he took the lunchbox back to the room, placed it on his bookshelf solemnly, and then nodded in satisfaction. He sat at the table and began to study a new ninjutsu. Meanwhile, the little girl walking on the street had let go of the dog's leg and was walking aimlessly on the street. The dog silently followed behind her, with a distance between them. It wasn't that it didn't want to get closer. Mainly, its legs hurt, and it really couldn't keep up. This little girl walked as if she were a potato on legs. The dog couldn't catch up with her even when it was out of breath. It really had something to tell her, but this little girl didn't give it any chance at all. Gion was walking absent-mindedly on the road when she suddenly bumped into someone. Without even having time to look up, she quickly began to apologize. Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. However, the voice from the other side changed her attitude. She saw Ri leaning on a cane and smiling at her. Senior Sister Gion, aren't you at school? Gion instantly raised her head and looked in the direction of the familiar voice. Her panicked little face became nonchalant at a visible speed. What? It's junior brother Ri. I made a small mistake at school, so I'm going home for a few days. Are you going to see old Madara like this? Ri smiled helplessly. So it's okay to bump into me, huh? At the same time, he waved the snacks in his other hand. I just got out of the hospital. I heard from my dad that master is back, and he brought back a mistress. So I'm going to have a look. Although I'm going to see the mistress, I haven't forgotten to bring snacks for you. Hearing the word mistress, Gion's little face instantly fell. She angrily kicked Ri's leg in a plaster cast, making Ri hop around in pain. She's just a servant, not a mistress. Ri was a bit confused and continued shaking his head and saying, but my old man said that master and the mistress have a good relationship. It's the plot where master saved the beauty and the mistress promised herself to him. Speaking of this, Zhi Yuan instantly recalled the ambiguous scene when she got home just now, with Ban lying on Nicole's lap. Immediately filled with rage, she gritted her teeth and lunged at Long. You. Shut up. Aha. Eh. Stop fooling around. Senior sister. Bea good senior sister. Okay. Be obedient. I only have one good leg, and I'm holding snacks in my hand. Watch out for falling. After a great commotion, the two sat by the seaside sipping yogurt. Zhi Yuan, looking a bit downcast, asked Long, do you think old man Ben will marry that woman? Maybe, Long replied after tearing open the yogurt lid and taking a lick. However, as soon as the word maybe slipped out, he sensed a menacing aura from beside him. Hastily shifting the blame, he said, it's the unique skill passed down in the Uchiha family. When there's a problem, blame Carp. Then Long showed a bit of curiosity. Why do you hate having a mistress so much? Oh no, a maid. Hearing this, Zhi Yuan felt a bit dejected. She slightly turned her head away from Long and murmured in a tiny voice. I don't hate it, I'm just afraid that after the old man has a family, he won't like me anymore. Long nodded thoughtfully and then asked, do you mean the master's children and such? Zhi Yuan shook her head with her back, turned to Long. No. Once adults have their new families, they'll think the previous children are redundant and unwanted. We were both alone before, so we got along well. But if there's someone more important than me, I won't be needed anymore. I really hate being unwanted because I need that old curmudgeon so much. Just as Zhi Yuan was about to say more, Long suddenly pressed her head and burst into laughter. Our master is a man who possesses the whole world. However, even if he owns the whole world, the most important things in his eyes will still be us. Zhi Yuan suddenly turned her head and looked at Long curiously. Us. Did the old curmudgeon take you in? Hey, I'm trying to console you. Can you be a bit more polite? Hee, who cares about you? Humph, I'm going home for dinner. Zhi Yuan gave a haughty sniff, got up, dusted off her buttocks, and headed home. Long could only force a smile. With difficulty, he got up, picked up the snacks and gifts, and obediently followed behind Zhi Yuan. When they reached Ban's doorstep, Long suddenly turned and looked at the lame dog that had trailed him all the way. Hey, what are you following me here for? My master has a terrible temper. He won't give you any food. Go away. Go away quickly. The dog was taken aback at first, then lifted its paw and pointed at itself. As if asking, you mean me? Long nodded. Yes, it's you. Do you think my master's home is a place where just any stray can come in? The dog was stunned again, then it limped and quickened its pace. Stepping in front of Long and reaching the doorstep first. At the same time, it gave Long a comical look. With a sly smile, it started barking wildly. Long, I think I understand now. It seems that apart from me, even a dog can enter the Uchiha's home. Hearing the noise, Nicole came out of the room. She gently stroked the dog's head to signal it to be quiet, then gave Long a smile. You must be Rear Admiral Long. Mr. Ban told me in advance that you might come today. You two, master and disciple, are really in sync. Actually, Uchiha Ban's exact words were, that annoying son of Carp might come today. Kick him out. Long also put on a polite smile. You must be Ms. Nicole. Before I came, Admiral Sengoku specifically mentioned you to me. He spoke very highly of you. As Long was speaking, he handed over the gift in his hand. Nicole took the gift, quickly glanced at it, and then said with a smile, you silly boy. You could have just come without bringing anything. Isn't this treating us like outsiders? If your master sees this, I don't know how he'll scold me for being so thoughtless. Long was instantly flattered. Is this something I can hear? I, Monkey D. Long, actually have some face in the Uchiha family? You silly boy, what are you standing there stupidly for? Come in quickly. We're having sukiyaki at home today. Don't go back tonight. Just have dinner here. Long walked through the Uchiha store in a daze. What he didn't notice was that a look of pity flashed across the dog's eyes at the door. This poor biped is probably going to be the cannon fodder in the war between the mistress and the master, yet he's still so smug. Unlike me, I'm betting on the young master. No matter the outcome, I can always get a bite to eat. For a dog, self-preservation is the way to go. A glint of wisdom flashed in the dog's eyes. It didn't notice that Zhi Yuan was standing by, munching on chips and staring at it, feeling quite puzzled. Did the old man bring back this dog with a screw loose? Why does it always keep grinning? I'll starve it tonight and see if that works. The dog, still proud of its shrewdness, didn't realize that the one it was betting on wasn't such a reliable character either. As soon as Long stepped into the room, Uchiha Ban's gaze landed on him. After giving Long a quick look, he asked Nicole, didn't I tell you to drive him out? Nicole was taken aback. Is he really going to be so blunt? He's a rear admiral, after all. You know. In the Sabaody Naval Branch, the highest ranking officer is only a lieutenant colonel. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to treat a naval rear admiral like this? She began to worry slightly and subtly gave Ben a look. But before Ben could understand her look, what Long did next left her utterly stunned. Long threw away his crutch at once, rubbed his hands obsequiously, and walked up to Uchiha while flattering. "Ha ha, master. Don't be so heartless. As soon as I heard you were back, I came to see you right away. I even specially asked a friend to bring you a rare tuna from Fishman Island." Hearing this, Ben perked up, sat up straight, and looked at Long tuna, a very high-class ingredient. "Tell me more." Long instantly crouched obsequiously in front of Uchiha, massaging his legs while introducing the tuna that had cost him half a month's salary. Seeing this, Zhi Yuan beside them shook her head. This guy has finally cast aside his conscience that he's starting to curry favor with Uchiha, the kitchen disaster, by wasting food. Nicole's food preparation went awry. The meals she prepared according to normal people's appetites didn't even last 10 seconds in front of these three. In the end, Long had to go out and buy half a wild boar, and the group had an outdoor barbecue in the yard. But a new problem arose. It was almost winter now. Ban and the other two had monstrous constitutions, so they were fine. But Nicole was just an ordinary person. She was so cold that she couldn't even hold the skewers. Under pressure, Zhi Yuan built a bonfire for Nicole to keep warm. She always felt that this meal couldn't be without Nicole. If this woman didn't step in, they might have to eat the meat grilled by Uchiha himself. Uchiha grilling meat. Just thinking about it. Zhi Yuan shivered violently. She didn't even dare to imagine it. Then she gently patted Nicole's shoulder and gave her an encouraging look. However, this look took on a different meaning in Nicole's eyes. It touched her slightly. After all, just this afternoon, Zhi Yuan had shown obvious resistance to her. She took Zhi Yuan's encouragement as an overture. Is this girl accepting me? Thinking of this, Nicole's eyes blazed with strong determination. She worked even harder on processing the ingredients. The marinated meat sizzled on the charcoal fire, and the tantalizing aroma constantly whetted the appetites of those present. Uchiha watched Nicole bustling around with a hint of envy in his eyes. If given the choice, he too wished to prepare a meal amidst the adoration of others. Much like Nicole, quietly activating his Sharingan, he began to subtly imitate Nicole's actions with a sidelong glance. Even when the grilled meat was placed before him, he merely absently grabbed a skewer and began to eat, his mind elsewhere. Suddenly, a piece of meat fell to the ground, and just as Uchiha Madara bent down to pick it up and toss it into the trash, a flash of earthy yellow appeared, swiftly snatching the fallen meat away. Madara looked curiously at the dog that had materialized, and the dog stared back at him with a bewildered expression. Madara was puzzled as to why this foolish dog, hungry as it was, did not come to eat with him but instead chose to steal the meat that had fallen. The dog, on the other hand, found it strange that, as is well known, food that has touched the ground belongs to dogs. Wasn't that the rule? Why was Madara watching him so intently while he was merely trying to eat the piece of meat? For a moment, both man and dog found themselves in a standoff. It was only when Nicole spoke that Madara grasped the situation. The dog had a long-standing custom of only consuming food that had fallen to the ground, marking its territory wherever it urinated, not to mention the nonsensical rules about shaking before a fight. This amused Madara. How curious it was that a mere dog could have such intricate customs. Contemplating this, he picked up another piece of meat and waved it in front of the dog, signaling for it to eat. The dog rolled its eyes, thinking, "I don't believe you for a second. You're just waiting for an opportunity to hit me," and ignored Madara's temptation, continuing to survey the area for the next unfortunate soul who might drop their food. Seeing this, Madara chuckled and casually tossed the meat to the ground. Sure enough, the instant the meat hit the floor, the dog snatched it up. Long, intrigued by the unfolding events, tossed a piece of lettuce onto the ground, which the dog promptly devoured. He then poured some wine. But after sniffing it and licking it a couple of times, the dog wrinkled its nose and disregarded the spilled wine. Observing everyone's attempts, Zhi Yuan's curiosity piqued, and he began to toss various items onto the ground with his chopsticks. Meat, whoosh gone. Vegetables, whoosh gone. Chips, whoosh gone. Senbei, whoosh gone. Red-hot charcoal, whoosh ow. Watching the dog tirelessly scavenge in what appeared to be a festive spree, Zhi Yuan, with a mischievous grin, tossed a piece of glowing charcoal onto the ground as well. The dog, oblivious to the danger amidst the abundance of food being thrown around, eagerly collected it all, prioritizing efficiency. After all, if it ate too slowly, it might lose its prize. After all these years of being a dog, speed was of the essence. The moment the glowing charcoal hit the ground, it was already in the dog's mouth, and Nicole even had a chance to warn it before the dog began to gnaw on it. How to put it? If the dog were to describe it, it could only say that the charcoal was intensely fiery, evoking a salivating heat. Watching the dog race around, its mouth ablaze, and Gion doubled over with laughter, Nicole was about to say something when Madara interjected. She was no fool. As a Zoan-type devil fruit user, that bite of charcoal wouldn't harm her. A sip of water would suffice to remedy the situation. Just as Uchiha Madara finished speaking, the dog quietly returned, casting a resentful glare at Zhi Yuan. Henceforth, following this troublemaker, it would have to be cautious. After all, it was a dog that aimed to live a long life. As Madara continued to eat, he suddenly turned to Zhi Yuan and asked, "Isn't school a month long? You've only been there for 2 days. What is going on?" Zhi Yuan, joyfully indulging in his meal, froze at Madara's words, mechanically turning to face him while casting furtive glances at Long, signaling for assistance. Long understood the cue and was about to speak when, with a resounding crash, Madara sent him crashing into the wall with a kick, indicating that he would be stuck there for a while. Witnessing Long's grim fate, Zhi Yuan instinctively shrank back, realizing the ferocity of Uchiha Madara. Madara slowly retracted his foot and looked back at Zhi Yuan, his intent unmistakable. The demonstration of discipline had concluded. If Zhi Yuan wished to avoid becoming the next victim, he better confess that I just had a scuffle with a few classmates. Before Madara could respond, Long, still embedded in the wall, chimed in. The Naval Academy isn't particularly strict about fights. A little scuffle certainly wouldn't warrant a trip home for reflection. Zhi Yuan shot an irritated glare at the eyes peering from the wall before awkwardly admitting, It's just that I got into a fight with all the top students in the 3rd grade, including but not limited to the nephew of the Warring States General, the children of Admiral Sakazuki's subordinates, the offspring of Admiral Kazan's subordinates, the distant cousins of Admiral Kazuru, and, Long's junior brother's cousin. Before Madara could respond, Long erupted into loud laughter. "Ha, not bad at all. Little senior sister, you've managed to involve the direct line of all 3 factions. Just for that, you surpass me. Ha ha. F-ton, sh kai." A high-density burst of wind thrust Long deeper into the wall. After concluding that, Madara turned his attention back to Zhi Yuan. "Continue. If that's all, Zephyr wouldn't send you home for reflection." Zhi Yuan's complexion paled once more, realizing he was dealing with the cunning Uchiha. "Also, I shared my master's cooking with the homeroom teacher." The veins at the corners of Madara's eyes began to bulge. "You stripped the boys who offended me and tossed them onto the playground. And I accidentally blew up Zephyr-sensei's office while messing with explosive tags." Watching Madara's expression darken, Zhi Yuan hurriedly waved his hands. "But aside from that, there really isn't anything else." Madara's teeth began to grind in frustration. "Nothing else? You've only been in school for 2 days. I bet you've hardly had a moment to spare." Gazing at Zhi Yuan, who was pitifully hiding behind Nicole, Madara's anger only intensified. "You just got home and were practically ready to tear her apart. And now you're clinging to her." Nicole, seeing Zhi Yuan cowering behind her, felt a surge of joy. Immediately, she stood protectively in front of Zhi Yuan, resembling a mother willing to sacrifice for her child. Madara coldly addressed Nicole. "What does this have to do with you?" "Don't add to the chaos." His surprise. The usually obedient Nicole retorted, "You think hitting children is the solution because you can't educate them? As this child's elder, I won't allow it." Madara could no longer contain himself. "What do you mean you won't allow it? You are merely a freeloader in my home. How can you claim any connection to my disciple?" "Master, you can't hit. Hitting senior sisters is wrong." F-ton. K Ryaku K Dan. Just as Long had freed himself from the wall, he returned to his rightful position. For the first time, Madara began to think that taking Long as a disciple might have been a wise choice. "If I can't deal with the 2 of them, surely I can handle you." Ultimately, the outcome remained unchanged. Even without Nicole and Long intervening, all of Uchiha Madara's pent-up frustrations would eventually fester within him. The following morning, he visited Zephyr's residence to inquire about Zhi Yuan's schooling. Zephyr's exact words were, "Stay home and reflect." There was no alternative. School was off the table, yet training could not be neglected. Uchiha Madara began to reorganize Zhi Yuan's training regimen. Consequently, he decided to postpone the grand performance of Zhi Yu's dance plan for the coming spring. As given Zhi Yuan's current capabilities, achieving significant improvement would be a daunting task, with the year drawing to a close. Mastering Haki in 2 months was unrealistic. He allowed her to study only the shave and moonwalk techniques from the 6 forms, deeming the other 4 unnecessary for practice. The young prodigy who had recently developed the modified ninjutsu fire release, Dragon Flame Bomb, did not need to learn any new long-range ninjutsu for the time being. Thus, Uchiha Madara pre-selected 2 directions for her training. Aside from Zhi Yu's dance, there was also a contingency plan for engaging large creatures. This decision stemmed from his recent maritime excursion, during which he discovered that so-called small giants were nearly ubiquitous in this world, often towering 5 to 6 meters tall. This necessitated adjustments to previously established combat habits. By the seaside, Zhi Yuan donned training attire, a red headband inscribed with the bold characters for victory atop his head. Gazing confidently at Uchiha Madara, Nicole, from a distance, cheered him on. Uchiha Madara pointed at Zhi Yuan's headband. "You're wearing it backwards." Upon hearing this, Zhi Yuan was momentarily stunned, if recalling something. She quickly removed the bandage and turned it over. The other side of the bandage was white, also inscribed with 2 large characters, "Mercy." Seeing this, Ban tapped Zhi Yuan on the head. "That I've already said it's just ordinary training. The dance of Zhi won't be difficult for you," he said. In fact, Zhi Yuan was also full of confidence in practicing the dance of Zhi. After all, it was specifically tailored for her by Uchiha Ban and even named after her. So, it should be a piece of cake for General Zhi Yuan to master it. After explaining the principle of the dance of Zhi to Zhi Yuan and seeing that she gradually understood, Ben stood in front of her and decided to commence today's training. Zhi Yuan stared intently at Uchiha Ban, and Ban did the same. Neither of them made a move at first. Suddenly, a glint flashed in Ban's eyes as he wore his dinosaur pajamas. "There's a flaw," he thought. Then, he spun around, and the dinosaur tail behind him sent Zhi Yuan flying with a powerful swing. Whack! The dragon's tail swing. Moments later, Zhi Yuan struggled to get up from the ground, with a huge bump on her head. She looked at Uchiha Ban with a betrayed expression. "You old rascal. You cheated. You actually hit a lead ball in your tail." Uchiha Ban still had a cold expression. His tone carried a touch of vicissitude from having emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. He said calmly, "All's fair in war." Then, he rushed towards Zhi Yuan again. Amidst Zhi Yuan's shrill cries and Nicole's pained looks, the two ended their morning practice. Zhi Yuan had become wiser. Although practicing the dance of Zhi mainly focused on evasion, it didn't mean she couldn't block. She could mainly evade Uchiha's punches and kicks. Even if she didn't block, being hit wouldn't hurt too much. However, that damned Uchiha dragon's tail swing, with such a big lead ball hidden in the tail, being hit would leave her dazed for a long time. So, she had to block it even if she wasn't supposed to. After a hasty meal, the master-apprentice pair resumed their afternoon practice. The attacks of large-sized enemies often target not only you but also various factors around you, such as the ground, teammates, and buildings. When facing an attack from a large-sized enemy, if you don't evade, you must choose to strike first to disrupt the opponent's attack rhythm and try to break through the opponent's offensive with a targeted approach. Next, I'll simulate the attacks of a large-sized creature, and you take the opportunity to practice seizing the offensive and disrupting my attack rhythm." Then, Susanoo, a huge blue skeleton, rose from the ground. In Zhi Yuan's stunned gaze, a massive fist came crashing down. Zhi Yuan drew her sword to defend, not even uttering a scream. All that was left was the headband with Mercer written on it, fluttering in the air. In the evening, in the Uchiha family's living room, Nicole was disinfecting Zhi Yuan, who was shouting and complaining. "Damn old man. He wants to kill me." It was already outrageous to hide a lead ball in his tail. Susanoo, a move that should be used when teaching an apprentice? "What does he take me for? Vice Admiral Garp. Damn it. Just you wait, you evil Uchiha." While shouting, Zhi Yuan broke free from Nicole's embrace. She quietly glanced at Uchiha Ban, who was still busy in the kitchen. Then, she grabbed the dog leash and went to the backyard to find the dog. That time, the dog was still savoring the leftover bone from last night. Hearing Zhi Yuan's noisy voice, it immediately dug a large hole at its feet and carefully buried the bone. This was the best bone from last night. Zhi Yuan definitely wouldn't snatch it, but if the dog showed too much fondness, Zhi Yuan would surely make a mess of it. So, to be on the safe side, the dog buried the bone and ran towards Zhi Yuan with a flattering smile on its face. Seeing the dog's obsequious look, Zhi Yuan didn't say much. She threw the leash on the ground and tilted her head at the dog. The dog immediately understood that it placed its 2 paws on the leash, stretched its head slightly, and put the leash around itself. It even stepped on the leash to tighten it. Finally, it picked up the leash in its mouth and brought it to Zhi Yuan's hand. Zhi Yuan nodded slightly. Sensible. Then, she led the dog out. Whether to walk the dog or not wasn't really important. Going out at this time was an agreement between Zhi Yuan and the dog. Whenever evening came, the whole family had nothing much to do, especially Uchiha Ban. Ban was a very perseverant person. When he got bored, he would start researching cooking, and when he researched cooking, he needed test eaters. Unlike Nicole, who was willing to flatter Ban every day, Zhi Yuan and the dog would quickly go out to do something else at this time, not giving Ban a chance on the bookshelf in his bedroom. There were almost a whole wall of dishes sealed with the sealing evil seal technique. Just taking out one bowl could burn a big hole in the floor. Yet, he still kept wanting others to taste them and write reviews. Zhi Yuan always wanted to ask Uchiha Ban if dead people could write. How could he ask them to write reviews? From the very beginning until now, the only one who could still stand up after eating Ban's cooking was Garp. And that was only because he didn't want to vomit in the bedroom, so he struggled to get up and run out. Zhi Yuan had told Ban more than once not to put those strange things in the dishes, especially the venom of the mountain pepper fish. Zhi Yuan had never seen a so-called mountain pepper fish, so she really couldn't understand why Ban could always come up with a certain amount of mountain pepper fish venom whenever he cooked. She even suspected that maybe Ban's summoning beast was the venom sac of a mountain pepper fish. This magical substance permeated every aspect of the Uchiha family. It might be in breakfast, lunch, or dinner. There was even a small bottle of mountain pepper fish venom stored in Zhi Yuan's storage scroll for school. For some reason, Ban was particularly fond of this terrifying venom after the dog came to this family. It also couldn't escape Ban's culinary experiments. Last night, when Ban found out that the dog would eat food that fell on the ground after everyone was asleep, Ban quietly took out a plate of fish dish from his bookshelf and poured it beside the dog's kennel. He looked at the dog with a look of expectation mixed with a bit of threat. That time, the dark, purple dish on the ground was corroding the floor, making a hissing sound and constantly emitting white smoke. In front of the dog was a man with red eyes staring at it. In all its years in the dog world, whether in group fights or when hungry, it had never felt so close to death. Ban's cooking was special to it. Early the next morning, the dog dragged Zhi Yuan to the corroded hole in front of its kennel and gently dug at the entrance, indicating to Zhi Yuan to come up with a solution. Zhi Yuan was a bit absent-minded. She just glanced at the ground and understood what had happened. With a helpless sigh, she said, "It's no use coming to me. This whole house belongs to him. You can just..." As soon as the word run came out, both the human and the dog's eyes lit up. Right, they could run. The human and the dog quickly reached a strategic cooperation on evening walks. They wouldn't go home until they had walked for at least an hour every evening. The dog leash that Zhi Yuan prepared for the dog was very long, ensuring the dog's freedom when going out. It also made it convenient for her to chat with others without the dog getting too bored. As the human and the dog were walking on the road, Zhi Yuan suddenly saw a familiar figure. Excitedly, she raised her hand and waved while shouting, "Hey, Smoker, is that you?" Smoker, a young boy who was arguing vehemently with an old woman at the market, suddenly froze. It was as if he had heard the voice of his natural enemy. That voice belongs to Big Sister Zhi Yuan. Smoker suddenly lowered his head and tried to control himself not to look behind. He bent slightly, making a gesture to run away, just as he was about to exert force. A somewhat plump but powerful hand gently landed on his shoulder, and at the same time, a devilish whisper came to his ear. "Where are you going, classmate Smoker?" Cold sweat broke out on Smoker's forehead. He slowly and stiffly turned his head, forcing a smile that was worse than a cry at Zhi Yuan. "Yes, Big Sister," and he. "Good evening. What a coincidence, Big Sister, that you're also here to buy groceries." If possible, Zhi Yuan would definitely be the last person Smoker wanted to see. After watching the execution, Smoker chose to join the Navy. With his good talent, he also entered the Navy-affiliated academy. Everything seemed so perfect, until he met Zhi Yuan. One day, he was running on the playground and saw a girl chasing after a group of people. At first, he didn't pay much attention and continued running, adopting an attitude of mind your own business. But when all those people fell, the girl set her eyes on him. That was when he realized a truth, that if you turn a blind eye when others are persecuted, then when oppression befalls you, don't expect anyone to come to your aid. Just like that, Zhi Yuan, who hadn't had enough of the fight, casually grabbed Smoker, who was running by, and gave him a good beating. Thus, Smoker became one of Zhi Yuan's lackeys. During the mission to blow up the principal's office, he was captured along with Zhi Yuan as an accomplice. He fared a bit better than Zhi Yuan and was sentenced to a week of home detention. On the second day of school, he was punished with a week of home detention. Not all parents are like Uchiha Madara, who doesn't care about anything. When Smoker got home, his parents gave him a thorough thrashing, which made him question his very existence. TSK, really lacking in discernment. As a future admiral, how could I possibly go grocery shopping by myself? I'm just out walking my dog, you know? Saying so, Zhi Yuan picked up the dog leash and looked back. She saw that her incredibly long dog leash was tied around a young man from who knows where. The young man also noticed Zhi Yuan looking at him and waved at her, saying, "Oh, dear me, you've caught me, little Zhi Yuan. Do you think you could let me go first? Being tied up like this is quite a bother for a Navy rear admiral like me." Zhi Yuan looked at the tied up man and said excitedly, "Brother Kazan, when did you come back? Did you bring me anything delicious?" Kazan replied gently, "I just found out you've moved into Mr. Madara's place. When I got back on my way to Mr. Madara's, you caught me. You're really amazing, little Zhi Yuan. You caught a Navy rear admiral so easily." Looking at the happy-looking Zhi Yuan and Kazan, who was also happy despite being wrapped around by the dog leash 6 or 7 times. Smoker was completely bewildered. He felt that there was something off about these so-called direct descendants of the Navy's high-ups. They were being dragged around like a mummy. Yet they could still chat and laugh. Suddenly, Kazan emitted a chill, and his body shattered right in front of the two of them. Then it reformed, which made Smoker's jaw almost drop. What was that just now? The legendary Logia type. Zhi Yuan suddenly leaned in. Usually, the people she met all knew Madara, and she didn't have a chance to show off, taking advantage of the fact that Kazan hadn't met Madara yet. She quickly boasted about her choice of master. "Hey, brother Kazan, what do you think of my master? Isn't he super handsome?" Kazan thought for a moment and nodded. "When I was on my way back, I passed by #1 island in Sabaody and witnessed Mr. Madara's work. That's why I decided to visit him. I'm really eager to see the man with such power and a sense of justice." Hearing Kazan praise Uchiha Madara, Zhi Yuan became even happier. She yanked the rope hard and dragged Kazan in the direction of the Uchiha family. Left standing there, looking utterly lost, Smoker seemed to have done something. Yet also seemed to have done nothing. That he smiled bitterly and rubbed his sore shoulder where Zhi Yuan had grabbed him, then carried the groceries home. On the other side, the dog was gazing blankly at the big tree in front of it. "Oh, this straight and slender trunk, this almost perfect right angle it forms with the ground, this plain yet unadorned bark. This is truly the tree of my dreams. You stay right here. I'm going to go up and take a pee on you, bringing you under my domain. I'm going to mark out a vast territory in this new world." Then it walked forward, stood beside the tree with an air of enjoyment, and lifted its leg, ready to claim a new territory. Just then, it felt a terrifying force on the rope, which sent it flying to in front of the Uchiha family's door. Zhi Yuan swaggered over with Kazan and stood him in front of Madara. She pointed at Kazan with her little hand and said, "This is my brother, Kazan, a Navy rear admiral. They say he's the youngest rear admiral of this generation." Then she pointed at Uchiha Madara and said, "This is my master. His greatest achievement is probably taking me, a future Navy admiral, as his apprentice." Madara reached out his big hand and ruffled Zhi Yuan's hair, then nodded slightly at Kazan as a greeting. Kazan also smiled and handed the gift in his hand to Nicole. His thoughtfulness made Nicole highly appreciate this young man, but it's just that all the things he brought were wine, and she didn't know their value. As soon as they entered the house, Zhi Yuan suddenly sniffed the air and sensed something was amiss. This familiar smell was, yes, mountain pepper fish venom. Kazan must have timed his visit to coincide with mealtime just to get a free meal. From this, it's not hard to tell that he must be Garp's disciple. Such details are really easy to give away. A group of people sat around the dining table. Uchiha Madara and Zhi Yuan were expressionless. Nicole had an awkward smile, and Kazan looked a bit at a loss. All these signs foreshadowed that this dinner was going to be extraordinary. There were 8 delicious-looking dishes on the table, surrounding the familiar black, purple magma-like substance. This made Zhi Yuan's face turn even darker, and finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore. "You old man, do you want to poison someone by serving your own cooking?" Madara swore that he was only a little bit embarrassed, and most of his emotion was anger at the little brat daring to belittle his cooking. "Shut up, you ignorant little brat. This is art." While Zhi Yuan and Uchiha Madara were bickering, Nicole started eating on her own. It was obvious that this scene had played out many times in this family. Seeing Nicole start to eat, Kazan also took a bite. His eyes immediately lit up, and then he ignored the noisy duo and started tucking into the food. This time, Zhi Yuan and Uchiha Madara, who were arguing fiercely, also started to worry. Normally, Nicole, an ordinary person, wouldn't eat much even if she ate first, but now with Kazan around, the situation was different. If he really ate to his fill, there wouldn't be enough food even for himself, thinking that if there was no food left later, Nicole definitely wouldn't cook for them again, and they'd have to deal with that mountain pepperfish dish. Zhi Yuan and Madara stopped arguing and obediently picked up their chopsticks and joined the food-eating army. Given Uchiha Madara's great strength, Kazan didn't think too much. Regarding Madara cooking, he still regarded it as a unique quirk of the strong. While having dinner, Kazan suddenly asked, "Mr. Madara, at your level, how do you understand justice?" Madara, who was buried in his food, was taken aback, shook his head, and didn't answer Kazan's question. On the other hand, Zhi Yuan, with her cheeks stuffed full, still couldn't keep her mouth shut. Justice. Admiral Zhi Yuan's justice is to defeat all the bad guys and throw them into prison. Kazan looked at Zhi Yuan and smiled helplessly. In fact, what he really wanted to ask Madara was about his view on the darkness beneath justice. Apparently, he had encountered some things recently that had left him confused. But since Madara didn't want to answer, he had no other choice. After dinner, he apologized and left in a hurry. Madara didn't go out to see him off. He sat on the sofa, thinking about Kazan's question. To be honest, he felt that there was no so-called justice in his heart. He had once pursued peace, but that was just the peace he thought of. From another perspective, he could even be considered a villain who wanted to destroy the world. Whether it was raising the slave auction house, the purge of the 29th archipelago, or helping Nicole, it was all just his own will, not really justice. He even thought that the Navy was a bit too idealistic. Always talking about justice, at least he couldn't do that. He glanced at the little brat who was playing with the dog with a bit of disdain, and a faint smile appeared on Madara's lips. Sure enough, compared to justice and such, he was more interested in how to torment the little brat next. As days passed, the new year was approaching soon. Dragon had gone on some mission and hadn't been to the Uchiha family since the last time. Kazan, on the other hand, would come to Madara's house after every mission. He didn't communicate much with Madara. Every time, Kazan would bring his own wine, sit on the living room sofa, drink, and then leave on his own. Madara never paid him any attention. They just went about their own business. Of course, his behavior had raised Nicole's suspicion. A Navy rear admiral coming to their house every day, just drinking and staring at Mr. Madara. Nicole suspected that this man named Kazan had some ulterior motives towards her husband. Zhi Yuan's school life was also a mess. After all the commotion, she had become the only day student in the whole school. Recently, Zhi Yuan had been living a comfortable life. A group of lackeys served her during her daily commute to and from school. Sometimes Madara thought that all his efforts in creating the Zhi Yuan dance might have been in vain. Apart from that, he was busy with all sorts of mysterious affairs every day. However, Madara never really cared too much. As long as Cheyenne kept up with her training, Madara didn't bother about anything else. Truth be told, Madara was quite satisfied with Cheyenne's progress. In less than 2 months, she could truly use the Shiki no Mai in actual combat. Even Kazan couldn't help but praise her Shiki no Mai. Nevertheless, Cheyenne had her own troubles. The old Uchiha man in her family suddenly fell ill recently and had been forcing her to drink some extremely unpalatable beverages every day. It was useless even if she hid at school. After school in the afternoon, Cheyenne tiptoed back home. She gently pushed open the door and let out a soft sigh of relief when she found no one there. Then she slipped in. Suddenly, her feet felt unsteady and she almost fell. Fortunately, a hand suddenly appeared to support her. Only then did Cheyenne relax and whispered, "Thank you. You're welcome." A cold voice came from beside her. Cheyenne's expression froze immediately. She turned her head mechanically towards Uchiha Madara, who was holding her with his outstretched hand. She gave Madara a silly grin and said, "Hee, good evening, Master. I was afraid of disturbing your rest, so I didn't deliberately avoid you. Well, Master, I'm going back to my room." After saying that, she turned around and was about to run, but then a big hand grabbed the back of her neck. Looking at the strange green liquid Madara was holding out, Cheyenne gritted her teeth. "No, I'm not going to drink this stuff. Let go of me, you evil Uchiha. I'm not going to be the guinea pig for your failed cooking skills. Even Garp can't stand this stuff." Hearing Cheyenne attacking his cooking skills, Madara's face darkened at once. He forcefully pried open her mouth and poured the whole glass of liquid down her throat. He casually threw Cheyenne aside. With tears in the corners of her eyes, Madara sat down on the sofa and looked at Cheyenne while Nicole was snickering that "I'm going to give you Uchiha blood." As soon as these words were uttered, both Cheyenne and the dog's expressions changed drastically. Cheyenne still looked dazed, apparently still not having escaped from that terrible taste. Nicole looked at Uchiha Madara with a look of disgust, as if looking at a brute. "No wonder Mr. Madara has been so cold-shouldered with a beauty like me around. Mr. Madara has such a preference to no. This is unacceptable. Even if it's Mr. Madara, I'm going to report this to the Navy." The dog, on the other hand, looked delighted. "Is this guy finally going to give up his human identity and join our ranks? Will my backer be even more powerful from now on?" Madara ignored the one person and the dog who were full of drama and slowly began to explain. "The blood. Fusion agent I've been giving you contains my blood. After drinking it continuously for a week, you can painlessly obtain the direct line Uchiha blood. Although it won't directly make you develop the Sharingan, the Uchiha blood will directly improve the quality and quantity of your chakra. Non-Uchiha who transplant the Sharingan will have problems such as being unable to control it, wasting chakra, and various rejection reactions. They can only barely become users of the Sharingan. But with Uchiha blood, you can gain the real qualification to control the Sharingan. Gion carefully digested what Uchiha Madara had said and was quite pleasantly surprised. To be honest, she had been coveting Madara's cool eyes for a long time. The idea of having Tomo in her eyes was just so cool. Then she felt a little worried because Madara had once said that he was the only Uchiha in this world. Where will the Sharingan come from? That's not your concern. Don't go to school during this period. Adapt well to your blood. After you've fully adapted, I'll find someone to transplant eyes for you. Madara didn't answer Gion's question. In fact, he was also extremely excited in his heart. Soon there would be the first Uchiha in this world. He had to ensure that this eye transplant surgery was foolproof. This was his only disciple, and he would never allow Gion to be harmed by any unexpected incident. Uchiha Madara left home early. Although in the previous world, their technique of removing eyes was quite mature, even reaching the level of hot swapping. But this was another world after all. Madara wasn't sure if the hot swapping function of eyes still worked, so he decided to find a doctor first. In the office, Borsellino looked at Uchiha Madara in surprise when Madara came to him. A doctor who can perform a perfect eye transplant surgery. Borsellino always thought that his relationship with Lord Madara wasn't very good. He really didn't expect Madara to come to him for help. But since Madara had come in person, he definitely had to think of a way. After making inquiries from various sources, Borsellino gave Madara an address. Here, 24th Street in the residential area. The fifth house after entering the alley. Then the door on the right. This is the address of an old retired Navy doctor. He was quite a famous doctor at the Navy headquarters back then. After taking the note, Madara got up and left directly without saying a word. Borsellino was a bit stunned, then smiled wryly and said, "Sure enough, Mr. Madara is as efficient as ever." After leaving Borsellino's office, Madara went straight to the address on the note. 24th Street in the residential area. The fifth house after the alley, then the door on the left. Madara directly pushed the door open. In the dim room, a man in a checkered shirt and a hat was sitting slovenly on a chair, with one foot casually propped on the table, swinging back and forth. Seemingly noticing Madara's arrival, he gently adjusted his hat with his fingers, buried his head even lower, and asked in a low voice, "What are your requirements?" Madara sized him up and thought to himself that although he was a doctor, his aura was unexpectedly good. No wonder he was a famous Navy doctor. Eyes. The man's lips curled up. It seemed this was a rich client. The target, a 13-year-old girl, my disciple. The man's movements paused, and he slightly raised his head to look at Uchiha Madara. "How filthy, sir." "Yes, but it'll cost extra." Madara sat back on the sofa in a relaxed manner and waved his hand at the man. "Name your price. Money isn't important, but she is. I need this to be foolproof." The man took his foot off the table, sat up straight, looked at Uchiha Madara, and gave him a smile. "I've done this kind of job too many times. Even for a Navy major, it's no problem. As long as you pay, I'll even do it for the child of a vice admiral." Madara also admired this man very much and nodded slightly at him. Sure enough, a man of great reputation lives up to his name, doctor. The man was a bit surprised but didn't dwell on it too much. Judging from the aura of the other person, he must be in a high position. Then he stretched out 4 long fingers towards Madara. "You even know my name. It seems you've done your homework before coming. Well, you know my fee standard. I want this amount." Madara was also slightly taken aback. He thought to himself, no wonder he's a well-known doctor. A single surgery costs 400 million, but he didn't show any signs of unease. After all, he was here asking for a favor and couldn't show weakness. Looking into the other person's eyes again, he promised. "Recommended by the rear admiral." He said, "You're very good. The price is no problem. Prepare your own tools." Saying that, Madara took out a den mushi and put it on the table, then got up and left directly. "Many people will come to see. I'll contact you then. Also, remember, you only have one chance. Failure is not an option." The man called doctor swallowed hard as he looked at the den mushi on the table and sighed inwardly at the man's wealth. This den mushi was a high-end product exclusive to the Navy's high-ranking officials. The price of one in the black market was close to 30 million berries. And he just left it as a means of communication? Suddenly, the doctor's face changed. "No, This wasn't just a means of communication, that IT should also be the deposit for this operation. Is this the new trading currency because berries are too inconvenient? It seems he had been too slack recently and only just found out about the change in the trading currency. Thinking of this, the doctor licked his lips. He was tempted to raise the price. For a deal worth 40 million, he just casually left a deposit of 30 million. After getting a hold on this kind of person, he probably wouldn't mind spending another 40 million to shut my mouth. Right? The doctor abruptly yanked open the drawer and, in a somewhat entranced manner, caressed the various oddly shaped torture instruments within. After Ban left, he dashed towards Sengoku's office. He had some personal requests that he was too embarrassed to mention to the doctor. So he intended to ask Sengoku for help. Upon arriving at the office, he kicked the door open, and in the midst of Sengoku's bewilderment and the adjutant's horrified gaze, he plopped down across from Garp. He poured himself a cup of tea on his own initiative and casually snatched a large handful of senbei from Garp's hand. Garp glowered angrily at the suddenly appeared bandit. Uchiha Ban. There was only half a bag of senbei left, and Ban had directly taken half of it. It was a great humiliation. Sengoku gave a look to his adjutant who was organizing documents, signaling him to leave first. Ban, is there something? Hey, you bastard Ban, don't soak the senbei in the tea. Ignoring the shouting Garp, Ban addressed Sengoku seriously. I need a container to store the little one's eyes. Both Sengoku and Garp frowned simultaneously, clearly failing to comprehend Ban's words. Why do you need to store Shiwan's eyes? Help me get it ready before replacing Shiwan's eyes in a few days. Having just finished chatting with the doctor, Ban obviously had no mood to explain. After saying that, he was about to get up and leave, but Garp forcefully pushed him back down. Ban, you bastard, don't tell me you've developed some evil fetish? Ban slapped Garp's hand away and coldly stated, I'll inform you in advance. If you're worried, you can come and watch. Then, leaving Sengoku and Garp looking at each other in consternation, he exited the marshal's office. When leaving, he even kicked Sengoku's sheep. This stupid sheep always liked to nibble on his clothes. At the Uchiha household, Zhi Yuan was cuddling a din mushy, and having a long, distance chat with Tsuru. Zhi Yuan, have you been obedient at Mr. Ban's place recently? Mr. Ban has a bad temper, don't keep making him angry, okay? Got it. I've been very well behaved lately. He told me not to go to school. So I didn't. He told me to play at home. So I did it. I've been extremely obedient. It does sound like you've been very obedient. By the way, Sister Tsuru, Master said he'll replace my eyes in a few days. The expression on the din mushy suddenly turned puzzled. Are you sure you're at Mr. Ban's place right now, and not some mad scientist laboratory or something? Yes, I'm at Mr. Ban's place. He said he'll replace my eyes with ones that can summon a big skeletal frame. He also said that I now have the Uchiha bloodline. There was a long silence on the other side of the din mushy. Where are you now? I'll call Garp right away. We must arrest Ban. Zhi Yuan looked at the enraged din mushy in front of her and burst into laughter. What? So it's so much fun to bad mouth Master behind his back. No wonder it's Lieutenant General Garp's favorite activity. Finally, unable to stand it any longer, Nico explained to Tsuru about Shiwan's transplant of the Sharingan. She always felt that Zhi Yuan had been overly excited recently, and her daily behavior had become rather strange. It was as if a husky full of energy had suddenly been injected with a dose of I in the past. After finishing her training, she would either take the dog for a walk or flop down on the sofa. But in the past 2 days, she hardly had any rest. She could even walk the dog until it was too tired to stand up. The dog also thought Zhi Yuan was acting strangely lately. If it could talk, it would probably have started swearing. In the past, when she took it for a walk, it still had some time to mark its territory. But in the past 2 days, she would often run around Marineford twice. It was a dog, the creature in the world that loved walking the most, yet it couldn't keep up with her. Recently, hearing from Nico that it snored in its sleep out of exhaustion every day, the dog had reason to suspect that the so-called Uchiha bloodline might be a bloodline that produced its OWN. Was so absurd. Which kid, right after waking up, would carry the dog's leg and run around the world while having breakfast? That red-eyed Ban didn't even care. Dogs also deserve human rights, okay? It was fine for a day or two, but as time went on, even Ban started to be unable to bear it. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't handle Zhi Yuan, who was now too lazy to sleep. She only slept twice a week, and the rest of the time, she just caused all sorts of trouble. Nico was walking around the house with huge dark circles under her eyes every day, and didn't even have the strength to cook. The dog's leg was also lame from exhaustion. The disintegration of this family was just a matter of time. After no one in the family paid attention to Zhi Yuan, she went to bother Garb, forcing Garb to take on a mission overnight to catch up on sleep as the new year was approaching. One day, Nico, who simply couldn't stand it anymore, staggered up to Ban in a daze and sluggishly said, "Mr. Ban, I'm really sorry that I might not be able to hold on any longer. I just saw my deceased husband calling me home for dinner." The dog also crawled in on its last two movable front paws and barked at Ban. "Woof, woof, 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 woof. It's your fault. Woof, 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 woof. Either she goes, or I go." Ban rubbed his eyes, yawned, and looked at the woman and the dog, secretly sighing at their lack of discernment. Didn't they know that the little sleep that middle-aged people got was very important? Today was probably the last day of the bloodline fusion. Didn't they see that she had slept for a full 3 hours? But Nico, an ordinary person, obviously didn't buy it. It was okay for Ban and the dog to sleep less for a couple of days. But if she slept a few hours less every day, she couldn't even keep her eyes open. She almost fell into the pot while cooking. "Just now, Mr. Ban. I'm here to repay a kindness. But that doesn't mean you can torture me like this. It's too cruel." After discussing for a long time without reaching an agreement, there was a loud noise. Zhi Yuan burst through the door, grabbed the doorknob in her hand, and shouted at Uchiha Ban, Master, will you accompany me to train? It's so boring to practice alone." The dog immediately turned around and left. It planned to hide at the neighbor's dog Huang's place for a few days. It didn't mind bringing its own food. Life in the Uchiha household was really unbearable. Looking at the door that had been smashed to pieces by the little girl, Nico said to Ban in an extremely resentful tone, "This is already the 4th door this week. You fix it yourself. I might as well commit a crime and let Marshal Sengoku lock me up for a few days." Looking at the family that had fallen apart the moment Zhi Yuan arrived, Uchiha Ban finally steeled his heart and pointed at Zhi Yuan. "Genjutsu, the art of the fox's mind." Zhi Yuan's eyes gradually became dull, and she silently walked through the living room towards the backyard, walking in circles around it. Ban turned around and looked at the dog carrying a bone and some roast meat, and Nico, who had just packed her clothes. This technique will automatically end when she's tired and hungry. Then, as long as she's full, it will take effect again. Let her wander around the backyard for the last 2 days. The woman and the dog exchanged a skeptical look, then ran to the window and secretly observed Zhi Yuan walking in circles in the backyard. After a long time, having confirmed that Zhi Yuan wouldn't suddenly wake up, they both heaved a sigh of relief. Nico fell backward onto the sofa and immediately fell asleep. The dog found a sunny spot to lie down and closed its eyes to rest. In the following days, as soon as Zhi Yuan woke up, Nico and the dog would frantically encourage her to eat. The dog even took out its precious cow bone. 3 more days passed. Uchiha Ban suddenly released the genjutsu that had trapped Zhi Yuan and said to the terrified woman and dog, "The after effects of the bloodline transplant have almost ended. She won't be like before anymore. Next, it's time to prepare for the relevant matters of the Sharingan transplant." After Zhi Yuan adjusted her state, Ban directly took the whole family to the prepared hospital room, took out a din mushi, and informed everyone who had decided to come and watch, looking at Uchiha Ban constantly making phone calls. Zhi Yuan suddenly regretted agreeing to this old man to transplant the Sharingan. "Am I a monkey in the zoo? You're calling so many people." Finally, he called the doctor and said that everyone was ready and told him to bring his toolbox over. Upon receiving Ban's call, the doctor couldn't help but sigh slightly. These big shots really knew how to have a wild time. They were going to do this in broad daylight without any restraint. Didn't they know that the time for deeds like this was supposed to be in the dead of night? Certainly, despite all the grumbling, the doctor still hoped to retire from his life of crime with the proceeds from this deal. Once the 40 million berries were in his account, he planned to blackmail the other party again to see how much more money he could squeeze out. His future wealth and glory hinged on this one deal. With this thought in mind, the doctor picked up his toolbox and set off in high spirits, in front of the 1st Military Region Hospital of the Navy headquarters. The doctor once again marveled at the extraordinary abilities of Uchiha Madara to be able to source human organs from such a place. He must truly be a well-connected and powerful figure. This feeling of admiration accompanied him into the prepared sterile room, only to dissipate when he saw the people standing in the observation room beside. The doctor was a well-known killer, proficient in infiltration, assassination, torture, and organ removal. He was also extremely well informed and immediately recognized the people in the observation room. Except for the unidentified woman and the dog, these were all renowned and powerful figures. Navy Captain Iron Blood Ryan, Navy Rear Admiral Yellow Monkey Kazu Borsellino, Navy Rear Admiral Blue Fezzenikiji Kazan, Navy Vice Admiral Hirogarp, Navy Admiral Black Wrist Zephyr, Navy Marshal Strategic General Sengoku. These people basically represented the top-tier power of the Navy in this era. Just being silently stared at by them made the doctor tremble with fear. He didn't believe that this group had gathered here just to watch him, a killer, torture someone. Then there was only one possibility. There had been a misunderstanding in his deal with Uchiha Madara. But under the gazes of these people, the doctor didn't dare to say it was a misunderstanding. If he did, they would surely investigate him, and his past deeds wouldn't stand up to the scrutiny of these Navy high-ups. Thinking of this, the doctor shifted his gaze to the man in front of him, dressed in a sterile suit. The suit covered him so well that the doctor couldn't see his face at all. However, the red eyes with rapidly spinning tomo in them made the doctor associate this man with a certain well-known figure who had caused quite a stir recently. The mastermind behind the destruction of Sabaody Archipelago's Island 1 and the massacre on Island 29, Red Adamana. The super executioner who had massacred pirates worth nearly 2 billion berries on his first voyage. The doctor broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. What bad luck he had to be surrounded by such a group of monsters. Just as the doctor was thinking about a countermeasure, Uchiha Madara spoke up. Is everything ready? You only have one chance. Whether it's the old or new eyeballs, no damage is allowed. And the same goes for the nerves in the eye sockets that I'm paying you so much money. Not for you to practice. If there's the slightest problem with the surgery, you'll regret being born in this world. The doctor quickly nodded in fear. In this situation, he had no choice. If he backed out, his identity would be exposed, and he'd die. If he went ahead and failed, he'd still die. So the outcome was clear. This would be the greatest test of his surgical career, a huge test of his mental state. Looking at the large number of medical staff beside the hospital bed, the doctor took a deep breath and slowly reached out his hand towards Kyuka on the bed. Just as the doctor's hand was about to touch Kyuka, Kyuka on the bed suddenly opened her big eyes and blinked curiously at the doctor. Aren't you going to give me anesthesia? The doctor almost wet himself out of fear. Had this kid been so quiet all this time? Before the doctor could say anything, Kyuka's eyes suddenly turned red, looking at Uchiha Madara. She burst into tears. Woo. Master, I'm scared. Master, I'm afraid I won't see you when I wake up. I don't want to change my eyes anymore, and I don't want to play with Susanoo either. Can we go home, Master? Looking at the sobbing Kyuka, even the doctor felt a twinge of compassion that he thought that if this matter could end like this, it would be a pretty good outcome. He turned to look at Uchiha Madara. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a flash of red in Madara's eyes. Kyuka fainted on the spot. The doctor stared at Uchiha Madara in shock, his face seemingly filled with question marks. Madara's actions made his emotions all jumbled up. I've temporarily cut off her sense of pain. No anesthesia is needed. She'll be unconscious for 2 hours. Complete the surgery within 2 hours. Madara ignored the doctor's shock and said coldly to him. Then he placed a pair of preserved Sharingan on the operating table. Well, in fact, Madara had almost lost his self-control just now. He had even communicated with the God Tree to see if it was possible for Kyuka to grow Sharingan on her own, so that she could avoid this surgery. It was the God Tree's answer that had strengthened his resolve for the surgery, since Kyuka already had Uchiha blood, as long as her original eyeballs were removed. Combined with a large amount of life energy and an increasing concentration of Uchiha blood, she could grow a new pair of Sharingan on her own, no different from those created by the God Tree. However, thinking about having Kyuka be blind for half a year, Uchiha Madara still thought it was better to get it over with quickly, so he knocked Kyuka out. For threatening the doctor. It wasn't really necessary. Due to the Senju cells in the body of the God Tree, he could control life energy quite freely. He could even forcibly remove Kyuka's eyes without any problem. He threatened the doctor just because he wanted Kyuka to suffer less. For example, the pitiful look on Kyuka's face just now had already appeared in Madara's mind, along with the thought, it's just a pair of Sharingan. If she doesn't want them, so be it. Fortunately, he managed to control his emotions in time. In this dangerous world, only having power in his own hands would ensure his safety. The surgery was completed smoothly, without even a ripple. The nerves around the eye area were perfectly handled under the doctor's superb skills. After the new eyeballs were replaced, Uchiha Madara directly injected an excessive amount of life energy, and within a few minutes, everything had completely healed. The surging life energy even brought some benefits to the observation group behind the observation room. Madara stood there, staring blankly at Kyuka on the bed. It wasn't until the doctor reminded him that he suddenly came to his senses and walked out of the room with the doctor. He accompanied the doctor to the observation room and reported Kyuka's safety to Sengoku and the others. The doctor heaved a sigh of relief and gently massaged his numb thighs that he planned to wait until everyone had left before taking off his protective suit and then flee Marineford overnight. That I asked for the money? Come on. He was almost losing his life. Who would have the time to care about money? He could sell the den mushy in his hand on the black market later and make a fortune, which would be enough for him to live for many years. But what he didn't know was that his action of massaging his legs aroused Kizaru's suspicion. Kizaru said in a sarcastic tone to the doctor, "Deputy Director Gina, are your legs feeling uncomfortable?" The doctor broke out in a cold sweat again. He gently shook his head at Kizaru, indicating that his legs were fine, and then turned to leave. But what greeted his eyes was a long, slender finger. "Deputy Director Gina, could you please take off your mask? After all, it's quite hot in this room." Although the words were concerned, the unyielding tone in Kizaru's mouth could be felt by everyone present. At this time, the gazes of the chatting group also shifted over. Everyone here was shrewd and could sense something was wrong in Kizaru's tone, that the doctor had no choice. The long, slender finger in front of him exuded a smell of death. He had no doubt that if he dared to refuse, Kizaru would shoot through his head immediately. The doctor slowly took off his mask, revealing a middle-aged face with a bitter smile. The moment the doctor took off his mask, Zephyr's pupils constricted. He angrily exclaimed, "Uri Vincent, the department doctor with a bounty of 69 million berries." Muttering to himself, he raised his right arm high. With an extremely solid Haki attached to it, one could easily believe that he could punch Uri Vincent into pieces. Just as Zephyr was about to make a move, Kizaru stepped in and stopped him. "Sorry, Teacher Zephyr, I know you have some grudges with this man. But right now, it's more important to find out where the Deputy Director Gina of the former 1st Military Region Hospital of the Navy headquarters is." This is also the reason for the doctor to force a bitter smile, that he once assassinated a family member of one of Zifa's subordinates, which made Zifa take a grudge against him. Among those present, he fears Kizaru and the other most. Kizaru is because of an old acquaintance with the so-called Vice Dean Gina, while Zifa is because of the feud with him. The doctor cooperated quite actively. After all, being locked up in prison is far better than having his skull smashed by an enraged Zifa with one punch. The so-called rule of not killing admirals means there is a subjective reluctance to kill. But objectively, those who died don't count. As a naval admiral who has fought all his life, Zifa must have a large number of lives on his hands that I don't know. Vice Dean Gina. When Mr. Akagami found me, I was in my studio. Kizaru looked at Uchiha Madara in confusion. He clearly remembered that he had given the address of Vice Dean Gina. Why did Madara find this doctor? Madara began to recall that moment. Then his body stiffened as if he had thought of something. A red glint flashed in his eyes, and the doctor slowly fell to the ground. Madara picked up the doctor and handed him to Zifa. "He's a good doctor. Here you are, Zifa." Then he perfunctorily said to Kizaru, "The Vice Dean Gina you mentioned should be fine. I just don't trust you, so I invited another doctor." Would Madara ever admit that he went to the wrong door and brought a killer to perform surgery on Zhi Yuan? Absolutely not. He would rather die than admit it. Thanks to the existence of life energy, Zhi Yuan was as if nothing had happened. So there was no need for hospitalization. Uchiha Madara carried Zhi Yuan on his back, took Nico and the dog, and fled home as if being chased, only leaving the others looking at each other in dismay. You damned old man, a heart breaker, a scoundrel who schemes for wealth and takes lives. A bastard who despises human rights and loses the bottom line of conscience. You actually ignored my pleading. Go to hell, you old man." At the Uchiha family, Zhi Yuan, with the temporarily unclosed single Tomo Sharingan, chased Madara around the yard, taking Madara's dictatorial decision to transplant the Sharingan regardless of her feelings as the main strategic guideline. She launched a furious condemnation of Uchiha Madara. The dog lay at the door, crossing its legs and swaying. It watched the two chasing each other, with a hint of contempt peculiar to high IQ creatures looking at low IQ creatures in its eyes. Only the most ignorant creatures pursue powered a noble dog. I only pursue a stronger backer. Madara, with his serious red eye disease, is extremely powerful, but would he dare to starve me for a single meal? Zhi Yuan, with her minor red eye disease, is no better, but would she dare to forget to take me for a walk even once? Even the so-called guarding the house is just an act for me. If a thief really comes, I'll surely hide far away. Guarding the house is just a way to disguise myself. One can't get too involved in the act. Nico walked to the door to observe the situation. The dog quickly stretched out its head towards Nico. Nico understood and squatted down to stroke the dog's head. After Nico left, the dog showed a meaningful smile. Ah, you two-legged beasts. You just couldn't resist coming to pay homage in the end. Just then, the two who were really chasing suddenly stopped in their tracks and stared motionlessly at the dog. The dog's face tightened instantly. Being stared at by these two crazy people, it felt a great deal of pressure. It even recalled all the bad things it had done in its life. But the two opposites still showed no sign of letting it off. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara formed a hand seal with one hand. The dog immediately felt a chill in its rear, and oh no, it's Uchiha's body flicker technique. It quickly turned around to look behind, only to see Uchiha Madara standing there with his arms folded. The dog sighed inwardly. Don't know. I've fallen into a trap. It hurriedly tried to sit down. Alas, it was too late. Zhi Yuan had already reached behind the dog and flicked it with her finger. Zhi Yuan and Uchiha Madara started to play around again. The dog got angrier the more it thought about it. It transformed into a husky form and turned towards the house. Watching the dog walking stiffly into the house, Nico seemed to see a vague image of a 500,000 unit decoration plan floating behind the dog. The dog rolled its eyes and scanned the whole area. It made a complete action plan in its mind, bowed slightly. Just 1 second before it was about to execute the plan, a dog leash was tied around its neck. The faint, strong force from the leash made the dog feel something was amiss. Oh, whoa, wait a minute. Nico watched the dog strutting into the house with an imposing look, and then flying out again with its tongue out and eyes rolled up. Only then did Nico show a relieved smile. Sure enough, the dog raised by Mr. Madara has such a strong sense of oppression. On the way, when Uchiha Madara and Zhi Yuan took the dog out for a walk, in order to adapt to the Sharingan more quickly, Zhi Yuan began to constantly use shave to rapidly switch the scenes in front of her eyes, aiming to train her Sharingan. However, this was a nightmare for the dog. It was dragged around by Zhi Yuan, its head spinning. But no matter how much it screamed, Zhi Yuan, who had just obtained the Sharingan, completely ignored it and was fully indulged in the powerful dynamic vision of the Sharingan. Just when the dog thought it was about to go to heaven to meet its great uncle, Madara stepped in and saved the foaming dog. The saved dog looked very dejected. It was already difficult for it to accompany Zhi Yuan to play. Now that Zhi Yuan had suddenly become much stronger, it felt quite overwhelmed. Then, as if it had thought of something, it shivered all over and suddenly looked at Uchiha Madara. A look of longing showed in its blue-white pupils. Madara was a bit puzzled by the dog's look, so he just continued to quietly stare at the dog. The dog found that Uchiha Madara didn't understand its meaning. It was so anxious that it started to circle around. Then it was stunned for a moment. It raised its paw and drew 2 circles on the ground, and then put a dot between the 2 circles. Then it looked up at Uchiha Madara and barked. Woof, woof, woof. Was it the Sharingan? Madara looked at the strange pattern on the ground and gradually understood its meaning. Seeing that Madara understood what it meant, the dog raised its paw and scratched at its own eyes. Did it mean that it also wanted to have the Sharingan transplanted? Woof. Madara's blood pressure shot up instantly. You're a dog. What on earth do you want that for? Besides, what makes you think a dog can have Uchiha blood? We may be few in number, but we haven't declined to the point of taking a dog as a clan member. The dog, whose hard thought of idea was rejected, instantly turned ashen. It seemed that the era when a great demon named Zhi Yuan would rule the Uchiha family was about to begin. The dog's treatment in the Uchiha family was never good. It only got the leftovers from Zhi Yuan's fingers. The stronger Zhi Yuan became, the weaker its say would be. The dog was different from Nico. Nico had a very clear goal. She aimed to skyrocket to the top and wanted to become the Uchiha lady. Once she achieved that, at least she would have a share in this family. The dog positioned itself as a pet. It thought it was easy to gain the little girl's favor, so it put all its bets on the little girl. The little girl was a bit heartless. If it couldn't gain the little girl's attention due to the huge gap in strength, its treatment would probably get even worse. The dog walked beside Uchiha Madara while thinking about its future. If it was abandoned by the Uchiha family, would Huang the dog next door take it in? Thinking of this, the dog made up its mind to give Huang 1/10 more of its bones in the future. Just in case it fell into trouble one day, it would have an escape route. As they were walking, Madara suddenly remembered what Kizaru had told him a few days ago. The world government had found a man who claimed to be 500 years ahead of the world. And this man was in charge of security matters. He said he was interested in Madara's ability. If Madara agreed, he could arrange a meeting. Madara had no idea what a scientist 500 years ahead of the world looked like. But from Kizaru's introduction, He judged that the man should be very stubborn. As for asking him to help develop ninjutsu, don't be ridiculous. Madara had no habit of exposing his weaknesses to the enemy. In fact, Uchiha Madara had developed a large number of low-level ninjutsu during this period. However, the effects were all disappointing, and one after another, they wasted the cool names he had carefully come up with. This made Uchiha Madara disappointed and give up the development of low-level ninjutsu. Instead, he turned to the development of S-rank ninjutsu, even if the S-rank ninjutsu developed was a mess. At least it could be used, right? However, a C-rank ninjutsu, if developed without utility, is indeed rendered utterly useless. The progress in learning the advanced techniques of the Gion clan, specifically the body freezing technique, body flicker technique, and stealth technique, is remarkably promising. The innate talent of the young prodigy in ninjutsu is gradually manifesting as she continues to develop her skills, causing Uchiha Obito to become increasingly entangled in her ninjutsu training. Observing the lively antics of the young girl, Obito intends to surprise her by granting her the opportunity to spar with her most revered master the following day. However, this must remain a secret. Otherwise, she would likely become uncontrollably elated. Recalling how Gion had driven him to despair today, Obito smirked, determined to provide her with a profoundly memorable master-student duel, allowing her to truly comprehend the essence of familial affection. On the following morning, Gion frantically rummaged through her scarf, which bore the inscription "Spare my life." Obito seemed to have taken it upon himself to assess her learning outcomes once more. Yet, his tendency to engage in combat often lacked discretion. And Gion genuinely despised sparring with him. During their first encounter, she had nearly suffered a cranial injury, and in their second, she had been struck while utilizing Susanoo. What mischief did he intend this time? To ensure her safety during this period, Gion summoned both Nicole and Dog to join her, not forgetting to invite Kazan, who was visiting the Uchiha household. Kazan, with his kind heart, might intervene should Obito's rough play become excessive, thus potentially saving her in the training ground. After several deep breaths to adjust her physical state, Gion positioned herself opposite Obito as Obito raised his hand. Gion preemptively lifted both hands and exclaimed, "Master, wait, I'm not ready yet." As her words echoed, Obito momentarily faltered, and a massive fireball surged from behind him. Turning swiftly, he dispersed the fireball with a casual gesture, only to find Gion had already positioned herself behind him. Hey, I am the cunning Uchiha. Here I go, Uchiha style, sword flame leap." Obito slightly tilted his head as a blade engulfed in golden flames sliced mere inches from his throat that a glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes. She was finally beginning to embody the essence of a true ninja. He extended his hand forward, and an eerie water-based ninjutsu enveloped in fire manifested in his grasp. Combined ninjutsu, scalding burst. A torrent of superheated steam surged toward Gion, prompting her to evade with a substitution technique. Scalding burst, a C-rank ninjutsu inadvertently developed by Obito, operates by generating a substantial volume of high-temperature steam to repel foes, simultaneously inflicting damage on their respiratory systems and internal organs. Furthermore, steam possesses greater lethality than water at the same temperature, as the condensation on the skin transforms back into water, releasing additional heat and causing secondary injuries. In contrast to conventional low-level wind techniques, Scalding Burst proves more effective against resilient opponents like Gion, who might dare to endure a C-rank wind attack, but would not risk directly confronting Scalding Burst. After Gion's substitution, Obito remained stationary, summoning his scythe to await her next offensive maneuver. A projectile wrapped in an explosive tag whistled through the air. Obito effortlessly severed the stone, triggering an explosion that enveloped the area in a cloud of smoke. Is the explosive tag wrapped with a smoke bomb, seeking to obscure visibility, planning to utilize advanced ninjutsu? Obito immediately discerned Gion's intentions. His right hand entwined with wind chakra, he waved casually, dissipating the smoke with ease. As the haze cleared, Gion completed her hand seals alongside her shadow clone. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Fire style, dragon flame bomb. Combined ninjutsu, dragon flame bite, a massive fire dragon, its maw clutching an orange-red flame bomb. Hurtled toward Uchiha Obito. This technique left Obito momentarily stunned. By employing the dragon fire technique to accelerate, she compensated for the speed deficiency of the dragon flame bomb through the synergy of combined ninjutsu. The originally A-rank dragon flame bomb ascended to A-rank prowess. Just as Obito was about to retaliate, A thought crossed his mind as he glanced at Kazan beside Nicole. He suddenly yearned for a direct experience of the power behind Gion's semi-original A-rank ninjutsu. Immediately altering his hand seals to a palm, ripples appeared in his eyes. Shinra Tensei, a violent shockwave, accompanied by terrifying heat, began to wreak havoc. Kazan, observing from the sidelines, had no choice but to intervene and shield Dog and Nicole from the residual effects of the battle. Inwardly lamenting the reckless antics of Obito and the audacity of Nicole and Dog, Nicole and her companion remained dangerously close to the combatants, unperturbed despite the extensive area of attack. Obito and Gion fought with utter disregard. Engaging as they pleased, Kazan recalled how that dragon fellow behaved similarly. Was insensitivity a hallmark of the Uchiha clan, as he gazed at the ground, which had begun to crystallize due to the intense heat? A satisfied smile graced Obito's face. This level of power could be deemed among the more exceptional within the A-rank ninjutsu category. After all, purely destructive A-rank ninjutsu are relatively scarce. Well-known examples include wind style, wind blade, and water style, great waterfall technique, while others often possess unique characteristics or functional attributes. For instance, the extensive control of the underworld swamp, the formless nature of the Rasengan, or the supportive combat capability of healing destruction, alongside the healing properties of Sage Art. Merely gauging power makes it difficult to classify as high-tier ninjutsu. Even Obito's favored techniques, Great Fire Extinguishing and Great Fire Destruction, are merely B-rank, although their output may not appear so. They are indeed classified as B-rank ninjutsu. Gion's combined ninjutsu, Dragon Flame Bite, has even proven sufficient to warrant Obito's use. While Obito pondered the practical application of utilizing Dragon Flame Bite in actual combat, two massive lightning wolves, one yellow and one blue, charged toward him. Lightning style, double action hound. The path of the giant wolves sparkled with faint strands of electricity, extending back to Gion's hand. Observing the lightning wolves barreling toward Obito, a faint smile graced Gion's lips. Suddenly, Dog became agitated, barking excitedly at Kazan. Woof, 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 woof. Did you see that? That ninjutsu is based on me. Originally classified as B-rank lightning style, Terrain Giant Wolf, the first version closely resembled Dog before its transformation, leading Dog to assert its claim as the inspiration. The second version featured a blue wolf. After Gion learned it, she simultaneously trained both versions, resulting in her current double-action hound variant. Upon reaching a certain distance from Obito, the electric strands connecting the wolves snapped, and they relentlessly lunged at Uchiha Obito, who began to evade with agility. Given their electrical composition, attacking with his scythe posed risks of electrocution. Practicing evasion techniques offered a refreshing challenge for Obito. Meanwhile, Gion grasped the sword's hilt, channeling her energy in preparation for a grand strike. The double-action hound could be deemed the most compatible ninjutsu Obito had developed thus far, allowing for remote manipulation and autonomous attacks based on biological magnetic fields when in close range. Upon contact or successful attack, they would explode into a surge of electricity, incapacitating the target instantly. Had it not been for the high demands of chakra control, its growth potential could have even reached a rank. Given Gion's prodigious talent, she had thus far only managed to control 2 as Obito continued to evade. The two lightning wolves pursued relentlessly. Observing Gion's imminent power accumulation, Obito seemed to grow weary, channeling chakra into his scythe and swinging down at the double-action hound. Wind style, Wind Cutter. Two colossal wind blades immediately cleaved the lightning wolves, scattering sparks of electricity across the battlefield. Gion, having finally completed her charge, leaped forth from the electric tempest, her sword ablaze with an enchanting pale pink flame. One sword style, Winter Snow, Peach Flame Leap. Witnessing Gion's formidable advance, Uchiha Obito silently coated his scythe with a layer of armed color Haki and swung it down toward her. The ground around them began to crack under the immense force generated by their collision. The blade and scythe vibrated violently as two pairs of Sharingan, laced with amusement, quietly observed each other. After a brief moment, as Gion's strength began to wane, Obito tightened his grip on the scythe and suddenly exerted force. Striking down once more, Gion was sent hurtling backward at an incredible speed, crashing against the coastal rocks. You old coot. This is personal revenge. Uchiha Obito shouted, exasperated, as he clutched his scythe, a frown etched on his brow. You little rascal, who taught you to concoct such illusions as ninjutsu? Madara's complexion darkened slightly. Just when they locked eyes, Gion used a Jinjutsu exclusive to the Sharingan on him. Initially, he felt a bit gratified. It seemed that the Sharingan truly suited Gion well. In just a few days, she could independently use Jinjutsu. However, after entering the Jinjutsu world and seeing those groups of young figures prancing around in front of him, Madara Uchiha felt that his spirit had been polluted. Here it comes, here it comes. His blood pressure is rising. At this point, he increasingly felt that he couldn't fathom the thoughts of this little brat. Nevertheless, he had to admit that this Jinjutsu did take effect. At least when he first laid eyes on the scene, he was stunned for a moment. Madara had been in battles for many years and had witnessed numerous Jinjutsus. But a Jinjutsu like this was truly a first. This made him make a decision that if he didn't spank this little girl's bottom until it was black and blue, he wouldn't be Madara Uchiha. Perhaps sensing the smell of death, Gion stopped her ruckus. She obediently dug herself out of the rubble and walked over to Madara Uchiha's side. Madara Uchiha shot her a sideways glance but said nothing. Gion had to make the first move. She grabbed Madara's sleeve and shook it. "Master, how did I perform?" Madara's expression softened a bit, and he gave an evaluation of this sparring session. "The overall idea is good, but you clearly got carried away after the initial plan succeeded. Your ninjutsu is just passable. The charging time for the II slash, which you used as a final resort, is too long. Don't easily engage in a power struggle with an opponent significantly stronger than you." Gion was a bit dissatisfied with Madara's evaluation. She thought she had done very well and hoped that Madara would praise her more. So, she started to shake Madara's arm forcefully. However, her coquettish look apparently made Madara recall some unpleasant memories, and his blood pressure suddenly soared again. But seeing Kazan approaching, Madara chose not to say anything, but he secretly glared at Gion. "I'll deal with you when we get home." Kazan walked forward, clapping his hands. "Well done, little Gion. The power of that flame really surprised me that you're indeed a worthy disciple of M. Arda Madara." In response to Kazan's praise, Gion gave a silly smile, and at the same time winked provocatively at Madara. Madara ignored Gion's annoying look and nodded slightly at Kazan. Kazan first waved his hand, then, as if remembering something, asked Madara, "Mr. Madara, do you know anything about Instructor Zifa's elite training camp?" It was the first time Madara had heard this name. His expression was a bit confused, and he shook his head. "It's a training camp for selecting talents for the Naval Cadet Reserve. It consists of talented young naval officers recommended by various branches. Nearly 60% of naval officers graduated from the elite training camp. Even I, Sakazuki, and Kizaru are from the elite training camp. Although what Instructor Zifa can teach, you can definitely teach as well. But for someone with your strength to remain in obscurity just to accommodate Gion would be a great pity. Gion is still young, but in terms of strength, she already has the foundation to join the elite training camp. I think you can consider it." Madara didn't say a word, but obviously he didn't quite agree with Kazan's words that he really enjoyed being Gion's teacher. He thought the elite training camp was not necessary. Even if it was just him, he could teach this little brat well. Kazan also noticed Madara's reluctance and didn't say much more. That he waved at Madara, left a sentence, and then left. There are still 3 months until the elite training camp. Think it over carefully. What Madara didn't notice was that the little brat behind him was already beaming with excitement. The elite training camp. It was the organization with the most geniuses in the entire Navy. It was so cool. At the same time, she secretly made up her mind that even if she had to throw a tantrum on the ground, she would make the old Madara agree to let her take the entrance exam. After Kazan left, Gion was just about to speak, but Madara interrupted her. Madara said coldly to Gion, "Think about the matter of the Sharingan Jinjutsu on the way. Give me an explanation when we get home. Otherwise, you're in big trouble." After saying that, he started walking home on his own. Nico let out a soft laugh, and then followed Madara. Only Gion with a bitter face and the dog with a helpless look were left. Seeing that Gion didn't say a word for a long time, the dog gently pawed at Gion's trouser leg. Unexpectedly, Gion suddenly flew into a rage. She grabbed the dog's neck, shook it, and shouted, "It's all your fault. What a lousy idea. Aya, you actually made me create a Jinjutsu based on myself. Now it's good. Not only did it not work, but I'll probably get my bottom beaten to a pulp when we get home." The dog, being held in Gion's hand, had an I knew it look on its face and began to recall the conversation from yesterday. "Doggy, doggy, how can I beat Master just once? Woof, you said if I create a Jinjutsu based on myself. Will Master be obsessed with Admiral Gion's beauty and then be defeated by me? Woof. Right, right. You think so too, don't you? Woof. Hee. Then it's settled. If it doesn't work, I'll sacrifice you to the gods. Woof. Thinking of this, the dog couldn't help but shed a tear of humiliation. It was still too young. This shameless two-legged beast clearly had her own idea but liked to shirk responsibility and blame it on others. This dog life was not worth living. Suddenly, the dog felt the hand around its neck loosen. Gion suddenly picked it up, pressed it against her blushing face, and said through gritted teeth, "That old man. After seeing me like that, he didn't even blush." Hearing this, the dog rolled its eyes again. It actually thought there was nothing wrong with it. Look at Nico. Her figure, her temperament, her tone, her scheming, her skills, and her face. Not to mention, at least she could ensure that the children wouldn't go hungry in the future. In contrast, what did you, Gion, have? Of course, it didn't dare to say this out loud. Otherwise, it would probably be silenced by this angry little girl. It couldn't even show the slightest hint of this thought. Breaking free from Gion's embrace, the dog barked ferociously in the direction where Madara left, pretending to vent Gion's anger for her. In fact, it was just an excuse to get away from Gion's dangerous arms. The dog always felt that the emotionally unstable Gion might give it a death triangle choke at any time. Seeing the dog full of drama, Gion gradually lost the desire to pour out her troubles. With a bitter face, she dragged the dog's leg and went home. She still hadn't thought about how to explain it to Madara Uchiha. She felt that no matter how she explained it, she couldn't avoid this beating. With that old man's temper, if Nico asked the reason, he would probably tell her. In that case, probably even Nico wouldn't help her. Thinking about what might happen to her when she got home, Gion felt that her little heart might not be able to take it. I think one shouldn't consider the means when dealing with the enemy. Winning is the most important thing, just like my Jinjutsu. Although it may be a bit excessive, you can't say it didn't work, right? Gion was hanging on a tree, explaining her Jinjutsu with a straight face. Below were Madara Uchiha with a blank expression, the helpless dog, and Nico with a worried look on her face. Miss Gion, a girl's body is a very precious treasure. You can't regard it as a tool. It's a sight that only your future husband should see. So, Aunt Nico, why do you always want Master to see your body? Nico, who had been earnestly persuading, was stunned by Gion's sudden words. She slowly put away the gentle smile on her lips and looked at Madara Uchiha with a forced smile. Mr. Madara, I think one day is not enough. Maybe it'll take 3 days for Miss Gion to truly repent. Gion on the tree immediately got angry. She started to struggle violently and roared at Nico. What? What are you talking about? You perverted old woman with men on your mind. A vein popped out on Nico's forehead. She tried her best to maintain the smile on her face and turned away. Looking at Nico leaving, Gion suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. It seemed that she had offended the wrong person. Please wait a moment, Aunt Nico. I'm sorry that I said the wrong thing. Even when it's her turn to be hanged up as a sacrifice to the sky. The meals should still be in Nicole's charge, right? I wonder if she'd poison me. This thought. Zhi Yuan turned her pleading eyes towards Uchiha Madara, who seemed to be deep in thought. Master, I also think 3 days would be better. It'll teach you a lesson, Madara said as he turned away. Zhi Yuan gnashed her teeth in anger. Adulterers. These two adulterers. Then, with a glimmer of hope, she looked at the dog beside her and pleaded pitifully. You're the best, doggy. Can you let me down? The dog glanced at the huge tree created by Uchiha Madara's wood release, then looked down at its scrawny body and showed a helpless expression. Then it dug out a bone it had hidden for a long time and sat there munching on it. In the dog's eyes, this was a way of showing its loyalty to Zhi Yuan. But in Zhi Yuan's view, the dog was clearly gloating and showing off. She made up her mind that the dog's doom would come when she got down. On the first day, it seemed Nicole was still angry. Zhi Yuan's only food was the limited edition grilled fish sealed with Madara's evil sealing seal. Who could eat that? She starved the whole day and didn't even have the strength to shout on the tree. Seeing this, Nicole finally couldn't bear it. She got up in the middle of the night and secretly cooked a meal for Zhi Yuan. Amid Zhi Yuan's words of gratitude, she fed the girl mouthful by mouthful. After this incident, Zhi Yuan deeply realized that one shouldn't provoke the logistics staff. If you provoke the dog, just let it be. If you provoke Madara, you'll just get a beating. But if you provoke Nicole, you'll really go hungry. The little girl was at a stage of rapid growth. She was almost as tall as Madara's chest. Missing one meal made her feel half-starved, let alone starving for a whole day. Early on the second day, Madara started to feel sorry for Zhi Yuan and planned to secretly let her down. But when he saw Zhi Yuan hanging on the tree, slandering him and extolling Nicole, he suddenly changed his mind. Some people deserve to be hung on the tree. Her foolishness led to her being hung until evening. Master, you're the best. Please let me participate in the selection for the elite training camp. Zhi Yuan pleaded. Madara looked at her with a headache. Zhi Yuan was wriggling in front of him like a huge green maggot. I've said it before, don't choose the green dinosaur pajamas. They're so ugly. Zhi Yuan started school these days. In class, she boasted to her little friends and accidentally said that getting into the elite training camp was a sure thing. Soon, the news spread throughout the school under the admiration of her little followers. Zhi Yuan was extremely desperate. It was just a casual boast, but it became common knowledge. Finally, she had no choice but to pester Uchiha Madara at home, asking him to let her enter the elite training camp and help her with special training. Regarding this matter, Madara had his own considerations that he specifically went to Zifa to learn about the training process of the so-called elite training camp. Apart from regular training, there were a large number of actual combat assessments. Trainees might be sent to the front line to fight at any time. Zhi Yuan was only 13 years old after the Spring Festival this year. Madara was a bit reluctant to let her go to the battlefield so early. Although he always boasted to Zhi Yuan about fighting on the battlefield at a young age, he was well aware of the danger. As the young clan leader, he was surrounded by the protection of the clan's masters. Yet he still often hovered on the brink of death. The battlefield was too early for Xin. Madara hoped she could continue to train and grow for a few more years if possible. He hoped she could master Susanoo before going out. Madara just learned a few days ago that the divine tree had the ability to evolve the Sharingan, although it required a large number of souls. He believed he could achieve it by taking on more commissions. This made him even more determined not to let Zhi Yuan participate in the training camp. Gradual and steady cultivation, combined with the Manjikyu Sharingan, was Madara's standard for going out into the world. In Zhi Yuan's current state, she'd have a tough fight with even a pirate worth a few tens of millions if she went out to sea. This really worried Madara. Although he had secretly cast his Anaji for Zhi Yuan, it was a last resort measure, not to encourage her to fight on the battlefield. This thought, Madara's eyes became even more resolute. He would never allow Zhi Yuan to participate in the elite training camp so early. Staying with him and training hard was the right path. Seeing the determination in Madara's eyes, Zhi Yuan felt even more desperate. This old man who was so protective of his disciples, she didn't even need to guess what was going on in his mind. Thinking of the wild boast she had made, Zhi Yuan was even more despairing. Would she really have to go back to school as a failure and live under everyone's contemptuous looks? No. General Zhi Yuan's life would never allow such a stain. She needed a perfect plan to change the old man Madara's mind. Suddenly, Zhi Yuan's big eyes rolled, as if she had thought of something. She stopped pestering Madara and went to find Nicole instead. She remembered that Nicole had said she was once a mother of 2 children. She must know how to make stubborn parents change their minds. Seeing Nicole bustling around in the living room in an apron and her graceful figure, Zhi Yuan's eyes showed a trace of envy. Wow, Aunt Nicole is so beautiful that I really don't know how that old man Madara can resist. Having such a beauty around every day and remaining unmoved was simply a waste. Zhi Yuan skipped forward, hugged Nicole's waist, and coquettishly said, Aunt Nicole. Nicole was startled by the sudden hug. She thought Madara, that blockhead, had finally come to his senses, but when she turned around and saw it was Zhi Yuan, she sighed silently, wondering when she could complete her plan of repaying her debt. She reached out and stroked the little girl's head, smiling gently. What's wrong? Did you make Mr. Madara angry again? It's okay, that I'll protect you. Zhi Yuan shook her head vigorously, her long ponytail flying everywhere. No, I'm here to ask you a question, Aunt Nicole. Looking at the mischievous little girl beside her, Nicole was a bit confused, but she still patiently asked, What is it? Aunt Nicole, you said you had 2 children, right? Mentioning her 2 deceased children, Nicole's heart sank, but she quickly adjusted her mood and gently stroked Zhi Yuan's hair. Yes, they were very well-behaved children. Hearing this, Zhi Yuan stuck out her tongue and made a face at Nicole. I'm also very well-behaved. Without waiting for Nicole's response, she immediately asked, So, is there anything a child could do that you couldn't accept? Nicole looked puzzled. Can't accept? Do you mean causing trouble? Zhi Yuan nodded without quite understanding. Sort of. Anyway, something that would make you change your decision. Hearing this, Nicole frowned and folded her arms in a thoughtful pose. The fullness of her chest was squeezed, making Zhi Yuan swallow her saliva. There it is. Aunt Nicole's weapon. A mighty weapon. I remember when my eldest son was in primary school, he had a pretend relationship. It really worried me for a long time that I even felt like he might leave me. That's it. Zhi Yuan's eyes lit up immediately. That's right. falling in love, puppy love. As long as she had a puppy love with a boy that the old man Madara didn't approve of or even disliked, he'd let her leave school and join the elite training camp to prevent her from having a puppy love. Seeing Zhi Yuan suddenly perk up, Nicole felt rather puzzled, but the maternal instinct made her gently stroke Zhi Yuan's hair without asking questions. Children were very sensitive, and Nicole thought it was better not to pry too much. Zhi Yuan suddenly broke free from Nicole's embrace and ran out while thanking her. "Thank you. And Nicole, I'll definitely repay you when I become a naval admiral." Hearing the little girl's unreliable words, Nicole let out a soft chuckle, but her look at Zhi Yuan's back was rather complicated. No need for repayment. Just stay safe. Zhi Yuan dashed out of the Uchiha family and ran to a snack shop near the school. She had already picked the perfect candidate in her mind. Yes, it's you, Kaji. In every aspect, Kei is extremely repulsive. Coupled with his lecherous and sneaky demeanor, these qualities have deeply intrigued Cheyenne, making him the MVP among the numerous boys in Cheyenne's heart. Moreover, Kei always loves to approach her and utter strange remarks. General Cheyenne believes that with just a simple ruse, she can make old man Madara yield obediently. Sleazy, lascivious, timid, and petty in Cheyenne's eyes, Kei is like a man who consistently irritates the temper of Madara Uchiha. Her wooden-headed master would definitely detest this odd fellow. Cheyenne pretended to glance into the convenience store. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her. Hey, Cheyenne, what brings you here?" A short, weaselly-faced little boy with a runny nose shuffled out. Although he was only in his teens, he had a face that resembled that of a middle-aged man in his 40s. This further convinced Cheyenne of the necessity of having Kei participate in her ACTI in her entire life. When it comes to looks, perhaps only Rear Admiral Borsellino can rival this Kei. "Hey, Kei, do you want to come to my place this weekend? I'll treat you to a meal, as a thank you for running errands for me last time." It's true that she'll treat him to a meal, but as for the so-called thank you for running errands, it's a joke. Cheyenne lords it over at school, and there are countless students who run errands for her every day. Who knows which time it was? However, Kei clearly doesn't think, so he believes that his romantic luck has arrived. Cheyenne invited me to her home. Could this be the most crucial step in the relationship between childhood sweethearts, meeting the parents? At this thought, Kei was so overjoyed that he almost blew a snot bubble. What good luck? Without a second thought, he readily agreed, pounding his chest vigorously. "Don't worry, Cheyenne. I won't let your kindness go to waste. I'll go home right away to prepare a gift for the visit." After saying that, Kei dashed home in a flash. This was probably the first time in his life that he voluntarily left Cheyenne's side. Usually, he would only leave after Cheyenne got annoyed with him and drove him away. Watching Kei's departing figure, Cheyenne showed a sly smile. As a member of the anti-Madara operation and the main person to draw hatred, Cheyenne felt that she needed to treat Kei a little better in the future. After all, it's still uncertain whether he'll have a future. After all this, Cheyenne skipped home with her hands behind her back. She sneaked into the house, pretending to be nervous. Once inside, she immediately rushed towards her bedroom. "What are you doing? Acting like a thief?" Madara's voice of inquiry came from beside her. Cheyenne was overjoyed. Sure enough, the old man had fallen for it. She quickly controlled the capillaries on her cheeks to expand. Making her face flush, she coyly faced Madara without saying a word, waiting for Madara to ask first. Madara was quite curious seeing Cheyenne acting so strangely. Cheyenne was an extremely outgoing girl, and he rarely saw her being shy. What was going on today? Unable to figure it out, Madara asked, "What happened? Just speak up." Cheyenne still didn't say a word. Instead, she covered her face with both hands, let out a little cry, and then quickly ran back to her room. This left Madara even more confused. What was wrong with this little girl today? The more Cheyenne refused to tell him, the more curious he became. He was too embarrassed to ask, so he just sat on the sofa, constantly drumming his fingers on the armrest. This time, Nico, who had just finished the housework, walked over and plopped down beside Madara. Madara was so startled that he quickly moved aside, which earned him a disdainful look from Nico. What an insensitive blockhead. She had been working so hard for so long, and he didn't even offer to massage her shoulders. Madara quickly recovered from the awkwardness and continued to ponder Cheyenne's abnormal behavior. Seeing Madara looking constipated, Nico was also a bit curious and asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Madara? Did you encounter any problems?" Madara glanced at Nico. After some thought, he told Nico about his confusion, which was Cheyenne's recent strange behavior. The intelligent Nico immediately understood why connecting Cheyenne's performance with the topic they had just discussed. She roughly grasped Cheyenne's intention. Gion wanted Madara to allow her to go to the elite training camp. But Madara refused she got a plan from Nico. She intended to pretend to be in a puppy-love relationship to make Madara give up the idea of keeping her in school. Thinking of this, Nico couldn't help covering her mouth and chuckling. This mischievous little girl would do anything to go to the training camp. Madara looked at Nico, who suddenly burst into laughter and was also quite puzzled. He thought to himself that this woman must know something. He coldly asked, "What?" Nico waved her hands repeatedly. She didn't want to tell Madara about Gion's plan. She was determined to watch this drama unfold. Just imagining Madara's reaction when he saw Gion's fake boyfriend made Nico extremely excited. Nico's obvious attitude of hiding something from him made Madara even more annoyed. He snorted coldly and ignored the chuckling Nico. On the weekend, early in the morning, Kei stood nervously at the gate of the Uchiha residence, holding an old wine jar. Yesterday, he asked Colonel Ryan, a friend of his father, about Madara Uchiha, Gion's master. According to Colonel Ryan's description, Madara was an extremely difficult person to get along with. This moment, Kei suddenly regretted his hasty agreement to Gion. When he saw Gion come out to greet him, Kei took a deep breath and stepped forward. Gion didn't show any strange expressions. She just waved at Kei, signaling him to come in. When Kei first entered the Uchiha house, he didn't feel anything special. The living room only gave him one impression: ordinary. Yes, just ordinary. It was as ordinary as the most common decoration in a naval family's house. 5,000 out of 10,000 naval families would choose such a decoration. It was completely unlike the house where a young lady like Gion would live, let alone the home of the man described by Colonel Ryan as an extremely imposing and unparalleled figure. This time, a beautiful woman suddenly walked over and gave Kei a gentle smile. "Hello, friend of Miss Gion." Kei was momentarily distracted when he saw Nico appear. He didn't know how to describe Nico's smile, but it was like the last gentle breeze of spring, warm and pleasant. This moment, Kei suddenly had an idea. If spring had a form, it would surely be the appearance of this beautiful woman in front of him. Thinking of this, Kei's face suddenly turned red. He thought to himself, how terrifying. He had actually been charmed for a moment. Sure enough, he still couldn't get rid of the habit of being attracted to other men's wives. Looking further inside, a long-haired man of medium height was sitting casually on the sofa, reading a newspaper. Gion skipped over to the man, plopped down beside him, and hugged his arm. With a blushing face, she started to act coquettishly. Master, my classmate has come to visit. Say hello to him." Madara Uchiha, who had been holding back for a long time, silently put down the newspaper in his hand, looked up at Kei, who was a bit restrained but whose face looked almost 40. Madara suddenly froze. He turned to Gion and asked, "Is this the son of that brat Borsellino?" Gion's expression froze. Suddenly, she angrily shouted at Madara, "How rude, you old geezer. This is my super-duper good friend." Madara was stunned when he heard this. He first looked at Kei, then at the blushing Gion. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying possibility occurred to him. No, it couldn't be. How could this little girl like this boy, Madara's self? Consoling words carried less and less weight in the face of Gion's blushing cheeks. Gradually, the line of reason in Madara's heart began to snap. His Sharingan emerged involuntarily, and the tomo in his pupil spun faster and faster. He desperately needed an Izanagi at this moment. He needed to rewrite this damned reality. He would never accept such a reality. His little girl, such a cute young lady. How could she take a fancy to this boy who resembled Borsellino? At this moment, Kei's gaze towards Gion was filled with considerable emotion. He had never imagined that Gion would defend him so steadfastly. In fact, he had never even seen this side of Gion before. Usually at school, Gion was like the second Uchiha Madara. He was domineering, used force to coerce others, and would often beat up his underlings at the slightest provocation. He was even more of a tyrant than a mountain bandit. This bashful and coy demeanor, in Kei's perception, simply should not exist in Gion. Looking at Gion, whose face had turned red from arguing with his family on his behalf, Kei became even more convinced of Gion's feelings for him. He murmured softly, "Gion." Kei felt that he should do something and not let Gion fight alone. Summoning up his courage, he bowed to Madara and shouted, "Uncle, please bless the relationship between Gion and me." This cry of uncle was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, shattering the last line of defense in Madara's heart. His whole body began to turn ashen. Madara suddenly felt that it would have been better to be the great villain who was once an enemy of the world. At least, he wouldn't have to endure such torment. Meanwhile, Nicole was hiding in the corner, her shoulders trembling. Her big, beautiful eyes gradually narrowed into slits. Initially, The dog had also shown some indignation towards Cake. However, when it noticed Nicole's faint smile, it suddenly sensed something was amiss. It was not as simple-minded as Uchiha Madara. Having roamed the world alone for so long, it was quite shrewd and immediately detected something wrong. When it came to doting on Gion, perhaps because she had had children, Nicole doted on Gion even more excessively than Madara. If Gion really had something going on with this wretched boy, Nicole's expression definitely wouldn't look so calm. Moreover, Gion was usually very carefree. It was hard to imagine that she could keep a puppy love so well hidden. If she really had feelings for someone, she would probably have announced it to the entire Uchiha family on the first day. How could it be kept a secret until now? Considering Nicole's reaction and Gion's recent goals, the dog's mind raced. And it soon figured out the whole story. Although it wasn't as clear as Nicole, it could still conclude one thing. That was, pretending to have a puppy love with this boy named Cake was an important part of Gion's plan to deceive Uchiha Madara. Thinking of this, the dog suddenly felt a sense of relief, and a teasing look appeared in its eyes as it stared at Uchiha Madara. "You old guy, you've finally gotten your comeuppance." Somehow, it found a bone. Lay down at Nicole's feet, exchanged a glance with the grinning Nicole, and happily watched the show while munching on the bone. As the situation continued to deteriorate, Cake couldn't hold back any longer. Under Madara's skeptical gaze, he slammed an old wine jar on the table. "Uncle Madara, this is from my father," perhaps due to nervousness. Cake's words were stuttering and not very coherent. Before he could continue to explain, Madara first looked a bit cold. Then his expression suddenly froze, turning horrified. His voice also became surprised, but he still remained calm as he pointed at the wine jar and said, "Even if you bring your father, isn't it a bit too early for a meeting of parents now? Moreover, your father's condition probably isn't suitable for meeting others. It's too damp in my house. You'd better bury him back first." Nicole couldn't help bursting out laughing. She hugged the dog's head tightly and shook with laughter. The dog was nearly suffocated by her embrace and rolled its eyes, but this couldn't stop its comical, collapsing smile. Even Gion, who was fully immersed in acting, couldn't help it. What on earth was going on? At first, Cake didn't understand what Madara meant, but as time passed, his face turned red, and he shouted at Madara to defend himself. "This is wine. It's wine." Madara became even angrier. However, out of a chef's instinct, he still shouted at Cake, "Nonsense. Can this thing be used to make wine?" As soon as he said this, Nicole and the dog completely lost control and laughed uncontrollably, holding their stomachs. The dog even twitched with laughter. It couldn't help but marvel at Madara's strange way of thinking. Even if he was angry, he couldn't be so absurd. What on earth did he mean by "can this thing be used to make wine"? Cake's face became even redder. He no longer cared about being embarrassed. All he wanted now was to rescue his father from the wine jar. "This is the wine my father prepared for you. He's a friend of Colonel Lane. He's heard of your deeds, so he specially prepared this wine for you." Madara looked a bit embarrassed. He also realized that even if the Navy people were crazy, they wouldn't put someone's father in a jar and bring him out. Looking at the grief-stricken Cake in front of him, Madara suddenly found that the harsh words he had prepared seemed hard to say. He really felt a bit sorry for this child. Seeing that the atmosphere had slightly eased, Gion suddenly put her arm around Cake's shoulder and stared defiantly at Uchiha Madara. "Master, I'll listen to you and won't cause you any trouble. From now on, I'll live on campus again, study hard at school, and wait until I grow up to participate in the training camp selection." However, Madara didn't listen to a single word. The gentle look in his eyes when he looked at Cake suddenly turned sharp again. This damned boy suddenly became loathsome again. Ignoring Gion's words, Madara stared intently at the hand Gion had on Cake's shoulder. He swore that if this wretched boy dared to make the slightest move, he would immediately stuff him into the wine jar. Finally, the group had a rather unpleasant meal. Uchiha Madara stared expressionlessly at the trembling Cake throughout the meal. After Madara drove Cake away like a piece of trash, he immediately pulled Gion aside and solemnly told her that he had decided to allow Gion to participate in the elite training camp. Well, of course he had to agree. Look at how intimate the little girl was with that stinky boy. If he let her go to school for a few more years, who knew if she would bring back a disciple, grandson for him? Just thinking about it made Uchiha Madara feel pain all over his body. After hurriedly explaining this matter, Uchiha Madara immediately ran out of the house. He couldn't take it anymore. He wondered if Garp was at home and decided to go and beat him up to vent his anger. On his way to Garp's house, Madara suddenly felt someone secretly watching him. Just as he was about to raise his finger, he sensed a familiar aura and slowly lowered his finger. Is at you. Dragon. Under the dim light, a figure in a dark, Green Cloak slowly removed the hood and bowed slightly to Madara. Master. Uchiha Madara keenly smelled the scent of blood on Dragon, indicating that he was injured. Don't want to go home. Dragon was silent for a moment and then said calmly, I can't go back. This world is sick, and my place isn't there. Madara curled his lips and said, facing away from Dragon. You're very much like me in the past. Did you succeed? I failed. I was wrong from the start and became a pawn in someone else's hands. Dragon was stunned. He couldn't imagine that someone as powerful as Uchiha Madara could fail. But it was only for a moment, and he immediately regained his composure and said firmly to Madara, I won't lose. I may die on the way, but I'll never fail. The world is waiting for my answer. Madara suddenly turned to look at Dragon and then continued walking with his back to him, saying, You're the kind of person who should always have someone standing behind you. Remember, cherish your comrades. Otherwise, even if you defeat the world, you won't be able to turn it into the way you want it. He casually took out a chakra seed and a scroll, threw them to Dragon, and left without looking back. However, his cold voice lingered in the air. New Year's gift. You're so naughty, even snatching a scroll from a kid. I have to rewrite it when I get back. Dragon looked in the direction where Madara had left, swallowed the chakra seed in one gulp, tightened his grip on the scroll, and then bowed deeply in the direction where Madara had gone. Sorry, Master, I'm leaving the sect on the first day of joining. Madara hadn't gone far. After entering Garp's yard, he leaned against the door and said to the shadow, Don't you want to go and see him? Who knows how many years it'll be before he comes back. Garp silently stepped out of the shadow. His temples were slightly gray. He scratched his head and laughed heartily at Madara. Ha ha ha. Absolutely not. Nothing can stop a man from heading out to sea. Although Garp verbally expressed his unwillingness, the fleeting reluctance in his eyes was still caught by Madara as a father, who could truly bear to part with his own child. It was merely that the child had grown up and was beyond his control. So he uttered words against his true feelings. His will would not be tolerated by the current world, and you bear the responsibility here. Your upbringing has been a complete failure. Garp. No, rather than a failure in upbringing. It is a failure in your choices. As a father, you did not choose to support him. Hearing Madara's words, Garp's expression fluctuated. He truly could not choose to stand behind Dragon. Throughout his life, he had sacrificed so much for the Navy and justice. It was truly beyond his capacity to go against what he had dedicated his life to. However, every coin has two sides. As a hero of the Navy, the world's largest violent organization, his status had provided him with numerous conveniences. At least, he could ensure that Dragon had no concerns. Although Garp felt somewhat towards Dragon, at this thought, he suddenly turned to look at Uchiha Madara. Ha ha ha. Isn't there still you? Madara found Garp's old-fashioned face annoying and coldly said, I didn't take him as my disciple. Garp didn't care and nudged Uchiha Madara with his elbow, joking, I saw it, you know. You taught that so-called seed and your scrolls to that kid. Didn't you? Shut up, Madara. Want to have a drink? I don't drink. Come on. In the end, Madara couldn't resist Garp. Although Madara didn't like drinking, having a sip occasionally wasn't a big deal. He had endured all kinds of hardships. So just a drink was nothing. Garp was in a bad mood and guzzled the wine, using the opportunity to pour out his troubles to Madara. Dragon has had his own ideas since childhood and often goes against those around him. His rebellious period was even more severe than other kids. I don't know how many times I've beaten him because of this. Madara originally didn't want to say anything, but he couldn't hold back after hearing Garp's words. Having been involved in battles since childhood, he had a different perspective on this. The so-called rebellious period you mentioned, isn't it just that you can't swallow the fact that he doesn't follow your orders? I've been exposed to war since I can remember, and I've never had a so-called rebellious period. I've always made my own decisions about everything, regardless of right or wrong. Originally, I didn't understand the concept of raising the next generation until I met that little girl. Sure one. She is very assertive and always doesn't listen to me. At first, I also like to control her, and I made all things go according to my perception. I thought that was right at that time. Until she started to distance herself from me. I thought it was the so-called rebellious period, adolescence. But after careful thought, there is no such thing as adolescent rebellion. It's just that as one grows up and develops independent thoughts. When parents force you to do things you don't want to do and you don't obey, parents call this situation adolescence. In your relationship with Dragon, you take up 9 parts and he takes 1. But you've forgotten that he is not a tool. He is a human being who also wants more say. You think you can't order him around, so you consider him rebellious, but in fact, he just wants his own rights, the rights to interact with others. Listening to Uchiha Madara's sudden long-winded speech, Carp fell into silence. He wanted to refute, to say that he did everything for Dragon's good. But after careful consideration, he realized that Madara was right. He had never regarded Dragon as an adult. He had never even given him the rights he desired. In his perception, their relationship was unequal. So he got angry when Dragon disobeyed him after growing up, but it seemed that he was just venting his lost sense of control. Carp sat on the sofa, deep in thought, constantly digesting Madara's words. Suddenly, he thought of his relationship with his father. It seemed that they had also started to grow apart around the same age as Dragon. With a bitter smile on his lips, Carp said, "No wonder that guy prefers to stay with you. Although you haven't been a parent for long, you are more of a father than I am. At least, I've never thought about these things." Madara, seeing that Carp seemed to understand his words, said to him, "Dragon likes to be with me not because he regards me as a father or because I'm more like a father. He just sees a shadow of resistance in me, resistance against his father, who seems invincible in his eyes." On the bustling street, the Uchiha family walked in kimonos. Even the dog had a long scarf with the Uchiha clan emblem printed on it. The little girl dragged the dog's hind legs and kept shuttling through the various stalls. Nicole held all kinds of snacks in her hand and tried to feed them to Madara. Madara was a bit unaccustomed to this atmosphere and warily watched the surrounding crowd. "Hey, Mr. Madara, it's rare for the family to come out and have fun. Don't be so serious. Come on, open your mouth." Madara silently dodged Nicole's attempt to feed him and turned to look in Zhi Yuan's direction. It seemed that she was trying to exchange one of the dog's legs for a serving of takoyaki. It was obvious that the shopkeeper was in a dilemma, and at the same time, the dog, which was the trading item, was constantly trying to steal the takoyaki. Suddenly, Nicole grabbed Uchiha Madara, who was looking around, and nodded slightly at him, signaling him to look at the goldfish catching stall in front of them. "Mr. Madara, want to give it a try? My husband and I got to know each other because of this." Nicole had been mentioning her former family more and more recently. Madara knew that she was actually starting to be afraid. She was gradually forgetting her former family and integrating into the new family. This situation must have made her quite panicked. Madara suddenly squatted in front of the goldfish catching stall, which startled the shopkeeper. In fact, the shopkeeper had noticed them long ago. After all, a man like Madara with a powerful aura was too eye-catching. The shopkeeper had just been praying that big-time people like this usually had strange tempers, and he didn't particularly like doing business with such people. "How much is this?" But Madara spoke up, and the shopkeeper rubbed his hands and smiled at Madara. 30 berries per try, 100 berries for 3 tries. "How many times would you like to play, sir?" "Madara, are you serious?" In the end, Madara didn't pursue it further. Nicole paid for 3 tries. Madara picked up a net and started to try. Since the net was made of very thin paper, Madara's first attempt failed without a doubt. He frowned slightly and turned to look at Nicole, indicating for her to have a go. Nicole refused with a smile. "Of course, Mr. Madara should go first. I'm still looking forward to you giving me a goldfish as a gift." Seeing this, Madara nodded and said to the shopkeeper, "How much is each of your goldfish?" The shopkeeper was taken aback and replied with an apologetic smile, "These are all freshwater goldfish, quite rare. Each one costs 500 berries." Hearing this, Madara nodded. Apart from the first failure, he still had 2 more chances. The shopkeeper was feeling smug at first, but as an experienced person, when he saw the net gradually turn black, he knew he was in trouble. "Armament Haki? Sir, you..." Before the shopkeeper could finish his sentence, Madara's hand moved so fast that it left a blur. In just a few breaths, all the goldfish in the basin were scooped up by Madara into the plastic bag he brought with him. Before the shopkeeper could react, Madara grabbed the plastic bag and put it in front of the shopkeeper. 500 berries per fish. "There are 27 here, so it's 13,500 berries in total. I'll round down the 500. So just give me 13,000. The shopkeeper definitely wouldn't agree. The price of 500 berries per fish was just a bluff. You come and scoop up 27 fish in one go and ask for 13,000 berries. I haven't even made a single sale tonight, and you're asking me to give away a whole day's earnings. Sir, you..." Seeing that the shopkeeper wanted to renege on the deal, Madara took out another net, clearly indicating that if the shopkeeper refused, he would scoop up all the fish in one go. "You're charging me 30 berries per try and 100 berries for 3 tries. Are you selling too many bamboo rats?" The shopkeeper sighed and reluctantly took out the money, saying, "Fine, I'll take the loss. But sir, you can't use armament Haki from now on." Saying so, the shopkeeper poured the goldfish back into the basin. But he didn't stop Uchiha Madara from continuing to play. The shopkeeper was quite confident in the quality of his paper nets. Even with his decades of experience in goldfish catching, he couldn't guarantee that he could catch a fish with such a net. Seeing that the shopkeeper still dared to nod, a mischievous thought crossed Madara's mind. He held the net over the basin and coldly said to the shopkeeper, "Have you heard of Chakra?" The boss was taken aback. How could he know what Chakra was? However, after Madara said it so straightforwardly, the boss once again felt that sense of being deceived as before. No, surely not. The boss was thinking when he saw a pale blue chakra in Madara's hand beginning to cover the surface of the net. It was still that familiar illusion. The boss's heart sank. The goldfish he had just bought from Madara were all being put back again. It was still the familiar 27 goldfish for 13,500. Looking at the boss's expression as if he had eaten something disgusting, Madara showed no reaction. He poured the goldfish back into the basin and left under the boss's surprised gaze. Bullying ordinary people was simply because that boss was dishonest. Once was enough. Madara casually stuffed the more than 10,000 berries he had earned into Nico's hand and said to her, "Go and buy something you like, that I don't like goldfish." Nico looked at the more than 10,000 berries in her hand and couldn't help but smile wryly. This guy spent 100 and earned back 10,000. Truly worthy of being Mr. Madara. Madara and Nico walked along like this. As if suddenly remembering something. Madara moved closer to Nico, which made Nico both surprised and delighted. Could it be? Was this wooden-headed guy finally? Then, Uchiha Madara approached mysteriously and asked, "Have you all prepared New Year gifts?" Nico was a bit disappointed but still nodded. Of course. As family members, it's a must to prepare gifts. Inevitably, it might have been Nico's illusion, but Madara's expression suddenly seemed to turn grim, although he still looked as expressionless as usual. Seeing Madara like this, Nico suddenly said in a teasing tone, "Could it be? Mr. Madara didn't prepare gifts for us. How mean that I was really looking forward to it." Hearing this, Madara stiffly shook his head and said, "Of course, I've prepared them." Then he ran off on his own in the other direction. He felt it was Sengoku's aura. He needed a mastermind. Nico immediately saw through Madara's embarrassment, looking at Madara's fleeing back. Nico let out a mischievous laugh and turned around to find Zhi Yuan and the others. This moment, Sengoku and Garp were having a donut eating contest under the watchful eyes of a large number of Navy high-ranking officers. Madara immediately noticed the serious-looking man wearing a cap. Sakazuki, one of the Navy monster lieutenants I've never seen. Honestly, even Sengoku found it difficult to meet Sakazuki in Marineford, let alone Uchiha Madara. Since the beginning of the Great Age of Exploration, Sakazuki had entered a state of frenzy. Every day, he was either catching pirates or secretly executing them. "Yo, Mr. Madara, what brings you here?" When he saw Madara coming, Kizura greeted him in a sarcastic way. If Madara didn't know this guy was always like this, he would have thought it was a provocation. Madara didn't hide his purpose. He directly asked the people present, "What New Year gifts have you prepared for your family?" The atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange. Uchiha Madara rushed over aggressively and asked such a question. Originally, Kizura had even prepared himself to face the brunt. Who knew what was going on in this guy's head every day? Madara had felt okay at first, but when he heard Nico say that it was a must to prepare New Year gifts for all family members, Madara panicked. How could he know how to give gifts? God knew whether the last time he gave a gift was years or decades ago. Madara's mind was in a mess as he walked. He didn't know what to give. He even thought about whether to take out a Sharingan or Rinnegan and give them away. He rummaged through his summoning scroll. All the things inside were unworthy of being presented. Scythes, detonator tags, mountain pepper fish venom, kunai, kitchen knives, shuriken, the Uchiha fan, and a devil fruit he couldn't remember when he got. Mr. Madara troubled by the New Year gifts. Kazan seemed to understand Madara's thoughts. After all, among so many people, he had spent the longest time with Madara. Although they hadn't talked much, after such a long-time acquaintance, he could roughly understand Uchiha Madara just by looking. Madara nodded and stated his requirement, 3 gifts for a woman, a child, and a dog. The responses from the crowd to Madara's request were diverse: wine, weapons, clothes, jewelry, and even some cosmetics that Madara had no idea about. Just as everyone was brainstorming, a serious voice appeared, bringing a strange atmosphere to the lively scene. "How about origami? I can teach you to make origami flowers." The one who spoke was the person whom everyone thought would never participate. The well-known cold-hearted Sakazuki. Madara was obviously very interested in Sakazuki's proposal. He looked at Sakazuki's chest and asked, "What kind of flower?" "A rose." Sakazuki didn't think Madara was provoking him. He just gently touched the rose on his chest. "Flowers can express one's feelings. I just happen to be familiar with everything about roses. The flower on your chest is real, right?" Why do you want to teach me to make origami flowers? Hearing Madara's question, Sakazuki was stunned for a moment. He was not used to communicating with people he wasn't familiar with about things other than work. After thinking for a while, he said to Madara, "Whether it's arranging flowers or pruning them, one needs to put in feelings. Compared with the former two, origami is easier for you, who is in contact with it for the first time, to pour your emotions into." Madara nodded upon hearing this and walked to Sakazuki's side. The two of them started to study origami. This scene left everyone gaping in astonishment. Clearly, they were the two most difficult people to get along with. Yet their first encounter was so harmonious. In the evening, at the Uchiha residence, the group didn't have dinner at the dining table. Instead, they chose to cook hot pot on the large coffee table in front of the sofa. The expressionless Uchiha Madara tapped Zhi Yuan, who was stealing meat from his bowl, with his chopsticks. Zhi Yuan still had one hand holding the dog that had just successfully stolen meat. Nico watched the noisy people at the table with a smile on her face. She secretly took out the prepared gifts from under the coffee table and placed them on the table. Then she said to everyone, "Hey, it's time for New Year gifts. Do you want to see what I've prepared for you?" Zhi Yuan and the dog didn't know what politeness was. They snatched the packages and tore them open. Zhi Yuan grabbed Madara's share too. Opening 2 packages at once, double the fun. Both Zhi Yuan's and Madara's gifts were gloves. Black gloves carefully sewn from special beast hides. Considering flexibility, Nico had specially made the finger parts elastic so as not to affect the efficiency of forming hand seals as much as possible. Only the best part of that huge beast hide was selected to make the gloves, and it was almost not enough. After putting on the gloves, Zhi Yuan raised her hands and looked at them. "So cool. I've decided. These will be the exclusive gloves of Admiral Zhi Yuan from now on." Madara silently picked up his gloves and examined them carefully. From the slits between the fingers, the stitching, the elasticity at the joints, and even the selection of materials, one could see Nico's full sincerity. Madara stroked the gloves in his hand and gradually developed a liking for them. He thought about putting them on to experience them. But then he saw Nico's expectant gaze. He coughed lightly and silently put the gloves away under Nico's disappointed gaze. Just then, an indignant bark was heard. Woof. The dog managed to tear open the gift box with great effort and took out a black muzzle from it. Shouldn't it be gloves? It had been looking forward to it, thinking that since it had 4 legs, it would get twice as many gifts as Zhi Yuan. The disappointed dog immediately looked at Nico with an indignant expression, as if saying, "What do you mean?" Nico covered her mouth and laughed softly. She stroked the dog's head and said to it, "I heard that it's not good for dogs' legs to wear gloves. So I changed it to a muzzle. It just so happens that you always can't help but chew on the table legs and always try to shift the blame to Zhi Yuan. This muzzle can keep you behaved for a while." Hearing this, the dog rolled its eyes. "What do you mean? What's this about shifting the blame? It sounds so bad. It's called responsibility transfer. And what do you mean by always? It's only like 8 or 9 times. That table leg is as tempting as Madara standing naked in front of you. Can you resist it? It's my turn." "It's my turn." Zhi Yuan couldn't wait to take out her gift and put it on the table. It was a basket of stones, the kind of gravel commonly seen by the seaside. It looked as if Zhi Yuan had just casually picked them up. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Zhi Yuan introduced them mysteriously. "These are not ordinary stones. These are the stepping stones for the future Admiral Zhi Yuan." Ban, Nicole, Doggy. Suddenly, the atmosphere became stifled, seeing the speechless expressions of the three. Zhi Yuan's face gradually flushed. When the shyness in her heart reached a certain level, Zhi Yuan lost her temper. She grabbed one of the stones, put it around Doggy's neck, and started ranting. "Do you like it? Bang that out. Do you like it? Bang that out. Do you like it? Bang it out." Doggy looked at the stone in Zhi Yuan's hand weakly and licked it forcefully. Only then did Zhi Yuan let it go. Doggy was extremely aggrieved. Who could have imagined that someone would use the stones picked up by the seaside as gifts? It had already tried very hard to keep from laughing. In the end, Nicole put away the basket of stones and placed them solemnly on the shelf. Only then did Zhi Yuan's blushing face gradually return to normal. It was Doggy's turn. Doggy curled the corners of its mouth as it looked at everyone, and a sense of superiority from outsmarting them emerged. It turned around, stuck its head under the sofa, and took out the gift it had prepared in advance. It had to be said that just in terms of appearance, the gift prepared by Doggy was definitely the best one today. It was probably also the only one that chose to suit the remedy to the case. Preparing different gifts for everyone. The gift prepared for Nicole was the new cosmetics of the mistress of the Huang family. It was said to be called something like Yangshuan. Doggy wasn't very clear about this aspect either. The gift prepared for Zhi Yuan was the active duty justice cape of Garpita as the common idol of the Navy. Garp's cape was definitely a good gift for a Navy person. The only problem was that the old man Garp seemed to have been looking for his cape recently. But it didn't matter, Dai was just a dog. What did it matter if the cape was lost? Finally, there was Uchiha Madara, and this was also the gift that Doggy was most satisfied with yesterday. It had led the dog army in the Navy family area and exhausted all its efforts to get the collector's edition knife set of the chief chef in the Navy canteen. Because of this set of knives, Doggy had lost several of its brothers. It was determined to be the MVP on New Year's Eve. Doggy's gift truly amazed everyone. At the same time, it also made the Uchiha family realize that even being a sycophant required skills. You had to put your heart into it. After Doggy showed off the gifts, the pressure was on Madara. Madara looked at Doggy's extremely luxurious gift and thought about the paper roses he had just learned to make. Suddenly, he felt a bit embarrassed to take them out. Just as Madara was still racking his brains for a way out, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck him. Have you heard of the infinite Tsukuyomi? Yes, he thought of the simplified version of the infinite Tsukuyomi that Obito had once experimented with. Doggy got up and was about to run away, whether it was Zhi Yuan, Nicole, or Uchiha Madara. In its impression, nothing good ever started with "have you heard of." Unfortunately, Madara was faster. A red glint flashed in his eyes, and Doggy fell straight to the ground in the last second before losing consciousness. A thought flashed through Doggy's mind. I knew it. Madara looked at the three people lying unconscious on the sofa and the floor, and silently took out the roses he had spent half a day folding. Although they were a bit wrinkled, Madara still placed them beside the three. Originally, he could have directly copied them with his Sharingan. But that brat Sakazuki actually said that the most important thing was to pour one's emotions into it and didn't let him copy. As a result, he could only come back with such a result. Looking at the three unconscious people in front of him, Madara curled the corners of his mouth slightly, picked up the chopsticks, and ate all the meat on the plate. After calculating the time, he felt it was almost time. Release of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Zhi Yuan woke up first. She said to Madara in a daze, "Old man, didn't I hang you on the tree to sacrifice to heaven?" Doggy also woke up slightly. It lazily opened its eyes and glanced at Madara and Zhi Yuan with a look of disdain, as if looking at two servants, looking at the performances of this person and this dog in front of him. Veins popped out on Madara's forehead. He could already imagine what these two had done to him in the world of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Just before Madara was about to explode, Nicole's murmured voice came out. Mr. Madara, please be gentle. I still feel a bit pained. Doggy, go out. Don't peek. Her words instantly attracted the horrified gazes of the two people and the dog. Was this woman so wild? Nicole gradually came to her senses from the illusion. She looked up at Uchiha Madara and her face instantly turned red. What made Nicole feel a bit strange was that the two people and the dog in front of her still looked at her in horror, which made Nicole feel even more uneasy. As time passed bit by bit, Nicole gradually remembered what she had just done, and her face became increasingly red. Visible steam emerged from the top of her head. Finally, under the gazes of the two people and the dog, Nicole exploded. She splashed the boiling water in the kettle on the table at Doggy, and Doggy flew up on the spot because of the scald. Oh! Nicole screamed and ran back to the room covering her face. During this process, she didn't even forget the roses folded by Madara, only leaving Madara and Zhi Yuan looking at each other in dismay, and Doggy rolling on the ground howling. Zhi Yuan was still in a daze, but suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she saw the empty plate. She didn't care about what had happened in the illusion world just now and screamed. Ah, where has all the meat gone? You stinky old man who steals food. Doggy, who was howling on the ground, stopped rolling. The show could be performed at any time, but missing a meal of food would be a lifetime regret. It stared blankly at the empty plate on the tea table, and its face gradually became angry. It swore that it had never been so angry even when it was splashed with boiling water for no reason. Woof, woof, woof. Madara couldn't understand what Doggy was saying, but it didn't affect his ability to sense how filthy Doggy's scolding was. Seeing Madara's fingers itching to do something, Doggy still rationally stopped scolding, but it still looked at Uchiha Madara with a resentful expression. The meat was gone, and Nicole, who provided the food, had run away. Zhi Yuan was full of anger with nowhere to vent, and she couldn't beat Madara. Suddenly, Zhi Yuan's eyes fell on Doggy. You looked down on me just now, right? Doggy trembled all over on the spot, turned into the form of a husky and looked at Zhi Yuan in horror. Ow, ow. For a moment, the situation became out of control. Dog hair was flying everywhere. Madara silently picked up another piece of white radish for himself and quietly watched the fight between the person and the dog. He really liked his current life, in his previous life. He had spent his whole life in battles and intrigues. Even until the moment of failure, he was still full of ambition. But after coming to the world of pirates, he suddenly found that he was gradually letting go. His former ambition to pursue peace had been taken over by those two brats, Naruto and Sasuke. The ambition of his previous life gradually dissipated because of the betrayal of his clansmen and his own failure. The feeling of walking alone on the road was really unpleasant in the past. He had a goal, so he wasn't afraid of loneliness in this new world. With everything new, he gradually let go of the idea of world peace. Now, he wanted to put more energy into his current family. After experiencing the taste of companionship, he no longer liked being alone. Now, the Uchiha family, whether it was him, Zhi Yuan, Nicole, or Doggy, were all just lonely figures in this world. Except for Zhi Yuan, who had Crane, who adopted her, they were all unattached, so they got together to keep each other warm. After getting along for this period of time, the confusion in Madara's eyes gradually dissipated. He seemed to have found what he most wanted to protect now. Was it the bond? He suddenly began to understand the meaning of what the so-called ninjas in his previous life were protecting together. Madara was never stupid. On the contrary, he often thought about everything around him. It was just the extreme nature in his blood that caused so many tragedies. He formed a seal with one hand and tied up Zhi Yuan and Doggy, who were still fighting. If he didn't stop them, these two huskies would flatten the house in a while. He took a sip of hot tea and looked out of the window. Suddenly, he thought of his cheap second disciple. Dragon. That kid should be very busy now. It was even questionable whether he could have the New Year's Eve dinner. Madara curled the corners of his mouth as he looked out of the window. Was this the feeling of an ordinary person celebrating the new year? Although it was a bit idle, this feeling wasn't unpleasant. Conversely, this even kindled a flicker of warmth within the cold heart of Uchiha Madara. As the days passed, the time for the camp entrance examination at Gion swiftly approached. To bolster the spirits of Gion, the Uchiha clan mobilized in full force. Even the dog summoned a multitude of companions. With no social strays left uninvited, including the rascally De Huang and Air He from the neighboring cornered the entrance of the training camp selection, most family members appeared either travel-worn or impeccably dressed in suits. However, leading a throng of canine companions was solely the Uchiha family, making them exceptionally conspicuous in the assessment square. Colonel Ryan, responsible for the evaluation, suddenly found himself gasping for breath at this sight. What was happening? Was it Mr. Madara stirring up trouble? The same aloof killing machine I once undertook missions with. How has he changed so drastically? What kind of scene is this? The square, though not particularly vast, was reserved for elite selections, thus the number of participants was limited. The space prepared by Zephyr could accommodate merely 300 to 400 individuals, and now, following the entrance of the Uchiha family, there were already 100 dogs in tow. Strangely, over 100 dogs followed the Uchiha clan in perfect order, precisely arranged in 4 neat columns behind Gion, each one silent and still, obediently sitting in place once Gion halted. Of course, there was one exception, Dog, who was exuberantly thrilled today, feeling as though it was greatly enhancing the family's reputation. What a legendary gathering of hounds! Madara maintained his usual stoic demeanor, yet he too began to feel a tinge of embarrassment. While others had a retinue of bodyguards and henchmen, he was trailed by a pack of dogs. Was that even appropriate? Gion, on the other hand, strutted confidently, surveying her imagined rivals with an air of superiority, taking stock of everyone in the square with utter disregard for the bewildered glances cast her way. She felt undeniably magnificent, thinking that even if a warlord from the Sengoku era were to grace this place, it would hardly compare to her presence. For the multitude of dogs behind her, they too were somewhat dazed, having been summoned by their leader only to find themselves in the presence of this adorable little girl. Initially, they simply thought her cute, but once they realized they had become her entourage, they accepted their fate. Ryan was now feeling quite distressed. He genuinely appreciated Madara for gracing him with his family's presence. Yet he was acutely aware of the chaos such a pack of dogs could bring to a responsible individual. They felt like a mountain pressing down on his chest. He could almost see that bridge. Mr. Madara, what is the meaning of this? Family observation. Ryan glanced at the expressionless Madara, who spoke casually, and felt his insides unravel. Could I possibly see the Uchiha family tree? Since when does a reputable family boast over 100 dogs? He even spotted the neighbor's dog. Recalling Madara's peculiar ability to control hearts during their time in Chambord, Ryan cast a suspicious glance at Madara. Surely he hadn't employed his so-called genjutsu to summon these dogs? Madara seemed to discern Ryan's thoughts and coldly replied, "It has nothing to do with me." Ryan felt even more distraught. What do you mean it has nothing to do with you? The Uchiha family is under your command. If this pack of dogs isn't your doing, could they be here on their own accord? Casting a glance at the jubilant dog, Ryan's expression remained impassive. These are just the most ordinary strays, aren't they? Even if they had consumed a devil fruit, the effects would be negligible. Today's canine brigade consisted solely of the dogs belonging to various commanders. The myriad of fierce breeds paraded forth. If you told Ryan that these formidable canines were obedient to dog, he would never believe it. Leaning closer to Madara, Ryan whispered, "Mr. Madara, please stop this jest. This is the elite training camp selection square. Bringing out so many dogs will make things exceedingly difficult for me." Madara had no choice but to shoot a fierce glare at Dog. Previously strutting with pride, Dog suddenly trembled all over. "No, wait, is there another schemer attempting to harm me?" Turning around, Dog met Madara's murderous gaze and quickly realized he had gone too far. He barked a couple of commands to the pack behind him, signaling them to disperse. Now, Ryan's gaze towards Madara was even more perplexed. "You claim it has nothing to do with you, yet over 100 dogs fled at a mere glance from you. Surely that proves something is amiss?" Setting aside Madara's internal turmoil, Dog comprehended everything the moment it caught sight of Ryan's glance at Madara. Yet, it had no way to explain, for it was merely a dog, sensing Madara's increasingly volatile aura. Dog realized it had overstepped. It was only a matter of time before it faced the consequences. After the farce concluded, Ryan let out a sigh of relief. They could finally commence the official selection. He had a thought he dared not voice, that the so-called Uchiha family seemed more aptly described as a family of mischief. Uchiha Madara had obliterated a population auction, orchestrated a massacre, and sought out a killer for an eye surgery, all while keeping it under wraps. Gion was notorious within the Naval Academy for her mischief, from assaulting classmates to poisoning teachers and blowing up the principal's office. Her transgressions knew no bounds, and that wretched dog of his, perpetually leveraging the Uchiha name to wreak havoc in the Navy's family quarters, engaged in petty theft and organized crime without respite. It seemed there was nothing this family wouldn't dare to do. With these thoughts swirling, Ryan took a few deep breaths to steady his emotions and address the crowd in the square. "The training camp entrance examination is now commencing. I urge all participants to form an orderly queue and prepare for the physical strength test. A score of 1500 is the passing mark, while 2000 signifies excellence. Those below 1500, please exit voluntarily." Gion was taken aback, her clear eyes filled with disbelief. Is this all it takes? Just hit a sandbag to qualify? What then of the grueling training I endured at the hands of that old man for the past 3 months? Gion's temper flared, and she paid no heed to the cue, summoning her clones and beginning to weave hand signs. As her fervent chakra swirled around her, a result of her emotional upheaval leading to a lapse in chakra control. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Fire style, dragon flame bomb, combination ninjutsu, dragon flame bite. Return all the grievances I've endured these days. A colossal dragon of flames emerged from her mouth, bearing a searing explosive that manifested in the square. The sudden surge in temperature compelled Madara to intervene, shielding Dog and Nicole beside him. Subsequently, the massive fire dragon charged toward the physical strength testing device, and amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, the device, with a capacity of up to 5,000 points, was reduced to a molten puddle of iron by the terrifying heat, with the surrounding ground exhibiting varying degrees of crystallization. This was not to say Gion's combat prowess had reached 5,000. The device was designed to gauge physical attacks and had limited resistance to extreme heat. Yet, the extent of destruction wrought upon the strength tester was sufficient to showcase Gion's remarkable capabilities. Madara nodded in satisfaction. He was pleased with Gion's chakra control at this moment. Though there were minor flaws during the casting, the ability to consolidate the explosive force of Dragon Flame Bite into sheer heat impressed him. Affirming that the recent intensive training had not been in vain, Ryan observed Madara's expression, one of pride in his apprentice, and let out a deep sigh that he was weary. It was unreasonable to expect this family to behave normally. Gion's physical prowess remained unknown, yet she passed the assessment. The selection for the elite training camp unfolded with an air of unremarkable calm. Far from Gion's imagined scenario of triumphantly defeating all her rivals and ascending to a throne of glory. Following her acceptance, a series of tests followed in quick succession, with Zephyr meticulously scheduling each day. Gion was perpetually busy, scarcely finding a moment to breathe. Unlike others, who had mastered multiple techniques, Gion had only learned 2 of the 6 forms. while the rest comprised swordsmanship and ninjutsu in rotation. Consequently, her training regimen was entirely reorganized by Zephyr. The training camp would last 6 months, and the rules were exceedingly strict. Madara had sneakily visited twice to monitor Gion's progress, only to be sternly dismissed by Zephyr under the pretext of obstructing training. After Gion departed this time, Madara found himself sensing a void in his life. The once distracting noise he had deemed bothersome now felt almost nostalgic. The daily task of walking dog also fell to Madara. However, this monotonous routine of back and forth became exceedingly tedious for him. It was not the life he envisioned. Though his mind was mature, Madara's body remained youthful. Yearning for the vibrancy of his past, at the docks, leading dog, Madara spotted Sakazuki, who stood waiting with arms crossed as he prepared to set sail. Silently, he approached to greet him, feeling a positive impression of Sakazuki. He possessed clear objectives and unwavering determination. Despite his youth, however, he exuded a composure beyond his years. At least, he was far superior to that fellow Borsalino. Sailing? Yes. This was how conversations went between two people of few words. There was always the risk of an awkward silence. Eventually, it was Madara who broke the ice. After all, he was the one truly weary of the mundane. Any reason? It's been ages since I last had some fun. Hearing this, Sakazuki suddenly turned his head and stared intently at Madara Uchiha. It was only after a long while that he averted his gaze and sank into profound silence. He understood Madara's implication. If he could offer a satisfactory answer, Madara would lend a hand to the Navy. A combatant of this caliber would significantly alleviate the pressure on the front line. Sakazuki was now carefully weighing his response. In the era of the Great Pirate, pirates were as numerous as crucian carp crossing a river. Even someone as powerful as Sakazuki felt a profound sense of helplessness. Sakazuki didn't care who killed the pirates. He only cared that all pirates be eliminated. He believed that the Navy at present needed Madara's assistance. I have no noble reasons, not even any reasons at all. The name Sakazuki has, since the moment of joining the Navy, stood in opposition to the pirates. It doesn't matter who they are. All I need to do is spare no expense. There is no place for trash on this sea. Madara listened to Sakazuki's words and gazed into his resolute eyes, then slowly shook his head. This reason won't sway me. However, roses aren't bad. When I return, I'll bring a flower for the little one. After saying that, Madara turned around and left, leaving no room for Sakazuki to say a word. Sakazuki watched Madara's departing figure in silence. After a long while, with his serious expression still intact, he reached out and stroked the rose on his chest. Thank you. The voice was soft, hardly in line with Sakazuki's serious demeanor. The only thing one could tell was that this sentence was definitely not intended for Madara. After speaking, Sakazuki turned around and left without any hesitation. The moment he said thank you, he immediately regained his decisive state and boarded the ship. On the other hand, Madara was pondering how grand this operation should be. It couldn't be weaker than the previous ones. How much was the bounty last time? 1 billion. That level didn't matter. Since he was going to act, it had to uphold the honor of the Uchiha clan. Although the honor of the Uchiha clan had already been somewhat tarnished by Tsuru and the dog in the Navy, as the clan leader, he still needed to pay a bit of attention. Strutting up to Sengoku's office door, he directly pushed it open. It had almost become a privilege for powerful Navy figures to enter Sengoku's office without knocking. They were all quite bold. Prepare a commission. I'm going out to sea. Get the funds ready. I'll come to you for payment after I've killed enough. Without waiting for Sengoku to react, Madara slammed the door and left, leaving Sengoku and the goat staring at each other in bewilderment. This old guy was getting more and more arrogant, but despite saying so, Sengoku still had to obediently carry out the task, having a combatant of admiral level offering to work for you. Who wouldn't be tempted? Who cared what Madara was thinking? As long as he could capture pirates, that was enough. Early the next morning, Mole stood in front of the Uchiha residence and gently knocked on the door. With a creak, the door opened, and it was the dog. The dog first looked at Mole in confusion, then noticed the justice cloak behind him and tossed its head, signaling him to come inside and talk. Mole looked at the dog with extremely expressive facial features and didn't know where to start, complaining that he could only think, truly worthy of being the dog of Mr. Madara. All the expressions Mr. Madara didn't usually use were on your face, right? Just as Mole was having random thoughts while looking at the dog, a gentle voice came from inside the house. Is that you, Mole? Come in quickly. Don't stand outside. Mr. Madara is packing his luggage. Come in and have a cup of hot tea. Mole quickly looked up. Compared to when she was in the hospital bed, Nico at this moment was even more charming. Mole also smiled and nodded at Nico. Thank you, Mrs. Nico. Nico's favorable impression of Mole was almost at full capacity. This young man who had shouted justice that bears the weight in front of her hospital bed had left a deep impression on her. Although Mole was not the sole pillar of her survival, he was an extremely important part of her decision to keep living. She even saw the shadow of her former child in Mole. During her long stay in the Uchiha family, apart from taking care of the family, Nico's only hobby was to bring food and drinks to Mole at the training ground every day. Mole was basically the only person outside the Uchiha family who had an interaction with Nico. Sometimes Mole was very busy, and Nico often came up empty-handed. For this reason, the dog had even set up informants for Nico. As soon as Mole appeared, Nico would know immediately. Nico always had a doting attitude towards Mole, to the point that even Tsuru would be jealous. In the end, Mole even had to avoid Nico. From 3 square meals to daily necessities, as long as Nico saw Mole, she would take care of everything. At first, Mole's classmates thought he had fallen in love with a super, gentle, and beautiful woman, and their jealousy reached its peak. But later, when they heard that Mole had saved her and they were not in a romantic relationship, suddenly there were many more brothers around Mole. It was really absurd. Prime Minister, please listen to my explanation. With a loud explosion and a foul-smelling smoke, Madara Uchiha calmly walked out of the kitchen, gently patting the strange substances on his body that couldn't be shaken off, and said expressionlessly, "The fish today isn't fresh enough. Mole, Nico." Mole secretly gave Nico a look, meaning, "Is he always like this?" Nico shrugged and said softly, "At least he's quite creative, isn't he?" After Madara casually used a wind jutsu to disperse the smoke in the kitchen, he left the remaining debris to Nico, kicked the dog lying at the door, and left with Mole. The doc. Mole asked Madara, "Mr. Madara, what's the commission this time? Sengoku probably hasn't written it yet. Let him write it after we've killed enough. It'll save the trouble of verification." Hearing Madara Uchiha's unreliable answer, Mole couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. "So, it's just a matter of him writing however many you kill. Then, where are we headed?" "The place with the most pirates." Mole. "Fine, you're the strong one, you can say whatever you want." Mole looked at the transfer order in his hand and was considering which ship to requisition. Anyway, Madara didn't have his own warship, since it was the second time. Requisition another one. Hey, that marked that Ryan's ship? Mole directly ignored the warships that were just starting to get ready and headed straight for Ryan's warship that was about to set sail with the transfer order in hand. Seeing that Ryan's warship was about to leave, Mole quickly held up the transfer order and shouted loudly at Ryan on the bow, "Colonel Ryan, an order from Marshal Sengoku. Please stop the warship and accept special conscription." Maybe it was just Mole's imagination, but when Ryan on the warship caught sight of Madara, he immediately froze on the spot and frantically signaled his adjutant to RUN. In fact, Ryan really didn't want to share a ship with Madara anymore. Last time they went out to sea, in less than 2 days, the blood stench on the ship lingered for more than 10 days, and the soldiers on the ship constantly complained. The wife of his head chef also kept complaining to him about Madara brewing poison in the kitchen, which made her replace a large number of kitchen utensils. Ryan had to admit that it was really exhilarating when they returned to the dock after sailing with Madara. He even deliberately chose a time when there were more people at the dock to return. But Madara was really troublesome. He was powerful but extremely unreasonable and ruled the ship with an iron fist. On Ryan's ship, apart from Ryan's wife who dared to oppose Madara for ruining the food while cooking, everyone else was as meek as a quail in front of Madara after the last return. 2 new recruits were so frightened by the pile of heads on the ship that they were still in the psychological counseling room. The new recruits on this ship had just recovered. "And now you want to do it again?" As the sails were lowered, the warship slowly pulled away from the dock, which relieved a sigh of relief from Lane's heart. He had dodged this fierce star. Flying Squirrel watched Lane's warship receding into the distance and slowly lowered his hand. He had thought that Colonel Lane, who had had a cooperation experience, would be more cooperative, just as Flying Squirrel began to look for the next unlucky ship. Madara suddenly reached out and supported Flying Squirrel's shoulder, and the two disappeared directly on the dock. When Flying Squirrel opened his eyes again, they had already arrived on Lane's warship and were just standing silently behind Lane. At this time, Lane didn't know that the duo from Guazi-Lys had already stood behind him. Looking in the direction of the dock, he gently patted his chest and let out a long breath. Without noticing the adjutant beside him who was frantically winking at him, he said to himself, "Phew, luckily. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to sleep in my bed tonight." Then he heard a cold voice saying, "Is the berthing space on the ship so tight? We can sleep on the deck." Lane's expression froze. He turned his head somewhat mechanically, first glancing at the adjutant with a look of "I've tried my best" on his face. Then his voice began to turn shrill, and he said to Madara in a wrong tone, "No, Mr. Madara." By the time he said Mr., his voice was already full of sobs. Flying Squirrel looked at Colonel Lane, who was about to cry, and thought to himself, "Sure enough, he's Colonel Lane. He's probably already thought about where to bury himself. It's just a pity for his beautiful wife, Jessie. She's one of the few beauties in the active duty Navy who can rival Lady Nico." Madara didn't seem to care. He was too lazy to bother about Lane's little thoughts. He turned around and walked towards Lane's exclusive lounge chair and began to close his eyes and rest. Flying Squirrel immediately understood and walked to Lane's side to report the situation of this mission. As Lane listened to Flying Squirrel's report, his fear deepened. Judging from the situation, this voyage was going to be even more excessive than the last one. At least last time they had brought a stack of wanted posters. This time, they were going to kill first and then look for wanted posters. Listen to this, this human talk. His warship was doomed. If there was even a single non-blackened deck when they returned, he would be extremely grateful. Just then, a gentle voice came out. "Everyone, get ready for dinner." "Why is it you, old Madara?" Our cook Jessie waved the frying pan and walked out of the cabin. Her originally gentle voice became rough the moment she saw Madara. It was obvious that Madara had left a great psychological shadow on this beautiful cook. "Are you the kitchen boy of Lane? Are the dish, washing liquid and seasonings separated now?" Jessie immediately posed in a vigilant stance. It was obvious that if Madara intended to attack her poor kitchen, she would definitely try to resist. Jessie still couldn't forget the look on this man's face when he poured that black, purple liquid with a corrosive smell into the pot indifferently. She would never admit that the man was cooking. Any normal chef would think he was brewing poison. Just when Lane was about to say something to ease the awkward atmosphere between Jessie and Madara, who had been lying on the lounge chair boredly, suddenly disappeared. Then Lane heard a huge explosion beside him. He quickly turned his head and found that a ship resembling a pirate ship in the far distance had been broken into two sections and was billowing thick smoke. Madara's figure suddenly appeared again. He patted Lane on the shoulder and said to him, "Steer the ship over there and clean up." Then, ignoring the frightened looks of everyone on the ship, he walked straight back to the lounge chair and continued to stare at the cook. Flying Squirrel and Lane both forced out a bitter smile and quickly commanded the warship to head towards the location of the suspected pirate ship. Soon, Lane's warship approached the poor unknown pirate ship. None of the pirates on the whole ship had a piece of intact skin. They were all as black as charcoal, and the air was filled with the stench of burning corpses. Many of the new recruits on Lane's ship vomited on the spot when they smelled this smell. The only two who remained unchanged were Madara and Jessie. This was a war between chefs. If either of them took a step back, it would be an implicit recognition of the other's actions. If Jessie backed down, Madara would enter the kitchen, but if Madara backed down, Jessie would definitely guard against Madara strictly. After the salvage work on the pirate ship was completed, Madara and Jessie were still staring at each other. Lane quickly stepped forward to play the piece. He hugged Jessie in his arms and comforted her softly. Seeing this, Flying Squirrel silently shifted his gaze to Madara, and in return, he got a cold get-out. Even when held in her lover's arms, Jessie didn't flinch from Madara's stare. "This man? If it was this man, I'm willing to do my best. I must protect my kitchen." In the end, Madara didn't get to enter the kitchen as he wished. Jessie led all the cooks to defend the kitchen strictly. They ate and slept in the kitchen and didn't go out. The atmosphere in the whole kitchen was like that of a military base. As days passed by, Lane's warship was like a runaway wild dog, wandering around on the sea. Regarding Madara's killing efficiency, the people on the ship changed from initial fear and amazement to later admiration and finally became numb. Every time Madara saw a pirate ship, he was like an old man or woman seeing discounted dishes. After sailing on the sea for more than half a month, no pirate ship could last more than 3 minutes in Madara's hands. Sometimes, Flying Squirrel even felt that Madara's weapon or ability was rented. Was it really necessary to be so hasty? Every time they spent at least half an hour on salvage work, and this was when most of the people on Lane's ship were experienced veterans with extremely high efficiency in executing orders. In order to find pirates, Madara even developed a new sensory ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, the forbidden canon of the heavenly overseer of freedom. By spreading a large amount of chakra, it formed an effect similar to a magnetic field. Then, by attaching the Kinbunchika Haki to the chakra to sense the chakra fluctuations, since chakra and life energy easily reacted with each other, Madara only needed to use the Kinbunchika Haki to sense the direction of the specific chakra fluctuations to roughly determine the positions of the ships on the sea. Due to his Senja body, Madara could release chakra recklessly, like a big net covering the sea area near the warship. The range of the technique could reach nearly 100 nautical miles. If necessary, he could also add Sage Mode sensing to increase the sensing accuracy. Within the entire range covered by the technique, it was like a book that Madara could flip through at will. And he could know the positions of all the creatures in it. Of course, this technique also had problems, since it relied on life energy for positioning. It could sense not only pirate ships, but also naval warships. During this period, there had been several times when Lane's warship had aggressively chased after other naval warships at the same time. This technique often caused conflicts between Madara and Lane's navigator, southwest at Mr. Madara, according to the current wind direction and cloud movement. There is a high probability that a large-scale natural disaster will occur in the southwest. You're joking with the lives of everyone on the ship. Lane's navigator and deputy captain was so angry that his face turned red. He argued with Madara rather impatiently, but Madara completely ignored the navigator's words and didn't even repeat the direction a second time. He just came over to inform about the direction. Other problems were not in his consideration. The navigator had no choice but to suppress his anger secretly and went to discuss with Lane with a helpless look on his face. However, he forgot that no one on this ship could go against Madara's decision. Lane was just the captain. The one who really had the final say was Madara. After all kinds of attempts failed, the navigator could only grit his teeth and steer the ship towards that terrifying sea area. The weather on the Grand Line was always extreme. The warship had only been sailing southwest for half an hour when the clear sky suddenly became overcast. The dark clouds hung low and pressed down heavily. Seeing the white line emerging on the sea surface, the navigator roared anxiously, "All hands, hard to port, head for the deep sea area. Get ready to furl the sails, activate the tsunami, impact prevention plan." Suddenly, the atmosphere on the formerly tranquil warship grew tense. The Navy and sailors were in a complete uproar and promptly set about executing the navigator's orders. In contrast to the frantic-looking navigator, Lane remained remarkably composed. He cast a cursory yet discerning glance at the white line on the horizon. With his extensive nautical experience, Lane immediately recognized that this was beyond the capacity of his vessel to withstand. Subsequently, his face set in a steely expression. He made his way towards the cabin. He was more aware than anyone else that when facing a calamity, as if sent by an enraged deity, the sole possible culprit could only be Uchiha Madara. Before he could enter the cabin, he saw Uchiha Madara emerge from it. Expressionless, Lane quickly bowed slightly to Mr. Madara. Madara glanced at Lane, whose face, though stoic, was dotted with beads of cold sweat on his forehead. Without uttering a word, he strode directly towards the navigator, who was shouting orders in a frenzy. Madara coldly inquired of the navigator, "What do you plan to do?" At this moment, the navigator was in a state of extreme agitation. Although he was incessantly issuing commands in an attempt to salvage the situation, despair was beginning to glimmer in his eyes. He even blurted out a vulgarity in front of Madara. "What else can we do? This goddamn level tsunami is way beyond our endurance. That damned god just wants my life." As he spoke, he suddenly realized that his emotions had gotten the better of him. He quickly took a couple of deep breaths and began to report to Madara. "I intend to steer towards the deep sea area as much as possible before the tsunami arrives. The height difference of the tsunami and the deep sea area is relatively smaller. Then, I'll have all the Navy return to the cabin, and the sailors will secure safety ropes and furl the sails before the tsunami hits." To be honest, for a disaster of this magnitude, whatever Lane's ship did would be in vain. The fact that the navigator was still making an effort showed that he had quite remarkable psychological fortitude. His decision to have the Navy return to the cabin and the sailors hang safety ropes was nothing but a desperate attempt to preserve the combat. Ready Navy.as for the sailors on the deck. The safety ropes were merely a psychological comfort. Under the impact of a tsunami of this scale, there were only two possibilities. Either the safety ropes would snap and the sailors would be swallowed by the sea, or they would be torn in two by the ropes. Madara looked at the navigator, who was reporting the situation to him earnestly, and a flicker of admiration welled up in his heart. In the face of inevitable death, not everyone could possess such strong mental fortitude. He reached out and patted the navigator on the shoulder. "Stop." The glimmer of hope in the navigator's eyes instantly faded. As he had suspected, Even someone as powerful as Mr. Madara was helpless in the face of such a disaster. But he quickly pulled himself out of despair. He punched his chest forcefully and said to Madara, "Mr. Madara, I'll do my utmost to preserve our forces. If you manage to survive, please try your best to save the Navy. As a Navy officer, I'll never give up hope." Madara suddenly burst into loud laughter at the navigator, which left the navigator utterly bewildered. Gradually, however, he began to understand, and the light in his eyes began to return. Could it be that Mr. Madara can really do it? In the navigator's hopeful gaze, Madara slowly composed himself and walked to the prow of the ship. There are some interesting characters on Lane's ship. On the warship, there were panicked screams, desperate curses, and anxious shouts. Madara stood quietly at the prow. Behind him were Wusong and Lane, with their resolute gazes, and the navigator who had just come to his senses. The gale whipped Madara's clothes, making them flutter noisily. In the face of the approaching tsunami, Madara's figure seemed minuscule. However, in the eyes of the three behind him, this not so imposing figure was by no means inferior to the natural disaster before them. Wusong stared at the figure in front of him and murmured, "True cowardice lies only in the soul. What enables us to maintain our dignity in the face of despair is the determination of the strong to embrace death and face it head on." At the same time, Madara's proud voice came from the prow. "Then, come and witness the true power of Uchiha Madara." As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic Susanoo, clad in the armor of a crow tengu and of a deep blue hue, rose from the ground. It was so large that it even dwarfed the mountains, giving the impression that one could reach the sky with a stretch of the hand, holding a giant sword. It stood before the warship in a posture like that of a martial god. Wusong craned his neck to look up at the towering blue giant. Suddenly, he recalled a statement Madara had once made to him. "This world is just the right stage, though it's only big enough for me to play on." Everyone on the ship fell silent at that moment. The once bustling deck became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared in horror at the blue giant in front of them. Lane also just managed to regain his composure after looking at the giant with an incredulous gaze. He was aware of Madara's abilities and knew about the existence of Susanoo, but was it really possible for a human to achieve such a feat? This was beyond the capabilities of most members of the giant race. Moreover, and most importantly, the defensive power of Madara's Susanoo was far superior. It was said that even Vice Admiral Garp found it extremely difficult to break through. Madara, standing inside the Susanoo at this moment, thought to himself, "If that little girl were here, it would be great. I'd let her see a real." He controlled the Susanoo to place its hand on the hilt of the sword and grip it tightly, assuming a posture of energy gathering. The pose was nothing extraordinary, just a standard one. Uchiha style. Lane and Wusong both had their pupils constrict simultaneously. Here it came. They stared wide-eyed, trying to memorize this sword strike, but soon they realized it was in vain. The huge Susanoo in front of them disappeared from before the warship at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The gale, the downpour, the dark clouds, and the towering tsunami all seemed to come to a standstill, until a white line flashed across. It was unremarkable, just a fleeting moment. However, everything in front of them began to slowly separate: the sea, the sky, and the oncoming tsunami. Wusong even felt that it was becoming difficult to breathe. Wusong stared blankly at the separating world before him. Madara's sword strike left an indelible mark on his memory. That day, that man cleaved the world. They felt as if everything in front of them had vanished. It was only the sense of falling on the warship that brought them back to their senses. The tsunami was indeed cut in two, but the sea was also split in half. Madara's single sword strike allowed everyone to see the true seabed. Wusong quickly shouted at the blue giant in the distance, who had just sheathed his sword and was still expelling white mist from his mouth, "Mr. Madara, the warship, the warship." Madara in the distance also realized the situation, looking at the warship plummeting towards the ground. He quickly maneuvered the Susanoo to go and catch it. He had always focused on attacking and rarely protected anyone. He had accidentally forgotten that his purpose in making this move was to protect the warship. Having finally managed to unleash some power, he had gotten a bit excited. The gigantic Susanoo scooped up the falling warship as easily as if it were a toy model. Looking at the warship in its hand like a plaything, Madara inside the Susanoo and Wusong on the warship were momentarily at a loss for words. The huge Susanoo looked down at the seawater that was slowly closing up beneath its feet. For the Susanoo, this water was no more than a foot bath. However, he glanced at the warship in his hand. In an instant, Lane understood Madara's idea and shook his head frantically at the Susanoo in front of him. It might not be a big deal for you, but in this churning sea, once the warship is thrown in, it'll be swept away in no time. It might even be smashed to pieces. Regarding this, Lane stated that he wanted to live a few more years. After all, his wife was so beautiful. Madara felt somewhat helpless seeing Lane shaking his head frantically. It seemed there really was no place to put the warship. There was no other way. He had to carry it. On the vast sea, the blue giant happily strolled around while clutching his little toy. Suddenly, a tremendous noise came from beneath his feet. An enormous sea king flew up in a daze. It had been having a good time in the sea, but was suddenly kicked into the air. On the warship, Wuxing and Lane twitched the corners of their eyes as they witnessed this extremely absurd scene. Sure enough, when following this man, one could understand that anything could happen. On the other side, the former remnants of the Golden Lion's large pirate fleet, a fleet composed of dozens of large pirate ships, was sailing on the sea. Since the Golden Lion was captured after attacking Marine Ford, his fleet had disintegrated. This fleet was the one that chose to leave the New World and return to paradise. It was mainly composed of the remaining troops whose main combat forces on the ships had been lost or died. The battle with Roger back then, the subsequent continuous encirclement and suppression by the Navy, and the loss of high-end combat forces had gradually deprived these former subordinates of the ability to roam freely in the New World. They lost their enterprising spirit, so they chose to return to paradise. They became a well-known large pirate fleet in the first half of the Grand Line, occupying the transportation routes between various islands and running amok. Just then, they had robbed a convoy of merchant ships and had quite a bountiful harvest. But unfortunately, there wasn't a single woman among them. So, they would have to kill them all. A dozen ship captains gathered together, feasting on meat and guzzling wine, bursting into wild laughter to celebrate today's loot. However, a disappointing voice came from the mast. "Captain, something is approaching from the northeast at an extremely high speed." One of the captains stood up and roared at the mast. "What the hell are you talking about? You bastard, you're spoiling my mood. You still want to live." Surprisingly, the tactic that had always worked in the past, the act that would always draw a chorus of flattery, had unexpectedly failed this time. This made the captain even more annoyed. He angrily drew his sword and scanned the area menacingly. He soon noticed something amiss. Everyone was staring blankly in one direction, the northeast direction that the person on the mast had just shouted about. Even the other captains who had been drinking heartily with him were the same, staring blankly in that direction. Then, in a fit of anger, he grabbed his sword and turned around, shouting curses. "You bunch of cowards. What could there possibly be? A bunch of wimps. Are you scared like this by a sea king? Watch me cut. Cut. Cut." When he turned back, he saw the blue giant beside their fleet, holding his beloved figurine in his hand and looking at them. The words in his mouth trailed off, and he was instantly scared into a stutter. After a long while, he came to his senses and let out a shrill, panicked scream. "What the hell is this?" The moment he shouted, the blue giant grabbed his sword and slashed at their fleet fiercely. The terrifying sword pressure instantly shattered the entire fleet and even blasted the seabed out again. The Susanoo stood there for a long time before slowly putting down the warship. Madara took the opportunity to exit the Susanoo. He noticed that those two brats, Wuxing and Lane, seemed to have gotten addicted to sitting in the giant mech and had no intention of getting off at all. "Are you kidding me? Does old Madara have no dignity?" After returning to the warship, Madara waved at Lane and the others, gesturing for them to clear the area. Wuxing and Lane exchanged a glance and saw the disappointment in each other's eyes. Oh no, there was no more giant mech to play with. Originally, Lane had planned to let Wuxing take charge of the salvage work. Firstly, he wanted to give this young man more opportunities to exercise, as he quite admired this young man. Secondly, after experiencing so much, he needed some comfort and wanted to cuddle with his beautiful wife. With a silly smile, Lane turned around and slipped into the kitchen, where he started hugging and cuddling with Jessie in front of the chefs. After a short while, he heard a knock on the door, which annoyed him. "Who is it? Can't they see I'm in the middle of a romantic moment?" When the door opened, Wuxing walked in looking rather embarrassed. He greeted Lane and said, "Colonel Lane, there have been some difficulties in the salvage work that I need your help." Lane thought to himself, what difficulties could there be in salvage work? It's the same job every day. They really need me for this. Following Wuxing out of the cabin and onto the deck, he saw two sailors sorting out a large pile of bait. Lane was very fond of fishing and immediately walked forward with great interest. He grabbed a handful of the so-called bait and rubbed it between his fingers. Then he put it in front of his nose and smelled it, asking the two sailors, "Where did you get this bait? The quality is so delicate, it's even better than the batch I stole from Marshal Sengoku's office." As soon as he said this, the two sailors beside him couldn't hold it in any longer. One's face instantly turned pale, and the other stood up tremblingly. "Report, Colonel Lane. This isn't bait." As he spoke, he took out a wanted poster and showed it to Lane, pointing at the pile of bait and saying, "After our initial judgment, this is the former member of the Flying Pirates, the captain of the Gelly Pirates, Bartholomew Gelly, with a bounty of 230 million berries." Lane stood there stunned on the spot. After a long while, he shook the bait in his hand, his face turning white as he rushed to the railing and vomited. All he could think about now was that he must go and question Madara Uchiha. 2 months after Madara set sail, Lane, with a stubbly beard, walked up to Madara to pour out his grievances that Mr. Madara, "We really should head back. There's no more room for a single head on the ship. Apart from the kitchen, even the living quarters of some Navy soldiers and sailors are being used to detain ability users. The special storage props you provided are also full. The net we set up around the ship is also filled. Now, we even have to discard some after sailing for a while. Please, let's go home that we can come out again after changing ships that I'll accompany you again." Lane had been tortured by Madara during this period. In the past, when he went on missions, he would wander on the sea for 3 to 5 days or half a month. When he encountered a group of pirates, he would arrest them and escort them back to the headquarters. But now, after the giant mech incident, taking advantage of his soaring popularity on Lane's warship, Madara drove his so-called Jizaishinman Supervision Codex and could arrest at least 3 or 4 groups of pirates a day. And he worked around the clock, forcing the crew on the ship to be divided into day and night shifts. There were so many heads on the deck that they were piling up. If it weren't for the special treatment, it would probably stink by now. At first, the new recruits were scared of the dead bodies and such, but now they had become numb. They could even sleep while holding a head. Moreover, a new form of entertainment had emerged on the warship, betting on heads. After cutting off the pirates' heads and processing them, the Navy soldiers would place bets on how many teeth a pirate was missing. Every day, they were either opening mystery boxes or making them. Lane also heard that one day, someone had opened a pirate's head with only one tooth, causing quite a few Navy soldiers to lose all their money. Fortunately, after the giant mech incident, they had captured a pirate with a fruit ability that had anti-decay and crystallization effects. Otherwise, there probably wouldn't be a single good smelling nose on Lane's warship by now. Just dealing with the heads every day almost exhausted that pirate. One could imagine how heavy the workload had been during this period. Speaking of this pirate, it had to be mentioned that he was now treated the best on the entire Lane's warship. Everyone was afraid that he would die and his ability would fail, so some Navy soldiers would even secretly give him food and supplies. Meanwhile, Wuxing had also discovered another powerful aspect of Madara. More terrifying than his formidable strength was his detached state of mind. During this period, the mental states of everyone on the warship had been affected to some extent. There were hallucinations, breakdowns, self-harm, various degrees of psychological trauma, and some people even attempted suicide. Even the iron-willed Ryan and the elite weasel of the headquarters must exert immense effort to suppress their various instincts. The only individual who stands out as incongruous is the man before them, though not particularly tall. He exudes a commanding presence. Remarkably, his tone in every utterance remains unchanged from when they first set out, as if the 2 months of relentless slaughter were merely a mundane chore akin to sweeping the floor every day. As Ban gazed at the haggard visage of Ryan, he felt a sense of helplessness. This impish fellow was indeed unreliable. Upon returning, he would have to speak with Sengoku about the need to cultivate the overall temperament of the Navy. Observing that Ryan might explode with impatience if he did not acquiesce soon, Ban reluctantly nodded. All right. Originally, Ryan had merely come to vent his frustrations, having already broached the topic of returning home a month prior. However, upon hearing Ban's unexpected agreement, it struck him like a thunderclap, momentarily clouding his consciousness. With a wave of his hand toward Ban, he exclaimed, "Did you just say return home?" As he uttered the words, a throng of Navy personnel suddenly emerged from various corners of the ship, as if they had caught wind of fresh prey. Return home, return home, return home. All aboard the warship began to chant the words return home, including those Navy sailors and Marines who had been napping during the night shift, who sprang up, eyes barely open, to join the uproar. Meanwhile, within the ship's hold, a noble pirate engaged in crafting a human head sculpture felt tears stream down his face upon hearing the phrase return home. At long last, I can go to prison. Thus, the resting Navy personnel were roused from their slumber. Amidst the joyous cacophony, everyone gathered around the pile of pirate heads to prepare for their return. At the port of Marineford, a sentry suddenly shouted, "Unidentified vessels approaching from the distance, not of Navy design. All personnel, prepare for battle." The previously orderly port momentarily descended into chaos, but soon regained composure as they readied themselves for confrontation. Only to hear the sentry call out once more, "Enemy alert cancelled. Vessels identified as number 0524, the warship of Colonel Ryan." The soldiers on the dock erupted in anger, expressing their dissatisfaction at the sentry's false report. With some senior officers preparing to lodge complaints. How can a sentry fail to perform even the most basic observations? What use are you? However, as Ryan's warship slowly docked, the raucous crowd fell silent. Collectively thinking, perhaps we cannot entirely blame that sentry. Aboard the warship, amidst the sea of faces, a few jubilant sailors were spotted. Meanwhile, keen observers noted that not only was the storage net piled high with human heads, but even the drying rack for the Navy's uniforms was adorned with them. As the warship entered the dock, the overwhelming stench of blood wafted through the air, causing the gathered crowd to furrow their brows. Ryan's vessel came to a halt amidst the astonished gazes of other Navy personnel. Simultaneously, the warship of Rear Admiral Sakazuki, number 1784, was returning. Sakazuki stood at the bow, his face stern as he entered the harbor. Ryan glanced at Sakazuki's ship, which was laden with approximately 40 to 50 charred corpses and over 100 captured pirates. Upon witnessing this, Ryan flicked the ash from his cigarette and exhaled a plume of white smoke. Turning to the weasel beside him, "Rear Admiral Sakazuki, I hear he is soon to be promoted to Vice Admiral. To that, I can only say it's rather mediocre." The weasel looked at Ryan with a blank expression. Sensing that Ryan had become so inflated with pride and vanity that he seemed devoid of his physical form, as both ships docked, the Navy personnel responsible for documentation hurried over to commence their tallying. Sakazuki cast a lingering glance at the ship piled high with heads behind Ban, nodding slightly in greeting. Ban, however, ignored Sakazuki's gesture and coldly threatened him, "Impudent child, if Gion does not receive her roses, you shall find yourself among those heads." Sakazuki said nothing, silently completing the tally of corpses before preparing to escort them to the underwater prison. Meanwhile, Ban faced a different scene, one of endless calculations. Utterly unmanageable, heads were transported in crates as if they were mere cabbages, requiring the mobilization of over a dozen tallying teams to keep pace with the volume being offloaded from Ryan's warship. Time passed, and just as the tallying personnel felt they could no longer recognize human faces, a loud clang echoed as several massive crates were unceremoniously dropped before them. That a sailor from Ryan's warship pointed at the crates, stating, "Upon our preliminary judgment, these belong to the remnants of the Sky Pirates, specifically Captain Bartholomew Guy and his crew, totaling approximately 700 kilograms. And this, upon our preliminary judgment, these belong to the remnants of the Sky Pirates, specifically Captain Stuart Sandy and his crew, totaling approximately 950 kilograms. The sailors aboard Ryan's warship continued enthusiastically detailing the pirate crews emerging from the crates, which could be used as filling for dumplings without further preparation. All while the tallying personnel regarded them with incredulous expressions. That "Mr. Ban, you should return to rest. I will take care of escorting the prisoners to the underwater prison," Ryan declared, thumping his chest with pride. After all, the simultaneous transfer of such a multitude of captives with Ban present would greatly undermine his grandstanding. Ban nodded, then turned to the head of the tallying team, instructing, "Prepare the corresponding commissions for Sengoku. Tell him that if anything goes awry, I shall dismantle his office." With that, he departed without lingering. Though he appeared utterly indifferent, Ban felt a sudden surge of longing for home, having forgotten when he last yearned to return somewhere. Upon reaching his doorstep, he found his dog frolicking with a group of small female dogs, wearing an exceedingly lewd grin. Ben suddenly felt that perhaps there was no need to return home after all. He approached and kicked the exuberant dog away, watching it coldly. The dog, having been thoroughly enjoying itself, having just expanded its harem by 3 female dogs, was incensed. "Who dares disturb me in my territory? Last time, that scoundrel Borisolino startled me so, I had my underlings leave a present at his doorstep for a month." Before the dog could turn around to vent its frustrations, it began barking furiously. "Woof woof woof. Woof. Who kicked me? Do you think I'm a pushover? It's me, Lord Ban." Upon realizing it was Ban who had kicked it, The dog's face transformed from anger to a silly grin, and it quickly shoved its head under Ban's hand. Ban was somewhat bemused by the dog's rapid change in demeanor and patted its head, wondering how old the dog had become. That it exuded an air of seasoned wisdom. Yet he had only been away for 2 months, and it seemed to have grown even larger. As Ban entered his home, he prepared to receive a warm welcome from Nico. But Mr. Ban is back. That means the weasel has returned as well. Mr. Ban, you should rest well. I will go check on that child. Watching Nico dash inside to grab gifts before rushing out to find the weasel, Ban felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Both of them were preoccupied with their own affairs, one throwing lavish parties at the doorstep, while the other was consumed with thoughts of her estranged adopted son. This home seemed less inviting with each passing moment. That on the other side, in Sengoku's office, a report was laid before the Fleet Admiral. Report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Major Ghost Spider and his superior, Colonel Spider Ghost, have submitted a joint complaint. They accuse Colonel Ryan of disregarding the law, exhibiting a lack of organization and discipline, and conducting rampant slaughter and capture of pirates in their assigned waters. Their subordinates among the Navy, unable to leave their designated area to capture pirates due to lack of performance, are voicing their grievances, resulting in heightened tensions. This marks the 3rd complaint against Colonel Ryan's conduct this month. Listening to the report from his subordinate, Sengoku silently rubbed his temples and said angrily, "Humph, that guy Madara is simply being absurd. That I must find an opportunity to have a good talk with him." Then he instructed his subordinate, "By the way, send reply letters of criticism to all those who complained about Ryan's warship. If they have no ability, they shouldn't blame others for taking their jobs. The name of justice is not for them to engage in such officialdom tactics. If there's a next time, all of them will go to work for the world government." The subordinate looked at Sengoku, who was giving orders, speechlessly. "So it turns out you're just a bully who picks on the weak and fears the strong. That can't solve the problem. So you solve the one who raises the problem? You've really mastered the role of the marshal." Sengoku felt that the subordinate was looking at him strangely. He cleared his throat lightly and was just about to explain that he wasn't afraid of Uchiha Madara, but rather that justice couldn't tolerate such improper conduct. Suddenly, there came a rapid knock on the door. Sengoku frowned and said, "Who is it?" "So rude. I'll give them a good scolding later. Come in." The person in charge of the accounting for Ryan's warship at the dock directly pushed the door open, saluted Sengoku, and without waiting for Sengoku to ask, began to report on his own. Report to Marshal Sengoku. Your subordinate is here to report on the accounting situation regarding Ryan's warship. Sengoku frowned even more. Really rude, but he still didn't say anything. After all, even if he was going to criticize, he had to wait until the business was done. So he patiently began to listen. Ryan's warship. The total sailing time is exactly 47 days. And the number of pirates captured is 203. Sengoku nodded. It was a very good result. Even for people like Sakazuki who were about to be promoted to vice admiral, their single voyage results were only at this level. For Madara, who was on his 2nd sea voyage, this was an extremely excellent result. The total number of pirates killed is more than 4,400. Sengoku, who was drinking tea, suddenly spat it out. How many? More than 4,400? According to the usual number of the Navy, when 200 are captured alive, the number of corpses would be between 20 and 30, even for the Navy with a relatively high kill rate. It wouldn't exceed 50. Capturing 200 alive and killing 4,400. If Madara wasn't on the ship, Sengoku would even suspect that the person in charge in front of him was reporting false military information. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he waved his hand at the person in charge, indicating him to continue reporting. Among them, there are more than 3,100 corpses at the same time, according to the report. Due to Mr. Madara's excessive force, the former members of the flying pirate group have no intact corpses. After the incident, the recovered minced meat totals more than 9,200 kilograms, approximately 120 people. The whereabouts of the remaining 570 former members of the flying pirate group are unknown. Excluding the 200 captives, 3,100 corpses, and 690 members of the flying pirate group, the whereabouts of the remaining 400 are unknown, totaling more than 4,400 people. The specific bounty amount is still being calculated urgently because the value is huge and the number of people involved is too large. Sengoku pressed his fist against his forehead and rubbed it hard, then let out a long breath and waved his hand at the accounting staff. Is there anything else? If not, go down first. Come and inform me when you have the specific amount. The accounting person in charge was a bit restrained and said to Sengoku timidly that Mr. Madara sent a message to you. saying that you should prepare the corresponding commissions. If there's a problem, he'll tear down your office. After stammering through his words, he glanced at Sengoku, whose face had turned black. With a loud bang, Sengoku punched the table hard. Suddenly stood up and stared fiercely at the accounting person in charge, who was as timid as a quail. After a long time, he sat down weakly, let out a heavy sigh, and waved his hand at the accounting person in charge. That I know to go down. I'll prepare the relevant commissions as soon as possible and send them to him after the total amount is out. After the person in charge left, Sengoku sat on the chair and said, 200 to 4,400. This can't be explained by accidental killing. That guy Madara, humph. The subordinate on the other side also got a chance to speak and asked Sengoku, then what about the commission order? Hurry up and prepare it. Send it over as soon as you have the amount. That I still want to keep my office. This chapter is an extra added specifically for the New Year's Day. It's dedicated to all readers. Happy New Year. This chapter doesn't count as a normal update. Please refer to the next chapter for the main content. Although there were some twists and turns, things still went on one after another. The little guy was still in the training camp and hadn't come back. Nicole was chasing Musashi all over the place with gifts in her hand. At this moment, only Madara and the dog were left in the house, silently looking at each other. Originally, the dog didn't want this either, but Madara found it annoying and drove away its companions. So it transformed and just stared at Madara with big eyes. The confused look in its eyes seemed to be saying to Madara, look at what you've done. Madara seemed a bit annoyed. This was completely different from what he had imagined after coming home. He gently patted the dog's head and turned to walk into the kitchen. He planned to go to see Garp that evening and prepare some food in advance to give to Garp. The dog's head felt heavy after being patted. It raised its head and stared at Uchiha Madara with its neck outstretched. You drove away my companions and still won't play with me? Madara ignored the dog. During his time at sea, maybe because there was no noise from the dog and the little guy, or maybe because Jessie simply wouldn't let him into the kitchen. He had a new understanding of his cooking skills, which had reached a bottleneck. Madara could feel that his chance to take a step further was today. Mainly, Madara discovered a cooking utensil that he had often ignored before. The pressure cooker. At that time, he overheard Jessie and the others say that a pressure cooker could make tough meats easier to cook and have a better taste. As an amateur chef, he remembered what Jessie and the others said right away. Madara had strong practical skills. After getting home, he immediately started trying. Looking at the oddly shaped pot in front of him, Madara took a deep breath and added the marinated beef to the pot one by one, followed by salt, sugar, explosive tags, black powder he couldn't remember where he got, broken shurikens, dark soy sauce, cooking wine, nitroglycerin, and mountain pepper fish venom. After double-checking the optimized ingredients, he solemnly closed the pressure cooker lid and started his first attempt at cooking with the pressure cooker. He also specifically chose a piece of beef tendon meat so that even if the cooking was overdone, the meat would only become more delicious. The dog, which had been looking at Madara cook with an intelligent look on its face, suddenly had a flash of light in its eyes, shivered, and directly changed back into its yellow dog form. It carefully thought over the ingredients Madara had just used and then thought about its own defensive ability after transformation. It silently chose to leave the kitchen. It felt that it probably couldn't take it and decided to stand at the door instead. After about half an hour, the pot in front of Madara suddenly began to shake violently. Madara nervously looked at his pressure cooker. In the blink of an eye, a sudden red light flashed in Madara's eyes. Susanoo. Then there came a violent explosion. Madara was directly blown out of the kitchen. He adjusted his posture in the air and slid to the door with his legs slightly bent. First, he looked at the Susanoo, which was being corroded and sizzling with white smoke. Madara stretched out his hand into the room. Wind release. Whirling wind danced. A gentle breeze blew, and the pungent smoke gradually dissipated. The kitchen, which had been tidied up to shine, disappeared before Madara's eyes, looking at the living room that had turned into ruins. Madara helplessly exchanged a look with the dog, which looked terrified, and they were both speechless. Just then, Nicole, who had returned home without finding Musashi, also came back. First, she stared blankly at the living room that looked like a ruin, then went in to look at the disappeared kitchen. Finally, with a dark face, she smiled at Madara and the dog and said, Sir, dog, could you please explain this to me? Where's the home? Hearing this, the dog immediately sprawled its paws. I'm just a dog. What's the use of asking me? Then the dog suddenly turned its head and looked at Uchiha Madara warily, as if it had thought of something. The meaning was quite clear. You old guy aren't going to shift the blame onto me, are you? Madara didn't shift the blame. Keeping a poker face, he coldly said to Nicole, "It's just an accident." However, the tactics that had always worked on angry Nicole suddenly failed. Nicole didn't, as usual, flash a radiant smile after hearing what Ban said, and then choose to clean up Ban's mess. Instead, she continued to wear a gloomy face. "Mr. Ban, you said you were going out, and then left home for a full 2 months. Then, the first thing you did after coming back was to blow up the house without saying a word. Could you tell me what you're thinking now?" Although Ban still wore a poker-faced expression on the surface, a slight ripple unexpectedly emerged in his heart. He opened his mouth to explain. The beef was not fresh. Hearing this explanation, the dog, who had been trying hard to hide itself, could no longer hold back and started rolling on the ground. It didn't notice at all that Uchiha Ban's face was getting darker and darker. Finally, Ban walked up silently and gave the dog a resounding slap. "Get the kitchen rebuilt before evening." The dog, which had been laughing heartily, suddenly stopped, lying on the ground. It stared blankly at the cold-faced Uchiha Ban in front of it. Hearing this, Nicole also walked over and stroked the dog's head. In fact, she didn't care who had damaged it, but someone had to be responsible for the repair. "Come on, doggy," the dog thought. "Thank you so much for regarding me as a human, but I'm a dog." For heaven's sake, however, it couldn't oppose Ban's decision. As it watched Ban turn around and leave, angry and digging the ground with its paws, suddenly, an idea flashed across its doggy mind. It said, "Repair the wall." Carp. Then it barked twice towards the outside of the wall. "Woof, woof, woof," said a dog. Less than 20 seconds after the dog shouted, a one-man, tall black dog rushed in. "Woof, boss." "Woof, woof, woof, woof. Woof, 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 woof. Woof, 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 woof. Woof. Bring more dogs and get Carp here. He's the old man whose house the big sister used to go to every day to get things. He's the second brother's father." Wolf understood. After receiving the order, the black dog went out. The dog got up unsteadily and thought at the same time, "I know about cement, but where can I get bricks and wood?" Another idea flashed across its mind. "Right, that guy Borsellino isn't at home. Woof, send another dog." As soon as the dog finished speaking, a huge silver, white wolf immediately walked in excitedly, crouched in front of the dog, and wagged its tail. The dog looked at the huge wolf in front of it, somewhat puzzled. "Woof, woof, woof? Are you a dog?" "Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Yes. Just eats a bit more." The dog turned its head in confusion. It always felt that something was amiss, but there was no way. After all, time was tight and the task was heavy. "Woof, woof, woof. Woof, 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 woof. Woof, 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 woof. Woof, 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 woof. Woof, woof. The house where we went to poop last time. The owner is an ugly guy. Go and tear down his kitchen. Bring back all the bricks and wood. Decide how many dogs to take by yourself. My fellow dog Spring might be at home. Don't scare it." Wolf understood. Watching the silver, white wolf leave excitedly, the dog sneezed and shivered in place. "This family will fall apart sooner or later without me." The dog lay quietly at the door of the house. After a short while, Carp walked over surrounded by many dogs. Picking his nose while looking at the dog, he knew something about this dog of the Uchiha family. It was said that dogs from both the black and white sides and Marineford listened to it. It had great influence, and many pet stores had to address it as Dog Lord. "You called me?" The dog rolled its eyes. Since Carp couldn't understand what it said, it tossed its head at Carp, signaling him to come in. Walking into the living room that looked like a ruin, Carp immediately saw Ban sitting on the shabby sofa and greeted him. "Hey, brother Ban, I heard you made quite a splash today." Ban didn't say a word, but looked at Carp strangely. What was this old guy doing here? Carp noticed Ban's confusion and waved his hand at him with a big laugh. "Haha, the dog called me here. I have to give it some face." Ban was completely confused at that moment. What the hell? The dog's face? Did a dog even have any influence? But due to his cold, aloof persona, Ban didn't say a word. He just nodded silently and ignored Carp. Carp didn't waste any more words. He put his arm around the dog's neck and ruffled its head hard twice, asking, "Come on. What did you call me here for?" The dog broke free from Carp's embrace and tossed its head at the vanished kitchen. The meaning was extremely clear. "Help me rebuild it." Carp looked at the non-existent kitchen, thought for a while, and then nodded, "No problem. But what can you offer me?" The dog was also stunned for a moment. After thinking carefully, it finally showed an expression extremely similar to Borsellino's to Carp. Carp immediately understood and said excitedly, "You mean, a chance like the way you mess with Borsellino? Can I decide the target at will?" Woof. "Sure. Deal at this time." The army of dogs that had gone to Borsellino's place also returned one after another. carrying bricks, wood, and the like in their mouths. At the dog's signal, they placed them in the kitchen and stacked them up one by one. Carp immediately called his adjutant on the phone. It had to be said that after following Carp for so many years, Bogart had also achieved a certain level in decoration. The two men and the dog quickly rebuilt the kitchen. Except for the lack of kitchen utensils, everything else was exactly the same as it was at the beginning. The only fly in the ointment was that the floor tiles on the ground had become bright yellow. The dog also took the opportunity to despise Borsellino's taste. Bright, yellow floor tiles. How could he even come up with that? I've already contacted someone about the kitchen utensils. They'll be delivered before evening. Happy cooperation. Carp laughed and reached out his big hand to the dog. The dog also gave a charming smile and shook its paw with Carp. Ban. Sure enough, the Navy all have some kind of mental problems. In Sengoku's office, the messenger directly pushed the door open and rushed in. Before Sengoku could say a word, he heard the messenger shout loudly. Report. Shiki the Golden Lion has escaped from prison. He had a fierce battle with Rear Admiral Sakazuki and Colonel Ryan, who went to take over the prisoner. Rear Admiral Sakazuki was slightly injured, and Colonel Ryan had his arm broken and was seriously injured. He's being rescued. What? How did that guy escape? Sengoku was greatly shocked when he heard this. Had that old lion escaped successfully? But Sengoku immediately suppressed all the emotions in his heart and prepared to think about the next counter-measure. With a bang, the door of Sengoku's office was directly kicked open and slapped hard against the wall of the office. Sengoku's pupils shrank as he saw the man in red armor walking in slowly. Ban? Sengoku shouted sternly. He was so worried that his head was about to fall off, and here Ban came to cause trouble. Ban ignored the angry Sengoku. With a cold face, he sat on the sofa and asked Sengoku, "The Golden Lion? Judging from your tone, he seems to be quite something." That Sengoku's imposing manner faltered. He suddenly realized that he might have misinterpreted Ban's intention. This guy Ban wouldn't be so out of line. How could he have forgotten that this guy had spent 2 months on the same ship as Ryan? So he wasn't here to cause trouble because of a commission. So he should be angry because he heard the news that Ryan's arm was broken and thus made this extreme move. Ryan, that kid is seriously injured. As expected, he's a good for nothing. I've said that with his little strength, he might as well go home and play with mud. Hearing this, the messenger was about to get angry on the spot. Colonel Ryan had been seriously injured in order to stop a pirate of Shiki's level. The man in front of him was so sarcastic that it both shocked and enraged him. Insulting a comrade in arms who had fought bravely was something he absolutely couldn't tolerate. Sengoku quickly stopped the messenger, who was about to shout angrily, and said coldly to Ban, "What's your intention?" Ben still wore a poker face. He picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. "The kitchen at home is broken. I'm a bit bored." "That's so," called Lion. "It might be fun to have a go at him." Hearing this, Sengoku looked deeply at Uchiha Ban, took out an old wanted poster from the drawer, slapped it on the table, and picked up a pen to write, "Former captain of the Flying Pirates, Shiki the Golden Lion. Bounty, 3.8 billion berries, dead or alive." Sengoku crossed out the bounty on the old wanted poster and directly wrote a brand new one. Although it looked somewhat ludicrously scrawled, Madara still reached out and took the wanted poster. Madara stared intently at the portrait of the blonde man in the picture, who was laughing extremely wantonly. His eyes narrowed slightly, and flames emerged from his hand, setting the poster ablaze. Then he walked out of Sengoku's office. Seeing Madara leave, Sengoku heaved a long sigh of relief. Turning to the messenger beside him, who was still visibly angry, he said, "Immediately compile all the intelligence on Shiki the Golden Lion and send it to Colonel Ryan's ward in the Navy hospital." Looking at the messenger, who still seemed somewhat puzzled, Sengoku explained to him, "If you want to avenge Ryan, do as I say." Hearing this, the messenger put aside his doubts and immediately went to prepare the relevant materials on Shiki. Madara directly burst into Ryan's ward in the 1st Military District Hospital of the Navy headquarters. Jessie, with red-rimmed eyes, was looking at Ryan with great concern on her face. Madara's sudden intrusion clearly gave her a big shock. "Mr. Madara, you've come." Madara walked up to the hospital bed and looked at Ryan, whose face was extremely pale, with a cold expression. It was hard to imagine that this young man had been slapping his chest and laughing at him in the morning. Madara raised his hand and infused a large amount of life energy into Ryan. He stopped only when a tinge of blush began to appear on Ryan's face. Human path. Ripples suddenly appeared in Madara's pupils. In Jesse's horrified eyes, he read a part of Ryan's memory that he read out Shiki's appearance, tone of voice, fighting style, behavior, and the direction he flew away. That he firmly committed to memory the image of that blonde man holding 2 swords and with a ship's rudder stuck in his head. And then he stopped, turning to Jesse. He said, "That young rascal Ryan is always half-hearted in his training, smoking, fishing, and romancing. With such an attitude, this day was bound to come. When he recovers, take him back to the Navy family area. The Navy doesn't need such a useless person that I'm a ninja and don't do good deeds for free. When I come back, exchange your best cooked dishes for Shiki's head at a tea first." When Jesse heard Madara call Ryan a useless person, her anger welled up uncontrollably in her eyes. Her husband was a great hero who fearlessly upheld justice. However, when she heard Madara say that he would exchange Shiki's head for her cooking, she suddenly shed tears. The hatred she had suppressed deep in her heart gradually resurfaced with Madara's words. Regarding Ryan being seriously injured by Shiki, she had already suppressed her hatred. After all, facing a pirate of Shiki's level. As a cook, all she could do was despair and accept her fate. But Madara's words rekindled her hope. She recalled the scene where this cold-faced man had cut through the world. And hope shone in her eyes. If it's him, he must be able to do it. Clenching her fists tightly, grinding her teeth so hard that a streak of scarlet blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. And trembling all over, she said to Madara, "I'll stake everything on it. I want Shiki dead. Humph, the only thing about you that can catch my attention is your pitiful cooking. Live a humble life, like a tiny ant." Madara snorted and walked out of the ward. Just as he was about to set off, he ran into Sakazuki, who was just about to leave the hospital. Sakazuki also saw Madara. He knew that Madara had come to see Ryan. Then he opened his mouth to explain to Madara, "This is my mistake, a mistake of justice." Madara cast a cold glance at Sakazuki. Although there was still no emotion in his voice, there was a strong undertone of hostility in his words. "Justice? A mistake? Do you mean a trash like you? You need a useless young rascal like Ryan to fight for you against the enemy? Are you worthy of the title of the Navy's monster?" Without paying attention to Sakazuki, who looked extremely embarrassed, Madara walked away while saying, "Trash should go back to the trash heap. It don't come out and make a mess in the name of some so-called justice." As he spoke, the tomo in Madara's eyes spun rapidly, transforming into a strange pattern. The huge blue giant that blotted out the sky and the sun reappeared. Flapping its wings, it disappeared from Sakazuki's sight in an instant. And the hurricane it created blew everything at the hospital entrance into a complete mess. Sakazuki stared at the direction where Madara had left for a long time with a gloomy face. Finally, with a scowl, he walked towards Sengoku's office. Shiki was flying in the air, holding Sakuraju and Kuriki in his hands, muttering incessantly, Well, I really have to thank that guy for helping me get out this time. Yeah. Then, let this arrow witness the terror of a real pirate." Madara was controlling the Susanoo to speed through the sky at a breakneck pace at the same time. He had to burst out a huge amount of chakra to maintain the Gizatenman Overseer's Forbidden Code. The Gizatenman Overseer's Forbidden Code was not suitable for pursuit. Its working principle was to use a large amount of chakra to cover a certain area, making it more suitable for guarding a place. For Madara, who flew at an extremely high speed, to maintain the perception area, he could only do so by continuously releasing the technique repeatedly. Originally, because of his divine tree body, Madara's total amount of chakra and its recovery efficiency were quite remarkable. In previous battles, he used 1 unit of chakra and recovered 2, and he had never felt the depletion of chakra. However, with the fully formed Susanoo and the desperate outburst of chakra to maintain the Gizatenman Overseer's Forbidden Code. For the first time since Madara came to this world, he felt that his chakra could actually be depleted. Madara's only means of flight were the fully formed Susanoo and ninjutsu, like the light, heavy rock technique. Although he could fly very fast with the light, heavy rock technique, based on Ryan's memory, if he used this technique, it was highly likely that he wouldn't be able to catch up with Shiki's flying speed. To catch up with Shiki, he had to use the fully formed Susanoo regardless of the chakra consumption. After all, Shiki had set off long before Madara, even though the Susanoo was faster than Shiki's flying speed. It was only a matter of time before he caught up, but Madara didn't know where Shiki was going, and searching for him all over the world would take a lot of time. After 2 whole days of continuous searching on the sea, even with his divine tree body, Madara began to feel exhausted. The chakra in his body was less than 40%. Just when Madara was about to find a place to rest, a powerful aura suddenly appeared moving at high speed within the edge of the Gizatenman Overseer's Forbidden Code range. Madara's pupils suddenly constricted. A life aura as powerful as Garp and the others. It's that guy. Without caring about finding a place to rest, Madara thought that that guy was as slippery as an eel, that if he missed this chance, he didn't know how long he would have to wait for the next one. Thinking of this, the already super fast flying Susanoo accelerated again, and even a sonic boom cloud hundreds of meters long formed around it. On the other hand, after flying over the sea for 2 days, Shiki also planned to find a place to take a short rest. He intended to go and see Newgate. He had to get himself in good condition before he got there. Otherwise, it would be a huge joke if the only pirate in the world who had escaped from Impel Down was detained by his old friend because of his poor state. Shiki slowly approached an island, planning to take a short break. Although the journey hadn't taken much out of him physically, the continuous 2-day and 2-night flight had started to make him a bit mentally tired. Just as he landed on the island, his Kinbunchaku Haki suddenly began to give frantic warnings. Without having time to think, Shiki immediately retreated violently. A huge blue armored giant suddenly appeared above the small island, and 2 giant swords smashed down hard at the place where he had just been. Susanoo 2, sword flame dance. The huge swords, burning with ghostly blue flames, smashed down onto the island. The small island with a diameter of several kilometers disappeared from the sea surface in Shiki's solemn gaze. The towering blue giant slowly dissipated, and a man in red armor hovered in front of Shiki. Shiki flicked his twin swords and pointed Kariki at Madara, asking, "Ha, a powerful guy. Why are you in such a hurry to come out and say hello? What's the matter? Looking for a new toy?" Before Jinshitsu could say a word, Ban yanked out a shuriken from the void. The pitch black armament Haki emerged and completely enveloped the shuriken. Ripples appeared in his eyes, and all of a sudden, he vanished without a trace from Jinshitsu's field of vision. Jinshitsu's pupils dilated violently. He brandished his Shurinku Mu and slashed backward. Sparks flew everywhere. The expressionless Uchiha Ban and the wildly laughing Jinshitsu exchanged a glance. The shuriken and the twin swords clashed ceaselessly in the air, and the resulting wind pressure sent the seawater scurrying in all directions. After a powerful collision, both of them withdrew simultaneously. Ban remained expressionless, but his arm trembled slightly. He mused in his heart, an exaggerated amount of strength. It can even rival that of Garpede. It seems I have to get serious, that I should avoid close range combat as much as possible and look for opportunities to wound him at medium range. Although Jinshitsu still wore that arrogant smile on his face, the solemnity in his eyes was almost palpable. That a bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple. But it was so close. If he had reacted just a split second slower, his left eye would have been lost. Rich combat experience, a treacherous fighting style, and extremely tricky attack angles. Every move is aimed at killing. Is this a fighting style specifically designed for slaughter? Could he be from CP? No, that's not right. This kind of imposing manner is not something those lackeys can possess. Is he a new monster emerging in the sea? Jiahahaha. I'm Shiki, the Golden Lion, an interesting fellow. State your name. Ban coldly said to him. Do you remember a Navy captain named Lane? Jinshitsu was a bit surprised by Ban's question, but still let out a domineering and wild laugh. A captain? I've killed so many of those useless trash. How could anyone bother to remember the names of trash? Jiahahaha. Ban slowly raised his hand. Just as you won't remember the names of trash. I have no interest in letting trash know my name. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. As soon as he finished speaking, a sea of fire rushed towards Jinshitsu. Hearing Ban's words, a flash of annoyance appeared in Jinshitsu's eyes. He roared, Jiahahaha. How dare you speak like that, kid? But there has never been a shortage of arrogant people in this sea. Their only destination is death. Lion's Might, Imperial Palace ground roll. He controlled a large amount of seawater to form the shape of a giant lion and menacingly charged towards the oncoming sea of fire. When the two collided, a large amount of smog billowed out. Jinshitsu, holding his twin swords and with his observation Haki fully activated, stood in the air warily. He hadn't forgotten the scene when the guy in the red armor suddenly appeared behind him. Suddenly, Jinshitsu's pupils constricted. Here he comes. He swung Ingshur fiercely at the suddenly appeared Uchiha B and to Jinshitsu's surprise. Ben didn't make any evasive moves and just stared as the strike landed on him. Ingshur, carrying a terrifying amount of force, swept Ben in front of him into flying wood chips. Jinshitsu's pupils dilated violently again. He immediately controlled Kumu to block behind him. However, the figure behind him just flashed by. By the time Jinshitsu realized he had been deceived, a gloved big hand appeared in front of him, along with that cold voice. Divine repulsion. A huge repulsive force field formed in front of Jinshitsu and slammed into his face. All Xinei could do was coat his entire body with armament Haki and take the blow head on. The terrifying repulsive force sent Xinei flying. He quickly adjusted his posture in the air. But at the same time, that spine-chilling voice came again. Universal pull. Xinei, who was still flying backward due to the impact of the repulsive force, felt a terrifying gravitational force start to tear at his body. The two forces, one in front and one behind, collided within him. He felt as if his internal organs were about to burst. He tried his best to control his posture, raised Ingshur, and slashed in the direction of Uchiha Ban. Lion. Great/wave. A huge slash quickly cut towards the position where Ban was. Ban stopped his actions and slightly sidestepped to avoid the blow. The terrifying gravitational force on his body finally disappeared, and Xinei got a chance to catch his breath. He quickly controlled the gravitational force to stop his movement and immediately looked in the direction of Uchiha Ban. He didn't dare to let this terrifying guy in front of him out of his sight again, but when he looked up at the other person, he saw a pair of scarlet eyes. Seeing Ban's scarlet eyes, Xinei instinctively felt something was wrong and immediately wanted to close his eyes, but it was a bit late. As the red light flashed, Xinei's eyes gradually became glazed. Taking advantage of this, Ban rushed forward with the shuriken in hand, but just as he reached Xinei, his observation Haki suddenly gave a frantic warning. Dark, red lightning suddenly appeared beside Xinei, whose expression was a bit dull. His eyes regained clarity in an instant. He swung Kumu, surrounded by dark, red light, fiercely at the oncoming Uchiha Ban. Susanoo. Uchiha Ban immediately raised the shuriken to block. But the warning from his observation Haki didn't stop. He immediately activated Susanoo, and the armament Haki with a metallic luster covered the entire Susanoo. To conserve his energy, Ban didn't choose to directly activate a higher-level Susanoo. If the initial form was not enough, he added armament Haki. All he needed was to precisely cancel out this blow. The moment when the shuriken and Kumu collided, Ban immediately understood why his observation Haki had warned him. That strange force, whose nature he didn't know, actually passed through the shuriken and acted on Susanoo, but it didn't cause any substantial damage. Although it was a Haki-imbued strike, this was just an instinctive and casual slash from Xinei. After shattering the initial Susanoo with armament Haki added, it was over to the same time. This also showed Ban's accuracy in calculating damage, which made Xinei once again the richness of this person's combat experience and his boldness. Facing an attack of this level, he could achieve a perfect defense without wasting any energy. Xinei had sailed the seas for many years, but this was the first time he had witnessed such a high level of control. Ban was directly sent flying by the blow and smashed heavily onto the sea surface. The huge wave shot up into the sky, with a faint blue light flickering within. Yadagarasa Magata. A two-headed, four-armed muscular giant emerged and hurled a large number of Magatama at Xinei. Xinei didn't give in either. He waved his swords to fight back. Lion. Thousand Slicing Valley. The sword Chi and the Magatama collided, and explosions kept occurring. As soon as the Magatama were launched, Ban immediately deactivated Susanoo. In this large-scale collision, there was a high possibility that the Susanoo would be affected by the attacks. His physical condition was not good at the moment, so he tried to save as much energy as possible. After all, he didn't come here to enjoy the fight. What he wanted was Xinei's head. Ban had a deep understanding of the physical strength of the strong in the pirate world. In the Naruto world, he could use various abilities recklessly to bombard. After all, the people in the Naruto world didn't have overly exaggerated endurance. But he had watched the battle between Garp and Dragon some time ago. The two of them fought for a full 3 days. Considering his current state, he decided to conserve his energy as much as possible. Xinei was a great pirate who had dominated an era and was now at his peak. It wouldn't be easy to defeat him in a short time. So Ban had long prepared for a long-term battle. The Magatama and the slashes kept colliding, and the dust and smoke rose again, obscuring the vision. Damn it, this guy isn't a devil fruit user. The Golden Lion immediately cursed under his breath. He had finally managed to gain a slight advantage from the opponent's overwhelming offensive. Yet this damned armored fellow started acting up again. He created distance, obstructed his vision, and then resorted to his loathsome ability for assassination. Unfortunately, this was precisely what the Golden Lion, a great pirate, was least adept at. Having always engaged in head-on confrontations in previous battles, the Golden Lion couldn't adapt to Madara's rhythm right away. As a result, apart from the single strike infused with Conqueror's Haki, he was completely led by the nose by Madara throughout, would release, tree-binding permanent burial, A multitude of trees rapidly sprang from the seabed, attempting to entangle the golden lion. The golden lion immediately ascended to evade the branches. Meanwhile, Madara's cold voice came from above. Fire release, dragon flame bullet. Different from Shiryuki, who needed shadow clones to perform this technique, with Madara's profound understanding of ninjutsu, he executed the dragon flame bullet. Originally a combined A-rank ninjutsu, as an independent technique, an enormous orange, red fire dragon, with a highly compressed bomb in its mouth rushed towards the golden lion, forced away from the sea surface by the tree-binding permanent barrier. The golden lion couldn't immediately use the sea water to unleash lion's roar, castle ground tornado to counter the dragon flame bullet coming from above, although it was just a decision Madara made in an instant. Looking at the golden lion's predicament of being in a bind, this combination attack wasn't a failure at this moment. The golden lion began to grow increasingly irate due to being cornered. First, there were Madara's feints, his miscellaneous abilities, and the continuous hidden losses he suffered during the clashes, as well as the opponent's methodical approach. This made the golden lion feel extremely. Holding his swords with both hands, he roared, "Don't look down on me. I'm the golden lion." Dark, red lightning continuously flashed around his body. The golden lion held his swords with both hands, gathering his strength. The lion's roar, heaven and earth /wave. Conqueror's Haki coiled around cherry blossom tin and deadwood. The veins on the golden lion's forehead bulged as he slashed out a dark, red flying slash at both the dragon flame bomb and the tree-binding permanent burial. Both were cut in half, and the huge slash continued its relentless charge towards Madara Uchiha, who was once again reduced to a shower of wood chips. Damn it! Seeing Madara dodge his pride, worthy slash once again in the same manner. The golden lion's anger flared up even more. What did this damned armored bastard take him for? A prey toyed with under the claws of a beast. After using the substitution jutsu, ripples appeared in Madara's eyes. Limbo, border jailed, an invisible shadow suddenly materialized beside the golden lion and struck the enraged and distracted pirate, sending him crashing into the sea. The golden lion reacted swiftly, raising his hand to send out several slashes to counteract his falling momentum and soar back into the sky. Looking at the golden lion rising back into the air, Madara felt a tinge of disappointment. If that strike had successfully sent the opponent into the sea, the outcome would have been settled. Looking at the enraged golden lion soaring into the sky, a faint smile appeared on Madara's lips, as expected. By setting traps according to the pirates' arrogance, pirates highly valued their honor and were extremely eager for head-on battles. If they were tricked several times in a row, they would become angry, thus increasing the intensity of their attacks. This was Madara's ultimate goal. Through various schemes, he aimed to influence the opponent's emotions, making the golden lion consume more energy than himself, and ultimately tipping the balance of this protracted battle. The golden lion wasn't stupid at all. He was well aware that Madara was deliberately provoking him. However, this didn't stop him from being enraged. But the golden lion also knew that if he continued like this, he might be exhausted and end up losing. He needed a way to break the deadlock. Since I can't outdo him in details and tactics, then I'll go all out. A terrifying wave of Conqueror's Haki swept over, and dark, red lightning raged in the air. The golden lion stopped holding back his strength and unleashed his full power, forcing Madara Uchiha to end the battle quickly. In terms of strength, speed, reaction, defense, and even long-range capabilities, as a man standing at the pinnacle of this world, the golden lion in his prime was also a well-rounded combatant. Suddenly, Madara was under great defensive pressure, which made him slightly uncomfortable. He used the substitution jutsu and his self-created eye technique to constantly evade and maneuver around the golden lion, until he made a minor mistake and was grazed by the golden lion slash across his cheek. A tiny wound appeared, and a small amount of blood trickled down. This also made Madara's eyes turn colder. He did intend to win through a war of attrition, but it didn't mean he could tolerate being chased and attacked. Disregarding the consumption of his physical strength and chakra, he directly summoned the complete body Susanoo and charged towards the golden lion. A cold voice came from within. Since that's the case, then let you witness the disparity in this world. Near Punk Hazard, on an unnamed island, the golden lion leaned on deadwood, gasping for breath. Blood slowly trickled down his temples as he limped towards the shore, thinking about that imposing man who seemed to have emerged from nowhere and managed to fight him to this extent. The golden lion couldn't help but grin. Sure enough, the seas were the most exciting place. First, that mysterious guy in impelled down, and then this guy in the red armored. I'm truly fated to live. This world is getting more and more interesting. Report. Battle report from the area near Punk Hazard. Sengoku continued to handle his official duties with his head down, not looking up at the intelligence officer. He calmly said, "Read it. A large-scale battle took place in the sea area near Punk Hazard. The two sides are suspected to be Shiki the Golden Lion and Madara Uchiha, the Hokage of Konoha." Hearing these two names, Sengoku suddenly looked up. It had been nearly a week since the Golden Lion's prison break, but there had been no news. This made Sengoku vaguely worried. Although he had great confidence in Madara's strength, single-handedly hunting down a pirate was extremely difficult. Moreover, the Golden Lion was a great pirate with the ability to fly. Once back at sea, the Golden Lion would surely be in his element. Whether Madara could find the opponent was a big question. Madara hadn't even taken the information they had prepared, not even the return pointer. Sengoku's concerns were not unfounded. Continue. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle on an unnamed island near Punk Hazard. The battle lasted for nearly 3 days. The aftermath of the battle destroyed 5 passing pirate ships, 3 small islands, and 1 medium-sized island. According to the witnessing navy, both sides suffered certain degrees of injuries. The Golden Lion was severely injured, and the final victor was Madara Uchiha. The moment the outcome was decided, the Golden Lion fled with severe injuries, and Madara intended to pursue. However, Madara was suddenly enveloped by numerous trees and disappeared directly. Since it was the first version report, the content was a bit rough, but it still clearly explained the whole story. After hearing this, Sengoku frowned deeply that he could understand everything before, and it was expected that Madara would defeat the Golden Lion. But what was the situation at the end? Being enveloped by trees. He knew that Madara had the ability to manipulate trees. Could being enveloped by trees be some strange pursuit method? After careful consideration, Sengoku said to the intelligence officer, "Immediately contact the warships on mission nearby and do your best to gather information about Madara Uchiha. If you see him, there's no need to pay excessive attention under safe conditions, but try your best to give him the pointer to Marineford if he's in a life-threatening or severely injured condition. Do your best to treat him, and you're allowed to reasonably mobilize all the resources of the surrounding navy." Watching the intelligence officer rush away, Sengoku rubbed his forehead and let out a deep sigh. Then he said to his subordinate beside him, regarding Madara Uchiha's disappearance, "Classify it as a top-secret matter. Officers below the rank of vice-admiral are not to be informed. All those who know the news are not allowed to discuss it further. Don't let the Uchiha family know. Also, when passing on the information to the vice-admirals, make sure there are no canine-type animals around." Sengoku looked out of the window with a vague sense of worry. That family truly couldn't withstand any more turmoil. In the blinding white light, Madara struggled to open his eyes, looking somewhat vigilant. He scanned the surrounding scene, which was completely white and empty. Where is this? Right, that lion. I haven't killed him yet. Long time no see, Madara. A man wearing a Konoha headband walked towards Madara, greeting him. Looking at that familiar face, Madara suddenly seemed stunned. "Hashirama," Madara said as he lifted his fingers to his chest and began to release chakra. However, it was in vain. When he opened his eyes, that annoying fellow was still there. Hashirama put his arm around Madara's neck and said with a laugh, "Ha, stop trying. This isn't an illusion. Just relax." Madara still looked at Hashirama before him with a hesitant expression. "Am I dead again?" Hashirama suddenly burst into loud laughter, pounding Madara's shoulder hard while laughing. It was not until Madara's Susanoo began to faintly emerge behind him that Hashirama stopped. "Come on, don't be so excited that you're not dead. It's the Sage of Six Paths. I was in the Pure Land, feeling groggy, when the Sage of Six Paths suddenly appeared. He said you'd gone to another world, and that there was a chance for me to come and see you. So I readily agreed." You're still the same old Madara." Madara didn't say a word and started to silently analyze the information from Hashirama's words. "Come on, don't think so much that I don't have much time left. Hurry up and tell me how you've been over there. Have you made new friends? Have you met someone you like? Are you married? Do you have kids?" Madara looked at Hashirama chattering away in front of him. And suddenly he smiled, shook his head with a smile, crossed his legs, and sat down on the ground. Seeing Madara sitting down, Hashirama also squatted down beside him and nudged Madara with his shoulder. "Hey, don't be so cold. The old man said I only have 2 minutes. Don't you have anything to say to me? Don't you miss me at all?" Hearing it was 2 minutes, Madara suddenly frowned, but quickly returned to normal. Although he did it very discreetly, Hashirama noticed it right away. He put his arm around Madara's shoulder again and burst into laughter. "You really can't bear to part with me. Can you? Ha ha ha. Shut up. Okay. Looking at Hashirama, who suddenly became behaved beside him, Madara raised the corners of his mouth and began to speak. I established a village, but there are no ninjas. I took in disciples, and they're better than you and Tobarama. I raised a dog. I learned to cook. I've been living a low-key life. And that's all. For some reason, Madara didn't want Hashirama to know about Nicole. Anyway, considering Nicole's status as just a maid, there was nothing worth mentioning. Hashirama suddenly tilted his head at Madara, showing a puzzled expression, and said with a sly smile, "You're showing off, aren't you?" "That's right. You always compare yourself with me when you show off. It seems you're quite satisfied with your disciples. Shut up." Okay. Just as Madara was about to say something more looking at Hashirama, Hashirama suddenly smiled, stood up, and waved at Madara with a smile. "Ha ha ha. It's about time. My time's up. Live well over there. When you come back, let's drink together." Madara immediately flipped up to stand, but Hashirama had already disappeared. "Oni-san." Madara suddenly widened his eyes and turned to look behind him. He would never forget this voice, no matter how many times he died. "Izuna." He turned around and stared intently at Izuna. Izuna gave Madara a gentle smile. "Be happy. Oni-san." "Izuna." Madara suddenly sat up, gasping for breath, and found himself on a deserted island. He weakly patted his head and murmured, "Was it a dream?" Madara suddenly felt a faint bitterness in his mouth. Hashirama, Izuna, the God Tree? Madara suddenly received a message from the God Tree. At the end of the battle with Shiki, the God Tree completed the absorption of soul energy from the previous voyage and finally manifested in a physical form again. Sensing Madara's poor condition, it voluntarily chose to link with him. Since Madara had the body of the God Tree, he was now in a state similar to that of a Jinchuriki. The God Tree didn't expect the linking process to last so long. It just wanted to help, a Jinchuriki of the God Tree. After understanding, Madara coldly said, "This is the last time. If you act on your own again, then disappear." The God Tree quickly shook its trunk. It was just too excited about regaining its physical form and kept frantically saying sorry in Madara's consciousness. "Shut up. If you keep making noise, get out." The God Tree immediately stood still and started to self-hypnotize. I'm a tree. I'm a tree. I'm a tree." Madara didn't dwell on the God Tree's self-willed act. After all, what was done was done. It was better to think about how to remedy the situation. He carefully sensed his body. The chakra hasn't fully reached the level of a tailed beast, but Madara slowly raised his hand forward. Black, purple chakra continuously gathered in his hand and gradually condensed into a small ball that looked extremely unstable. Madara slightly tightened his palm, and the black ball flew directly into the sea. Then, there was a violent explosion. The shockwave even uprooted the trees beside Madara, and huge waves came head-on. Madara silently activated his Susanoo to resist. He frowned slightly. Something was wrong. He clearly had controlled the distance well, yet there was still such a great impact. Although it's not as much as the total amount of tailed beast chakra. Does the God Tree's chakra have greater power? Is it different from a tailed beast ball? Then, let's call it the God Tree ball. Well, next, it's time for Shiki. He sensed his physical state. It seemed he had been in a half-month slumber. That lion had lived for so long that he should have had enough, right? With the blessing of the God Tree, the consumption of maintaining the Jizai Tenman Kanset Susha Kindanan, the recovery of his full body Susanoo, could just be balanced. The next time he met that lion, he'd let him see the real prime of his power. The huge Susanoo soared into the sky, and Madara embarked on the journey to find Shiki again. On the Moby Dick, Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, sat boldly on his seat, drinking wine. Opposite him was Shiki, the Golden Lion, smoking a cigar with an arrogant look. What's the sea like without Roger? It seems to be your era now, Whitebeard. Whitebeard casually drank his wine and said to Shiki, "If you came to me just to say this, I can sink you into the sea right now." Shiki, "Jahahaha, you're still so infuriating." Then, as if he had thought of something, Shiki said to Whitebeard, "In my life, I've come closest to death twice. One was in the battle with Roger." Whitebeard suddenly became a bit interested and said to Shiki with a hint of ridicule, "The second was when you were beaten half to death by Garp and the others and thrown into prison, right?" Burra. Shiki waved his hand, not caring about Whitebeard's ridicule, and loudly retorted, "No, the second time was just half a month ago. I nursed my wounds for half a month before I dared to come and see this old guy." Jaha. Whitebeard frowned and asked Shiki, "Did Garp come after you?" Shiki leaned forward, stared into Whitebeard's eyes, and slowly said, "No, I don't know that man's name, but he had already taken my head." Jaha. Suddenly, Shiki slapped the railing hard and said to Whitebeard menacingly, "Roger? Garp? Me, the lackeys of the world government? Even rocks. Who dares to say they can take your head? In this era called the era of Whitebeard, if there really is someone who can take your head, then it can only be that man. Jahahaha. Looking at the arrogant and laughing Shiki in front of him, Whitebeard felt quite puzzled. Did he think so highly of that unknown man? A monster from the depths of the sea. Although he thought so in his heart and maintained a skeptical attitude, he still instinctively sneered. It seems that 2 years in prison have completely worn away the spirit of you, the lion. Just any random guy can scare the wits out of you. Hearing this, the golden lion was not annoyed and continued to laugh heartily. Jihahahaha. When I chop off that man's head and place it in front of you next time, don't be scared out of your wits by my trophy. Old fellow. Suddenly, Whitebeard's eyes changed. He drew out his kumakiri and slashed fiercely at the golden lion. I am Whitebeard. The golden lion also drew out his karamiki to block. Jihahahaha. The furious advance of the era won't care about the color of your beard. Old man, kumakiri clashed with karamiki. A huge wave of energy rushed over, pushing many crew members on the deck who hadn't reacted in time directly off the ship. Dark, red lightning flashed continuously. People on the Moby Dick dropped like dumplings. Marco watched the two fighting and was secretly shocked. The collision of the pinnacles on this sea. Both sides retreated after one strike. After all, this was Whitebeard's ship. The presence of his many sons made Whitebeard feel somewhat restricted. The golden lion was a madman. Whitebeard didn't want things to get out of control and cause any accidents. To his surprise, after 2 years in Impel Down, the golden lion's conqueror's Haki not only didn't weaken but improved. It was even better than when they fought years ago, judging from the intensity of his conqueror's Haki. The powerful man he mentioned is indeed no ordinary person. Otherwise, his will wouldn't have recovered so quickly right after leaving prison. After suffering several defeats in a row, he could still maintain the heart of a strong one. What a troublesome guy, the golden lion. The golden lion didn't continue to attack. He came to chat with an old friend. A little show was enough. Jihahahaha. Well, do you believe me now? That guy really has the strength to kill you. Whitebeard showed no reaction. Although he believed the golden lion's words, so what? He finished a bottle of wine in one gulp and said indifferently, my head? Anyone who isn't afraid of death can take it. Just come at me. Just as the golden lion was about to speak, both he and Whitebeard changed their expressions. The golden lion tilted his head slightly. A blue, purple ray flashed past his face silently, leaving a tiny hole on the deck behind him. But a red figure suddenly crashed onto the deck of the Moby Dick. From the smoke, a domineering figure slowly emerged. Madara pointed at the golden lion with his ninja scythe. It's time for you to die, lucky lion. The golden lion also stood up, drew out Sakuryu and Karamiki, and his solid conqueror's Haki slowly wrapped around the blades. Pointing at Madara with Karamiki, he laughed. Gion, you finally came. Huh? Can't wait to court death. Marco carefully sized Madara up for a while, then quietly walked to Whitebeard's side and whispered, Madara Uchiha with red eyes, or Madara Uchiha the Purger, a member of the Navy. He destroyed the Sabaody Archipelago's slave auction house, but the Navy didn't punish him at all. He has a powerful background, or rather, powerful strength. He seems to be quite bloodthirsty. There was a massacre on Sabaody Island No. 29, and during his recent Purger's voyage, he killed over 5,000 people in 6 months. Whitebeard tilted his head slightly to listen to Marco's words, then slowly stood up. I don't welcome guys who come to others' places to cause trouble out of the blue. Madara frowned when he saw Whitebeard's height of over 6 meters. He hated looking up at others. He disappeared from the spot instantly. The golden lion immediately became extremely vigilant, but that cold voice that gave him a headache came from Whitebeard's direction. Shinra Tensei, a repulsive force erupted above Whitebeard's head and pressed down on him forcefully. Whitebeard also reacted immediately. He clenched his fist tightly. A white glow appeared on his hand, and he slammed it hard at Madara Uchiha. Impolite brat, do you want to end your journey so soon? The vibration and the repulsive force collided and were deadlocked for a moment. Madara's eyes showed a hint of surprise. This guy has such terrifying power. Then he began to burst out a large amount of chakra that he waved his right hand forcefully, increasing the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei to a higher level. The deck under Whitebeard's feet shattered directly, and he was blasted into the cabin. You're just the dregs of the sea. You're not qualified to tell me what to do. Madara slowly withdrew his hand, leaving the crew on the deck with their eyes almost popping out. Dad was repelled. In fact, in the pure strength contest, Whitebeard won. In terms of pure strength, Whitebeard was much stronger than Madara. Part of that vibrating force even passed through Shinra Tensei and directly affected Madara. Madara got the upper hand in this fight only because the deck of the Moby Dick couldn't withstand the power of their clash. Madara turned to look at the Golden Lion again. Just as he was about to speak, a huge figure suddenly appeared behind him. A white light full of terrifying power on the fist smashed hard at Madara's side. Although Madara activated Susanoo in time, he was still sent flying by the terrifying force. The huge Susanoo rolled and was smashed deep into a nearby island. Whitebeard picked up Kamakiri and was about to pursue, but a dark, red blade came. He slightly blocked the Golden Lion's slash with Kamakiri. "What do you want to do to my prey, Whitebeard?" The suddenly enraged Golden Lion wildly slashed at Whitebeard with his two swords. Dark, red lightning flashed everywhere. The sharp swordmaster's slashes all declared the anger of this lion in front of them. Looking at the enraged Golden Lion who had no restraint in his attacks, Whitebeard was both shocked and angry. This was his ship, and everyone on it was his beloved son. The enraged Golden Lion could be the death knell for everyone on the ship. Damn that Shiki. What's wrong with him all of a sudden? Facing the crazy Golden Lion, Whitebeard was definitely not afraid, but his sons couldn't handle it. He had to block all the flying slashes. Fire style, great fire annihilation, just when the two were locked in a fierce battle. Madara rushed back. Being punched directly to the other end of the island was a humiliation that made his blood boil. When he returned near the Moby Dick, he directly launched an area of effect attack. So, called Whitebeard and Golden Lion, sink to the bottom of the sea. The great fire annihilation with the added chakra of the god tree became even more powerful. The color of the flames turned crimson, and the range doubled. When released above the Moby Dick, it even covered almost a quarter of the nearby island. Madara's idea was simple. Whitebeard, the crew of the Moby Dick? Anyway, they were all pirates. He just needed to kill all those who stood in his way. He could kill the Golden Lion later. First, clear the field. There's no harm in sharpening the axe before chopping wood. Damn it. Whitebeard glared angrily at the sea of fire falling like the end of the world. If this hit, few of his sons on the ship would survive. Airquake. A white glow appeared on his hand. The veins on his arm bulged out. He punched at the sea of fire above his head. The bottom of the sea of fire cracked like a mirror and gradually blocked its advance. Seeing this, the Golden Lion laughed heartily. "Ja, well, die gloriously, red-eyed bastard." The Golden Lion didn't stand idly by. He held his swords with both hands and charged up. Lion's roar. Heavenly Earth slash wave. A huge scarlet slash was launched. It cut through Whitebeard's air quake and the sea of fire in front of it, and headed straight for Madara Uchiha's face. Waves appeared in Madara's eyes that he stretched out his hand to block the incoming flying slash. Devouring way, the middle part of the huge slash was directly absorbed and split into two. Falling on the island behind, it directly cut the whole island into 3 parts. The Golden Lion stared intently at Madara Uchiha, whose hands were smoking. Another ability I've never seen before. What a troublesome guy. At the very moment he was lost in thought, the colossal figure of Whitebeard materialized beside him, the immense quake blade radiating a brilliant white light, its bulging veins signifying the creature's fury. The Golden Lion immediately enveloped himself in Haki, brandishing Sakura Ten and withered tree defensively before him. Nevertheless, the wrathful strike from the strongest man in the world was not something the Golden Lion could repel in haste. Following Uchiha Madara, the Golden Lion became the second contender to be sent plummeting into the depths of the island. This strike was meticulously planned by Whitebeard. He had deduced that rascal Madara aimed to eliminate the Golden Lion. The reason for attacking him and the crew of the Moby Dick was simply because he believed they obstructed his path. Thus, he swiftly resolved to send the Golden Lion flying, knowing that such a maneuver would instantly alter the battlefield. This would afford him the opportunity to withdraw his sons from the fray and subsequently unleash his full power to obliterate these 2 scoundrels. Indeed, as the Golden Lion was propelled away, Uchiha Madara immediately chose to dash towards the Golden Lion's position to deliver a finishing blow. "Marco, evacuate everyone from the vicinity at once. Do not return until I have dealt with those 2 rascals. This is no longer a battle for you to partake in." Having issued his orders, Whitebeard soared into the sky, wielding Quake Blade as he raced towards the direction of Madara and the Golden Lion. Segment break. In a whimsical interlude, the dog lay idly at home, suddenly barking at his companion with a few sharp yaps. Go find a dog that can access the big sister's lair. Moments later, a rather petite corgi entered, barking with enthusiasm. "Woof, boss. Woof, 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 woof." Go relay a message to the big sister, asking if she wishes to skip class and stay for a couple of days. The corgi promptly turned and left. In the elite training camp, Zhi Yuan looked bewilderedly at the corgi yapping at him, yet sensing the urgency in its demeanor, decided to respond casually. Woof woof, woof woof woof, woof. The corgi was left stunned, and after a prolonged silence, departed without uttering a word. At the Uchiha residence, observing the dazed corgi, a dog anxiously inquired, "Woof woof, what did the big sister say?" The reply came, "Woof woof 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 woof." The big sister said, "Your grandmother is driving a carrot to bomb Bikini Bottom." The dog was taken aback. Uchiha Madara arrived directly above the Golden Lion's position, with Whitebeard closely trailing him, both refraining from immediate confrontation, instead remaining vigilant and awaiting the Golden Lion's next move, although they had yet to engage. Neither was idle.as seasoned warriors. Their verbal exchanges were incessant. "Gulalala, little brat. Are you ready to be sunk into the sea? With that ridiculous mustache of yours. You dare speak, red-eyed brat. The last person to mock my mustache was left with no complete corpse." Such threats, even my disciples would find childish. As the two continued their banter, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently, as if something were about to burst forth from beneath. A wave of searing heat enveloped them, as an abundance of magma erupted, gradually taking the form of massive lion heads in the air. The Golden Lion, brandishing dual swords, hovered behind the magma lions, laughing maniacally as he looked down upon them. "Ha ha ha, you two damned fools, are you ready to descend into hell? Lion's Dominion, Lava Mountain." The multitude of molten lava lions fused together, ultimately transforming into two colossal magma behemoths, radiating terrifying temperatures as they lunged toward the two. The overwhelming heat was palpable, prompting Madara to clap his hands together. Would release. Would dragon jutsu. A gigantic wooden dragon ascended, colliding with the lava giants, and the two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. "Gulalala, you two fools who love to play with little dogs. Let me send you off," Whitebeard bellowed, wielding Quake blade with fervor, as a torrent of white light surged up the blade. With veins bulging, he unleashed a devastating strike forward. Quake. The silvery slash struck the magma lion, erupting in a violent explosion, shattering everything before them like a mirror, the force encompassing both Madara and the Golden Lion. Simultaneously, both launched their counterattacks, Shinra Tensei, Lion's Great Slash Wave. An intense explosion erupted around the trio, engulfing the area in smoke and molten debris. The vegetation around them vanished, leaving only the floating magma attempting to strike, observing the Golden Lion hovering above. Madara activated the light and heavy rock technique, elevating himself into the air as well. The tables had turned. The Golden Lion was no longer the one looking down upon them, but rather the two now towered over Whitebeard. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of anger crossed Whitebeard's eyes. These two scoundrels, feeling invincible because they could fly, with a surge of power, he swung Quake blade down towards the Golden Lion. Why target the Golden Lion first? Simply because he was the one who took to the skies first. The Golden Lion laughed heartily as he confronted Whitebeard, reveling in the old man's plight. The clash of Quake blade and withered tree sent crimson lightning crackling through the air. Even the clouds began to fracture. Susanoo, Madara, undeterred, activated his full form, the massive blade igniting with eerie blue flames as it swung towards the two. Dual blade dance of flames. Both Whitebeard and the Golden Lion shouted in unison. "Don't interfere." Whitebeard's other hand glowed with white light, striking towards Susanoo, while the Golden Lion unleashed a slash towards Madara with Sakura Ten. Skyquake, Lion's Earth Slash Wave. The titanic beings wielding their weapons darkened the sky, severing the crimson slashes that shattered the air like glass. As the three forces collided, the world seemed to fall silent for an instant, the medium-sized island beneath them fracturing like a spider's web. With an influx of seawater rushing in, Whitebeard's pupils constricted, and he hastily gathered his strength to ascend. The Golden Lion swiftly adjusted his body to rise as well, directing his sword towards the lowered stance of Whitebeard. Lion's Dominion, Lava Mountain. The scattered magma reformed into the molten giant lions, launching themselves at the ascending Whitebeard. Observing this, Whitebeard slightly leaned back, wielding his blade upwards as a lightning-fast slash cleaved the lava giant in two, allowing him to propel himself into the sky. Uchiha Madara, having been the primary recipient of the previous clash, was a fraction slower in his attack. The colossal fire dragon, imbued with dragon flame explosive, barely skimmed past Whitebeard, crashing into the ocean and creating a tremendous explosion that sent colossal waves surging. A smirk graced Whitebeard's lips, though a bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple. These two rascals were indeed cunning. With such a meager opportunity, They had chosen to strike simultaneously. Had Uchiha Madara been a moment quicker, while it wouldn't have cast him into the sea, he would certainly have had to endure one of their attacks. With this thought, Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter, brandishing his naginata and striking a pose. Gulalala, it's been far too long since I've experienced such exhilarating combat. As a token of gratitude, allow me to send you both to the depths of the ocean. The golden lion pointed withered tree at Whitebeard while Sakura Ten was directed at Uchiha Madara, laughing maniacally. Ha! Old man, this is aerial combat now. Do you think this is your domain? I shall graciously accept the title of the world's strongest. Indeed, the current situation was not particularly favorable for Whitebeard. The island beneath him lay in ruins from the recent clash, leaving scant ground to stand upon. A reckless descent would surely invite attacks from both adversaries. Unlike the Golden Lion and Uchiha Madara, who possessed means of flight, Whitebeard relied solely on air stepping to maintain his altitude. In terms of stamina, he found himself at a natural disadvantage compared to the other two. Unfazed, Whitebeard laughed boisterously. A war of attrition. Gulalala, do you two think you can keep up with me until the next day? Then, let this farce come to an end. Whitebeard was exchanging barbs with Shiki when suddenly they heard the voice of Uchiha Madara. Their pupils constricted simultaneously as they noticed Madara, who had quietly ascended and spread his hands wide. There's someone secretly brewing a powerful move. Shiki and Whitebeard hastily launched attacks at Madara, but it was already too late. Super Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force field enveloping the entire island suddenly erupted. Facing this despair-inducing area of effect attack, Whitebeard and Shiki had no choice but to defend themselves. At the same time, they tried their best to elevate their bodies, for being knocked into the sea accidentally was no laughing matter. After a long while, the impact of the massive repulsive force field gradually weakened. The sea that had been pushed aside began to flow back slowly. For a moment, neither Whitebeard nor Shiki could be seen. Madara immediately activated his sensory ninjutsu and detected their traces on an unnamed island nearby. Strangely enough, not far from them, there were also two other powerful auras. The auras of Shiki and Whitebeard were still colliding continuously, and the other two auras were also becoming increasingly unstable, without much time for thought. Madara summoned his Susanoo and rushed towards their location. Meanwhile, he secretly decided in his heart that he couldn't use Super Shinra Tensei anymore. Not only did it cause limited damage to the two, but it might also allow them to escape. That on an uninhabited island affiliated with Dressrosa, a burly man with horns on his head addressed a man of slightly smaller stature opposite him. Douglas Barrett? Well, how about becoming my subordinate? Barrett stared at Kaido expressionlessly and said, Stop talking nonsense. Kaido, who do you think you are? Roger. Hearing this, Kaido tightened his grip on his spiked club, rolled his neck, and said to Barrett, So it's about beating you into submission, huh? Barrett curled the corner of his mouth, showing a battle-hungry smile, but said nothing. However, his solid armament Haki climbing up his fists had already given the answer for him. Just as the auras of the two became even more unstable, a tall figure flew over like a cannonball, passed between Kaido and Barrett, and crashed into the mountain at the same time. Another golden-colored figure managed to stabilize its form while tumbling in the air. Sure, Senketsuden. A large number of flying sword slashes were launched towards the direction where the tall figure had fallen, but as a large number of mirror-shattering like patterns appeared, they blocked all the slashes. Kaido's pupils constricted. This ability? Whitebeard, such level of slashes. Is he fighting against that old guy Shiki? Barrett also recognized the two who were engaged in a fierce battle when he was on Roger's ship before. He had encountered these two many times. Seeing Kaido suddenly turn towards Shiki and the others, Barrett frowned and asked, Hey, Kaido, what do you mean? Kaido tightened his grip on the spiked club and smiled. I've got to say hello to these old guys, don't I? Barrett lowered his head slightly, showing an excited smile. Just what I want. I'll take on Whitebeard. Kaido frowned and still said arrogantly, Oh ho. Since you're going to be my subordinate, I'll let you have Whitebeard. Barrett sneered disdainfully. Stop joking. After I defeat Whitebeard, you'll be the first to die. Kaido said nothing, but he assumed a strange starting stance towards Shiki. Dark, purple Conqueror's Haki coiled around his spiked club as he roared, Debito Raijin Bakugawara. After all, as a former powerful member of the Rocks Pirates, Kaido showed full respect by starting with his ultimate move. Shiki also sensed the commotion here. He turned his head and glanced at Kaido, thinking to himself, Kaido, that kid from the rock ship back then has really grown up well. Sure, Shiki pointed his sword at Kaido. A large amount of mud condensed into the shape of a giant lion under Kaido's feet, biting him and interrupting his charge up. However, this level of battle is still too early for a kid like you. Hehehehe. On the other side, Barrett, who had rushed towards Whitebeard, flew back just as fast as he had rushed forward. He directly crashed into Kaido, who was trapped by the mud lion. The two flew out together and crashed into the mountainside. Amid the mountain rocks, Whitebeard strode out with a powerful gait and laughed loudly. Gurururu. You kids who like to play house, it's not time for a change of the guard yet. Just as Shiki and Whitebeard were looking at Kaido and the others arrogantly, in the distance, a huge Susanoo crashed down into the field like a meteor. Madara's cold voice came from within. You who are scurrying away like rats don't have the right to say such words. The Susanoo gradually dissipated. Madara formed a hand, seal with one hand, and summoned 4 fire dragons holding dragon flame bombs from around him, attacking the 4 of them simultaneously. Fire style, 4. Dragon bite break. 4 huge explosions sounded at the same time, and in an instant, dust filled the air. What a kid who likes to use dirty tricks. Uchiha Madara, Whitebeard said as he waved his big hand upwards. The wind pressure he generated sent the surrounding smoke soaring into the sky, and the visibility on the field was restored again. At this time, Madara had already come behind Shiki. He swung his ninja sickle down hard. Shiki raised his sword to block, and sparks flew everywhere. At the same time, he swung the kaboku in his other hand backwards. Madara was instantly split in two and turned into a wooden stake. The scarlet slash passed through the stake and directly split the mountain behind in half. You, Uchiha Madara? What a great name. On the other side, as soon as Uchiha Madara landed, he felt a gust of evil wind approaching. The dark, purple-spiked club was swung towards his head. You're just a guy who hangs around in the paradise. Get back to the paradise. Madara quickly grabbed a folding fan from the void to block this attack. Uchiha rebound. Kaido felt as if he had slammed his club into an indestructible wall. Then, a familiar force came from the point of contact. The terrifying force directly sent Kaido crashing into the mountainside again. Barrett had just recovered from taking a punch from Whitebeard. He shook his head and stood up straight, only to be knocked flying again by the flying Kaido. Shiki and Whitebeard both looked at the folding fan that suddenly appeared in Uchiha Madara's hand, and they were both a bit wary in their hearts. This man named Uchiha Madara always came up with some strange tricks. Looking at Madara holding a ninja sickle in one hand and a folding fan in the other, the two of them made the same decision. Before the other 2 kids found out the limit of this folding fan, they should try to control the strength of their attacks to avoid being defeated by a small mistake. Madara ignored their thoughts. He tossed the folding fan in his hand, and a familiar feeling welled up in his heart. Madara, who had been cold-faced all the time, suddenly burst into wild laughter. Ha! Ha! Even if it's just bravado, it's already quite good to have achieved this level. Have you all had enough fun? Isn't it time to leave the stage? Fire style, flame fan great fired at a huge fire tornado rushed towards Whitebeard. At the same time, Madara formed hand seals, and a large number of wooden clones appeared. Well, as a farewell gift for your performance, half of the clones in the field formed hand seals at the same time. Susanoo. More than a dozen blue giants soared into the sky, glaring at the 4 of them with giant swords in their hands. The remaining wooden clones also stared coldly. Cold sweat slowly slid down Shiki's temples as he murmured, Hey, you've got to be joking. That bastard Madara. This ability is so unfair. Whitebeard also switched his Naginata from his left hand to his right, moving the blade edge closer to Shiki to the other side. Madara's pupils trembled. Half of the Susanoos on the field rushed towards the 4 of them simultaneously. Susanoo. 2. Sword flame dance. The other Susanoos also began to continuously hurl Yata no Kagami. The wooden clones were not idle either. Various powerful ninjutsu filled the sky. Fire style, dragon flame bite break. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Fire style, great fire destruction. Wood style, tree world descent. Lightning style, earth, walking wolves. Senjutsu, release lightning blast. For a moment, the overwhelming dominance of Uchiha Madara was fully revealed as he overpowered everyone present. The entire island seemed to transform into a purgatory of fire and thunder. Not to mention Kaido and Barrett. Even Whitebeard and Shiki felt an immense pressure in that instant. The aimless and frenzied bombardment persisted for nearly half an hour. It was not until there was not a single intact patch of land left on the whole island that Madara finally ceased. Even the most powerful Whitebeard began to gasp slightly. That damned bastard. Does he have an inexhaustible supply of stamina? Before he could say more, that cold voice rang out again. Chibaku Tensei. A black orb the size of a fist slowly ascended into the air. It looked rather unremarkable, but the four dared not show the slightest contempt. Judging from Madara's previous performance, the movie saved as the finale was surely extraordinary. A colossal gravitational force began to burst forth, making everyone present shudder. It was about to start. Their observation Haki went into a frenzy of warning, and the four of them simultaneously chose to act. The difference was that Whitebeard, Shiki, and Kaido all opted to attack the orb emitting the gravitational force. While Barrett rushed straight towards Uchiha Madara himself, the three of them frowned slightly, failing to understand Barrett's intention. Not to mention whether attacking Uchiha Madara could affect the black orb. Just the act of choosing to attack Madara was far more difficult than attacking the orb. However, it was good that someone could that guy, so the three of them said nothing about it. Rubble, trees, the ground, seawater, everything within sight began to rapidly converge towards the black orb. The immense gravitational force kept tugging at everyone, forcing them to take action to resist. Different from the Naruto world, these powerful figures in the pirate world actually instinctively made the correct response, attacking the center of Chibaku Tensei. Shiki raised his twin swords, and his scarlet slashes continuously struck at the center of the black orb. Lion's Roar, Lion King's Thousand Cuts Valley. Kaido, on the other hand, swung his iron club, unleashing blunt strikes similar to sword chi. Xinei died. The two powerful attacks made the gravitational force of Chibaku Tensei waver slightly. A single thought emerged in the minds of the three. This is the moment. The ground beneath Whitebeard's feet instantly cracked like a spider web. He tightly grasped his naginata with both hands and leaped high into the air. The tremendous force temporarily broke free from the gravitational pull. At a single strike from top to bottom directly split the incomplete Chibaku Tensei in two. The large amount of objects sucked into the air by Chibaku Tensei began to slowly fall due to the loss of gravitational force. This was nothing to Shiki and Kaido below. They didn't even need to take action. However, there was no way around it. Chibaku Tensei had initially sucked in too much seawater. If left unattended, it would pose a great threat to the devil fruit users. Damn it, is that old Whitebeard deliberately being a nuisance by not dealing with it? Lion's Roar, Imperial Palace Earthroll. A huge clay lion rushed towards the split and slowly falling sphere, knocking it aside. On the other side, Kaido suddenly felt something hurtling towards him at an extremely high speed. Without thinking, he swung his spiked club with a strike. Thunder Bagua. Barrett, who had gone to fight Madara one-on-one, flew back like a cannonball. However, by the time Kaido recognized him, it was too late to hold back. Just like that, the valiant Barrett traced a figure 7 in the crowd and plunged headfirst into the ground. Disappearing from sight, Whitebeard and the others then turned their gazes back to Uchiha Madara. At this time, Madara seemed rather bored. He idly tapped the blade of his shuriken against the rock beneath his feet. The occasional sparks that flew out caught his attention. If sensing the gazes of the others, Madara slowly raised his head to look at them. Have you finished playing with the clones? Do you want me to make some more for you? As soon as Madara finished speaking, Shiki instantly appeared behind him, swinging his sword down and saying with a gloomy face, "You bastard, who do you think you're talking to?" The Cherry Blossom 10 clashed with the Shinra Tensei. Madara still showed no expression, seemingly bored. He yawned and said to everyone, "This playtime is over." Uchiha Madara unleashed his chakra to force Shiki back, then slowly rose into the air. An otherworldly mask began to faintly appear on his face. He stretched out a hand, and the dark purple chakra gathered on it, gradually transforming into a spherical object that looked somewhat unstable and exuded an extremely dangerous aura. The sphere was only about the size of a fist, but even Whitebeard could smell the stench of death from it. The observation Haki of everyone present went into a wild frenzy of warning, as if it had malfunctioned. Looking down at everyone, Uchiha Madara said in a cold, emotionless voice, "Despair, for this is the power of Uchiha Madara, the power of a god." After saying that, he casually tossed the spherical object down. Senjutsu, Shinju-dama. The moment Madara tossed the Senjutsu, Shinju-dama down, Whitebeard, Shiki, and Kaido simultaneously chose to retreat rapidly. Although retreating, they all faced Uchiha Madara and unleashed their most powerful long-range attacks towards him. Lion's Roar, Lion King's Thousand Cuts Valley. Xinei died. Earthquake. Surpass all the powerful, stand above all the powerful. Only then will I be the truly strongest in the world. Meanwhile, a rock giant suddenly emerged from the ground. It was Douglas Barrett, who had been smashed into the ground just now. His figure now occupied nearly a quarter of the island. His entire body was covered with armament Haki as he directly charged towards the falling Senjutsu Shinju-dama. Ultimate Cannon. It had only been 2 or 3 seconds since the Senjutsu Shinju-dama started to fall, and Whitebeard and the others had already retreated beyond the island's perimeter. The blinding white light appeared. Everyone squinted slightly and covered their bodies with armament Haki. Then came a violent explosion that a huge mushroom cloud of fire soared into the sky, and a powerful shockwave instantly engulfed everyone present. What no one noticed was that after Uchiha Madara tossed the Senjutsu Shinju-dama, he began to frantically ascend. He even used the ability of the Preta path to shield the area below him. In fact, Madara regretted using the Senjutsu Shinju-dama the moment he did it first. He simply thought that the Shinju-dama might not be powerful enough so, on a whim, he added the power of Senjutsu to it. The moment the Senjutsu energy was incorporated, the situation immediately got out of his control. The Senjutsu Shinju-dama almost instantly drained his chakra to the bottom, so much so that he couldn't even activate his complete body Susanoo when ascending. He could only rely on the initial form of Susanoo and the ability of the Preta path for protection. In Sengoku's office. Report. The latest intelligence on Uchiha Madara. Thought. Uchiha Madara and the others had fought successively on a medium-sized affiliated island of Dressrosa and a large-sized affiliated island of Dressrosa. The main participants were confirmed as follows. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, with a bounty of 5.046 billion berries. Shiki, the former captain of the Flying Pirates, with a bounty of 3.8 billion berries. Kaido, the governor of the Beasts Pirates, with a bounty of 1.5 billion berries. And Douglas Barrett, a former crew member of the Roger Pirates and the Devil's Descendant, with a bounty of 950 million berries. First, Uchiha Madara, Shiki, and Whitebeard engaged in a fierce battle on the medium-sized affiliated island of Dressrosa, with the destruction rate of the island exceeding 80. Subsequently, the three moved to the large-sized affiliated island of Dressrosa, where they encountered Kaido and Barrett, and the battle turned into a free-for-all among the 5. Final result. The large-sized affiliated island of Dressrosa was completely wiped off the nautical chart. A huge ocean whirlpool was formed due to the massive damage to the seabed. Dressrosa experienced 3 consecutive days of super heavy rain. The entire east trade route was completely paralyzed. And even the north-south route was partially affected. The losses were incalculable. Sengoku frowned tightly as he listened. The royal family of Dressrosa was probably going to be in an uproar, and he had to make relevant preparations. What about the casualties? Whitebeard suffered minor injuries. According to the intelligence, he coughed up a large amount of blood after returning to the Moby Dick, but he still had the ability to move. Kaido of the 100 Beasts, initially assessed with moderate injuries, has swiftly recovered and returned to the 100 Beasts Pirates, now reclassified as having sustained minor injuries. Shiki the Golden Lion, whereabouts unknown. Douglas Bullet is heavily injured. Blasted into the waters of Dressrosa by a shockwave, and subsequently rescued by nearby Navy forces, now in a deep coma, being transported back to Marineford. Madara Uchiha, whereabouts unknown. That is all, following the battle in the waters of Dressrosa. The organization that reacted most swiftly was surprisingly the news agency. By the third day, the entire incident was reported in the newspaper. The strongest changes hands. The peak melee of Dressrosa, the Navy's super trump card. The shadow that covers the sky. Madara Uchiha. Accompanying the article was a photo of Madara suspended in midair, gripping the god tree's fruit, while surveying Whitebeard and his crew, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from the image. Who knows how the news agency managed to capture such a shot? Even those at the pinnacle of the sea like Whitebeard dared not confront such an explosion head-on. The fact that the news agency obtained a photograph is something that even Sengoku, the former fleet admiral, would find incomprehensible. It is worth noting that just 2 seconds after this photograph was taken, the large uninhabited island in Dressrosa vanished from the nautical charts. Yet the agency managed to preserve the image amidst such chaos. The assertion of the strongest changing hands is a gross exaggeration. The battle had not reached such a level, Madara coldly remarked as he gazed at the newspaper, using his repulsion power to toss it aside. So then, could Mr. Madara, who was second closest to the explosion at that time, please be more honest? Beside him stood Tsuru, who sighed in exasperation. This fellow, unable to even lift a hand, still managed to create such a ruckus. She held the newspaper for him to read. If he didn't want to look, he could simply say so, yet he chose to use his power to fling it away, compared to the recent state of Bullet. Madara was not faring much better either. At least Bullet had been in a semi-peak condition during the explosion that is for Madara. He had first suffered chakra depletion, damaging his chakra pathways, and then consumed a vast amount of explosive energy with his hungry ghost path, further swelling his chakra pathways. This back and forth left him devoid of usable chakra pathways. Yet thanks to the resilience of the God Tree body, he survived. A lesser individual would have perished countless times over. Originally, the God Tree's fruit was meant for external explosion, but due to Madara's antics, it had turned inward, leaving not a single chakra pathway intact. However, he was powerless to prevent the damage inflicted by his own God Tree fruit. Lacking sufficient chakra to shield himself from its effects, he had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Thankfully, fortune smiled upon him as Tsuru, accompanying the royal family, found him. Otherwise, while he might not have died, he would likely still be adrift at sea, and if left to float for a week, sprouting a seedling would not have been out of the question. Initially, when Madara was rescued, the attending physician merely glanced at him and declared him dead, stating that this man was beyond saving. His chakra pathways were severed, and the fact that he was not decomposing upon retrieval was a stroke of luck. Yet, as the doctor continued speaking, Madara suddenly opened his eyes, coldly staring at the physician, sending the unfortunate doctor into a state of panic. Madara then settled aboard the warship. What had been deemed a fatal injury, a sentence of waiting for death, transformed within a day into a semblance of hope. Tsuru sensed that even if they left Madara to his own devices, he would likely recover significantly within a week. However, there was no escape. After all, this individual was the mentor of her younger sister. And with that thought, Tsuru begrudgingly tolerated the situation, the strongest in the world, and also her sister's mentor. This was certainly a matter of great prestige. After 2 days of being bedridden, Tsuru somehow procured a wheelchair for Madara, suggesting that it would allow him to get out for some fresh air. However, on the very first night of obtaining the wheelchair, chaos ensued. Vice Admiral Tsuru, you must come and deal with Mr. Madara. He is currently in the kitchen concocting poison. The ministers of Dressrosa claim he intends to poison the royal family. Tsuru felt darkness cloud her vision. She was unaware of Madara's culinary skills, only fearing he was indeed researching poisons. Rushing to the kitchen, she found a young female Navy officer desperately restraining a bloodied minister of the Dressrosa kingdom. Your Excellency the Chamberlain, please do not approach Mr. Madara. You will surely be harmed. Nonsense. I must eliminate this threat to the princess's life. Facing them was Madara Uchiha, seated in his wheelchair, a pot of a dark purple liquid resting on his lap. He wore an expression of utter bewilderment, questioning the rudeness of those criticizing his cooking. Tsuru glanced at the pot of dark purple liquid on Madara's lap, then at the agitated ministers, and immediately shouted at Madara. Mr. Madara, please set that pot of Magellan down. We can discuss matters calmly. Madara turned to her, his expression devoid of emotion, stating, This is braised fish. Tsuru immediately nodded vigorously, although she did not believe that the dish resembled fish in any way. She had to go along with Madara's claim. Yes, it's braised fish. Mr. Madara, could you please set the dish down? Madara looked at her, confused, and replied, Rude little girl, if the food is placed on the floor, it cannot be served. Meanwhile, the already agitated Chamberlain's patience wore thin as he red-eyed toward Madara, shouting, You scoundrel, you truly intend to poison the princess. For the honor of Dressrosa, I will fight you. And then he found himself embedded in the wall. While the young female Navy officer frantically attempted to extract him, Tsuru felt both anger and helplessness. After all, her duty was to protect the safety of the people of Dressrosa. Madara, showing no regard for face, had directly embedded the Chamberlain into the wall, and she was unsure if she could restrain him in this state. Mr. Madara, given the current circumstances, you owe me an explanation. Madara frowned, disliking the accusatory tone. An explanation? From you? Those ants have been incessantly chattering, disrupting my cooking, and the fact that I have not eliminated them is already a mercy. After a flurry of frantic exchanges, the onlookers ultimately chose to believe Madara's words. For disbelief was not an option. After all, this individual had begun to manipulate the pot of so-called braised fish, intending to pour it into the Chamberlain's mouth. Only after much persuasion did Madara reluctantly cease his actions. Returning in a huff to his quarters, a group of ungrateful fools. Though this dish may have minor flaws, Its quality is already very close to what I prepare at home. It is merely due to my arm being incapacitated that I had to rely on my gravitational powers to cook, leading to some slight imperfections. Just as Madara sulked alone in his bedroom, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Who is it? With a creak, the door slowly opened, revealing a small girl with dark hair timidly peering in, appearing to be of similar age to the little girl. After a brief moment of eye contact with Madara, she hurried inside, took a deep breath to compose herself, and curtsied before him. Mr. Madara, I am Violet, the second princess of the Dressrosa Kingdom. I deeply apologize for what transpired in the kitchen and have come to offer my sincerest apologies for the actions of our minister. Observing the young girl who appeared to be of comparable size to his little companion, Madara found her expression amusingly naive. He did not rush to dismiss her. Instead, he propped his chin on his hand and asked, "So, what compensation do you propose?" "Land reparations." Violet was taken aback, suddenly feeling her intellect falter. Why should she, whose people had been attacked, be expected to offer compensation? How about this? You return and eliminate those who offended me, and we shall consider the matter settled. Violet hurriedly waved her hands in protest. No, absolutely not. Madara's expression darkened slightly, emanating a chill as he stated, "If you have neither money nor life to offer, then what purpose do you serve here? Merely to mock me with words." Although it was just a faint glimmer of killing intent, it was utterly pure. Violet felt this killing intent and was so startled that she plopped down on the ground. Immediately afterwards, her eye sockets began to redden at a visible pace. On the verge of shedding tears, it was said that a single tear of hers meant a life lost. Hearing this, Violet tried desperately to hold back her tears. They welled up in her eyes, but she dared not let them fall. She rubbed her eyes hard with her hands and timidly stood there still. Perhaps having taught Zen so much, he had grown fond of preaching. He said to her on his own initiative, "Kid, the things your family has taught you are not suitable for everyone. Different people require different approaches. When dealing with those more powerful than yourself, you need to show more genuine sincerity." Violet still stood there, her legs trembling, timidly looking at Uchiha Madara. Seeing that she hadn't recovered yet and looking so pitiful, Madara asked with great interest, "Well, what do you think you should do to save the lives of everyone on this ship from my hands?" Violet didn't doubt Madara's words. She had read the newspaper during the day and was well aware of the capabilities of the man before her. This was the main reason she had come today. Although Madara had caused great losses to her country, establishing diplomatic relations with a powerful figure of this level would also bring immense benefits to her own nation. After what had just happened, Violet took the opportunity to come and apologize. She thought that by relying on her youth but noble status while showing courtesy to those beneath her, she could win Madara's favor. However, she didn't expect that Madara seemed completely unconcerned about her age and behavior. Instead, after learning of her identity, he actively demanded compensation. The young Violet nervously swallowed hard. She felt an overwhelming pressure as if the lives of all the people on the ship were weighing down on her. The atmosphere stagnated. After a long while, Violet's gaze fell on the liquid in the basin in front of Madara that resembled Magellan. Taking a deep breath, Violet pointed at the dish in front of Madara. Her intention was probably to exchange her life for the lives of everyone on the ship. This really left Madara at a loss. "Your people interrupted my cooking. You came here to play tricks on me. And now you even want to eat my food. What's the meaning of this?" But Madara didn't stop her. This erratic behavior pattern reminded him of the mischievous little one at home. He stretched out his hand towards Violet. Countless sprouts emerged and gradually wove into the shape of a spoon in his hand, which he then handed to Violet. In Madara's eyes, the current situation was probably like a child coming to make a ruckus. When she couldn't continue, too proud to apologize, she started acting coquettishly and asking for food to change the topic, just like Zhi Yuan's usual trick. But what Madara didn't anticipate was that even Garp couldn't stand his dishes. In Violet's eyes, it was a different scene. The spoon in Madara's hand was like an invitation personally sent by Satan. As long as she reached out to take it, she would be having dinner with Satan. Violet took several deep breaths. Then, with a determined look in her eyes, she reached out and took the spoon. Her eyes were full of solemnity, much like the feeling of the wind howls and the waters of Xinei are cold. "Goodbye, father, mother, sister." As a member of the royal family of Dressrosa, I haven't shamed our ancestors. I will also safeguard the people behind me with my life. She tightly grasped the spoon in her hand, slightly trembling as she scooped out a small spoonful of the strange liquid. The moment the spoon touched the liquid, white smoke hissed out. looking at the dish in front of her mouth. Violet swallowed hard. Then, with a look of determination, she took a bite. Being young, she didn't know how to describe the taste of the dish, but she still came up with a word: one piece. With just that small spoonful of the dish, she felt as if the whole world was in it at the same time. There was a loud bang as Tsuru pushed open Uchiha Madara's door. "Mr. Madara, Her Highness Violet, the second princess of Dressrosa, is missing. Would you please help us find?" As soon as Tsuru entered the room, she saw Violet collapse straight after taking a bite of the dish and foaming at the mouth. She stared at Uchiha Madara in disbelief. After the two of them stared at each other for a while, Madara was the first to speak. "Don't you feed this child? She's so hungry that she came to me for food. Look, she's so tired after just one bite that she fell asleep." Tsuru, after carefully checking Violet's condition, Tsuru roared in her heart, "Are you sure she's asleep and not dead? Look at that strange smile on her lips. Her soul is floating away." Tsuru had already communicated with Sengoku about Uchiha Madara's poison, making in the kitchen. When she learned that it was really Madara's hobby, she was completely stunned. The impression Madara had left on her at the dock was too profound. The domineering aura with which he had overwhelmed all the naval soldiers at the dock, she still couldn't forget. But now, Uchiha Madara's aloof image as the world's #1 had completely shattered. That it was like accidentally finding out that Whitebeard Edward Newgate liked playing with dolls. So absurd. Although she had many complaints about Madara's actions, Tsuru still silently picked up Violet and left. Otherwise, if the ministers of the Dressrosa Kingdom saw this, she wouldn't be able to explain it no matter how hard she tried, based on her understanding of Uchiha Madara. If she had a long, winded conversation with him, the final result would probably be that she would end up apologizing, whether Madara was being reasonable or not. On the third day after Madara came on board, a little shadow suddenly appeared beside him. Perhaps due to the great terror between life and death, Violet seemed to have changed into a different person. She followed Madara around every day. She became extremely honest, talking non-stop as she followed Madara. "Uncle Madara, would you like to become a revered guest of our country?" "I decline." "Uncle Madara, my brother-in-law is much taller than you. I can make him shorter." "Uncle Madara, has anyone ever said that your cooking is terrible? People have been stuffed to death." "Uncle Madara, are your disciples as cute as me? Not as annoying as you." "Uncle Madara, if I marry you, will you become a revered guest of our country?" "Uncle Madara, I need to go to the toilet. Can you wait for me here? It will trouble me if you keep avoiding me." Madara even began to think that maybe raising Zhi Yuan had made him sick. Strangely enough, he wasn't particularly annoyed by this annoying little girl, Violet. In front of the Dressrosa Kingdom's palace, surrounded by solemn soldiers, Madara and his entourage arrived at the palace gate. Violet was struggling to push Madara's huge wheelchair. The little girl was just as tall as the wheelchair. Although it was very strenuous, she refused to let anyone else take over. She was sweating profusely but still stubbornly pushed the wheelchair. Tsuru was puzzled by Violet's behavior and asked, "Your Highness, why are you treating Mr. Madara like this?" Violet explained to Tsuru in a rather straightforward manner. "Because I want to curry favor with Uncle so that he can protect my country." Tsuru was quite surprised by Violet's frankness. Such straightforward words didn't seem to come from a qualified royal family member. Just then, a middle-aged man walked quickly out of the palace, laughing as he came. "Ha, Violet, my dear daughter, you're finally back. I've missed you so much." Then he surveyed the crowd but didn't see his daughter. He was a bit disheartened and murmured to himself, "Why isn't she here? Did she go back to rest because she was too tired?" Before Violet could say a word, a servant quickly walked up to King Riku and whispered something in his ear. After hearing this, King Riku said firmly, "Is the Navy still being perfunctory? Tell Sengoku that regarding the Battle of Dressrosa, the Navy must give me an explanation for the territorial and economic losses of our country." After King Riku finished speaking, Violet immediately ran out from behind Madara's wheelchair and called out crisply to King Riku, "Father!" King Riku was instantly overjoyed. With a hearty laugh, he enfolded Violet in his arms and gently nuzzled her little face with his beard, eliciting a series of charming giggles from her. Holding Violet in one arm, King Riku then pondered for a moment, perhaps driven by a desire to gain face in front of his precious daughter. He suddenly declared with righteous indignation, "Humph! What great pirates! What shadows blotting out the sky! Whoever encroaches on our country's interests and dares to appear before me, I shall surely engage them in a great battle. Let them know the fame of King Riku." However, as soon as his words faded, Violet first froze in a momentary stupor. Then, she immediately sprang out of King Riku's embrace and trotted all the way to a man sitting in a wheelchair. She clasped the man's arm and looked at King Riku with a pitying expression. King Riku first glared menacingly at the man in the wheelchair. Who is this? How dare he steal my daughter from me? Yet, he still scratched his head in puzzlement. After looking around the room, he noticed that everyone was staring at him with a strange look in their eyes, as if there was a tinge of pity. What's going on? Why are you all looking at me like that? Madara cast a glance at King Riku, leaned slightly towards Violet, and whispered, Is he always this brave? Violet. Just as King Riku was about to open his mouth to inquire with a bewildered look on his face, a cold voice rang out. Well, shall I give you a chance? Only then did King Riku carefully observe Madara Uchiha sitting in the wheelchair. When they first met, Madara had been looking down at the ground. King Riku then recognized that face, exactly the same as the one in the newspapers. Overwhelmed by shock, King Riku's voice grew shrill. Madara Uchiha? Violet shrugged at King Riku. I was going to introduce Uncle Madara to you, but I didn't expect you to clamor for a one-on-one fight with him. She was already contemplating going to her mother later, advising her to find a younger husband while she still retained her charm. Just as Madara was about to say something more, King Riku's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely solemn. In Madara's words, it was a flavor reminiscent of the Warring States era. So it's Mr. Madara that I've long heard of your fame. I'm so sorry for not welcoming you properly. I'm King Riku III of Dressrosa. I knew it from the moment we met that I always felt that there was an extraordinary aura about you. That overbearing air of I am the only one worthy is truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even when simply sitting there, you can subtly stir up the atmosphere of the whole place. Although these were the most straightforward words, lacking any skill and flattery, and even rather vulgar, they were just right in this context. Switching from boastfulness to obsequious flattery in an instant, the huge contrast in attitude gave an interesting feeling, quietly dispelling the previous tense atmosphere. Although it cost some so-called royal dignity, it successfully avoided incurring the wrath of this great figure. Madara didn't pursue the matter further, since the other party had backed down so quickly. He wasn't petty enough to destroy a country over such a thing. Violet ignored the embarrassed King Riku. She had originally planned to introduce Madara to her father, but her father had stabbed her in the back with this unexpected turn of events. Her mother was right that men's words were truly unreliable. First, she went to pay her respects to her mother. Then, she wheeled Madara Uchiha away, chattering non-stop, saying that she was going to introduce her sister and brother-in-law to Madara. In the palace garden, Scarlet and Cyrus were affectionately nestled together, whispering to each other. Violet wheeled Madara Uchiha right in. Then, Violet hid under Madara's armpit and excitedly observed her sister and brother-in-law, who were deeply in love. In secret, who's there? Scarlet and Cyrus noticed a stranger intruding. They quickly separated, and Cyrus immediately shielded Scarlet behind him, warily eyeing Madara. Then, he noticed Violet under Madara's armpit and let out a sigh of relief. Giving Madara a kind smile, Sister, Violet threw herself into Scarlet's arms and nuzzled her. Then she introduced Madara to Scarlet. This is Uncle Madara. He was picked up by Vice Admiral Tsuru during a voyage. He's supposed to be the strongest in the world. A vein popped on Madara's forehead. What did she mean by picked up the strongest in the world? But he didn't argue with Violet. Instead, he looked at Cyrus beside him and asked, I heard you're very tall. Cyrus suddenly felt a chill run down his legs. Although he wasn't good at speaking, he always felt that Madara's words held a hidden meaning. Violet's antics, Scarlet's doting expression, and Cyrus's silent gaze. Looking at this harmonious scene in front of him, Madara inexplicably felt a twinge of annoyance. Did I ask something wrong, Mr. Madara? Ignoring Scarlet's question, Madara directly turned the wheelchair around and left, even ignoring Violet's calls behind him. After sensing Tsuru's location, he flew straight towards her at that time. Tsuru was reporting to King Riku about this trip. Madara ignored King Riku and the nervous ministers around him and rushed straight over. The first thing he said when he saw Tsuru was, When can we return? Tsuru was a bit puzzled when she saw Madara Uchiha flying over, but she didn't voice her doubts in front of everyone. After apologizing to everyone, she led Madara away. In the Navy branch in Dressrosa, Tsuru handed Madara a cup of hot tea and asked, Didn't you get along well with Princess Violet? She even said she'd show you around Dressrosa. Why are you suddenly so eager to return? Madara replied expressionlessly, Boring. The next batch of ships going to Marineford will depart in a week. I'll handle the relevant matters for your return. All right. Madara seemed rather uninterested. With a gloomy face, he went into his bedroom. About 10 minutes later, Violet ran to the Navy branch gasping for breath. Vice Admiral Tsuru, have you seen Uncle Madara? Tsuru looked at the anxious Violet and smiled. Mr. Madara seemed a bit tired, so he went back to his room to rest. Oh, you have something to tell Mr. Madara? Violet was momentarily at a loss for words that in fact, she didn't know why she had come to see Madara. She just instinctively felt that Madara was angry at that time, so she rushed over. Well, I do have something to say to Uncle Madara. Since he's tired, I'll just wait here. She looked up at Tsuru and flashed a bright smile. Don't worry about me, Vice Admiral Tsuru. You go and do your other things. Tsuru seemed to want to say something, but looking at Violet's determined eyes, she finally held her tongue. As night fell. The temperature in Dressrosa at night was not warm. Violet shivered and fell asleep on the chair in the hall. It was Tsuru who passed by and casually draped her coat over Violet. She was actually very confused. She didn't know what she had done wrong to make Madara angry. She had rushed over in a hurry to apologize. After learning that Madara was resting, she had been waiting in the hall. At this moment, her confusion even exceeded her fear of having angered the strongest in the world. She was waiting here more for an answer. Having known the well-behaved Violet for half a year, Tsuru had developed some affection for her. She gave Violet in the hall a pitying look and then turned towards Madara's bedroom. She gently knocked on the door. Mr. Madara, may I come in? Madara's cold voice came from inside the room. Yes. At that time, Madara was sitting at the table, deep in thought, playing with a kunai in his hand. Under the glow of the candlelight, the expression on Madara's domineering face kept changing. That child has been in the hall for a long time. I know. Why don't you go and see her? Did she offend you in any way? No then. Do you have the intention of taking her as your apprentice and are testing her? No, I can't understand your thoughts. Even if you want to send her away, you should go out and meet her. That child is very confused now. Glancing at Crane, who was standing at the door defending Violet, Madara didn't say anything further. I've been by her side since we carried out missions. Although that child is young, she is extremely well behaved and sensible. I don't think she would do anything to make you so angry. Just as Crane was about to say something more, Madara gently put down the kunai in his hand and turned to look at Crane, who seemed slightly puzzled. This matter has nothing to do with you or her. Drive her away from me. Crane wanted to say something else, but a repulsive force hit her, pushing her directly out of the door. Seeing this situation, Crane could only heave a slight sigh, return to the hall. Sit beside Violet and gently smooth her hair. Regarding Madara Uchiha's coldness and aloofness, Crane was completely helpless. She could only look at Violet with a touch of pity as the latter huddled up due to the night's coldness. Early the next morning, Violet rubbed her eyes sleepily with her hand. Then she saw Crane sitting beside her, eyes closed, in a state of rest. The hope in her eyes welled up, and she softly asked Crane, General Crane, does Uncle Madara agree to see me? Crane didn't say a word, but gently stroked Violet's raven, black hair. Last night, at least 3 groups of people from the palace came to check on Violet's safety on the surface. At this moment, there were still palace soldiers outside the hall. Although it was unknown what had happened between Violet and Madara, the people of King Riku, Queen Riku, and Princess Scarlet chose to respect Violet's wishes and did not interfere in the matter between her and Madara. Looking at Crane, who had a look of pity in her eyes, Violet was a bit disappointed. However, she didn't say anything and still stubbornly stayed in the hall. As days passed by, the temperature in Dressrosa got lower and lower. Since Violet insisted not to change her place, Crane even rummaged through the winter military uniforms specially. Violet hadn't washed her hair for nearly a week because she had a poor rest sleeping on the chair every day. She had deep eye bags all the time. Until the 6th day, the last day before Madara's return, Crane couldn't bear it any longer when she saw Violet's haggard face. She rushed angrily to Madara's bedroom door and knocked on it forcefully. Mr. Madara, I'm coming in. Without waiting for Madara's answer, the furious Crane directly pushed the door open. Why don't you go and see that child? Even if it's just going out to drive her away. What's the meaning of making such a young child suffer at the door every day? Madara looked up at the indignant Crane and said, I didn't let her stay in the hall. It's you who failed to drive her away. Moreover, whether I see her or not is not up to you. It's actually you who caused this situation. Hearing Madara's words, Crane was momentarily at a loss for words. It was indeed somewhat related to her that Violet was still staying in the hall, but seeing the determination in that child's eyes, she just couldn't bear to drive the girl away. The relationship between me and her is not complicated. She wants to use me, and I don't want to be used by her. It's that simple. Hearing Madara's words, Crane didn't know how to refute. Indeed, Madara and Violet had only truly spent 3 days together. She couldn't expect a deep-seated affection to be born in just 3 days. Crane stood there, not knowing what to say. But she still stubbornly stood still. She was nearly 40 years old this year and had no children of her own. Although Tsuru had the kindness of raising Gion, they had always regarded each other as sisters. Crane really liked this obedient and sensible little girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have accompanied her in the hall for a whole week. Even though she was rendered speechless by Madara, the maternal instinct in her still made her stand there. Not wanting to leave, still wanting to fight for something for Violet. Madara frowned when he saw the stubborn Crane and ignored her. Crane stood silently at the door of the room, protesting against Madara's actions. She even thought that Madara was abusing Violet. First, he gave her some hope, inducing her to develop other emotions, and then immediately snuffed out that glimmer of hope that it was too cruel for a child. After a long time, Madara spoke first. If he didn't give an explanation, he felt that Crane would stand outside his room all day. That I've never really looked at her. That girl is just a substitute for Gion. The reason we got along was just that I saw the shadow of the little one in her. When I realized she wasn't her, I chose to leave. Crane suddenly raised her head and looked at the door in front of her. There was an inexplicable sense of panic in her heart. She wanted to stop Madara from continuing, because somehow, Violet had quietly walked to her side, gently held the hand she wanted to raise, and listened quietly to Madara's words. As for the disciple you mentioned, indeed, she is excellent. Compared with the little one, she is smarter, more sensible, more well-behaved, more considerate, and better at taking care of others. And compared with Gion's stubbornness, she is better at accepting others' opinions. As soon as these words were spoken, Violet's face suddenly turned a bit rosy, and there was a glimmer of hope in her eyes. But soon, that last glimmer of hope also slowly faded away. However, she is not Gion after all. Gion is my only disciple. That I don't need anyone else. Even if I die, the half-disciple will come back to see me off as the eldest son. I have enough that I don't need anyone else to share my affection. Actually, Violet's feelings for Madara wouldn't have reached this level. That it was just ordinary reverence. If Madara didn't see her and didn't give her hope, she would have given up on her own. But Crane gave her companionship and the confidence to persevere, and sowed the seed of success in her heart, from her initial confusion to Crane's inability to drive her away. And then to her 6-day persistence. All these made Violet more and more eager to get an answer. Madara wasn't entirely wrong. The root cause of this tragedy actually lay more with Crane. It was her pity that led to all this. The look of hope in Violet's eyes gradually faded, and her whole demeanor became a bit listless. She let go of Crane's hand, bowed slightly to her, and endured the urge to cry. She gently placed the gift in her hand at Madara's door and turned to leave. With a creak, Madara pushed the door open and walked out. Looking at Violet, whose eyes were welling with tears, he said indifferently, "It's the last day. I forgot to buy a souvenir for my disciple. Someone take me around." Violet immediately turned around in surprise, looking at Madara Uchiha in disbelief. Madara didn't say anything more and walked outside on his own. Violet quickly wiped away her tears and trotted after him. Seeing this, Crane heaved a long sigh and at the same time said with a helpless scold, "You ungrateful little thing, that I accompanied you in the cold in the hall for 6 days, and you didn't even give me a smile. But you're trotting after him just because of one word from him." On the commercial street of Dressrosa, Violet chattered non-stop, introducing all kinds of souvenirs in front of Madara, food, clothes, and all the well-known souvenirs of Dressrosa in a certain clothing store. Violet twirled around in front of Madara in a purple dress. "Hee, Uncle Madara, do I look good in this dress?" Madara looked at Violet, whose hair was a bit messy and who had big eye bags but was still full of energy, and gently nodded. "Really? I heard from General Crane that Miss Gion is about the same age as me. She must look good in it too," Madara said to Violet. "This one will do," Violet coquettishly said to Madara. "The gift must be brand new. I'll go and choose a brand new one for Miss Gion." Violet ignored Madara's words and happily left with the waiter. After getting out of Madara's sight, she returned to the fitting room, carefully took off the dress on her body, folded it, and solemnly handed it to the waiter. "Please send this to the palace for me. Tell the maids that this is a very, very important gift. They must keep it well for me. Then pick another one of the same style but of the best quality and wrap it up." After giving the instructions, she bounced back to Madara's side, stuck out her tongue at him, and playfully said, "Really, Uncle Madara doesn't understand girls at all. How could you give someone a used dress as a gift? Just like this, Violet took Madara's hand and dragged him aimlessly around the commercial street, purchasing a large number of ingenious gifts. The only thing she kept from Madara was that she bought 2 of each gift. Actually, Violet's mood was quite complicated when choosing gifts. She greatly relished the time spent with Madara, this temporary master. For this reason, she even subtly inquired about Gion's behavior patterns throughout the whole process and constantly adjusted her own performance along the way to make herself more like the disciple Madara had mentioned. All this was just to postpone Madara's boredom with shopping with her. She was extremely envious of that unknown person named Gion. Violet was very intelligent, so she clearly knew how low Madara's tolerance for others was. However, that person named Gion could actually make the impatient Madara calm down and do such a thing that was extremely boring in Madara's eyes. This made Violet extremely envious of Gion. She didn't think she was inferior to Gion as a disciple. In fact, she believed that she, as a disciple, was even more outstanding. She only resented fate for allowing Gion to meet Uchiha Madara first. Clearly, she also had deep feelings for Madara. To her surprise, Madara accompanied her shopping for the whole day. They bought a great many gifts together. Just thinking that there was a share of these gifts for her made her feel a surge of happiness. In the evening, Madara carried numerous gifts in one hand and walked to the door of his bedroom. With the other hand, he gently patted Violet's head and said, "There's no need to conjecture and imitate Gion's demeanor. Just be yourself. Although I won't accept you as my disciple, the next time we meet, I'll still ask you to help me choose gifts." After saying that, Madara turned around and walked into the bedroom, leaving Violet standing there with red-rimmed eyes. After a long while, Violet took a deep breath, bowed deeply towards Madara's room, and then turned around and left. Early the next morning, as the sun was just rising, Madara walked step by step onto the warship. Suddenly, he turned back and looked in the direction of the dock that a small figure was hiding behind the boxes at the dock, secretly watching him. Madara gave a long, deep look at Violet, who thought she was well hidden, made no sign, and then turned and walked into the cabin. After Madara left, due to her young age, having not had a good rest for several consecutive days, and then dragging Uchiha Madara around the commercial street for a whole day, Violet slept for a full 24 hours after returning to the palace, which frightened Queen Riku so much that she called the doctor twice. After waking up, Violet was staring blankly at the luxurious ceiling. Suddenly, she felt that the meaning of life had changed. She got up and examined the gifts they had bought that day one by one carefully. This was the affection that the cold-hearted man left for his disciple, but she had secretly taken a share. Although there might not be much affection in it, fortunately, she could stubbornly believe that this was the affection belonging to her. Suddenly, Violet's eyes turned red and she almost shed tears, but thinking of Madara's attitude towards tears, she quickly wiped them away and just stood there with red-rimmed eyes. She felt that she really wanted to see him, even if it was just a look. After a long time, as if having thought of something, Violet quickly got up and started putting on her clothes. She rushed towards the Navy branch. Standing at the entrance of the Navy branch, she shouted loudly, completely ignoring the strange looks from the people around, "Admiral Tsuru, please let me join the Navy." Tsuru saw Violet shouting at the door with red-rimmed eyes and quickly pulled her in. She led Violet to the office and gently asked her, "Why do you suddenly want to join the Navy? Does your family agree?" Violet didn't answer immediately. Instead, she brought up the topic when she first met Tsuru. "You once told me that you joined the Navy because you had a belief that I didn't understand at that time because I didn't know what kind of thing could make you, as a woman, go to the battlefield without hesitation. Now I may start to understand a little. I also have my own belief now. Even if it might be just one-sided, I'll never regret it. As for my family, I'll persuade them because I have a firm enough goal and no one can stop me from pursuing my dream." Tsuru looked at the little girl in front of her with a half-smile and suddenly joked, "So, my dear Violet, what is your justice? Should I write in your application for joining the Navy that it's for the justice of Uchiha Madara?" Violet's face suddenly flushed. Her former ambitious look suddenly became a bit embarrassed, and she said somewhat coyly, "Well, it's better not to be so straightforward. Just write that it's for the justice of belief." Tsuru gently sighed and shook her head with a bitter smile. Really, one after another, they all flocked to that Uchiha Madara one-sidedly. "I can't understand what's so good about his poker face. After your family agrees, I can help you write the application for joining the Navy. However, Marineford is a place where only extremely excellent Navy personnel can go. This will be a huge test for you. Moreover, once you enter Marineford, There are so many geniuses and prodigies that it will be extremely difficult to get close to that man. Just the simple words of standing behind him have already screened out 99 of the people in Marineford. Violet wasn't intimidated by Tsuru's words. Instead, she became even more determined that if I can't even do these things, then I don't deserve to stand behind him. Seeing Violet like this, Tsuru didn't say anything more and just nodded slightly at her. Just as Violet was about to leave, she suddenly poked her head back and asked Tsuru in a somewhat weak voice, "After I join the Navy, can I live in his room?" Tsuru smiled upon hearing this. "Theoretically, you can't. The Navy should reserve the room where that man lived separately." Violet was a bit disappointed, but Tsuru's next words filled her eyes with surprise. "But, since you're my dear Violet, if you can." The text seems to be incomplete here.